want to,
banned.
yeah, and I do want to know
Oh,
like
great.
if this was a Discord bug or not, because like I'm willing to put my integrity, my ego, whatever on the line to determine whether or not I was just being an idiot at the time or if I was actually muted, because I was being told by a couple of people that I was never chat banned and that I was being crazy.
Yeah, I think the most part is that not everyone can see that, so it doesn't look like your chat suppressed on their end.
That's fair. I just know like a mod yesterday, and then a couple other people. Like I know Hard Jelly and Dream Proxy were speaking to it today, actually in the side chat. So I just want to know the truth if that's possible, but if not, it's not a big deal.
And then there was a hiccup with the bot that manages that. Sometimes it doesn't log it.
Oh, okay. All right, that makes sense.
J-Dog, it could quite well be that one of the mods muted you and it was a bit harsh. That could also be the case as well, because everybody who's a mod can make their own decisions, right? So it may be that you were muted harshly, but that hopefully doesn't reflect on everybody connected to
No,
this server. That could have
absolutely not.
happened though.
It's really, the person was telling me though they were a mod. It was like, I don't want to name check this person. I don't like talking about people behind their backs, but they were saying that I was not muted, and this was a mod telling me this. They had like the mod tag for the server. This was on the English server, not politics.
Oh
They
yeah, the
kept telling me
English is
Well,
totally different. That's like a totally different system. Like
okay,
only the room owner can see the chat there, the log. So that could be like, yeah, like there is like a feeder channel, but that operates completely different than over here.
got it. Okay. But yeah, basically like there was like a strong claim that the mute was never put on you and it's a bug and you should restart Discord or something. And I get all that, and yeah. And then I come here this morning and see that I'm allegedly muted in the side chat, and it seems like I was. Well, so that's why I feel like I'm right, but I don't. It's whatever.
Well, now that's all sorted out now, you're on your way to measuring the curvature, I would imagine now. Yeah?
Yep. Just give me another
Yeah.
6 hours to get through work, and then I'll get to work outside with measuring the curvature.
Yes, if you get measuring that curvature, that elusive curve.
so J-Dog, what would be your approach then after work? How are you going to do this?
I mean, there's nothing I'm actually going to do afterwards to measure it.
I know
I
I'm playing.
li-
I'm just playing along.
listen, like I think I know like the biggest thing you guys usually present are like laser experiments, and there's just like a lot of issues I have with the handful that I've seen. So like I'm not convinced that the Earth is flat. Personally, I believe, I don't have proof necessarily, but I believe that the Earth is a globe, and it's just that the arguments I've heard and seen aren't convincing enough. It being flat yet. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, and what was your issue with the long distance laser tests you've seen?
So
Well,
I
in general.
I know like Epicore's experiment. There was an issue with Snell's law. I know I brought it up to several people in this chat. There's another one. Right. There's a Dr. John D video I was watching, and he was doing a measurement over a body of water, and when he was determining the change in temperature from like the ground to like 1 meter, 1.5, 2 meters, he only measured like up from 2 meters, right? And then he determined that because there was no difference in temperature from 1 meter to like 1.5, or no, now that I'm thinking about it correctly, it was actually 0.5 meters to 1.5 meters. There's no change in temperature. But if you looked at how their instruments were calibrated, it was moving in only 0.5 Celsius increments. So it was not a very precise instrument to begin with. And then what was also interesting in the video, it showed at 2 meters that there was a 0.5 Celsius change, but they didn't consider that to determine that there was like a change in temperature. And the other
Okay.
issue with that is that they used height. They used a vertical reference frame to determine that there would be no horizontal change in temperature as well. That's at least what I got at it from that video. Given this was like a little segment from one of his videos, but like there's just I've seen a lot of things like this where I'm like, this isn't done well enough to convince me of anything.
Fair enough. Yeah, you want more accurate data reading on the differences in the atmosphere between the observer and the target. Yeah, and you want more detailed information about what the refraction index would be consistently across that distance.
Yeah, and I understand like it's going to be impossible to take all these measurements across a long body of water, but
Very hard. Yeah, very hard, dude. I mean, the longer the observation is better for the flat Earth, but then that makes it damn near impossible to have that data. Because how the hell are you going to be able to, take these readings all the way across 50 odd miles? You know what I mean? Because this is some of the distances we're doing the laser tests over, and you're just going over
sure.
water. So how are you going to do that?
No, I agree completely. It's a tough thing to do. I mean,
Yeah,
basically impossible.
it is. Here's a good one for you. I'll put it in the side chat. This is a test over a frozen lake using light at night. So they have a frozen lake which is, I believe, around 7 miles long or something, 7.5 miles. But they do the laser test over the frozen lake at night. So you're pretty much free of, that sort of, there's a lot less to worry about in terms of atmospheric conditions.
Yeah, I haven't seen this one. I'll definitely watch it.
The other thing that we have to remember is that with these lasers being tested and light traveling horizontal across the Earth, no one has it on record that they're bending down. That's the other thing. So I'll be glad to see you measure that curvature and bring it in.
I guess we don't have like a nice wide drone shot over a bunch of miles showing the full beam propagating medium that it's passing through, right? Like I don't think we have any shots of that necessarily, right? I've never seen something. I think it'd be pretty
Like
hard
I
to
said,
capture
I've
that.
never seen from all the laser beam tests I've seen, when I've seen them from the side view, never seen the light bending down.
Yeah.
And that's the standard, for most flat earthers and people who are not flat earthers, scientists who are out there measuring. They don't see light doesn't bend down in that way.
I know.
So that's why I'm saying you're doing a lot of scrutinizing, but let's see you prove the curvature, please. Okay.
You're right. Like
You're scrutinizing our work. That's good, full of integrity. Now let's see you go out there now and prove to us that the Earth is a globe, because you don't know that yet.
Sure. Just to speak to the laser bending, I know this isn't quite the same because it's water, but I've seen in like a glucose water experiment lasers bending, and we see light bending all the time. So the point being is that we know
we don't want glucose water, yeah.
I know,
the normal atmos. Go and measure curvature. Don't bring me
yes.
glucose. I'm not interested in that. That's
Even
bullshit.
if it's negligible, though, like regardless,
I'm not interested in glucose water laser tests. Okay, let's just go out into nature and prove your curvature of the globe you've been living on all the way since you come out of your mother's womb. Okay, hurry up.
I understand. I'm just saying in terms of we know that light does bend to some degree.
It bends upwards. I've never seen it bend downwards. Unless it's two mediums, of course, then it refracts. Yes, but across the atmosphere, like we're saying, don't start fighting me on this, because I will become very ugly on it. Go and measure the curvature, please. It's just how you get annoyed and then you end up getting. All right, just go and measure the curvature.
Oh,
all right?
You're ignoring the evidence that is pointed. Just because you're not interested doesn't mean that it doesn't have evidence for it.
We've accepted what
you're
he
not
said.
asking for evidence. You're asking him to entertain you.
Yeah, because he lives on a globe. He has the burden of proof.
Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is that he's trying to prove the evidence of the globe, and you're telling me, oh, but I don't believe in that evidence. Show me the evidence that I care about.
No, I'm
You're
just
being
saying go measure
dishonest.
the curvature
You're
of the
being
Earth.
dishonest, mate.
We're not measuring curvature. He's scrutinizing our work. We're saying it's flat. We don't have
Stop saying it's
lazy
your
BKs
work.
where
It's
it
not. It's
bends
not.
downwards.
You don't represent a
Okay?
community.
Excuse
You can't say
me.
our work. You don't
Excuse
present the
me,
flat
big
Earth, mate.
mouth.
You don't present the flat
Go
Pastor,
Earth, mate.
wait,
measure the
Stop
wait for
saying.
curvature.
him. Pastor,
Have you measured
Pastor, wait.
curvature? Do you have any
Hold on.
material? Have you measured? Have you measured
Yes.
curvature? Shut up then. He only measured curvature, ran out his big mouth on the server. Look at him. Ladies and gentlemen, there's loads of people who haven't measured curvature coming in like they've measured it. Have you measured it? No, you haven't. Shut up then. Go measure. Hurry up.
Yeah, J-Dog, the problem you've got, mate, is, yes, we know that light can bend, right? But we're very aware of Snell's law and how refraction is supposed to work, right? The problem is the globe makes a claim of something called terrestrial refraction, which isn't Snell's law and doesn't follow that. So we're talking about a different type of refraction that can't be reproduced in a lab kind of setting. Now, what you guys are claiming is that everything we're seeing beyond the curve is basically a mirage. And when you invoke a mirage, then you need to be able to demonstrate that everything in the landscape beyond where the curvature is refracted. Now, with refraction, you get hallmarks, you get symptoms, you get characteristics. So this is the problem. We can show you very, very clear long distance imagery with no characteristics of refraction, with no way to be able to determine that, yeah, the light is bending. And also we can provide you the refraction index of the day. And you, on any day, the distances we're seeing, there isn't enough refraction to account for it. So the claim that's being made is unrealistic, almost bordering on ridiculous, that everything we're seeing beyond the curve is a mirage.
We know things like total internal reflection exist too, like with fiber optic cables. Once again, I know I'm drawn to a solid where light is passing through and bouncing versus air, fluid, but like I just accept the idea that since we aren't able to do all this measuring over this body of water, we're not really able to visualize it either. Like that'd be almost impossible. I think what flat earthers expect globe earthers to do to prove this is a very difficult thing to do. So that's why I
stop moaning, get on with it. You know what? Over the fence said this. The way they're acting, these globers, they're making it impossible to falsify the globe. It's like there's never a day where you can never have no refraction. Come on now. Start measuring, man. Start measuring.
The other thing with the I know I like talking about what you guys have to present, but that's just what I enjoy discussing. If you guys don't want that, I won't do that.
I like to see. I like the discussion. I like the measuring. I like the whole shebang. Get on with it. Prove us wrong.
There's a few people who like to get into the weeds and into refraction and get really technical with it. There is. There's plenty of mods as well that you can talk to who really, really have done their homework with it. But ultimately, Jin is right. Like, this is just a case of empiricism. Empirically, you can keep this journey up, keep researching, and you'll start to realize empirically we measure it flat, and we have no reason to believe the Earth is curving or spinning. Now you can elaborate and say, yeah, but what if terrestrial refraction is real? What if this is real? What if gravity? What if this? But there's no direct evidence for any of that being responsible for anything happening on this Earth. So I agree with Jin. Once you've established that what we're seeing in the distance is physically there and not a mirage, well, then the game changes. Your scrutiny will change. Your whole approach will change because you've now confirmed.
Is there any photo or video evidence that would be convincing enough for you guys to know that it's real and be like, okay, that's definitely Earth?
It'll be like I've always said. It'll be you measuring that curvature on video, for example, and we've got a bunch of 8-year-old kids who are going to replicate what you're doing. We're going to be watching the video and say, oh, okay, D-Dog he's getting on with it. Let's have a look. Okay, yeah, nice. Okay, so can we do that, children? We get the equipment. Okay, get on with it. Come on now.
What if someone had like I don't know, like a body cam set up, and then they obviously would have to have it outside of the rocket too, from departure from the ground to getting onto the ISS, and it was just like really clear footage, and you couldn't find any.
The gold standard is to measure the surface of the Earth. That's the number one
I believe,
standard.
but like,
right,
videos,
that's it. We don't need to waste money with rockets and all that. That's all wishing and hoping. That's not going to help me. Stop wishing and hoping. Get on with the measuring. You're talking like you can't falsify the globe and you don't want to measure the. Come on, stop that. Come on now. We're waiting. We want to scrutinize your work. Scrutinize us. Hurry up. You believe you're on a globe? Yeah, oh yeah. Let me say this one more. I'm going to be saying this rather a lot. That court case of Zed Garcia's, that video, what it put forward? It put forward the professionals, the teachers, the professors, the scientists, cosmologists, theoretical physicists. This was real money, real challenge. They weren't even in court to take that money. Man, that there is a massive hole in the heliocentric model right there, because it's in the court of law. The challenge was placed down. Obviously, they didn't prove flat Earth, even though the judge ruled in favor of the flat earther. The point is, the globe wasn't proven. Wow. And no professor or scientist came up to take that $15,000 challenge. And then there's another challenge from 2019, Flat Earth Sherman, for any gunman or gunwoman, rifleman, to prove the Coriolis. Okay, £20,000 you can win. I don't understand why these challenges are still there. Obviously, I do understand, ladies and gentlemen, because the Earth is not a globe. There you are. So there's a lot going against the globe. So hurry up and measure, and then we can see something. Start scrutinizing. The scrutineers are waiting. This is where I begin to sound like Root's dad. Yes. Man after.
Hey, what's up, brethren? Timbo, what's good, man? J-Dog, Crit.
What's up?
Jaeger, Car, nice to see you all. Jen, yo, what's up, Jen?
Yo, what's up, man? Everything's fine. Helium balloons are up. Tennis balls are down. No gravity.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. How's things down in London, man? Still kind of crazy. Is it sunny down there? Because it's pissing up with rain up here.
Yeah. I'm in Japan here. It's lovely and cool now. We had a really nice hot day, hot morning. I was out running 8 kilometers, 5 miles. Enjoyed that. And gave a few English lessons. I've just finished my dinner and it's nice and cool at the moment.
Hey, speak some Japanese for me. Speak some Japanese for me, Jen.
Okay, all right. I'll speak a little bit of Japanese very quickly because people don't like it when you do that really because they don't know what you're saying. Okay. Konbanwa, minasan. Kyou wa kinyobi, 6月5日. Tenki wa 晴れてた朝の時。で、午後の時で、お昼の時、まだ暑いです。で、今は涼しい。10時10分ぐらいね。確認、ちょっと待って。確認、10分。Yeah, 10分、6分。Okay. So what did I just say?
You
Good evening,
said
everybody. It's Friday.
esotericism is very handsome and intelligent.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That's what I heard.
I said that it's Friday, June the 5th. We had a really nice sunny morning. The afternoon remained hot, and it's a very cool evening now. And that's it, ready? And then I gave you the time, 10:20, 6 minutes past 10. There you go. Did you
Yeah,
like
that's
that?
cool, man. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I would love to speak two languages. I think that's like, I think speaking two languages is one of the heights of intelligence. You know, like being able to be multilingual. I think that's a really good
Yeah.
marker of intelligence. You know, I really do.
Yeah, there are people who can speak 5 languages, you know, flat earthers
Crazy.
out there are speaking 5
Crazy.
languages, man. Yeah. Yeah.
It's such a testing thing for your cognition, you know, trying to speak two languages. Because yeah, no, it's really interesting. There was some
Yeah.
evidence as well. This might interest you. Just if anybody wants to talk about flat Earth, just butt in because I'm just rambling. But there was some good studies out there that showed that people that were bilingual or multilingual actually had reduced risk of Alzheimer's disease. You know, so it obviously opens
Oh,
up
yeah.
different pathways
Yeah,
in your brain
that
and
would
stuff.
make sense. That would make sense, yeah. Because I've often said it, that when you're flat Earth is very good for the cognitive processes, very good indeed. Because the things you have to remember and bring forward all the time, very good. It's all repetition, of course, but that's what makes excellence. Yeah.
I'm a big believer. I work with a lot of people with Alzheimer's and other mental health issues. I'm a big believer that one of the best ways to keep your brain healthy is by using it, right? Because you're using different parts of your brain that you wouldn't normally use. I think because you don't really hear about big shot CEOs that use all this brain power. You don't hear about these people getting Alzheimer's, you know? And I'm not saying that that's definitive, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying that, like, they're obviously using parts of their brain that they wouldn't normally use. Like, I think for example, somebody that talks about flat Earth and that is constantly learning about flat Earth is using their brain a lot more than the average like receptionist or the average librarian or whatever. You know, the average like McDonald's worker. And I think that anybody that learns and has a life devoted to learning and has a life devoted to critical thinking, you know, has reduced risk of mental illness for sure. In all the scripture.
Yeah, I would agree with that because you're using the brain. You see, the grey matter is being exercised on a regular daily basis. Yeah,
it's like a muscle, right?
Daily basis. Yeah, it is. Yeah, yeah. So it's good for the mind. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah.
I would also go out on a whim and say that per capita there's probably more Globers that have Alzheimer's than flat earthers, right?
Well, yeah, it could be. Could be.
Yeah,
Could
I would say that.
Yeah. That's true.
Definitely mental
well,
illness.
actually.
There's definitely more Globers per capita with mental illness than there is
Yep.
flat earthers.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. You see, because flat Earth, you arrive at flat Earth after investigating, trying to prove where you live, whether it's a ball, and when you don't find that, and you're met with the flat Earth, it's such an uplift. At first, it's a surprise and shock. Then there's the uplift factor, and then when you continue investigation, you learn that you don't have to worry about asteroids ending life on Earth, because the realization that that's never happened kicks in as well. You see. It really does elevate you to a different place, you know. And then you come into contact, you know, with yourself, of course, in the way of your own mind. And then you realize there has to be a creator out there. I knew that on along anyway, but some people have got closer to that, more emotional uplifts. It's just all positive, you see.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, I would like to learn another language one day.
Yeah, you know,
I learned a little bit of Hebrew, but
there you go.
it's more just speaking it. But the pronunciation I find very difficult, you know, especially with a Scottish accent. It's quite a difficult thing because there's not very many Scottish Jews, you know, so it's kind of a weird mix.
Well, that'd be interesting. You'd be a rarity there, then. Yeah, why not? But yeah, learning another language is a good. It might be a necessity thing. You might meet somebody and you have to go to her country and then you might have to end up learning a new language there. You understand what I mean? That's what happened to me, of course.
Mm.
Yeah, I met my wife, who's Japanese. I met her in England, London, and of course, we were together for a year and a half. She returned. I followed suit a year after.
Mm. Yeah, I debated that guy called Perfect Storm yesterday, but I don't actually know if I did a good job or not because I feel like he just kept drawing me into this argument on like logic rather than the actual shape of the Earth. Right? He was trying to challenge my logic, whereas I wanted to
Yeah,
talk about the measurements. You know, and I'm
right.
not good at those sort of logical discussions, like those sort
Yeah.
of like trying to like always talk about logic and like I don't care as much. Sorry, I don't care as much about that. I care more about the actual measurements and the
Yeah.
experiments which have been done, right? And
Yeah,
that
me
that
and you are the same. I'm the same as you in that regard. You know what I say
mm,
to them? I'm not on trial. That's it. That shuts it down. I'm not on trial, yeah? So don't be looking into my brain for any logic there. Let's deal with the problem of the measurements and the shape of the earth, okay? And how we can find this out, you know, logic and stuff like that. I'm not the one that's on trial. Me, not on trial. Because
yeah, I
that's
did
what it
say.
ends up like. It's like you're on trial with these people.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I did. I mean, to be honest, they could put us on trial for to prove the world is flat, and I'm sure we would be able to do it. But the Timbo said that I need to keep him on his first point, and for the people that were in the
Yeah.
chat, I did say to him in the beginning, I said we're going to discuss one thing at a time. You know,
Hmm.
like one,
Hmm.
like because he said that we have a lot of misconceptions. I said okay. I said you said misconceptions. I said we're going to talk about one misconception at a time because I'm not having you throwing 3 or 4 at me. Okay,
Yeah.
one at a
Yeah.
time, and we will go through your misconceptions and solve them. But then he just pulled me into this debate about logic, and I was like, you know, and that's why I just ended up saying, "Can someone else just take this?" Because I cannot be bothered with just talking about logic.
Yeah. Because it's
Like,
not
because
really talking
he
about the
was talking
problem,
about
is it?
he was talking about imperialism, like how it can something be empirically proven, and I'm like, you know, I'm like, it just, you know, and then he's trying to tell me, like, he tried to tell me that there's all these different facets of imperialism, you know, like all these different ways to determine imperialism. And I said, okay, test your own logic on one of those. And he couldn't do it,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
And I'm
That's right.
like, but it was like I just couldn't be bothered. Like after I said that to him, he just kept coming back with the same shit over and over again. And I was like, you know, but then as soon as I mentioned that to him, he jumped over that and he was trying to talk about something else. And I'm like, I can't be bothered with this, you know?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I can't be
No, no,
bothered
no.
with this.
That's why I shut it down quickly by saying I'm not on trial here. What's on trial is the actual globe. And anyone saying that the earth is a globe. That's why we're
Yeah.
here. How do you know? What methodology did you use to confirm? Because we've tried to confirm, and that's where I then enter my position, and that's we've tried to confirm this, and we're finding extended horizontality everywhere. So please tell me how you did it. You see? Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, for
Numbers,
sure.
measurements. I want to hear it. Let's go.
Yeah, like how did he
You know?
measure curvature, right?
Yeah,
Like
that's it.
that's a good beginning point, you know. But
Yeah.
then I feel like
What was
once
the
I because I
methodology you employed? Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
I'm
Kathos,
very good at that, though. I'm very good at that.
what's
Very
interesting
good.
about his premise framework is that he can't even test his own logic against his own premise framework, you know? So
Yeah,
it's
that's why it was a
ridiculous.
waste of
Like,
time.
yeah. Like why is he trying to test my logic against his own framework whenever he can't even test his own logic against his own framework? That's what's ridiculous.
I think someone was going to say something there. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Enver, are you good, bro?
Hello.
Hello, man. What's
Hello,
going on?
welcome.
I did join. Someone moved me here. That's
Oh,
That's
where
cool.
did you come from? Which server? Okay, never mind. So he's been kicked out of one and dumped here.
yeah, exactly.
It's not a bad place to get dumped, Enver. What do you,
Yeah,
just
man.
out of curiosity, I mean, you know, what do you kind of think about the shape of the Earth? I mean, what shape would you say that the Earth maybe is? Do you think it's a globe?
I mean, I'm not well educated about, but
That's a
uh,
good starting point, to be honest. You know, to say that. I mean, I think that's a commendable thing to say because a lot of people think they know, right? A lot of people will come in here and say, "I know the world's a globe." How do you know? Because they taught me it in school, right? That's what they say, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's a lot of theory, I believe, like a mathematical theory. They prove it's global, right? But
A
still,
mathematical theory. Do you have an example of a mathematical theory
yeah,
where they proven the world to be a
let me
globe?
finish. Let me finish. But still, I'm not well educated about autumn math. Because of this, I prefer the being a silent on this topic. By the way, sorry, I really interrupt you guys. Also, my English is terrible about those kind of topics. So
Yeah. I understand, man. I
Well,
understand.
you spoke
We-
very well anyway, and thanks for
Mm,
your honesty.
yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
okay. Yeah. See, that's a pity because it doesn't it doesn't require that much internet, and he can definitely do it. You know.
Yeah, you could. I mean, Enver, if you would like me to explain how we've measured the Earth to be flat, I'm happy to do that for you. You know, in a way you might understand it if you want, like just so you can understand our sort of point of view on things. You know.
yeah, you go ahead. I mean, I can try to listen you, but
If look, if there's any point you don't understand what I'm saying, just jump in and I'll reword it or something. You know, I really want you to understand this because it's
okay.
interesting stuff.
But I'll be honest. I don't wanna argue with those kind of topics. Okay, I just can listen.
Yeah. I'll just explain to you if you like. You know
Yeah,
how
maybe
we
then I
measured
can.
it.
Yeah, I can research what you are saying about.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
go
the
ahead.
best measurement experiment that I've seen is, or the one that I like the most, the one that there's a really good video which shows you the whole process. There was a group of people from an organization called FE Corps. Now, I want to tell you that FE does not stand for Flat Earth. I don't know what it stands for, but these people were actually they were globers, right? So they believed that the world was a globe, and they went out and they sought to prove. So they had a confirmation bias. You understand what that means? Like they had a bias to say that the world is a globe when they went out and done this experiment. They wanted to prove it to be a globe. So what they done was they bought these big lasers. Now these aren't like little laser pointers. These are big, expensive lasers, right? And they cost tens of thousands of US dollars to buy these lasers. And they went to a 25-mile lake, right? And the 25-mile lake, so the globers, the people that believe the world is a globe, they believe that the world curves at 8 inches per mile squared. So every mile squared, there should be 8 inches of curvature, right? So once you compound that over the 25-mile lake, there should be over 280 feet of a drop, right? So there should be over 280 feet of curvature on the Earth over 25 miles, over a 25-mile lake. And what they done was they shot a laser, this big expensive laser, from one end of the lake, and at the other end of the lake, where there should be over 300 feet of drop, they had on the other end a target, right? And they shot the big expensive laser over the lake, and they hit the target on the other side, right? So that demonstrates that the world is flat, because if it was curving at 8 inches per mile squared, the target point in which the laser was supposed to hit should have been 300 feet below, 280 feet below the laser. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see. If it's in the same meter, it have to be blend, right? The light, you mean, I believe, but
Yeah,
it's
it would
not
have
in
to
the
bend.
same height, right? So at the start point and the end point, it's not in the same height. You're saying, I believe.
No. Now they actually done so they were, I think was it 10 feet above sea level, Jin, am I correct, with FE Core? Was it 10 feet above sea level? I think it was, they had a specific, or maybe 10 meters, but they had a specific height where the target
I think
and
it
the
would have been
laser
10
were.
feet and not 10 meters, because that'd be very high. 10 meters.
Okay.
I think it would be 10 feet. And
Yeah.
I think the FE stands for Field Engineers. I think.
Okay.
Could be wrong there.
Yeah, so these guys didn't believe the world was flat, right? And they shot the laser across the lake, and both the target and the laser were at the same height above sea level, right? So they were at the same height above the surface of the Earth. They shot the laser, and they hit the laser off the target on the other side, you know. Jaeger has posted the video. 2.9 meters, Timbo says, yeah. So 2.9 meters above sea level, And Jaeger has posted that video in the side chat, and I really suggest that you watch that video because it will really surprise you what FE Core found, to be the case. And I hope that you find that to be the case as well, Enver, because there's so much learning that you could do about the earth in which you actually live on, which is which is something that you never really question.
But I have one question: like, why people who saying the world is a globe, right? What is the point on that? I mean, why they are saying that? So what is their how can I say, like,
motivation?
Yeah. What is that? I mean,
now that's that. Now I like empiricism. Empiricism. I can't pronounce that word now. I just pronounced it 10 minutes ago. But I like things which are empirical, right? I can't tell you exactly why anybody has lied about or has potentially been misled about the shape of the Earth, or why somebody would want to mislead you on the shape of the Earth. But what I can tell you is that there is certainly people out there that are wanting to mislead people about that, right? And once you understand that the world is flat, then that's for you to go out and try and find out for yourself. Why do you think that they've done this? I can give you my opinion, but then Jin's opinion might be different, to what my opinion is.
In that it's control. You see, I do feel that when they've lied to this level across the whole earth, then that's a control mechanism right there. Everybody's thinking and believing into the lie, which they were educated at school. That's a control right there, clear as glass. They're controlling everybody's mind. Okay, and remember, this globe is being reinforced all through your school life. That'll be elementary, junior high, high school, university, college, and you go to work. And during that period, it's in the news, it's in the movies, the cartoons, the music, corporate images, science programs, films. You understand? So it's reinforced all the way through your life. So you end up believing strongly you live on a ball, even though you've never measured it. There you go.
I see.
That's how it works. That's control, isn't it?
But
isn't
I mean,
that's a very, very magical control right there.
If someone said to me like the world is globe or the flat, right? It doesn't matter to me. I mean, no one. Maybe it's more deep, but as far as I see, I mean, I cannot relate it with a controlling.
If that doesn't matter to you, what does matter to you though? What does matter to you? If that doesn't matter, what matters to you?
I mean, for example, the philosophy. It's I mean, for example, where we came from. Those kind of things are more important.
They're the same thing. They're interconnected.
Yeah.
Okay, so
exactly.
What is the point for that? For example,
well, you would just go on. You would say this for everything. What's the point? There's no point worrying about it. So that's why I ask you, what does matter to you? If where you live doesn't matter to you and how it came to be, then what does matter to you?
Okay. Let me ask him one more question like this. Hang on. Okay. After. Sorry.
Go.
Answer. Go ahead.
If it's a globe or flat, right? So is it change to our thinking? For example, I'm thinking about. Yeah, go ahead. What's the point of
it does change because, for example, some of the parents of the children are thinking, why am I paying all this education? And the education institutes are misinforming our children. That's a waste of money. Plus, we pay tax. The tax is also being used. So we're losing money is being used inappropriately. That's the first thing. And then they're miseducating my children. Okay, so that's very important. Do you think it's good for you to give good money that you work hard and then they give you wrong information? Is that good?
Yeah, I see your point.
And I will just say to you too, the Earth being a globe and the Earth being flat, could they both be true at the same time?
No, of course not. It's contradiction.
Okay. So then one is true and one is false, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we should try to find it.
So that when you say it doesn't matter, you're saying it doesn't matter what's true and what's false. So it's very important because you should just concern yourself with what's true. So say, for example, it is flat and it's not a globe, then if you're going along with the lie, then you're not concerned with what's true. You just go along with what's false. That's why it's important.
Yeah, I see your point, but today, for example, someone came to me, or I saw what news, right? People proved the world is flat, right? In my life, I mean, nothing gonna be changed. So because of this,
Well, a lot
right?
would be changed. A lot would be changed because you like it's in everything. The globe is in everything. The globe lie is connected to everything, how we came to be, and it's in everything. So any lie that they have is based on the first lie in the first place, right? So it would change. It would change everything. It would change your whole life.
Yeah,
But
because
yeah,
all
hold
the
on.
other lies,
Uh,
that the government are telling the populace at large will stop. No more space budgets. Checking the
Yeah.
So
medicines
What
properly.
happens to
No
NASA
more
then?
wars,
What
perhaps.
happens to NASA?
yeah,
What happens
what
to
about
all the alleged space,
yeah?
missions?
What about the other stars? On the sky, like
They don't anything. They don't prove
no,
shape. They're there as That's all. For me, that's what they're for, to make the night sky look more exciting, and you can project your imagination. But they don't prove the shape of the Earth. Okay.
yeah, I get your point. But the thing is, for example, we looking at the sky, right, and we see some stars with the telescope, right? So
Yeah.
and we can see those stars are rotating. Or I don't know how can I say it, but you got my point. So with that,
Right.
we can
Oh,
see
and
uh,
Wait, so the
except
stars are rotating. You believe that the stars are rotating, even though the claim is that the Earth is rotating.
no, I'm not saying just that's a related, but I'm telling we can see there is a global shapes on the sky, right? We can observe this.
Oh
So you saying no? I mean, with
no, I
telescope you
just
can see.
laughed. Sorry,
yeah,
I just
yeah.
laughed.
No, hang on,
Yeah.
my brother. We cannot prove what we see. That's why we say it looks like, but we're not 100% sure. Do you understand? Because you haven't been there to confirm. You cannot confirm just by looking through the telescope. You can't. You cannot. You have to go there and check it. Okay? So the honest answer is we do not know what those objects are. We don't know. Any cosmologist or astronomer, theoretical physicist telling you what these shapes are, and we're not telling you the truth there. How would they know? They haven't confirmed anything. And just because they're in the position of educating, let's say, doesn't mean that they're telling me the truth, are they? Especially as we know the Earth is flat, for example. So
So
no,
you
we
guys
question.
saying
Yeah, go on.
all the rockets going space with the 1080 footage cameras, those are just VFX, right? You're
No.
saying
Yeah.
Okay, every rocket launch is the same way it's filmed. It's filmed from here, and then if you're talking about the ones where they're apparently on it or whatever, there's a cutout, right? You're not going to see a certain point, and then all of a sudden they're in magic land. But all of them are the same. They all take the same travel path too, which is an arch. So they go up, they reach a certain point, and then they come back down.
okay. But I'm saying like there's a videos, right? So you're saying these videos are VFX, not real.
Which ones? Which ones specifically? They're not
I
all
mean,
VFX. No, rockets exist. Like
no,
if you have a
not all.
budget,
I
yeah.
mean,
Oh, okay. What did you say then?
the
You said,
space.
yeah, that's all bullshit.
Okay, that you're saying that's a VFX.
Depends what you mean by VFX, like video effect, and depends
Visual
which part you're
effect.
talking about in the launch and etc. So yeah, they do launch something here from Earth. But then,
Okay.
as I've said, if you go to any single one of these rocket footages, and I mean every single one, so 100% of all videos, they will all be the same. So they might film it from here on Earth, and there might be a little camera attached to the side of the rocket in some instances, but it will cut out, and then it will cut to a different scene when they finally made it past, whatever they're claiming they make it past, and then that's it. Then they're in space, and then all of that is special effects.
But can I ask you something? Like there is a huge balloons, the balloons. I don't know how can I say it, but
Weather
is it?
balloons.
Yeah, it's English, I believe. Yeah. Uh,
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, for
Hello,
example,
guys.
the normal people put in a
Yeah.
camera the huge balloons.
The Earth is a globe.
They can see
Anyway,
the,
keep
you know,
going. Yeah.
I saw some videos. For example,
Yeah.
the world being a bend when it goes up.
That's the camera,
So
though. That's the camera making it bend. Like
what's your
like it's not
what's
just
your
not okay. So like obviously a long time ago, people who believe in the globe would have said that flat earthers just claim everything is with a fisheye lens, sort of thing, right? But there is such a thing as a fisheye lens, and there is camera effects which will make it appear as a curve when it's not curved.
It's like whenever you go up in an aeroplane, right, and you look out the bubbled window. You know the bubbled window that you look out of? It's like a curved window to curve to the shape of the outside of the plane, and it can obscure the way that you see the horizon.
I know, but by the way, what is the fisheye?
Yeah.
Look in the chat, Inver. I pinged you with a GoPro skydiving footage. There you have concave Earth. There you have flat Earth, and there you have convex Earth.
I'm a convex.
All due to the lens.
Yeah. I just want to add, I don't want to dogpile, but I also want to add, Beans as old Hass has shared this video. We've got a 360 view at high altitude of the horizon. Now, what's happening to that horizon? It's curving around the observer, right? We're seeing at high altitude the horizon as a great circle around you. So just be aware that that can be mistook for curvature as well, especially to someone who doesn't really know what they're looking at and don't look at high altitude footage much.
Well, first time I speaking about this topic, by the way. You know, that's
yeah, I appreciate all your questions, and I appreciate that you're listening very well. You know, and you've been honest all the way. That's we don't get that all the time. So it's nice to hear you. Nice to hear your concerns. Hopefully, we've answered your questions, and if you have more, keep going because you're beginning to understand that something is not right. Something. It's not as easy as that. Do you understand that?
Yeah. By the way, I also thank you for trying to understand my questions. Obviously, you can see the English is broken, and thank you for about your patience.
You're doing a very good job. You're doing a very good job. We understand you well. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, still I have to research about those kind of things, but it's a good topic, I guess, for researching.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, you're welcome. And by the way, it's the Scottish. We've got the Scottish contingent in the house. Great to hear the Scots. Great to hear the Scots. Okay, the new.
Okay, then new. I ain't heard that for a while. Yeah, Enver. It's one thing you're going to start to realize is a lot of the globe claims are interpretation. When you start researching a bit deeply, you should really figure out sort of whether you're applying critical thinking skills and whether you're being fair on both sides of the fence. If you're going to scrutinize the flat Earth claims, you need to ask yourself, have you scrutinized the globe claims to the same degree? Because there's a natural bias in all of us before we wake up, to how the mind works. There's a natural bias. We've been taught to believe stories. We've not been taught to use critical thinking to discern information. And that's what's key here. You're not starting from neutral. You're starting with a bias that the Earth's a globe without evidence. That's
right.
all of us.
Yeah. I mean, right now I'm gonna watch the video, the I don't know how can I pronounce, but the Bruno, Bruno, I don't know how can I pronounce it. Yaga, maybe. Yeah. The video.
Yeah. Is he saying Alberoni? Is he saying something like that?
No,
Yaga Bruno.
Yaga Bruno. Yaga, yeah. Okay. G is different, right? We have in our alphabet this word. We saying like yeah, because of this. Yeah, sorry. And yeah, I'm gonna watch this video. Thank you for everything, by the way. So,
oh yeah, and please come back, for more
thank you.
information.
Yeah, of course. So see you guys. Bye bye. Thank you for everything.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
See you soon.
Yeah, that was a good bit of engagement there, because he didn't want to argue, and obviously we don't want to argue with him either. But question, and yeah, one question was put forward, and look at what the result. He got a video. He's on his way. Thinking, yeah, those bloody flat earthers fools. Kidding.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right, Jin. This morning is luring us into a false sense of security. We're going to get the idiots in shortly. Don't worry.
yeah, exactly. Shouting
Good
at each other.
morning.
Yeah. Good morning. Yeah, they're all very convinced with the rockets going to space because the technology it's advanced so much. It does look realistic, doesn't it?
I feel like it's looking less realistic. That it's becoming harder to fake it.
Actually, I would have to agree with you there with the CGI nonsense. Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting really. See, when you had analog TV, it's quite easy. You can blur it in. It's in black and white and stuff. It's a lot harder to tell. Yeah, but in this 8K, 4K, and then on top of that, right? They're doing things still grainy footage when they have 8K and 16K and whatnot. I'm not sure, but
yeah, HD, HD, high definition. Yeah, what's going on,
And I said this ages ago when they were talking about going back to the moon for the first time, and then they failed to launch or something like that. But I said it's going to be so much harder for them to fake it now because they need to do it in HD. So they need to show them on the moon in HD, jumping around and playing golf and stuff. So,
yeah. That's why the Artemis 2 images were just awful. No, not good at all. Very anti-climax, and people were complaining.
Yeah.
Quality of the picture. They're taking pictures with their cameras, from inside the spacecraft. Clearly, they're in a studio. Stupid.
Yeah.
It's a really good
What an
point,
insult.
actually. I never really, until you brought it up, I agree now, actually. Yeah, it is getting harder. And I remember seeing all the comments under the Artemis videos thinking, wow, there's a lot of backlash here. What's going on? But that makes a lot of sense.
Wasn't there?
Yeah, but everybody's on guard, aren't they, from AI? So that does make sense. People are more skeptical now of what they're seeing.
Yeah, there was a lot of pushback.
Yeah, you've got a generation that have grown up on video games too, so they know what CGI graphics look like.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
So I'm beginning to that's a really great point. I can't believe I really missed that because I've been on the opinion that it's just going to get tougher. People are going to get more and more sucked in, but actually I can see how this could all backfire on them.
And like you said, Roots, in the comments, I read those comments as well, and there was a whole heap of pushbacks. Loads of it was just coming in drones, man. Loads of it.
Yeah.
I was glad. I was smiling. when I saw that. I said, "Yeah, the world is." They realise. Yeah.
Well, most of them are Globers. That's what I loved the most. There was no flat Earth talk. It was just what kind of DGI bullshit is this, and loads of like sarky comments. You could just tell nobody was buying it.
Yep.
My favorite part was there was no ticker tape parade.
That's right. No ticker tape parade when they came back. And in fact, when they came out of that capsule, who was the leader? I've forgotten his name now. But the way he stepped out, you could tell he was acting. Not like someone who'd been out in space for 10 days.
Well, that sort of says something also that I don't think it maybe between everyone here we could name one of them. these should be 4 names that should have been chiseled into American history, but they're not.
Yeah, one of
Well,
them's
they pulled it
Glover,
off
but
the
the other one's
first time.
Christina. The other one's something handsome, and I've forgotten the leader's name. I've forgotten the leader's name. Yeah, something handsome.
The first time they had the names, right? Like Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin. Everybody knows that's a household name to this day. Anybody that's alive.
Yeah.
But yeah, this one you can't. I can't name any of them. The only one, like you said, Christina. That's the only one I know because I think she was
Christina,
the main.
something Glover, right? That's the black guy. Then there was the one at the not the head of the mission, but the assistant there. His name was something Handsome. That was his name. And then the leader, I've forgotten his name now. Can't remember his name.
I wasn't really paying attention. Did they do many interviews after they returned?
Yeah, and that made it worse because I think the first day, the interview, or the first time, she's like walking about, and then the next day, I think they're doing footage of her. Apparently, it's hard for her to walk. She has to relearn how to walk and stuff.
Yeah,
but like the first day, she's fine up
around.
on stage. Yeah, and then the next they're showing her apparently she's in therapy, learning how to walk. She's still readjusting, and
yeah, they got that wrong, didn't they? What about the when she was speaking, and then there was that moment of silence, right? There was a break in her communication, and then in the end, she says, "Earth, you are a crew." What a load of codswallop.
But she also, when she did the pause, she also said, "Oh, or something like that." Like,
yeah, that's what she said. That's what she said. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because she's obviously been told what to say.
Well, it was after,
and then in the end, she came with that cop out line. Earth, you are a crew.
Well, yeah. After that is when they took away her ability to walk. So to give her, so no one focused in on the they're like, oh, can't walk. That's her claim to fame now. I don't know. The whole thing's crazy.
Yeah. You are a poo.
Yeah, it's the same old psyop. You know, they pair it one thing after the other. You know, this fades into the distance. I mean, no one's even really ecstatic that they apparently went back to the moon. And then now they got this big hype around Disclosure Day, that movie coming out, and then the Trump releasing UFO information, and they just pair it all together. It's the same old bullshit over and over again.
It is. Really terrible. You know, anyway, hopefully people are going to wake up to this stupidness that's going on. I mean, I don't know how I don't know how he's got away with it, you know, all these bogus assassination attempts. He's handed all. He has made the presidentship really bad. He's the worst one. All right? He's the worst one
he
ever.
holding a UFC fight? I'm sure he's holding a UFC fight there.
Oh yeah, at the White House. Yeah, he is.
That's unbelievable.
He's making a bloody mockery of this thing. You know?
Unbelievable.
And they've got to give him a bloody, what is it? He got a Nobel. He got a Nobel Prize. He don't get a Nobel. Fucking hell, he even got a Nobel. He didn't do fuck all, and he's got a Nobel.
Did he get a Nobel Prize?
Well, he asked for it, didn't he? I think he got it.
Well, this is if they do have that UFC fight, it'll be first time Washington's ever generated any revenue.
Oh shit! I never thought about that.
Yeah. He's just making a mockery of the presidency.
He's just going to use it for golf, mate. Golf money, that is. Costs a lot to play golf.
There's a good he's like a YouTuber. I always see his reels on Facebook. His name's Dimitri Revolt. He's French, but yeah, he breaks it down pretty well. He's always doing little clips and exposing that side of things, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
good.
All actors. They're all actors. It's a stage, you know. Trump's just another actor. Yeah,
absolutely.
None of them. Nobody. There's no such thing as somebody, you know, becoming president. It's selected from the beginning, you know. So all of your presidents are all the same. Yeah.
I just couldn't get it right. The bullet misses his ear, right? Just skims his hair and he's fist pumping. I mean, come on.
And then the second one, right?
Man.
He was hoping for he's hoping for that will be his statue, right? That's what it is. We all think it's insignificant, but when he leaves office, that will be his statue.
And then didn't they have the second one? He's at dinner.
He's under the table
He's
with
at
the fist pump.
No, but he's at dinner and
hold on. The second one though, it was like a CBS News special. I mean, who knows the validity of these things? There was a damn mentalist / magician on stage 2 feet from him when they pulled the stunt. So,
holy shit!
Oh my god!
But we have to remember. I mean, I know this is flat Earth. We got to get back, but. I don't know what to say, but at least it's not the alternative that was running against them in charge for the last 2 years.
Yeah, true. But what I've always said about all of them, yeah, exactly. But a lot of people, some flat earthers did have faith and hope in Trump and all that sort of thing. But Trump's always supported a space program and he's buddies with Elon Musk. So they're all part of the same bullshit lie because none of them truly believe it's a globe. They all know, right? So that's how you knew from the start, sort of thing.
Yeah.
No, I hear what you guys are saying. But it is a little strange, but if someone from that position were to say something that drastic as, hey, everything that was in the 60s and 70s was fake, the earth is flat, it could induce panic from that position of authority, because that's the way people operate. People are begging to hear things on TV to validate it. I mean, last week the guy came in here. You were probably here, Jen, when the guy came in here and said, "Hey, JD Vance says there's possibly alien life." I mean, it's just they just need to hear. I don't know why, but people need to hear everything on TV. Not everyone and not everything, but there is still this. Even though everyone's on their damn cell phones, there's still that authority of the TV. This is a clip on my cell phone that was on TV, and he said that there's aliens. I don't know.
Yeah, the TV seems to still carry weight, you see. That's what it is.
Yeah, that seems to be a bigger problem than whoever is in these offices. It's the fact that there's this box that can manipulate the thoughts one way or another instantaneously in a group fashion.
Yeah, back in the day in England, they used to call it the idiot box. Now I know what they meant.
Yeah,
that's what they called it here too.
My gym teacher back in high school called it the monkey box.
Oh, there you go. You see, yeah. Now we know what he meant. You see,
that's the machine. Big Brother, and it's all different parts of the machine. The media, and then you have the government, and then the police and the judges and all that enforce it. It's one big machine.
Yeah, I thank George Orwell for his 1984. That was good.
Correct. Yeah, that's 1984. We're in that right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need that device. They need the either radio, TV, or the Facebook, or wherever the hell it's Instagram, whatever the kids are. They need that thread. It's strange. Yeah, I don't know. There's there's bigger problems than. And the crazy thing about the election cycle in the United States is it's every 4 years. How everyone's gotten so whipped up in this whole. I can understand. I don't know. I can understand if some emperor put his crown on, and which is what they're kind of saying Trump's doing, but it's not. I mean, he was elected once. There was an odd election. He left. I mean, at least this is the narrative they're showing us on TV. So it's weird. It's like they're trying to get us riled up and calm down at the same time.
Yeah, it's a constant.
They do that in a lot of things, and they even did it sort of with you have the people traveling around the moon, and then 2 months later they can't get a rocket off the launch pad; it explodes.
Yeah.
There's like this back and forth of just keeping people in the middle of this tug of war. It's weird.
It's part of their psychological, thing that they do. That's why it never ends,
Yeah, that's why the last guy's like, what does it matter? What does it matter if it's a
Yeah.
globe? But it's interesting with this, they don't even want a tug of war. They don't want the flat earth idea to pull back. They just want to lay more rope out for the globe idea. So yeah, it's this whole idea, the whole globalism is where a lot of the roots. That's when people started having these wacky ideas. But the funny thing is, there was also that bumper sticker that said "Act locally, think globally." Well, that's people just need to. If everyone lives their life in harmony with what they're surrounded with, and everyone's doing that from place to place to place, why did they need a director? You know what I'm saying? It's not like we're doing a band performance where everyone has to be in sync. Everyone just needs to learn the tune and march around the field, live life. Why they think they need to be a director of it all is bizarre.
Yeah.
Well, that goes into the side of it, the conspiracy side of it, where about how they came to power and how they believe that we're supposed to be controlled and contained in a certain space.
Yeah, because it benefits them. It doesn't.
Yeah, it's like it's that bloodline sort of thing. It goes back a long time, like how they came into this. Like we're at the end of the line, we're in the present. Everything that happened before us, sort of thing. But it's all so complicated, But it's quite. It's also obvious if you just follow it how it happened. But what you can see is that they've been in control for a long time, and it's the same family and the same bloodlines and stuff for the last couple hundred years. You would know it because you live in America. It wasn't too long ago, but it was an elementary school or girl, whatever, and she did a class project and she showed that all presidents, I think it was during Obama, so everyone up to Obama can all be traced back to one king from England.
Yeah, I kind of remember that vaguely. Yeah,
I remember that.
That would be weird, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it was a school project, and they just put it on the news casually, like an elementary school showed that all presidents up to Obama's can be traced. They can trace their family bloodline back to a king in England in such and such.
Really, I don't believe that for 1 second, but that's what they put down. Come on.
Yeah, you'd have to look it up. Yeah.
But that's weird, isn't it? If that was the case.
Yeah. But see, it does definitely sound weird. But then the way, like, most people would hear it, majority, like the masses who are asleep, would just think, "Oh, that's so strange." But it's just more evidence to support the fact that it's part of their rules, right? It has to be one of them.
Yeah,
it can't be one
they're
of
in
us.
control of it. Yeah. They're in control of it.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Like even the 4 years thing you mentioned, it's the same here in Australia. They have an election every 4 years. Like why is it every 4 years? Why isn't it every year, every 2 years, 3 years? It's the same playbook.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I don't understand it.
Go ahead.
Like, we're getting into like government talk, but since the I'll just say it in one sentence. Since the Constitution exists, what does it matter what the president is or says or does? All the things in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and all those things, there's instructions on how to change the things in the thing if you don't like it. So this idea that everyone gets it's been happening since before I was alive. I mean, people were making Carter jokes when I was a kid, Jimmy Carter jokes for the first decade and a half of my life. But it's like, how did they get everyone whipped up? Well, hell, I remember when my mom watched Princess Diana get married to Charles. It's like, how does anyone even care? You know what I'm saying? It's like, how do these? I guess there's a lot of feeble minds on Earth, and that's why these people who find themselves in leadership roles, whether local government all the way up to the people who hunt other humans in the German woods, they see a vacuum or they inherited that position. I mean, maybe these people, these families that you say that control the world, maybe they're so rich and so many generations detached, they don't even know they're in charge. They just know they're rich.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And they've outsourced the whole staying in charge thing to someone 5 generations ago.
I've always found it funny where you have so many men around this black limousine that the president's in, you know, and then they're running behind the car, running in front of the car, beside the car, looking around. You know, like you said, the Constitution's in place. What use does he serve? Joke, just a
No,
show,
I
isn't
mean,
it?
just the things that are written in the Constitution. I do agree that it's weird, it's foggy, the whole Revolutionary War, the whole colonies here. But then you look at the Constitution, which is unique to the United States because the United States is the only country that has a Constitution that was founded when the Constitution was written. You'll find a lot of these countries have constitutions that were inserted hundreds of years after the country started. Well, those are unalienable rights. Is how the Constitution doesn't give those rights. They just identify them as being unalienable. So it doesn't take a government to recognize them. It takes the person to see that these are my freedoms because I'm a man, not because I'm an American.
Well, do you think there's maybe an aspect to it where, like to this day, it's upheld, right? You have freedom of speech, you have the right to bear arms, and all that sort of
Yeah,
thing.
you have the right to keep the government out of your house, even in times of war. You don't have to quarter soldiers unless there's some sort of there's a big sequence, but they just can't knock on the door and say, "Come in." You have a right to your personal effects, your house, beach.
Yeah, but like, so, but if they really want to, if you're really a problem, they can just kill you, sort of thing, right? So they give you this illusion that, like, yeah, you're free and you're free, and yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
I understand that, but then,
yeah,
if if there becomes a pattern of that occurrence, then you'll have 6 chapters in the history books of what occurred after that to preserve the original rights.
Like, I agree with you, but at the same time, we have that pattern every single time, like, it's just like Gary Webb exposed the CIA bringing in cocaine, right? Assassinated, suicide, 2 shots in the head. He shot himself twice in the head. Then you have like John F. Kennedy. He's speaking about secret societies and that. Bang, assassinated. So, I mean, there is a reoccurring pattern where it's like, if you're a problem, they just get rid of you anyway. So yeah, I don't know. It's obviously in-depth stuff, but it is all connected. It is all connected because you can't separate flat Earth from any of this secret society stuff, because all of those secret societies, they all know the true shape or nature of the Earth as well, and they participate in the lie. And then, anything to do with science is all related to it as well. Yeah. But what do? You know, we're all essentially in a prison. There's not much we can do. But there's a lot we can do in this prison, but it's like trying to overthrow, you know, all the guards watching us, which is the military, and then, you know, the wardens and all that sort of stuff. It's like, yeah, we're outnumbered. And they got there first, you know.
Well,
Like
what you have
just
now,
on
what you have now in this country, and maybe it depends regionally, but you had a weird little era there where the people decided to police one another, and there still is a little bit of that where people are kind of think it's their right to be in other people's business.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? It's like everyone turned into Rolf from Sound of Music.
I can't say I remember that. I have seen that as a kid.
It's like when Rolf blows the whistle. She's like, "No, Rolf, no," and he blows the whistle on the whole family.
And see, that's 1984 stuff again with the kids. You know, they're telling the kids to report their parents and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, it's happened over a long time. But I feel this is idiocracy, this kind of thing. You know, people are really dumbed down. It's the phones and the screens and the food and the sprays. We're getting sprayed with stuff. It's in the water. You know, and I mean, even if you go into the health side of things, you could take perfume, like your shampoos, conditioners, soaps, all that stuff will affect your hormones as well if it's all petroleum derived, which is the majority of what people use because people aren't making conscious decisions about what they put on their body. It's in the clothes, it's in the bed sheets, it's in everything. Microplastics. Most people are eating a GMO-based, heavy processed food diet, and then they're not willing to look into the science of this stuff, how that affects everything in your body. And then some of us who, you know, are making the conscious decisions, even some of us still get confused and we're looking around like, why the fuck is everyone so dumb and retarded? It's because they're caked in chemicals, which is fucking up their hormones, so they can't even think straight. And then they're just like just consuming whatever they're being told. You literally have just meat sacks, you know.
Well,
But and then
the Trump administration gets one in that's column positively for they have attempted to the EBT cards or the whatever that's what they call it now. I don't even know what that stands for, but the welfare, the government checks for food. They get these accounts. They've limited because a lot of people will get the EBT and they'll just go to the gas station and get Mountain Dew and Skittles on the government, on the taxpayers' dole for their what's supposed to be their sustenance. So they've tried to curb that. They have curbed that. Who knows to what end? But
oh yeah, we haven't even mentioned the drug use yet, right? The drug use, like the amount of people that are on drugs, whether you know, alcohol is a drug, so that as well. But yeah, they had something similar.
Yeah, alcohol consumption has plummeted here in the United States, especially in the younger generation.
That's good. That's one of the worst things for anybody, alcohol.
Well, they did have there was a previous generation that was, you know, working in a factory, coming home, drinking booze, hard liquor, copious amounts till sleep, wake up, repeat. So I don't know. Yeah, these are all things in moderation, but yeah, these are all kind of, there's lots of things going on. I mean, yeah, all the weird shampoo companies. That's been going on for decades, you know, whoever's but what's also interesting is there's all these alternatives, which have found like a niche audience. But it that's the problem. Who are we to say what someone consumes? It's terrible. Yeah, everything would be a lot easier if everyone lived off of what they got off of their farm or their neighboring, what they traded from their neighboring farms, and then everyone worked from sunrise to sundown. Yeah, everyone would be a lot healthier. But here we are. There's a double-edged sword when you start telling people what they can't eat, what they can eat.
Of course,
And
yeah.
you know what I'm saying? And there have been some like sugar drinks, carbonated sugar drinks on the market here in the United States where it's just the market didn't support it. So it's sort of like you kind of have to depend on. And I think a lot of people have turned away from a lot of fast foods, and especially since the fast foods prices have skyrocketed. And also with the shampoo that was made by the mega company used to be cheap, and the natural stuff used to be expensive. Now it's almost, you can find the natural stuff for same price, if not cheaper. So it is strange. It's a strange crossroads. I guess we're always maybe this is a crossroads because all these highways have been converging for a long time. Even Walmart, I've heard, is financially having woes.
Well, I heard that's something to do with the future of them being closed down, but then turned into FEMA camps.
Yeah, I heard that FEMA camp Walmart thing half a decade ago, if not longer. Yeah, this.
Yeah, no, it's interesting stuff. And unfortunately, all of us are just speculating, right?
What say you, Hard Jelly? I don't think I've seen you in here before. If anything.
Hey, it's up. Been here like a few times.
Okay, what's up?
Not bad, man. Just been recovering from a sickness, that's all. I like to listen in here and there.
Yeah, me too. It is strange, though, how the ideologies that are, well, this is from my point of view, but the ideologies that are the most, the worst ideologies, that's my point of view, but the ones that have the most restrictions, obvious restrictions, are the ones that are so hell-bent on taking over the world. So if that's the case, if you have these ideologies that are wanting to restrict everyone and literal daily restrictions, some historically down to what they wear, if you have those people trying to take over the world, then it shouldn't be surprising that a lesser evil stands up to them. So it's like, but the lesser evil gets blamed for being the bad guys, you know.
I mean, it's the Bill Gateses and all that sort of stuff that want to buy up farmland and then block out the sun and
Yes.
you know, yeah,
He might
talk
as well be
about
Chinese.
yeah, and they talk about if you don't want to get vaccinated, well then we got to figure out a way to get you vaccinated. Do you know what I mean? So
Yeah, that's probably, we're not supposed to talk about that, but it's everything, including that.
yeah, yeah,
That's in their, that's, we'll have success when, that's in their checklist, that and everything else. Well, that's not even logistically possible.
yeah. Well, they just start putting it in the water and stuff.
Well, you
No, I'm saying
mentioned
it's not logistically possible to get everyone on the same page of everything. So why would that? Why would anyone even entertain these ideologies at all? I don't get it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's their ideology, but the thing is, they actually I don't know the word, right? But they actually make these things happen. They sit there with billions of dollars and they actually formulate ways to make it happen. They don't just sit there and chat about it in a
Yeah,
say
and
like a
here we
Discord
are,
group like
and
us.
here we are, and here we are. They
Yeah.
have realized that it's a lie, so they don't get world domination if they don't have me.
Yeah, that's true. But we'll always be a minority so far as we can tell.
Yeah, every singular person in and of themselves is a minority. But that's about as free as you can be as an individual to not, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they are going to heap on this story, but it's like it's not why they keep going forward with something that they know doesn't work. That's the frightening part. It's still like maybe it is one of those things where the people with the money funding the thing don't even know they're funding it just because there's so much wealth has been generated and is being generated that this thing is just running down the tracks and everyone's fighting to get into the conductor's seat.
Well, if you've ever looked into anything Tartaria, right, anything around that subject, you'll see that there's a reset, sort of thing, and that's what they do. They get it to a certain point, and then they reset it all, with some catastrophic event, and for the most part, they're running with a staged alien invasion. And then world wars and all this sort of stuff.
What you said you looked into Tartaria. What was the reset in Tartaria? If you don't mind me asking.
Well, I don't know the exact answer. I can't tell you that, right? But it's around the 1800s, hundreds sort of thing, and
Yep.
it's mud flood or some sort of catastrophic event that either happened and then there's a power changeover, a handover of all the wealth and the power and all that sort of stuff, or it's the same people that do it every single time, sort of thing. But the evidence for that is the buried buildings where there's clearly been liquefaction or whatever they call it of the actual land on a mass scale. And then you have the what's that? Sorry, yeah, liquefaction. Yeah, is that where the mud goes to like water?
Yep.
Yeah, and then you have the whole narrative which doesn't add up about how everything was made and who invented it and whatnot, and that it all happens around the same time. And then that's the same narrative that we're all under. So you have World War One and Industrial Revolution, and then you have World War Two, and then you have what happened after that, and then that's what we're living in now. And we live a very simple life, but we think that it's so advanced. You know, everything's so advanced. We have internet and we have smartphones and all this sort of stuff. But I'm not sure. Have you looked into any of that Tartaria stuff?
No, I've heard about it before, but I haven't looked into it properly.
Yeah, well, I didn't actually just specifically come across Tartaria. Later, it's being called that, Tartaria, the same way, you know, Flat Earth is called Flat Earth sort of thing. But it was EY. He has like a 5-hour thing. It was the lost history of the Flat Earth. But he was tying that into it because the whole video starts with him trying to give contrast because he's talking about Germany and he's showing the photos. Yeah, and when you go into it, you'll just see. I mean, how do I explain it, right? Like they're building these massive buildings when they're still on horse and cart and power tools haven't been invented, sort of thing. But yeah, so for example, like the telephone, radio, you know, all these things that we use, it's all invented allegedly around the same time. But they started laying undersea cable. Do you know about submarine cables, underwater cables, or whatever they're called?
Yeah, we're talking to each other on one.
What's that? Oh, yeah.
Like current
Yeah,
submarines
no,
or submarines back then? Or cables back then?
No, yeah, the undersea cables is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like the whole world's connected by cable underwater. Like, I mean, I'm in Australia. We have many lines, right? But one of ours goes to where is it? It's in the Middle East somewhere, Omar or something like that, wherever it's called. But it's all connected. I mean, the Africa 2 link is like 42,000 kilometers long. It's just cables underneath the water and shit. But I'm saying, like, what's that?
That was an old world, was it? That was a recent thing, wasn't it?
Nah, but that's in the narrative. It's old world technology. But they started laying these before telephones and before anything. They were doing this for telegrams or something like that. But you know, they started doing this in like 17 something. And then they talk about, you know, back then, because fiber optics hadn't been found, it was all like copper and lead or something like that, and then, you know, the rubber and whatnot. And it's like one kilometer of the cable weighs, you know, I forget it, it's like 1,000 tons or something like that. But I'm saying, like, they still use this same system because it was already there. Like railways, they were already there. What we're using right now, like internet, it's already there. It exists in the air. But they were given this, and then they create a narrative like, oh, such and such discovered radio waves. He discovered this in such and such. But it's all stuff that already existed and it was handed over.
Was it like, I'm not sure if it's this, but the Tartaria stuff, but like the copper batteries and stuff like that, I think I've heard about.
Yeah.
That's the same thing.
Well, in the
Tartaria.
similar, yeah. It's all connected. It's all connected. Like,
On top of the buildings and stuff. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they had spires. It's like spires to tap into the ether or the atmosphere or whatever you want to call it, and it's how they harness energy. And they have batteries, which is like stored underground. But yeah, it's like cathedrals. When you go, it's like any topic. Like, so when you go into Tartaria, you have all these little subsects of it, whatever you want to call it. But it's like you go into cathedrals, and then you start seeing the same architecture all around the world. When basically the narrative doesn't add up either, but yeah.
Yeah, I have a weather question actually.
Yeah.
Well, first off, like, do you guys draw any distinction between the northern and southern hemisphere, like as it's designated on maps?
They're different parts, of the same Earth, but yeah, it's different climates and all that sort of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, different oceans and water currents surrounding the land masses.
Yeah.
Is that what you would attribute to, like, the Coriolis force acting differently in those different hemispheres, or how is that explained?
Well, hold on. Oh, don't tell me you think that if I flush a toilet here in the northern hemisphere, and like on the Simpsons episode, I call my friend in Australia and their toilet's flushing backwards, that's a myth. That's an old wives' tale. I used to have a sink. I used to have a double sink. And on either side of the double sink, you know what the double sink is?
Yeah.
On either side of the sink, one was one emptied in a swirl that was clockwise, and on the other side of the sink, 12 inches away, it was counterclockwise.
I guess I'm talking about the rotation direction of storms in the various hemispheres, as opposed to just
but
like water.
then you have cyclones and anticyclones.
Well, then why would it be like, only cyclones in one hemisphere and anticyclones in the other hemisphere?
No, you have anticyclones and cyclones in the same place.
The commonality is very low, right? I actually don't know the rates are, but the commonality is very low. I know that for sure.
But what do you mean when you say Coriolis? What do you define that as, Coriolis?
The tendency of, well, I'm specifically talking about the tendency of storms in the northern hemisphere to rotate opposite of the direction from the southern hemisphere.
But I know, but I'm saying, are you attributing this to the Coriolis effect?
I'm simply marking it as an observation and curious how that aligns with flat earthers models, if there are any models you're like willing to stand behind.
Yeah, I think there's a video, you would have to search for it, but it's on Quantum Eraser's channel, but he goes in the Coriolis effect, right? How you have an inertial frame of reference and a non-inertial frame of reference, and you need those to have a Coriolis effect. So you have one spinning and one non-spinning. So it doesn't fit into the globe model anyway.
Man, I always find myself wishing that like the Neil deGrasse Tyson of flat Earth is in here, so I could ask him real questions.
Well, McFuggin, it's so funny though that you don't understand. You kind of you get real exasperated real quickly. The weird thing is you're wanting some flat Earth model to explain storms and weather, yet when asked about the Coriolis, what exactly are you claiming? You won't even make a claim. What you're talking about is Earth-based Coriolis, where you have a spinning ball Earth. So it's
no. Actually, I didn't. I said. Here's what I said. Here's an observation. The observation is that storms form in one rotational direction in one hemisphere and another rotational direction in the other hemisphere. Okay, I'm not attributing to any specific force.
And then
the Coriolis is simply a word that's used to describe that in science.
And then I gave instances of storms acting counter to that, and you wrote that off.
Yeah, but that's the exception, not the rule.
But here's the thing, dude. Okay, whatever. But if
whatever is not a fucking solid argument.
But dude, if it's bound by what you're saying it is, there wouldn't be any exceptions.
That's not true at all. Just like you're
So
double sync.
you need to, dude. It's how the drain is. It's a relationship of where the drain is in the bottom of the fucking sink.
Okay, where's the
But you
drain?
And which
it's the
direction
same
the
with
water comes
toilets.
in from.
Yeah, it's the same with toilets. It's the way the water jets are shooting them. But you need to substantiate your claim in the first place. That's the problem with you guys. You just take it as you won't even.
Is this an observation?
Yeah,
I'm just
but
saying,
the
hey,
observation-
everybody
but the
can observe by looking at weather
Yes.
and storm formations and all over
That's
the world that
fine.
rotational
But-
directions of storms in the northern hemisphere versus the southern hemisphere
Yeah, but then you
generally
said,
different.
Time out. Let me just spit this out. But then you said I need that explained on a flat Earth. You need
I was
to
simply
explain it-
asking, hey,
you
like
need
what
to
flat Earth
explain
model
it-
can you guys stand behind that would actually attribute for this?
You need to explain it on a ball Earth.
Why? Why do I have to
because
explain it
just-
on a ball Earth for you to explain it on your model?
Listen,
No, because
we're not here
context,
claiming a
there is
model
they're the
first.
same. They're the same thing. So storms
Okay,
happen
so you
the
guys
way they happen.
you guys aren't willing to
on
stand
the
behind any
Earth.
model I'm hearing?
No, listen,
Oh
do
my
you
God.
benchmark reality to a model or to reality? Are you that model afflicted? First off. Second off, we're not here to automatically accept any freaking claim that comes across the table. That seems to be what you're doing. Why should we automatically accept what you think are the causes of weather patterns?
I'm not ascertaining any sort of cause. I'm simply asking like how you guys can explain this.
Why do you need
But
an
why
explanation
would
for it?
we-
How's that going to change anything?
Yeah, but also I'll
How
just
is-
input here something.
How is asking for an explanation
all globers,
from a room
all
full of flat
globers
earthers
pose the
going
question.
to change how
All right,
I perceive
okay,
flat
hold on a
Earth?
second.
Explanations
All globers
are
pose
not
their questions
evidence,
the
okay?
same
If
way.
you think explanations suffice for
I think
establishing any form
an
of
explanation is what I would be looking for to actually have some evidence to stand behind flat Earth.
truth, well, then you're
I
doing
can't
it
stand
wrong.
behind it.
Hold on.
Explanations aren't evidence, dude.
Explanations
And-
get you closer
and-
to an
No, they
understanding.
don't. Explanations are just stories, right? Have you ever met like a
No, those are
suffering
Definitely inferring the cause of a
ex-girlfriend
spinning
who
ball
lied
Earth.
about her whereabouts to you, and
I'm
her
not making
lie
any
was
inferences
completely
whatsoever.
self-contained and absolutely unfalsifiable?
Yes, but all globers ask questions the same way. When they ask for an explanation, they do it in this suggestion that you need to provide a counter explanation for the already proven scientifically globe model explanation. So
Not made.
does-
I mean, I'm
so hold on a
simply.
sec.
This is a
Okay.
weather
Can I
observation.
just
It
finish
has nothing to do with the globe.
One sentence. Does the globe have an explanation for storms? The same question you're asking. I'll try to give you an explanation, but first, what is the globe's explanation?
Why should I care or articulate a globe explanation for a
Yeah, why should
phenomenon?
I
I'm
articulate
asking
a flat Earth
you.
explanation?
Exactly. I know you are, but what am I, right?
Yeah, is this a double standard time? Like what? Do you submit all evidence?
This
to
isn't a
double
room
standard?
where you guys say, "Hey, there's no explanations whatsoever." This is a guy's room
No, we
where
don't
you guys
say
say,
there are
"Hey,
no
there's no
explanations.
curvature."
Listen, you're wrong. We don't say there are no explanations. Explanations are abundant. It's why people believe in a globe without evidence.
So,
Yeah, because
but you guys, sorry, you guys, this isn't a room where you guys say there's no evidence for any model. You guys say there is evidence, there's no curvature, right?
Well, dude, you're the one. Listen, you're the one acting so indignant that we should have some explanation for something that you don't even have an explanation for.
Listen,
And
there
but
are models
curvature
that
is
exist that
literally
do
no-
have
there's no
explanations for this, that
explanation
do
for
show
curvature.
evidence, that do show scientific research about this particular phenomenon. But I'm not
Does it
curious
include-
about
does it
those models. I'm
include a
curious
spinning
about
Earth?
your
Yeah,
models.
you're just making this shit up, dude. You have no idea what you're talking
Yeah.
about. What models?
I could
Can you give me
reference
one model?
reference a specific model about the shape of the Earth that accounts for this particular phenomenon, but I'm not
Okay,
sure that's
go ahead.
useful.
Coriolis
But I'm
effect.
not
Go
sure
ahead.
that's
Let's do
useful
it.
when I'm simply asking you
It's
guys to
useful for
present the
you.
model that explains it.
But hold on, McFuggin's opinion means nothing. The globe's explanation is the Coriolis effect, so that's all he has to stand by. Otherwise, he's giving us his own circular space ball testicle model.
I guess
the
I'm just
Earth-
saying, like, hey, here's a thing that we can all observe. How do you guys feel about this, and how does it
No,
relate to
we
flat
No
Earth?
idea
can't
what you're
all
even asking
observe.
for. You
We
said that
don't
models
all
provide
observe it.
explanations. Models don't explain shit. They describe. Theories explain. models describe. You have no idea what you're talking about or what you're asking for.
Correct.
I don't know what
That's
I'm
why
asking
it's
for
called the
because I'm
Coriolis effect.
opening that up
It's
to
not
you
called.
guys.
It's not called the Coriolis theory because it doesn't explain anything.
Listen, I'm not defining this as Coriolis. I'm literally saying like storms are observed rotating in one direction in one hemisphere and another direction in another hemisphere. You guys don't draw any specific distinction between the hemispheres. How do you explain that? How do you what's your evidence for?
Why do we need
Do you understand you can turn a steering wheel left and you can also turn it right? Some things go left, some things go right. What's your big thing
Yeah,
here?
yeah. Why do they always go left in one area and right in another?
They don't.
Why do they mostly?
What are you guys talking about?
Are you a storm chaser? Are you a storm chaser? You're just out there monitoring every single storm. Where are you watching these? You say that they're observations. Where are you observing them? Please.
You guys don't believe that that's the case? You guys
Okay,
don't believe that storms rotate mainly in one
I didn't say
direction in one
anything
hemisphere
about
and the other direction in the other
belief.
hemisphere?
I asked you.
You guys don't actually
where do
believe that?
Jesus Christ, man. It's not to do with belief. Observations, we're not talking about belief here. You're saying you observe them. Where do you observe them? Going in one direction, the same direction every single time. Where?
Well, it's not every single time. There are outliers.
Oh my God. Yes, okay, but where are you observing them?
I think
are you doing this on a physically?
humans
Are you there
collectively
watching the
observe
storm?
this.
Or are you watching it on a screen? Or are you reading data sheets or something? How are you observing them?
So you disagree with the premise that storms generally rotate
No,
in one
he's not
hemisphere versus
disagreeing
the
with
other?
shit. He's asking you for your epistemology behind this. How did you come to know this to be true?
Yeah, dude. When they show
I'm
the
not.
swirls,
I'm actually. I prefer. I prefer for
dude.
us to find something we can agree on. So if we can't agree on that, I'd prefer to move to a different thing that we can actually agree on the observation
doesn't
of.
provide truth value either.
Exactly.
Mafuggin, when they show these swirls on the radar and then they go to the guy on the street getting blown away, they say like 80-mile-per-hour straight line winds. So what is it? A swirl or are these winds blowing straight?
No, if you guys don't agree that storms generally rotate 1 degree, like one direction in the northern hemisphere and a different direction in the southern hemisphere, then I'd like to move to a different, different observation.
Okay, I would too. Here's an observation I have. Since you have the Earth spinning beneath the storms, do you have the Earth spinning beneath a hovering helicopter? Go.
Listen, Earth, spin. I don't even think we need to talk about these particular words. I just want to talk about observations.
That's what you were inferring. That's what you were inferring with your storms. Now you don't want to talk about it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Listen, you guys are looking for some sort of. You guys can't agree that this is a phenomenon, so I'm not sure we can talk about this one.
Well, you undermine the phenomenon after you were reminded of the exceptions. So
a phenomenon doesn't mean there are no exceptions.
Okay, does the helicopter hovering have the Earth spinning beneath it? Is that occurring in reality?
Yes.
I'm sorry, once more?
If a helicopter hovers above a helicopter pad, does the Earth spin beneath it?
Yes.
Not you, the other guy. We're asking what happens in actual reality. Not applying your logic from the storms.
Spin beneath it. I guess that would depend on the pilot, right? What direction they're holding the yoke.
This is on autopilot. It's hovering.
Well, autopilot could be programmed to lock itself to the apparent position of the Earth.
Oh, okay. So why can't you say that the ground is spinning?
Not necessarily. I'm not sure. You haven't even asked a real question. You haven't asked a real question.
If it's all in lock with dude, my question you avoided. Do the helicopters, if they hover, does the Earth move beneath them?
So you're asking if the Earth moves without respect. Are you asking if the helicopter moves with respect to the Earth? Would you call that the Earth spinning below it?
Is the helicopter on Earth if it's hovering?
Is the helicopter on Earth? It's still within the influence of Earth.
Just say yes. You know you want to. You have to at this point.
It's not touching ground. It's still within the influence.
What? Wait, what is the influence? What the fuck? What's the influence? Are you talking about the atmosphere or something? It's either on the ground or it's
Honestly,
in the air,
Andrew,
man.
that's a fucking great question, bro. I
It's
come
on the
in here every
ground.
once in a while when I think of a good question to ask, and then they hate my question. That's basically what happens
the
every
surface
time.
tension of the air that's close to the ground that would be pulling the helicopter with it. Surface tension of the air on the ground of the Earth.
Okay, so why does why does Neil deGrasse Tyson say a 40-yard field goal deflects by a third of an inch, depending on what hemisphere it's in?
This is why I come in here only with
No,
observations to talk about observations that if people were real, if people like you guys flat earthers were able to just observe and
Yeah, but let the guy who took over for you, Martins. What's up with that?
Yeah. Oh, it's spelled M-A-R.
You were so you were so certain of it a moment ago. So why does Neil deGrasse Tyson say that a 40-yard field goal deflects a third of an inch? You just made this grand announcement about helicopters being stuck to the earth. Okay, so nothing. Thank you. You don't need to butt in. You don't need to butt in from McFuggin.
Dude, I'm
Oh
clueless
man,
about
they
that
lose
question.
every single time. They lose.
No, you guys aren't able to having like an honest conversation. This is the truth.
Yeah, that's a cop out. You're not honest. You're not able to. Not us.
Yeah, McFuggin, you need to examine the claim that the globe makes. That's where
Why
you
do I need
start.
to examine a claim that's made by a different model?
Because
If
all
like
you're
you guys
doing-
and your no curvature
because-
model is what matters in this room.
No, it's a no curvature reality.
So if your no curvature reality is so fucking like pedantically like locked to any observation that I can make that you have to argue my observation instead of agreeing that it does happen in this world, then I mean, what's the validity
Tastes
there?
like word
Well, dude,
salad.
I gave you an answer within 5 seconds. I said that the temperatures of the seas do it.
The temperatures of the seas, my dude.
That's right.
How does the temperature of the seas mean that in one hemisphere? What is the difference between what's the difference? Okay, sorry. Where's the temperature difference in different hemispheres coming from?
Well, all kind of different seas within one sea have different temperatures. The northern Atlantic is ice.
And why you're suggesting that there is some sort of temperature difference? Hold on.
Are you denying that the seas have different temperatures? Why do you get so crazy about? Because I'm doing
no. Here we go. This is actually a great point.
You said, "Hey, ball Earth."
I didn't say, "Hey, ball Earth." I'm actually specifically not saying, "Hey, ball Earth."
Yeah, on purpose. But do you see the difference here?
Yes, on purpose, so that we can talk about it, brother.
Okay, do you have bad hearing? Do you have bad hearing?
My hearing's just fine, man. I got the good headphones too.
Okay,
now you've said that there's a temperature difference between oceans in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere.
So no, that's not. I said there's different oceans. There's different temperatures of oceans all over the place.
I specifically asked about the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere.
Dude,
and then you said, well, there's different temperatures.
Well, you'll find cold waters in the northern hemisphere. You'll find cold waters in the southern hemisphere. You'll find warm waters in the southern hemisphere. You'll find warm waters in the northern hemisphere.
Okay, so you're saying there's some uniformity between the two hemispheres then, right?
Listen, dude, how is it that we're able to go into my claim, yet your claim, which is the one that's supposed to be rock solid in the science books, you're afraid to even look at?
I haven't mentioned anything that's in a science book.
No, you have.
Like what?
When you said your initial thing, talking about the storms, you said, I need to hear an explanation on the flat Earth model.
I say I'd like to hear an explanation that would make me stand behind a flat Earth model.
Dude. No, dude, the answer is no. There's reality, but you're missing it. You people always miss it. You have bad conversational skills. It's like what make me lose my train of thought. Yeah, I'm trying to.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
you've
no, that's fine.
interrupted me so many
Conversational
times.
skills. Go ahead.
Yeah, you were talking about you made the claim that I need to hear an explanation from you flat earthers, whether you know it or not. And I don't think you do because you lack the conversational skills. You're not present in any conversation that's taking place. You're inferring that this is all figured out by the spinning ball model.
Well, I'm inferring that you guys have figured something out in a flat Earth model.
And there is no.
If you guys haven't figured anything out in a flat Earth
time.
model, then how is there a flat Earth model?
I figured something out on a flat Earth. There's a sucker born every minute. P.T. Barnum was right.
That can actually happen on any model.
And so can storms.
Sure.
Okay.
But how do you account, and what model do you stand behind that can account for the difference in the rotation of storms in the northern hemisphere
What
versus
is
the
this
southern hemisphere?
obsession with a model? You don't need a model.
If you don't need a model, if you don't need a model, that's fine. But then you can't say the Earth is flat. All you can say is there's no way to.
If you don't realize by that last statement that you just made that you're once again inferring the validity of the globe Earth model, then you're completely lost. You need to come to grips with that, dude.
As this is something
you were
that actually
the whole time,
we talk about together as a civilization, and we agree that storms rotate generally one direction in what we call the northern hemisphere, and the other direction in what we call the southern hemisphere. So hey guys, here you are. You guys argue flat Earth. You guys say no curvature. How does that happen with no curvature?
Part of talking together is you listening sometimes.
There is a flat Earth model that might give what you're asking for, motherfucking, but no one in here is aware of it. These guys don't mess with models. They like to talk a lot. So
that's kind of what I was saying. Like, I wish like I'd come in here one day, like the fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson of flat Earth would be in here, and like I actually just talk to him.
Don't need a model.
You'd cry right through him.
Who is he? Who, like, literally, who are they? So that I can go like find them on YouTube.
You'll never know because
find
you don't
them
ever stop setting up.
Oh my god.
So
there isn't anyone, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, no. What you have is there isn't anyone. There is the Earth.
There isn't anyone that can explain why Earth flat.
Well, that's been explained. It's flat because it's measurably no curve. Water seeks and finds level. Here in reality, it's flat.
Who can I talk to?
That doesn't have to be explained.
Is there another Discord that I can go to talk to someone that can just like calmly talk about like what model you guys believe in? And,
well, dude,
how to explain these phenomena?
I'm going to mute you again. Do you want to be muted again, or do you want to have an actual conversation?
Power trip as much as you want, man. It
You're
just
the
means
one
you
that's
can't answer the questions.
Dude, you're the one. Dude, you're fundy muting. That is your power trip, and it's weak.
What is
you need to
muting?
be what you do?
Wow.
Here's the thing, dude. You need to be honest with yourself and come to grips with this initial question you asked. You only ask because you think that the globe has the answer. And if you're not honest enough about that, then it's possibly because you know that presenting any evidence of the globe in reality is an impossible task.
No, I'm literally coming from a place of malleability. I am willing and open-minded to accept a flat Earth model, and I'm literally just asking questions about phenomena and hoping that someone with some sort of flat Earth model or explanation could possibly explain the phenomena instead of hand-waving it away.
What phenomena?
You may not have been here, but basically, it's an observation that is made globally that in the northern hemisphere, what's designated as the northern hemisphere, storms rotate generally in one direction versus in the other hemisphere they
I love how
rotate
you now
generally in
say
the other direction.
generally. I love it.
Yeah,
generally.
yeah, absolutely.
That's a far cry from your when you originally
Listen,
got up
I
on
have
your
other
soapbox.
observations that we can talk about as well, but I mean, this seems to be one that you guys have been able to choose.
Not all the time, but most of the time, right?
I'm talking about observations that we can make, like from our backyard, with no special
Backyard.
equipment.
Where do you observe the storms in the backyard?
Yeah, hold on. Are you also
Jeez.
going to refuse to examine the explanation the globe gives you for that phenomenon?
So
He
here I
observed
am
from
in
his
a flat Earth
backyard when he's on the
room,
trampoline.
just asking,
not
for some sort of evidence or explanation that
Well,
ties it to your models.
Do you realize how we got to the flat Earth room? It's because we examined the claimed globe. You prefer to keep the globe as some sort of precious memory book, La La Land, escapism.
So hold on, you guys are wait, hold on.
Novel
That is such a
can't
cell
even be
phone. That
spoken
is
of.
such a cell phone, old, because basically you're literally saying, "Hey, I didn't come to this from some sort of independent way. I came to this because I disagree with something that someone else said."
No. What?
That's what you just said, old Haas.
No, it's what was, if you want to put it that way, then what was said was that we live on a ball with a specific radius, 3,959 miles.
Well,
That's
that's
the
not
claim.
true. Any scientist will
That's
tell you
the
that that's
original
not.
claim.
Any scientist will tell you that that's not even the fucking description of the globe
I
model.
love it. Okay, so what?
Really?
Okay, so what is the
What the
size
fuck?
of the Earth? Here we go. Finally, he's going to talk about the Earth. Enlighten us. What is the size of the Earth?
Listen.
What's the circumference so we
The
can work
globe
out
models that you guys
listen,
disagree with, talking anything about the globe models you guys disagree with is not going to do me any good in this conversation.
So I guess you don't know
You
the
realize
radius,
that,
but
right?
just describe
You
the
realize that
radius.
I'm literally coming from this from a totally objective observational standpoint to have you guys talk about the model that you guys
that
you guys believe in and exist within.
What is he talking about? I can't even understand him.
Nobody needs
Yeah, he just stepped on shit and then he wants to run away from it.
No. You guys will treat anything I say about a globe model as shit, regardless of any perceived validity or peer review. You will step on it, which is why I'm intentionally not going there.
Bullied.
And now
He's got a
now
bullying
you're
fetish.
mirroring me. Yeah, you just stepped on it and now you're trying to run away because you know you just made a mistake.
What, by saying no scientist will tell you that the radius of the Earth is consistent across the whole Earth?
No, that's not what we said. You said it
What?
wasn't 3959.
What's the change? What's the change? If it's so important to bring up, what is the change?
Now, do you want me to point to some Wikipedia article that tells you
No,
about oblate spheroid? Do you want me to point you to something that says something like that? Because
I want you to point to whatever.
Then anything that I point to, you
come
can
out with that flippant remark.
Right. So any fucking
So you're saying that
so
scientists don't
Wikipedia,
say that the
any
radius is
scientist,
3959?
anyone, right?
Okay,
Like literally,
here, hold on. I'll
like
do
the
you a
guy in side
favor.
chat, right, is the perfect example because anything I
So,
point to, you guys will
you're
come up
saying
against,
that
which is why I
there-
don't want to talk about
Are
any
you
existing
saying-
scientific
Are you saying
description
there's
or
no
anything like that.
scientific
I want to
description
talk
of it?
about your models. I want
No,
to talk about
again-
observations in your world that you
Okay,
can
so
look
you
at.
don't. So
We
you
observed
don't know.
the same thing, dude.
Yeah, exactly. And as long as we can observe the same thing together and then talk about it, we can
Then
have a
you can let
conversation.
go of the dream of a water ball. Since you don't like the 3959 mile radius ball, I'll call it 4,000. The 4K ball, just for you.
Well, let's just ask him what is the radius then if if it's not 3959.
And this is the problem, right?
Oh, what's
You
the problem?
know,
You don't know how to
that
answer
I
questions?
can't
Yeah, I understand
observe.
that. We could definitely tell that you don't like to answer questions because every time we ask you a question, you want to run away to do something else. Yeah, it's fruitless talking to you.
It's almost like they're trained in an exact tactic on how to engage with us. You know.
Nah, they just love. Yeah, they probably do go to like more one server or something and practice or some shit like that.
Reality does not need a model. He just believes it does.
Prove we don't serve.
So how big is this Earth? Since you made a giant point of when I said the claim being made is a 3959 mile radius ball, you made a giant point to say, "Whoa, science says otherwise." What is the number, motherfucker?
Oh, wait, you unmuted me? I'm tempted to just run before you guys mute me again.
I did
I'll
unmute
probably
you.
mute you again just because.
I don't want to get server muted. I like talking in these. I like talking in this server. Like honestly.
Just tell us the size. Tell us the size of the Earth. Give us the number. I think someone muted him again, but just whenever you get unmuted next time, just tell us the size of the Earth.
You're unmuted, McFuggin. What's the circumference of the Earth?
No, just the radius is fine.
That'd be the same as me asking you, like what size the Earth is on
You
your model.
You just said that we
unknown, unclaimed.
You just made a statement that we did that's no scientists claim that it's 3959. So what's the size?
What Lorek just said in side chat? What's the size of flat Earth? It's the same
Okay, so
question,
why are
right?
you asking
And
me
I
another
could
question
attack
when
your
I'm
answer in the
asking
same
you?
way that you could
Why
attack
are you
mine.
stop?
There's no claim
Why are
being
you
made.
asking me a question when we just asked you a question, bro?
I'm not here to stand behind any particular model. I'm here to ask you to stand behind yours.
Let's just talk again.
Yeah, I'm not defending anything. That's the intent.
Right. So then
I don't want to talk about flat Earth in reference to globe Earth. That's disingenuous. I don't want to talk about flat Earth organically.
You have no idea.
Do you guys not understand that? Do you guys not understand like why I'm here?
Well, if you're genuine,
when
then
we start speaking about flat
then you
Earth,
should
then you start
understand.
talking. When we start speaking about flat Earth, then you start talking about there's hemispheres and then storms go one way or the other.
I love actually to talk about the hemispheres in a way that you guys can agree to. Is there a nomenclature that I can say hemisphere and talk about certain latitudes as opposed to others?
Please stop. So if you don't want to stand up to your own model, then stop bringing it up.
So here's a question.
Well,
how can I refer to like the equator? I want to talk geographically about places without offending you guys. What's a good way to do that?
Use latitudes.
Okay, so I can say latitudes above 0, latitudes below 0, and you guys would be okay with that?
Okay. So how is now we have to do this? How is latitude derived?
But exactly this is my exact question. What words can I use to describe
get latitude? But listen, but if you're using latitude, you lose the power of inferring that it's a ball.
So again,
I don't
my
think
question
he was trying
is
to infer it's a bowl.
again, my question is. How do
Well,
I
I think
refer to these geographic areas without offending you? That's my question.
No one's being offended, dude.
How do I? Okay, I'm sorry.
Just say the words.
Maybe not. How do I refer to
words.
these geographic areas
Just say the
that are
words.
in reference to a line that's drawn by a model you don't like? How do I refer to those geographic areas?
Just say the words, dude.
So, but when I say hemisphere, when I say equator, you guys say no. You're referencing a model.
Please, okay, dude. When you say hemisphere, that's half of a sphere, though, isn't it?
Right. So how do I refer to those geographic areas?
You understand, my friend? You understand how that wouldn't be applicable to a flat Earth?
I do, but I've seen, but like, here's an example, right? So I've seen flat Earth models that are a flat disk. Okay, I'm not saying you guys subscribe to that. I'm not saying that's you, but I am saying that I could draw a circle that is essentially equivalent to what we call the equator on a different model, and we could talk about those areas together. We could actually reference them and have a discussion about them, right? But when I know when I say hemisphere and equator, like that doesn't jive with you guys. So I'm trying to look for the right language so that I could talk to you guys about it without it triggering anything that you believe is like a reference to a model that you
I think he's just
don't want to talk about.
Man. He just wants someone to talk to, and that's all.
What do you want to know?
I want someone to talk to you about flat Earth because like I want to be open-minded about it.
Okay, so what do you want to know?
How? Well, here's a
That's a
start. How
bullshit
can I
lie.
talk about these geographic areas with you guys?
That is a bullshit lie.
Just say the words, dude. We'll understand what you mean. No one's going to get upset or throw it. Like, just say the fucking words, dude.
But you guys do. You guys were literally just saying, "Hey, you're
Dude,
referencing this
please, this is getting
model."
boring.
You
We're
guys are
not
whining about me
moving
referencing a model
forwards
when I
with the
say hemisphere.
conversation. We're not moving forwards, dude. We've been talking about this for 2 minutes about what words you should use. I've told you can use any. Now let's move the conversation forward. What do you want to know?
I guess I'm still looking for an explanation to my original question.
Which was what, sir?
Can he use the word hemisphere?
No.
Not really,
No.
'cause that wasn't the original
I'm
question.
cool.
That
I'm
wasn't
cool.
the
He said, Jedi said, I'm cool to use the word hemisphere, and you guys will be able to talk about the geographing. Yeah. So,
Okay, so what do you want to know?
Geographically, in what's called the northern hemisphere versus the southern hemisphere.
Yeah.
Well, I talked about the storm thing again. Should I talk about a different observation? Maybe, or should we talk about storms still? What do you guys think?
I think you should.
Yeah, because every time you bring up the storm thing, you undermine it more and more and more in your own description. So yeah, go on to the next thing. That one's ran its course.
Sure, fine. So, you guys have seen time-lapse photography, right? You guys familiar with time-lapse photography?
Of the sky?
Yeah, exactly. If you can do time-lapse photography of the sky, and you can do that from different geographic locations in the Earth. And there are some phenomenon that are observable by anybody doing this in their backyard with very basic equipment. And one such observation is that the arcs that are formed, the apparent arcs, and kind of like circular form of the star trails that are formed by the astrophotography time lapse, they look different in different hemispheres. Are you guys familiar with that?
Yeah. Stars
They
look different depending on where you are underneath them.
Yeah, they look different within the hemisphere too. But
Yeah,
it turns
depends on
out,
where you are.
and what's very interesting is kind of the circular form that the star trails take when you're very far in the northern hemisphere or very far in the southern hemisphere. They look way different, and there's actually one kind of circle form that you can only see in each hemisphere fully.
Yeah, it's got two celestial poles, we know.
Okay. So celestial poles, that's interesting. So you guys believe in a celestial
You're
pole.
pointing out them, dude.
Okay. So a celestial pole, why would only one kind of one endpoint of the celestial axis or pole be visible when you're in different geographic locations on a flat Earth?
Because you only have a certain amount of view of the sky above you.
And why
It's
are
like
you
as
limited?
you move underneath the sky, let's say from north to south, more stars become visible. But you understand how the perspective works of the human eye, right? Not things getting smaller, but things above or below your eye line with distance converging at the horizon. Say, for example, you're standing along a hallway and you've got lights on the hallway. We can call them stars. As you notice, the stars, the lights at the end of the hallway, seem to be closer to the floor than the ones that are above you. As you walk down the hallway, you'll notice that more lights become visible and they're above your head. It's just
So
perspective.
you're talking about a
dude.
vanishing point, right? You're talking about like,
Yeah.
hey, like
So-
essentially the lights converge to one point as you move further away from them, which I understand. They
With
appear
the
to like
horizon.
move like down in the sky. They appear to like get smaller. I think I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so as you move away from, let's say, Polaris, the one that's above your head, and you move, let's say, towards the south, as Polaris starts lowering towards the horizon, other stars start coming up from the horizon. Doesn't
Well, that's
mean that you're on a
interesting.
curved surface.
That's interesting. So you were talking about a celestial pole, right? Or axis.
Two, yeah.
Well, I mean, just one, right? Kind of one.
Yeah, we could talk about one if you want.
straight pole, yes. Now, if that pole were to dip and angle below what you refer to as a vanishing point, what would you say about that in the flat Earth model?
What do you mean the star goes below? So what, the stars are underneath my feet?
So, you know, let's say we're on a flat plane.
No,
okay?
no, dude. No, the stars aren't below. I've just pointed out to you a corridor with lights above your head. You don't think that the lights at the other end of the corridor you can't see for some reason are underneath your feet now, do you? Why
No,
the
but see,
stars
what I'm
underneath my
talking
feet?
about here, with the backyard observation is that you have these circular forms in the sky that, as you described,
This
say
guy's crazy.
they point to a
He
celestial
completely
pole.
missed the whole analogy.
Oh, no. I'm
If you
actually
have
using
to
the
get on the
analogy. If you
ladder,
listen,
if
if
you
you
have to get on
listen,
it,
Haas, I'm
yeah,
using
but
the analogy.
you already missed it though, dude. But go on. You're lost already. But go on.
Now, let's say we're on a flat plane.
He calls it a circular. Just because it's a dome of perspective, it doesn't mean just because the light at the end of the hotel at the hallway, it looks like it's converging with the floor. It doesn't mean you're not going to have to go get a ladder out to change the light bulb when you get to it.
Wow, riveting. No, but I'm not talking about that
We'll
at all.
apply that to the sky, ding dong.
So here's what I'm saying: the celestial pole, right? If you're willing to use the observation that I mentioned and define the celestial pole with me, okay, based on those points that are observed during astrostar photography time lapses, then how would you explain a pole that goes further down, as you say, things move away and go down, further down than the vanishing point? How would you explain that?
Further down than the vanishing point, underneath the horizon?
Underneath any sort of, like on a flat plane.
You'd have to show me that though.
On a flat plane, the horizon.
Excuse me, sir. You're asking me to explain something I've not observed. Can you show me this star under the horizon thing?
Yeah, totally. Let me find some astrophotography, some star trails. This is gonna take me a second, but here's a quick example.
I haven't lost you somewhere, but what?
Here's a quick example, yeah. So
you do think
to the
you'd have
right
to
of
bend
this
down
image,
to
and
change
I'm
the light
looking
bulb?
for more, right? I'm looking for more, right? But that's to the right of that image would be a celestial pole whose center is very far below any perceived vanishing point or horizon on a flat disk. Very far
So
below.
not on a flat disk, right? The Earth's not a disk, dude. And
sorry. Any sort of flat, any flat plane. Let's say flat plane. Let's say flat plane.
It's not below you like the lights at the end of the corridor are not below you. It's the same thing.
Yeah. So explain the center.
They're always above you.
The center of these curved forms.
You.
The center of these curved forms that you see over time lapse, they're so far below what a vanishing point would be, and of course the one here.
What does that even mean?
Like so far below any perceived horizon or vanishing point.
What are you talking about? I can't see them behind the trees. Fucking trees in the way. There's geographical horizons. What are you talking about, dude?
But no, don't look. Okay, sir.
You've seen stars below
look at the
horizon?
arcs. Look at the arcs, right? The celestial point defined by the fucking arcs that we were just talking about. It goes so far below horizon.
It's not. Yeah, but that's only due to perspective, dude. It's actually not below your feet. I don't want to say this for the 5th time. That's just due to perspective. If you walk forward, let's look at the bottom image where you've got the pole right in the middle. Let's walk forward. Now those stars that are close to the horizon are going to start coming upwards from the horizon because the angle is being separated as you move forward.
Which is why I don't want to talk about that. I was simply giving an example of the other direction. I want to talk about what the other side of the sky. Let's say that in that last image I sent at 11:04, someone is looking at the northern sky. I want to talk about how things appear in the southern sky.
Okay, like this, but in reverse.
Yeah. The center, right? See how the center is above the horizon in that 11:04 image? Similarly, because of the celestial axis, in the southern sky, the center of the axis would be so far below the horizon, not at the horizon, not at a vanishing point.
I get you. It would appear to be so far down below the horizon due to this what appears to be celestial sphere, but this is just based upon how you see the world. It's not actually curving down underneath your feet,
well,
like the
celestial axis
corridor example. So I had to speak up because you keep talking through me. And I'm now repeating myself like you haven't understood what I said the first time. I'm now on to the 6th time. It's like walk down a corridor, dude. Those lights that you couldn't see at the end of the corridor because the corridor was really long will start becoming visible. It doesn't mean because the lights are going down towards the floor at the end of the corridor that somehow they magically seem to wrap underneath your feet and come up the other side. It's just perspective.
Well, imagine, this corridor pillar, but the only way for that center dot there, imagine if instead of seeing kind of a perfectly straight, idealized corridor as you did there, you saw one where there was a curve similar to the rainbow in this guy's imagination GIF. Maybe if that curvature was visible and the dot that's in the center of that corridor was further down on the image, that would indicate curvature on that corridor.
In the sky? Curvature in the sky? Where's the curvature on the floor, dude, is what we're trying to find out. You're saying it implies curvature? The only curvature this implies is the one that's in the sky, not on the horizontal thing that you're standing on measuring angles up to the things in the sky.
Have I seen this? This is interesting.
Are you listening?
A candle.
I don't think so.
Distance between the stars. Well, these guys are giving actual examples. You're just kind of saying like, hey, no.
He's kind of saying, hey, use your own brain. Stop seeking validation or some kind of authority outside of yourself and use your own capacity to come to the conclusion. That's what he's suggesting
right. So
you do.
My own capacity tells me that the celestial axis, the celestial pole, which was defined by Jedi as the center of the circles on those star photography, my intuition, my observation tells me that it is so far below any sort of perceived horizon or vanishing point. And that's why I pose the question here.
Okay. What's the star behind? You said below the horizon.
Yeah.
Do you think the star is actually below a horizon and you can't see the star because the curvature of the Earth is in the way?
No, I'm using horizon as the furthest distance I can see. Basically,
Which, if you
the
want
same
a
way that you
sphere,
guys would
would
talk
be
about
the
it. Yeah,
curvature.
I'm talking about
Which
it specifically in your model, the way that you describe vanishing
Oh.
points, so that we can talk about your model.
Okay, it's not a model. It's not a model. It's just a literal description of how you see the world. Things above your eye line appear to converge. That's why the trees in the forest, the ones that are further away, seem to look smaller. It's a convergence downwards of things above your eye line to what would be the vanishing point where the surface meets the sky. Can we try and land this plane now, dude? Because I want to understand where you're going with this. Where are you going?
It's simply a question.
Is that it? Okay. Was there no further questions?
How can
then?
one end of the celestial pole appear so far below the horizon or vanishing
away
point?
from it? Because you're so far away from it.
But you guys
let's put it like this. If you were to get closer, it would be above your head.
So you're saying that things can appear below the vanishing
No, it doesn't
point,
appear. No, it doesn't appear below, dude. You're just making the claim that it appears to look below you. It doesn't. Does the lights at the end of the corridor appear to look like they're going to come down underneath your feet? It's the same observation. You've just got this idea that because you're on a curved surface, this is explained by a sphere.
Listen, if we can't agree on the observation, then I guess this isn't a good one either.
What do you mean we can't agree with the observation, dude?
If we can't agree with the observation that the end of the celestial pole in the sky that is opposite of the hemisphere that we're in appears
that's a concession on his part.
No, it's not it's a concession, I guess, of my ability to discuss this with you guys. Yeah.
No,
I guess
you
so.
know,
Okay, then we'll move on to someone else.
You know the implications when the hallway lights were repeated to you 8 times. It finally sunk in.
Listen, I mentioned vanishing point and horizon before you guys did because so many people have sent me street lights and corridors, pictures.
Okay, can you define what a horizon? Just define horizon. Let's just make it clear.
Now,
bring me the horizon.
To define, that's a great band.
Just define it. You're the smart guy.
I would say that to have a discussion in this room with you guys about the horizon, I'm going to say that I define horizon as the furthest point you can see.
Well, like a star.
The horizon would be where the sky and the ground appear to meet.
Oh,
like it's
okay.
GTA or something.
I guess I'm fine with that.
Yeah, okay.
So if we're talking about the point where the sky and the ground appear to meet, how is it possible that stars could appear below it?
Okay, so now you're finally Jedi was asking you earlier, what are the stars going below, and you tap danced. So now it seems as if you've made the geometric horizon claim that is what's occurring, correct?
What I'm saying is there are circular shapes formed by long extended shutter photography of the sky that creates star
being
trails.
occluded
Are
by
we there? Like let's build this up again, right? Do we agree
They're not
there?
that long. It depends on how long the exposure is, depending on the arc. They only look at circles when you connect all the dots of the arcs. But the question is, and you're already backing away
they
from
appear, but you agree they appear circular when you do that, right?
Dude. The important part is this thing where you say they go beneath the horizon.
We got to build up to that, but okay.
We're already here. So what are you saying?
What I'm saying is the celestial pole, the celestial axis. Do you guys agree there's a celestial axis? Because Jedi said yes. Jedi was with that.
This is deja vu.
Old Haas, do you agree with Jedi on that?
Well, dude, I go out and look at the stars at night. I watch them move in one night. It's not something we have to agree with.
Well, it is, because with you guys, I want to make sure we agree on the observations, right? Otherwise you can't talk about them.
So have you made these observations, or are your observations these star trail photos?
Absolutely. I've done astrophotography. I've done time-lapse astrophotography.
Okay, so why do I have to believe in it? We've both seen the stars move across the sky.
Yeah. So I'm asking you to share in this observation with me. I'm asking you to agree with this observation so that we can discuss it as a phenomenon that occurs globally. Yes?
Okay, and yes, the stars are above us. We're on the dirt.
If that's the only observation you're willing to make, then I can't have this discussion with you.
Man, you just can't stop talking, can you? And just as in the hallway, the long hallway, where the lights appear to meet the ground, those lights are also still above you when you walk down the hallway.
I understand you feel that way.
What do you mean I feel that way? That's not a feeling.
I understand that that's the model you believe in.
You're the one, but you're the one that, because there's a celestial sphere, there must be a circular Earth around.
I'm not talking about a celestial
smart man
sphere.
still thinks he's
I'm
on
not
a
talking
spinning
about a
globe.
celestial sphere. I'm not talking about a globe Earth. I'm not talking about any of these things.
Well, what are you talking about why is it so important for you to say these star trails go beneath the horizon? The vanishing point. Why is it so important for you to say that?
I'm not concerned. Okay. Maybe actually you didn't catch what I was saying earlier, because I'm not concerned with the star trails going below the surface, the horizon. My question revolves around the center of the circle that's created by these astral time-lapse photographs that goes below the horizon.
You've moved too far away from the North Star to see it anymore.
But if it goes so far below any sort of horizon or vanishing point,
it's not actually going below. It just appears that way, just like in the hallway.
But the arcs of the circles, right? They
go.
Oh
my goodness gracious!
The arcs of the circles is because the circumpolar stars are traveling circular paths around that pole.
Oh, sorry. Say that again.
The reason why there's circular paths is because they're traveling circles around that pole.
I agree with you. And if the center of the celestial pole is so far, like if you'd have to point through the Earth to point at the center of that celestial axis.
Why would you point through the Earth?
You would be dreaming if that's what you think. That's your problem.
Because the arcs are so low in the sky.
Yeah, but that's you in the sky above. You're putting it below. You're putting it beneath.
I'm simply drawing a line between the 2 points of the celestial axis that you guys defined.
I'm simply pulling out my ass.
He's drawing imaginary lines now.
Do you guys agree that
this is an imaginary line that Jedi defined during our conversation?
What imaginary line? I didn't
a line
draw
that passes a line that passes through the circles created by time-lapse photography of stars.
What line?
Wow.
Not that line.
Don't look up.
Wow. Just wow.
You know, I don't know if you believe in God or not, but when those Australians die, you know, the opposite place of the world to you, when do they go through the earth to go to heaven, or do they go down, or you know, how does that work?
I think we should make this world heaven. I don't really believe in like another heaven.
Oh, you see, no, it doesn't make sense, does it?
Wait, that's literally Luciferian. The idea that you can do that. Anyway.
Well,
yeah.
Anyways,
it
guys,
is, but
it seems like we couldn't agree on these observations, but I appreciate you guys having a conversation. And
the beauty when men don't agree, they still do it, and you get to see the results in front of your eyes on Earth.
Yeah, it's your weird interpretation that you're in agreement with. That's what you need to remember.
Star trails do not prove shape of Earth, ladies and gentlemen. Just phenomena that we witnessed, spectacular. But you're looking at those, you cannot determine the shape of the Earth from that observation. Thank you.
How would one line up these pyramids with Orion's belt on a spinning globe, going whoa with all the inertia, etc., but with such precision? When you have God's light, it's that powerful. I agree.
And in
When
side
you
tracks,
align,
there's a new detail they found in the Grand Pyramid where the hanging cables used to be for a single human being. This is how accurate they were on the axis mundi across tens of thousands of years. And funny enough, they plotted us right where we're at right now. And basically, next comes Draco, right? Consuming the heathens on Earth. Funny enough, Revelations, they have that in there.
And
when
all the
Ursa
while
Minor
there,
passes Draco, it's game time, basically.
yeah, and all the while with all this ever expanding universe, the stars remain the same.
No, they don't. That's the art that's in the.
I know. In
Yeah, what?
3,000 years, 3,000 years, we should expect a
No, the art
0.000
that you
mil.
see in yellow in the diagram is
Oh
literally
my
what
God,
every
dude.
agency of your people have documented as accurate. The Egyptians had it thousands of years ago, though. Yeah, the
Yeah,
arc
and
is the
the
movement.
point is the stars
Yeah, the
haven't
Earth
moved.
is moving, bruh.
No, but the stars have, the constellations remain the same. Ding dong.
I can't believe Azazel is this strong in this day and age. That used to be a back in the day thing.
it's all coming to a head.
Yeah, and then
just telling my
needle's
mom,
gonna the needle is gonna thread right through the axis money and cut every sucker playing with it straight down, right through their
The
crown.
earth, earth is one place. You should know it, know thyself, know yourself, and where you live. Yes, but there's more. Outside of yourself. The alignment with the truth. Over around the sun. Over around everyone.
So how are you so sure, Newt, that the Earth is moving?
What? I just put the diagram of the procession through the
what?
zodiacs.
I said what?
Oh yeah, because I'm from up there. I'm not from this stupid Earth, man. You kidding me?
Oh, okay, that
Yeah,
explains a lot.
straight up, man. Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Grow up, dude. Grow
Yeah,
up.
you should at some point in your spiritual life in this universe.
Pretend that I'm from I'm an alien. Okay,
Did I
thanks.
say that? I said I'm from up there spiritually. Where are you from? Down? Nice to meet you, bro.
No, I'm right here, dude.
Yeah, right in the middle, huh?
I don't know where the
I'm
middle
up
is.
top. Yeah,
Oh,
you're
okay.
on the middle, but
Five
what you're talking
and the
about is flat.
6. That's
Up
the 5
top,
and the
okay.
6.
All
Yeah.
right, boss.
You see me inside chat looking down at the cow.
So, boss,
in the
boss man, how
Yeah,
is it
what's
you're
up?
so sure that this diagram is what
Mhm.
makes you certain that the Earth is moving?
Oh, I tested it out in all sorts of ways, man. You got to test things like a man, bro. Like you want to challenge it, and then you get the truth of the matter.
Well, then how did you test? How did you come to the conclusion that the Earth was moving?
Not in any way you would ever agree to. So what'd be
Well,
the point of detailing?
Dude, you got to test.
I know you
dude.
haven't done shit.
You got to, dude.
So
I'm up
I
here,
can sit
man.
here and
You
just
got to
laugh.
do it.
Yeah, I know you haven't done a fucking thing in this regard, so I can laugh at your posture
So if you're the one, so you have to keep it. What part of that is being up spiritually if you're keeping secrets? from me.
I don't keep secrets. What you mean?
So
Y'all the
how
ones
did
who
you
do
do
that.
it?
Your secret is a
did you do
lie.
it?
That's the funny thing. Your secret's a fucking pathetic lie.
So how did you? Okay, projection. How did you figure out the Earth was
Same way the Egyptians did. But you never agreed to anything they did. So yeah, the Egyptians, the thousands of years, the stuff in the white museums and the Lux.
No, I just marveled at the same thing you guys were talking about, how the pyramids are still lined up to the.
I didn't marvel at them. I investigated what they were aligned with, provingly, and then did my homework, man.
So so they're aligned. That's not a great argument for things.
They've been
being
aligned for tens of thousands of years.
Okay, so yeah, so why? That sounds like a good argument for stationary.
No, I don't. Not
necessarily.
I said alignment. Movement is involved in alignment. What goat has your tongue truly? That has you yapping nonsense, man, for life as a grown man on earth. What goat has your tongue, bro? Like
you're asking.
You've been in the field talking to goats and they flatten your reality this bad, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, says the guy.
Yeah, bro.
This is
and I'm
coming
up
from
top
the guy
laughing
who
at
just
your
said,
ass.
"Yeah, I don't." You just said, "Yeah, I don't."
Yeah, I'm talking to you like you're a goat. Like, yeah.
You're the one. Yeah. Okay. And here, this is from my view. It's pearls before swine.
Yeah, well, you're the goat in the field yapping about pearls and swine, looking down at the ground, and that's your reality. So you don't mean shit in the grand scheme of
you
fucking
want to write a
anything.
book, Newt,
I
write a
don't
book.
need to. God wrote it at the beginning
I'll
of
write it for ya.
creation, right? And then he's watching all the snakes scurrying, making noise down here, talking about what
I'll
it
write
is
it
and what
for
it
you.
ain't.
Hey,
Yeah.
Newt, you've inspired me to write it for you. It'll be a book about Newt called "Y'all Don't."
Yeah, make sure to put LV426 in it, since you already made the Aliens movie about Newt.
No, you said you had the opportunity.
Yeah,
to
make
write
sure to
the
put
book I'm writing now.
LV426 in it,
It's
since you
over.
want to be colorful about fantasy.
You know what I say about that? Yeah, don't.
Oh, yeah, I don't. Yeah, I do. Yeah. That's what the username
What do you
was.
mean?
By the way,
What
it's
do you
the
mean
kid
when
that
the
was in
pyramid?
LV426 in Aliens. That's where the username refers to, champ. So make sure to get that in the
Newt,
book. What's up?
What do you mean when you say the pyramids line up with Orion's belt?
Somebody else said that. Kaz? Yeah.
My
So
bad,
if
never
I
mind.
type in pyramids Orion
You
alignment
agree.
in
This is
Google,
how
I'll get a result.
That's how you
Why
entered
is
into the
this news to
conversation,
you? Why
dude.
is this news to you? The pyramids have been there for thousands of years. Why is this news to white people? They lined up with Orion. Like, you kidding me?
Well, I'm curious on what you
about
mean by line up.
You should type it in Google then, since like kids know this. Like what?
I did, and I'm curious
You
by
didn't get
what
anything?
when you say it. Yeah, I did. I looked it up, and
There's
the
a lot
answer
more
I
you
found
need to. Yeah,
seems to be
there's hundreds of
the
books
answer
written
I
on it.
found
The
seems to
Masons
be
know all about it. Even they do rituals that the
seems to
Egyptians
be
used to do.
odd with what you're saying.
Huh? It's
It
not.
seems odd.
Masons do a ritual with Orion and the pyramids, bud. So your white people, they do it. Yeah. So what are you? How are you gonna get out of this mess if you don't know where the door Here, is, let me bro? type that in Google. Matter of fact, and put it inside chat. How do you know where to go? You need to know where you started and where you're going. You need to know. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't just stop at Earth.
I just don't know how the pyramids line up with Orion's belt. That's what I don't get.
Ask a Mason. They have chapters in your city. And here it is in side chat. Thank God for LLMs in this day and age. So you talked about secrets, right? Here's a blaring one in your face, right? From your own people who built your empires for thousands of years. All right, cool. How many degrees are you? Let's do the 33rd degree parallel of Earth and be sneaky and stuff and cause people to think it's flat when we know it ain't, and play with the axis mundi like a bunch of snakes. Yeah, I think that's what they did. Right. Yeah, what's that? The Egyptian rite? It is the Egyptian rite. Snake ass clowns.
What was the prompt you entered for this result?
I typed in, what ritual do Masons do that's Egyptian that includes Orion, like a dumbass, because I already know what the ritual is, right? And then you acting like it isn't. Now I have evidence that it is.
So if I were instead to ask it, does Orion's belt perfectly aligned.
Did I say perfect?
Pyramid.
What? Wait,
Excuse me,
when have any of your people
Oh my
done
god,
anything?
it's semantics.
I'll
I'm
make
gonna get
the word
loud and
perfectly.
stupid
I'll
like
make
you.
the
When have
word
your people
perfectly.
done
I'm
anything
sorry.
perfect, bro?
I'm sorry.
Excuse
I
you?
didn't mean to trigger you. I didn't mean to trigger you so hard.
You're
I'll
an
make the
idiot.
word
You're a dumb
perfectly. If
motherfucker. You
I
can't
need
trigger
to
me,
put
bro.
in
You're just
do
you
the
get back.
pyramids
Why are
to
you
line up with
crashing out,
Orion's
sir?
belt,
Why are you
what do you
just
think it would
babbling now? Why
say?
are you acting
What do you
like an
think it would
animal
say?
or caveman? Huh?
Bro,
What do you
looking
think
at
it would say?
You didn't say anything
Hey,
of
so
Can you calm down and
Can
repeat
you stop?
yourself?
Sure.
What are
Can
you
you stop
yapping
talking
about?
to me?
Huh?
Sure. So if I were to enter into the search, does Orion's belt line up with the pyramids? What do you think it would say?
Why don't you get off your phone, you lazy bitch, and do it then?
I already did. It said it doesn't.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Oh,
They do not
so
align.
it seems like you need to prompt some more to figure it out since we got two answers. Like, do you know how to do critical thinking, sir?
Yeah, sure. So I would
So
look
we
at
got
how
two
the
options. Yeah,
questions
look
are
into
asked.
the other one. Look into the other one. Like, what the fuck
I
are
would
you
look how
yapping
the
about?
questions are asked. See, mine is pretty straightforward. It asks
So a dumbass like you
pretty
goes to
straight
Google, gets the
fundamental
answer you
question
want
of like,
informing the
hey,
question wrong, and
do
you just shut it down.
hey,
That's why you're a
buddy, you're
stupid
acting like an
motherfucker.
animal. You're chimping out. You're chimping out. Calm down.
No,
So
you
when
fucking
so when
Jewish
I
you're
asked,
muted, man.
I
Shut
asked
your
it
dumb
like
ass
a
up, bitch.
straightforward, factual question, like, hey, is this
Acting like
thing
some
true? Yes or
schizophrenic
no?
lost dog, man. Shut your
You
stupid ass
asked
up.
for
yeah, when you shut it
you
in
asked
mind,
for
then they have to get the coherence back again because it's all over the place. It's all stardust
You
now,
can
so
do
they have
that
to
in
go get
silence,
pieces.
man. Stupid shit.
Bro,
It's
yeah,
literally
it's like,
called the Egyptian
come
Rite
on.
of Memphis, right? But he's gonna sit in here and pretend. Then he claims you guys are keeping secrets.
Yeah, do the work for me, please. I'm a parasite.
well, you guys are just wrong. That's my claim.
Why do you guys keep keeping secrets from us, man? Look inside chat, man. Give me a break with this shit.
Yeah, what does this have to do with the ground again?
Yeah, please, White Masons, explain to me what the fuck this shit has to do with the ground.
Y'all talking about pyramids for like 20 minutes now.
Yeah, Masons
So
been
waiting
doing
for
it
the
for thousands of
correlation.
years. They've been doing it for thousands of years. Been talking about pyramids.
Okay, cool. What's the correlation with the ground?
Ask a Mason.
So there's no correlation with the ground.
So it's just schizophrenic white men in gowns. Thank God. You see how easy this is?
Listening?
Like this stupid ass
Yeah.
behavior. Fuck out of here with this.
You ever been to one of these Masonic rituals?
Bro, this server has been
Any of
terrible.
the mods listening?
Yeah, the peel's gonna be great, man.
Bro, what does that have to do with the
Yeah.
ground?
Even my
Asking
mom
me all
listened
the
to it today
Go
when I
watch
told her
some
about
anime,
it.
man. Go watch some anime,
Yeah.
weirdo.
Yeah, bro. I
One
saw some
thing about the Giza
amazing.
pyramids, that offset is 30 degrees, but they changed the meridian from Giza to Greenwich, and that is exactly 30 degrees.
Yeah, we know how they got the 33rd
Kyoto.
degree. Like the stupid idiots. It's literally it's in every book you can imagine, man. The also the
I don't know
axis
what
mundi is shifted, so like they literally are meant to track that because it spirals. So when you say perfect alignment, at what point in time, dummy?
No, dummy, they changed the meridian. That's right.
Yeah, like he doesn't know there's a wandering pole. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Invert those poles.
Isn't there a movie called
Lats,
The
you know
Wandering
you're a
Pole?
mod,
The
right?
Chinaman at least knows. Like, no.
I don't know. All I'm saying is
Last-
the layout of the pyramids on the ground does not match the stars in the sky.
Yeah, you know more than these Egyptians. You're right.
Lats.
I know more than you, apparently. I don't know.
But by the way, here's the perfect alignment with Tepi in side chat. Yeah, it aligned with all the ancient. Yeah, and they showed the shift. You know why? Because when the floods happened, it was so violent, it shifted Earth. Moron.
Sounds
Yeah,
like a
but
great
moron,
letter.
then you know that at a certain
It sounds
time
like
that
that's what the
alignment will
Tepi structure is, and
reappear.
it perfectly aligns, right?
Wait,
So you
shifted Earth
lying
from
on
what?
Discord is just funny.
They shifted Earth from what?
That's 10,000 BC too. Oh shit.
Wait, but to shift, you have to shift from something. What was that something?
You see Lake Victoria down there. Oh, I don't even want to tell you what that is. I can't tell you what that is.
Bro,
What is he
sounds like you
talking
can't
about? What
tell
is the
me
subject right
anything.
now?
The diagram
I
in
don't even
side
know,
chat.
dude. He's
The
talking
earth
about
is so hard.
shifting. He's talking about pyramids. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Just rambling about nothing right now.
The Great Flood hit the Earth so hard that it flattened it from a globe to a flat.
Well, how would you ever know it was globe to begin with?
The ancient texts and the stars, of course.
This is Cooper.
Everything is on a morphogenic field. You cannot remove the
ancient text.
data once it's created.
Yeah, so if I don't believe in
The
those
ball
ancient
Earth
texts,
doctrine
then
began
what?
with Pythagoras. We don't have any text from him.
Doctrine. So I have a question. If Satan says Earth's flat, Earth's a sphere, Earth's flat, and he keeps swinging the ball and he never gives you the real answer, you just go sit there swinging yourself with him.
Yeah, what if I don't believe in Satan? Are you going to prove to me that?
80% of the colored population ever co-signed your description of what's going on? No, they did it. So you're not even the majority on Earth yapping this nonsense.
Bro, who cares if we're not a majority or not? If everybody in this room thought you were a girl, is that true?
Oh, that's evil, bro.
Yes,
That sounded demonic the way you said that. Who cares? We're gonna pull them down anyway.
Dude, what are these replies back and forth right now? This is the most asinine conversation I've ever heard.
Bro, you're like, no, because he was trying to go with the majority. That's obviously incorrect. He just was quiet once I asked him a question.
Get inside the golden dome. It's flat inside. Stay inside of it.
Safe inside.
What the hell are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, only a bad guy needs to be looking over his shoulder, right? That's
Yeah,
what it
demons for
is.
sure, yo. Demons for sure, dude.
Build that great.
Don't look up at the ceiling, dude. Stay in the box.
Okay, look. I'm gonna make an attempt to concentrate back on what the channel is designated for. And if they just keep yapping about something that's flagrantly different from that subject, then I think the mods know what to do from this point forward. We've been giving them a chance for the past several minutes. So, do you espouse the Earth to be a ball or no, Newt?
Sorry, what? Law.
Do you espouse the Earth as a ball or no?
We're on an object that has depth and stuff. The shape of it is like actually nonsensical because of how gravity works. So like people focusing on that part, I think, and not allowing you to focus on why and what and how. Like, yeah, come on, man.
You didn't
Like
answer
you're
my
on the
question at
thing and
all.
you're trying to tell me what the fucking shape of it is, and you don't even have a higher vantage point. The fuck up this idea.
So no.
So unless
Right.
you have a higher vantage point perspective on the matter structurally, what have you been saying this whole time?
So no, right?
So no, you have nothing. I'm here to
Dude,
just
in
chill.
this case,
Yeah.
dude, it helps to have a grounded POV.
What do you mean?
Yeah, like I
so
said,
no,
some
you
of your
have
souls
nothing.
are
I didn't
anchored
assert
to the
anything.
black sun. So yeah, your shit's all the way
What?
grounded. See what I'm
Dude,
saying? You
dude,
just
stop.
looking down.
Stop.
You ain't even looking up.
This is David
Stop.
Bowie.
Huh?
You said so you have nothing to me as though I asserted something when I
Yeah, because
didn't
you're just
assert
looking
anything. I
down,
simply
yapping
asked
about
you.
what the fuck you see.
I
I can see
simply
that
stop.
shit too, dumbass.
Stop.
Talking about up.
Stop.
You
I
ever been up
said.
there, Gregory, or are you
All
a
I said.
Geb soul who just
Stop.
stares at the fucking soil?
Be quiet. Shut up.
Man,
All
you
I
shut
asked
the
you
fuck
was,
up.
do you espouse the Earth as a ball? Then you talk back at me as though I'm the one asserting something. So no. All you had to say was no. Simply asked him a closed-ended question. So he's one of these types. You just get these yapping verbose sentences for no good reason.
Anybody see any curvature this year?
Hell no.
All right, moment of silence for the globe.
Not from the Earth.
I've seen curvature.
Where?
My man.
Here.
Son, you got a condition.
Yeah, how about rotation? Do you see rotation anywhere?
I rotate when I twerk.
Sus
Son, you got a
behavior.
condition.
I was gonna say it is Pride Month, so yeah, good for you, dude.
No.
It's not good for him. It's not good for anyone.
Can't
It's
we
an
be?
old dance craze. Out of date.
What the hell is this image? Atom, atom, an atom. What the hell is the point of this?
Is Newt? Are you a globe earther? Newt?
What?
He already answered that when I asked.
Are there any
Give a
globe
long,
earthers here?
verbose, ridiculous answer that just amounts to no. And he said we can't discern the shape. He didn't say it doesn't have a shape. He said we can't know it.
Let's see. Is there anyone else in here? That's a globe earth.
Yo, Zodiac, you trying to practice? I could be a glober for you. I'll be better
You can
than
go
you.
ahead. Well, he don't really count as, does he? Because he said he's not one.
He looks like a long-winded, esoteric globe earther.
Yeah, the only way to do this
Long-winded.
accurately though is anytime you get a response, you wait for about 2 seconds and then you have to start talking incessantly over them. That's the problem. It's like when anyone does like sparring as a globie, they actually have a back and forth. So it's sort of
Right.
like not even the same sport. It's weird.
Well, I won't be that good of a glober, you know. I'm not going to play the role that well. I'll be an honest person, you know. Oh, where did he go?
Think of
Zodiac
that.
left.
Being a worse glober is to be a better glober.
Exactly.
The worse your impression, the better their behavior.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
you know, that's true, yeah.
And I guess
Oh,
there's
man.
far more weirdos who espouse scientism than we ever realized before 2016. At least it's more publicly exposed now, because evidently the subject in places that have persons that routinely or regularly gather together to discuss the subject, evidently they attract these obnoxious nuisances that espouse this ridiculous worldview. Exposing they behave no better than the Scientologists with their fair game policy. They act the same way. And they're not even being commissioned by their clerics to do so. At least the Scientologists, they do it only by the authority of their clerics. The scientists, the scientism devotees, they just do it from the heart, never even meeting their clerics. And the clerics never having even told them.
Adrian the scribe is here.
Yeah.
The hell
Quite
is
the
doing
man.
this? Talking about fucking controlling energy manipulation. What the hell?
Some people produce the most whack ass replies, and it really makes me. I cannot tell if they're just being goofy or if they're seriously saying what they really believe. That's both dangerous and not such a hassle too. And on the one hand, it's not such a hassle because it's obviously so ridiculous that you can't even discern if they're being serious. But some people are so gullible that they'll take them seriously and actually espouse them. So then now a mind virus is spreading, not even knowing whether or not the person who said the given replies was even being serious. And they never confirm whether they're being serious or not. They just keep on yapping.
Yeah, this dude really posted up Dragon Ball Z for controlling energy. Holy. I'm sorry, dude. I don't know if anybody ever told you, but you're never gonna shoot a Kamehameha from your hands.
Kamehameha was real, just not the Dragon Ball Z fictional version. He was a Hawaiian king.
Yeah, the energy beam from your hands.
Kamehameha is dead and buried now.
But you control your energy field with your mind. You've done it, brother.
Yes, the key blasts.
Let me see you bust out a key blast. Well, I'm gonna mute this dude real quick. I want to hear what he has to say about it. Go ahead, Kaz.
No, you're not having entertainment via me, right? You muted me for no reason and left me for 20 minutes while you have absolutely nothing to say in a dead VC, right? So I am doing my energy thing and manipulation as I try to have a conversation of objective truth, right? And I got muted for
Oh,
absolutely
come
no
on.
reason.
If you were speaking like this earlier, you wouldn't have been muted. You were
I
just
was.
mumbling on top of anything anyone else said.
No,
Don't have a
that's not
pity
correct.
party for yourself now.
The other British guy was speaking, and he was talking to the other guy, right? Clearly, we all knew the smart quote unquote guy wasn't really here in good faith. I was saying things which were alluding to flat Earth or whatever in that way, right? To get him to understand the God thing of Australia souls going through the center of the Earth. That is something where perhaps he does believe in God. Do you not think that that's going to make him think about it differently? So the idea is, I didn't say anything which was trolling. That's never been my intention anyway.
Hey Gregory, let's do our debate if you still want to talk about it.
Okay.
So why do you
All right.
believe in flat Earth?
Aside from what the God said in his scriptures, so we observe and measure.
Okay, well, can you show me in
Am I-
scripture? Let's start with that. Can you show me in scripture what you think supports flat Earth?
We have to go back up to CC Christian chat for that. But for
Okay.
here, we
Can
can
you
just
just tell
concentrate
me
on
the verse?
observation. and measure.
Can you
Hold
tell me
on,
the verse? I'll look it up.
Austin.
Yeah, I'll tell you in a bit. But let's concentrate on observations.
All right.
Like
Okay.
here.
Okay. Well,
So I know someone is.
I'm more persuaded by scripture than anything. But yeah, okay. Give me your scientific observations.
You should be equally persuaded by both. I mean, they're both revelations from the Lord.
Nah. For me, God comes first. Scripture comes first.
What do you mean?
Okay,
No,
well, where
God
in
made the
Scripture
earth.
does it say the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, wait. The God made the earth.
No, but I didn't make the assumption that it's written in scripture that the earth is a globe, but he said
Hang on.
that in scripture the earth is flat.
Hang on, before we start spinning in circles. Listen, the God made the earth. Okay? He made the scripture just as he made the earth. So the earth is a part of his revelation about what the earth is to glorify him. So you should be equally looking at both.
No, not equally, but I agree that I should be looking at science, yeah.
Okay.
But it's not equal. Nothing is equal to the word of God.
It's a part of God's
know
revelation.
that word? Nope.
But the whole world is a part of the set of his revelation. His revelation includes the scriptures.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So with the earth, right? I know someone's at the ready already to post the gifs and the images, the links and all that.
Oh
So
yeah,
just
I can tell some people are like, oh, we got a globe earther and he's a Christian. Let's go. Yeah, they're getting fired up.
So whoever's ready, do me a favor and show him the observations and measurements there in the open chat. So the simple fact of the matter is that I can say right now in the microphone while they're getting the links and the images and all that. Simple fact of the matter is we see further than what's possible on the alleged SE. SE for our convenience is the initialism for spheroidal Earth. SE is spheroidal Earth. So we see further than what's possible.
Say that word again. So what?
Spheroidal Earth. It's a mouthful, but spheroid.
Ah, spheroid.
Spheroidal Earth.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I got it. Okay.
Yeah, because that's their rhetoric. Right? It's
The
not a
Earth is
sphere.
round, my boy.
It's a spheroid, they say. So spheroidal Earth. So SE for our convenience, as they like to say FE. So they're SE. So we see further than what's possible on the SE. Right? The horizon, their version of the horizon, their lore about the horizon has been falsified by the long distance observation and measurements. We see further than what's possible.
Yeah, I've seen this. I've seen this image of the two oil rigs off the coast of California. That Well, if the horizon's supposed to only be 11 kilometers, why is this thing observable at 13 kilometers or something like that?
Yeah, and many other observations and
Yeah,
measurements.
there's one more
Like,
coming for you, Gregory. I'm just about to get it for you now, Gregory. Stay
But
cool.
I've
Stay
I've
loose.
seen that. I've seen
I'm your secretary for
GR1,
this
what's
evening.
up, lad?
I've seen the explanation. I've seen the explanation. Now I'm not an expert, but the explanation of that oil rig photo was something like convex and concave refraction. Yeah.
yeah, I know what you're trying to
If
refer
I'm
to. So
yeah.
yeah, I know what you're trying to refer to. So the reply to try and get around this evidence to still protect the globe is an ad hoc fallacy. Right? They're contriving a reply to specifically address this specific particular problem for their worldview, for their position. The problem is that it entails what they're trying to refer to. Maybe you heard them use the term like you just said, but they were trying to refer to looming. Right? They want to espouse the notion that the light is being curved, not just bent. They usually want to equivocate it and make this ambiguous. They're specifically trying to argue the light is curving around the curvature to make the curvature seem flat, and so that the objects that should be obstructed behind, as it were, the water hill, are then visible. That's what they're trying to
Okay.
push to get around the evidence. They have no
Okay.
they have no empirical verification for this, and that's not how refraction works with this, because the light bends toward the denser medium, but the denser medium is above; it goes higher, not lower. In order for it to curve like they want, it would be going towards the less dense medium, not the more dense medium. But that's not how this works, and they don't have any empirical demonstrations of this on any scale, not even on the smallest scale. So it's just an ad hoc fallacious retort.
Yeah,
And there's
and
only
the
two
same
options.
the same people though who emptily chant refraction are also chanting boats go over curve. So figure that one out.
Exactly. So then at that point, when they espouse these two contrary notions, but they're trying to have their cake and eat it too, they then put themselves in a dilemma. They can't have it both ways. Either we see the curvature, hence the notion that we see the boats being obstructed bottom up, or we don't see
Yeah.
the curvature, which is why it seems flat at these distances, like with the oil rigs.
Okay. Before we get into all this, which is above my pay grade, say that I don't know enough about this mathematics and science stuff, but let's discuss something that I can understand. Do you think all the astronauts are lying when they say that
No,
they've been to space and that they've seen a globe Earth?
not necessarily. No. I mean, Bill Clinton already apologized in the mid '90s for the MK Ultra mind control, and it's not like they stopped, but he did publicly apologize for it. Now, are most people aware of this nowadays? No, because most people are just ignoramuses or just go about their regular little concerns. But he did a
No, I
public
know,
apology.
I know about MK Ultra, where the CIA was hiding behind a one-way glass mirror and drugging guys to sleep with women. Yeah, I know,
Right. So
I know about
it's
that.
not
Yeah.
necessarily the case
Do you
that
know
they're
why it
lying.
was done?
So it's
They
not
were
necessarily the case
testing.
that they're
They were Well, as
denying.
I understood, they were testing the effects of using psychedelics
Yeah, they were seeing if
for
people could remote view.
Yeah. So never
Yeah,
mind that. That's
so
beside
that
the
wasn't
point.
just
So
for shits and giggles. That was
so
so
they're
they
not
could see
necessarily
if people
lying.
could remote view and stuff.
So they're not necessarily
The
lying.
Chinese had a similar
You don't have
program
to
at
say
the
that.
same time. It was started
Dude,
by the
just hang
Chinese
on.
guy.
Anyway,
Just hang on.
this is kind of off topic
Just
now.
hang
We're
on.
not talking about
Now it's
MK
off
Ultra.
topic. When
We're talking
yeah,
about flat Earth.
Just
yeah.
pause.
I don't know why you
pause.
brought up MK
Pause
Ultra.
me. Stop talking. Stop. Damn. So, anyways, they're not necessarily lying, right? They're
Someone
more
just asked me a
likely.
silly question.
Yeah.
They
You
asked me.
brought
They
up a
asked me,
silly topic you're too scared to talk about too.
do people in Australia experience rainfall downside up? Yes or no? Okay.
Okay, so they're not
Do the
necessarily lying.
shores of Lemuria flip reality?
Dude, this is my
I
fifth time
wonder.
attempting to continue the conversation. Get this guy to shut up. Shit. So they're not necessarily lying. In more likelihood, they're also just sincerely deluded.
Right. Okay, so when they look out the window or they look through their instruments, it's been calibrated or fabricated. Like what do you think's going on?
I'm sorry, say
You
again?
think well, like when they're looking out, let's say the International Space Station, when they're looking out the glass at Earth, do you think that it's not really glass? It's like a television screen, like it's a projected image that they're seeing. They're not really looking out a glass window.
Not necessarily. Whatever it is, it doesn't really matter. They don't have to like contrive every little detail to substitute their narrative. But given the observations and measurements that we just talked about and shown you, it entails that all their lore that's supposedly based on the presupposition that the Earth's a ball is false. So they're not
Right,
actually flying
right,
around
but
in
we're
in the black void of the cosmos, flying around
right.
the
So
ball.
you don't wait. Okay. So first of all, let's try and like find some common ground. First of all, do you accept that the International Space Station exists?
Is there a machine up there in the sky? Sure.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Okay.
maybe not.
All right.
I didn't have to commit to either one, but maybe there is.
Right. But all right. Let's assume that there is. Do you think it's possible for us to send a shuttle or a rocket from Earth into space to the man-made object we call the International Space Station?
Now, when you ask the question, I want to make sure that you understand accurately. We're not substituting a ball flying around in a void with a disc flying around in a void. We don't exist in a vast void.
All right. Well, what do you believe then?
What the scripture teaches and what we see. We never seen we when we look around, even at the highest heights we could ever be at, we don't see ourselves flailing around in a vast black void with a bunch of other humongous objects, a bunch of other gargantuan, humongous, titanic
Right.
objects,
So
with humongous balls.
you don't think space exists?
If by space you mean the cosmic black void, no,
Okay,
it's not even possible. It's logically impossible.
but it's not a cosmic black void, is it? It's got stars and planets and black holes.
It's a cosmic black void with a bunch of matter, particular materials flailing around through it or in it.
Right, but
notion.
you know we have like
Black
telescopes.
holes, those are real?
We have we have telescopes that can
Thought
see
those
other
were still
planets.
theoretical.
Right. So why is it that every planet or star that we see through a telescope is a sphere?
There are telescopes. That doesn't entail that we're seeing a bunch of humongous balls like the lore we're inundated with. You're not actually seeing
why would
the
they
lore.
be lying about that?
I didn't say they're lying.
Okay.
People can be stupid. There's some highly intelligent people.
If you
can
buy
be
a
stupid about
telescope,
something.
if you buy a telescope for yourself, or even if you just go outside at night time and look at the moon, and you see that the moon, as a full moon, is a round sphere. Like, what do you think that is?
That's hypothetical.
Well, it's not really hypothetical. Like I can go outside and see. I can see the moon is round.
No, I get it. Trust me, I'm not familiar. Not unfamiliar with these things. The thing you're doing, which is what mostly everyone does. I didn't struggle with this, but mostly everyone does, is they struggle to separate the lore from what we actually see. We don't actually see the thing that's identical to the lore. You're not actually seeing.
Are
this
you calling
humongous ball.
science lore? Because I don't think that's how it works.
Okay. Obviously, I'm not calling the science, quote unquote, the lore. Okay, so just sit back. I wasn't done. So that's what people struggle to separate. Right? The lore you've been taught about the stars is one thing. What we actually see with our naked eyes or with the 80 eye is something else. They're not identical. This is the problem. When you actually look up with your naked eye or with the 80 eye, you don't see what we've been inundated with the Marvel Cinematic Universe and Star Trek, and Star Wars, and all this other stuff. You don't actually see
that's
that.
Hollywood.
Yeah, but like I can't get past the fact that I can go outside and see with my naked eye a round sphere in the sky, or two
How
of
do you know
them.
it's a
Actually,
sphere? Right. That's
well,
one of your
what
tacit presumptions that you just take
what
for
do you
granted. How do you
what
know
do
it's
you
a
think?
sphere?
What do you think it is? It's a disc, a flat disc side onto us.
I don't know. I don't know its shape.
What is
We can
that?
only
What
describe
is
what
that
we
game
see.
you play where you don't know what the object is, but you describe it to somebody and then they try to guess it? Imagine you had like a million clues to what it is, but you couldn't see it, and the million clues say it's a ball, bro. Just grow up. It's a ball.
Anyways, so there's no verification of the alleged shape that's ascribed to the things that we see in the sky. There's no verification of it. All you can do is describe what it seems to be. It's like when you're driving
Okay,
down the street,
but how do
right?
you explain
When you drive,
gravity? How do you explain
hang on.
gravity? Because doesn't
Let me
gravity
finish. Hang on.
work
Let
on
me finish.
a spinning Earth? All right, okay.
Okay. So, just like for instance, when you're driving down the street, okay, and you're driving down a dark road, and the visibility is not so great, you see something in the distance. It looks like a human figure, but it might not be. So it's just directly analogous to looking at something that is in principle millions upon millions of miles away, that takes even light in their worldview to take millions and millions and millions of years to finally arrive from. So if you have to be skeptical and affectic, meaning you suspend being certain and concluding about what you're seeing, if you have to be affectic with just things several feet away or several hundred feet away in the distance here on the earth, how much more affectic should you be with something that's allegedly, in principle, millions upon millions of miles away?
No,
Wow, so
there's only
why
two
aren't people
things.
who are so smart extenuate that
There's
same pattern
no,
of
no, no.
thinking to the things about the
There's
stars?
only two things that I'm certain about, and the Earth being a globe is not one of them. The only two
Good,
things I'm
okay.
certain.
But
The only
we're talking
two
about the
things
stars
that
because
I'm
you mentioned
certain.
the stars.
I know, but the only two things I'm certain of is God's existence and death. That's it.
Okay. So
Beyond
there's
that,
that.
nothing is
So
certain as far as I'm concerned.
sure. So there's my point, right?
Is
If
that?
it's all the
Do you
more
share that?
uncertain with,
Do you share that?
but hang on, stop flailing all over the place. I'm trying to focus
Yeah,
on a
lay
coherent
all over the
conversation.
place. Okay, Gregory. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. So just to conclude this, so we can move forward, right? So just as it's all the more necessary, right? Just as you would be affectic with the thing in the distance at night on the road when you're driving, so that you don't crash or kill someone or whatever, what have you. You should be all the more affected with something that's allegedly, in principle, millions upon millions of miles away. So no one actually knows the lore that we've been inundated with. So there's that.
Well, I don't know. So, what do you think? What do you think about the Artemis 2 mission, and where they went around the dark side of the moon, came back to Earth? You think that's bullshit? Sorry, am I not allowed
It's
to
more
cuss in
lore.
here? I apologize. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
it's not the same as DC. It's not the same as Christian chat.
All right.
But yeah, like we just established, like we refuted the base foundational presuppositions that the whole psyop is based on. It's what it is. It's a psyop. It's a
It's a
psychological
psyop.
operation.
Right. So you do believe that there is a deception going on, like an orchestrated deception.
Yeah, deception with those who are also sincerely deluded.
Right. So it is a
Those who are
conspiracy
sincerely
theory. Like
deluded can be deceived.
it is a conspiracy theory because someone is conspiring to deceive the population.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a
someone
conspiracy
in the first place.
identification.
Yes, someone lied in the first place. It's not
All
as
right.
though anything in
Who
our experience
exactly?
informs
All
us.
right. Well, you guys have
We
obviously looked
don't
into
have to
this a
say their
long
name
time.
specifically. So let me just finish the sentence. Okay.
Right.
All that needs to be said in this context is that someone lied in the first place, because obviously there's nothing in our base experience and anyone's experience that actually is empirically corroborating the notion the Earth's a ball flailing around the black void with all these other humongous balls flailing around the black void. There's nothing corroborating this. So someone lied in the first place. We live in a world where
Well,
none of that
I
is
would
evident at all,
disagree.
and someone
I
decided
would
to espouse these
disagree.
notions.
Oh, I would
Okay, so
disagree
what's the
with that.
empirical verification for these
Hold
notions,
on,
then?
the guy who said there's only two truths, he now has a third truth to add to the list. Go ahead.
I didn't say.
There's that
I
too.
didn't. No. That's not what I said. I didn't say truth. I said
You said
certainties. I said certainties.
okay. Now you're splitting hairs. You're creating
No,
a
it's
hair,
not.
growing
It's
hair to
not.
split.
Okay, so
No.
okay,
It's
so
not.
are you
No,
certain
something
about that
can.
then, or no?
So finally, we're back.
Something.
So finally, we're back to the server topic. So you're
Uh,
certain that the Earth is a ball based on what?
no, I didn't say that I'm certain. I told you the only two certainties I have is that I believe that
Yeah.
God exists and that death
Okay,
is
but
yeah.
but you just said that's false when I said that these are not verified notions. You said no, that's
No,
false.
I didn't say it's false. I said I don't believe that.
Okay, what's the point in saying that if you're not saying?
Yeah,
What's the point
just
in
because
saying
I'm
that
not.
if you're not saying that
Just
that's
Do
not true?
you have a mannequin on your lap, or what's going on here? Is this an act?
No, it's,
Hang on, like so if If you're not
Look,
saying that
Gregory
it's false, then
knows.
what's
Gregory
the point of
knows that
saying
I'm
that?
good faith. I'm not having a bad faith
No, I
conversation.
know, dude. But what? Just following your own logic, how can you dispute what he said that those things aren't
No, no, no.
substantiated if
No,
you
what
only
he
have two
said.
truths?
What he said is that there is no empirical evidence, right? So what do you take
Okay,
empirical
so
evidence to
what
mean?
is
Like
the
it's a
empirical
certainty?
evidence? That's why I
No,
asked, what is the empirical evidence?
yeah, but
Hang on, hang on.
what does it
We're not
mean?
making much progress
Empirical
because
evidence.
we're tangling our voices together. Hang on, hang on.
Yeah, well, Gregory, let me ask you, what do you mean by empirical evidence? Like proof beyond a doubt? I don't know that such a thing exists.
Like the proposition the cat is black, and then you look to your right, and there's a black cat sitting there. Okay.
Yeah, but
We're
like
not doing
atheists,
anything like this with the Earth
but
or the
atheists
black
will
void
say,
cosmos or
yeah,
the
but
humongous
atheists,
planets thing.
look, you know I'm a creationist, but atheists will say, for example, that evolution is empirical evidence and that's beyond any doubt. And they'll say that the Big
But
Bang
there is no
Theory is.
scientific proof for that. There's no proof of evolution at
Hang on,
all.
Yes,
hang on, let him finish. Let him
okay.
finish.
Can we? Yeah, you know, they'll say that evolution is empirical evidence because of chimpanzees and common DNA, even though we have common DNA with bananas. They'll say that Big Bang Theory is empirical evidence of the creation of the universe. Like, yeah, none of that is. I grant you that none of that is like proof beyond any doubt. It's not even proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Like, it wouldn't hold up in court, the evidence they have.
So what's
So
the point
yeah,
of you bringing that
I
up?
get.
What's the point of saying
No,
that if you
I'm
ain't looking at
telling
the
you. So
science?
like, yeah, okay. So what evidence do you accept? Because obviously you accept some sort of evidence to show that you believe that the Earth is flat, and I have
Okay,
some evidence to believe that the Earth is a
Go out
globe.
and
So,
observe and measure the curvature, which they've never done.
right, but okay, but can
would
I
the, would
also
the,
say
would
go
the
out?
flatness would the flatness of water hold up in court?
Yeah, maybe Gregory, maybe we should have this conversation in private one day.
No,
'Cause it
dude,
seems.
don't. No, I'm not trying to derail. I mean, I'm just trying to keep it on task. Would the flatness of water would that hold up in court?
Yeah, Aussie down under, water being
Water.
level. Yeah, water being
I've
level.
talked to you before. Yeah, no. How you going,
Yeah, I
Jin?
know you have. You know me, Jin. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You mug. Yeah, no.
Okay, so my answer was right. My
Sorry.
answer
Go
was
ahead, Gregory.
so. My answer was actually go out and observe and measure the curvature, for instance, which they've never done.
Okay, but can't I also say go outside and look at the stars? Like, couldn't I counterpoint with that? Couldn't I say that like everything
What is that supposed to corroborate?
everything we see is spherical, so isn't that also
Would that
a
would
point
that hold up
of
in court?
evidence?
Wait,
I don't know. Eyewitness
you
testimony
looking
is
at the
used in
stars doesn't
court, but
corroborate that
it's
proposition.
unreliable. It's unreliable
It's,
evidence. I grant you, eyewitness
Yeah,
testimony.
but you're not just witnessing; you're telling a story.
okay, look. Okay, so again, you said go look at that stuff. Would that count as a point? I mean, you're not looking up at the stars, seeing a bunch of spheres. That's not what we're doing.
I'm seeing circles. Yeah.
Right, sphere and circle are two different things. You may see a circular object. You may see a bunch of circular objects in the sky.
Yeah.
It doesn't corroborate the proposition that all these things are
asteroids as
spheres.
well. Like meteors and asteroids. Yeah. Like
No
you
one's
can see
actually
them
seen a rock
rotating.
flying through the sky.
Well, sure we have. That's what shooting stars are.
No, in their notion, no, they don't. They
Well,
don't.
like,
They don't actually see a rock
all right,
flying through the sky.
let's come back to the moon. Let's come back to the moon. All the crater impacts on the moon, like it's a dotted like a pepperoni pizza. What do you think that's from? That's from meteor
That's a
strikes.
presupposition. That's a presupposition. No one's seen a rock crash into the moon.
Well, what do you think? Yeah, all right, okay.
Hold on, the face that's locked to the Earth side is getting smashed by outer space asteroids. Wouldn't the Earth block them?
Right. So
Hang on,
let's
say
take
it
a moment
again.
and internalize what we've learned so far. Right.
All
Notice
right.
how all these notions that you're bringing up in the conversation, they're not actually empirically verified things. They're lore that we've been strongly inundated with.
Well, I wouldn't criticize them as much as say that they're lore. Like, you know, it's an
What else is there to say
observation.
about them? They're not empirical
It's an
facts. They're just
observation.
notions about
No,
things that we
it's an
actually see.
observation. It's
Okay,
not a
is it? We
story.
started with
It's not.
is it empirical or not?
No
Is
one
that
has
empirical?
observed rocks crashing into the moon. No one has observed that.
Okay.
That's not an
Yeah.
observation.
Okay. Fair. All right. Yeah. Fair enough. Okay. No
Right?
one's
So it's
observed
lore.
it yet.
It's these notions that are not empirically verified that we're strongly inundated with.
No, I
It's
agree. It's a
lore.
theory. It's a theory. Yeah. It's not law. Like you keep yeah, you keep using the word
It is
law as if
lore.
it's like it's like Goldilocks or the Seven
I'm
Dwarfs
not.
or something. It's not.
I mean,
It's
it's
not.
no more. It's just as empirically validated, right? No empirical validation.
Yeah,
They're
but what do
just
you
as
mean by
fictional
empirical?
as that. Like I already gave it a type token distinction. Like the cat is black. That's the proposition. Then you look to your right, you see a black cat sitting on the bed. That's like that.
Okay, but so you're using observation. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're using observation of what you see with your own eyes. So that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
when I look up at
Yeah.
the
So the
moon and I
notion
see
that
that the moon is
the
round, why would I believe it's flat? Why would I
yeah. So
believe
the
the Earth is
notion
flat?
that the spots on the moon seem to be the notion that the spots on the moon are craters is not like that. It's not like seeing the black cat. You didn't see. No one's seen a bunch of rocks crash into the moon.
No. Okay, I'm not even talking about craters on the
No one's
moon right
actually
now.
verified that they're actually
I'm
even
talking
craters.
about
They may seem
how
to
you
be
said
craters.
your
Yeah.
definition of empirical is like the cat is black. You look and you see the cat is black, so that's empirical evidence that the cat is black. So what I'm saying to
Yeah,
you is
but
that
you know what the
when I
cat
look at
is.
other
You
planets,
can get
when I
scratched by the
hang on,
cat and pick the cat up. You know what the cat
hang on.
is.
Yeah, but when I look at the planets and I see that the planets are round, like
Okay.
why
Have you
would
ever
I
been
believe?
scratched by a planet?
Okay, all right.
Okay, look.
This,
So given what you last said, yeah, given what you
this is a
last said,
silly
I mean,
question. I mean, that's
there's a lot of voices tangling together. It's kind of
yeah.
making it
I
difficult.
know. Have I ever been scratched by a planet? Like, what kind of question is that? That's just
It sounds
whatever.
like a bumper sticker, I guess. You can go pick up the
Okay.
cat. You know what the cat is.
Yeah, but
To then
Okay, so
assign
given your
the
last question, right, about the planets, okay. So yeah, you're not seeing a bunch of humongous spheres. Like, you're just strongly inundated with the notion that what you see in the telescope is a bunch of humongous spheres. It's not what you're seeing. But
Well,
you
what am I
just delete
seeing?
these notions of this extra lore and just
Well,
look at
then
the
what am I
thing
seeing?
on its face. Describe what you actually see, not espouse the lore that's been ascribed to it.
Well, I see a circle. I see a circle. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. So there's no need to go beyond what we actually see.
Well, what do you think the circles in the sky are?
I mean, what does it matter? What I think.
Yeah, Gregory, just before you carry on, I've taken the liberty of posting from 55 minutes past the hour. I posted some material that you requested at the beginning. There are five pieces of material from 55 minutes past the hour. Scrolling down, you'll see it's scattered because people have posted. If you're interested, that's all, okay? I particularly like the meme where the father and son are looking out to space. That meme is very powerful because it shows the hideousness of the statement being made in the meme, okay? It's a brilliant one. Thank you.
Let's talk about this. I'll forward it. Come on. So annoying about this.
I guess my issue with flat Earth is that you look at some scientific evidence like measuring curvature of the Earth, as you brought up before, and horizons and this, but then you reject all the other science that shows that it's a globe, and you call that law, like science fiction.
what if neither of those things were science?
Hang on, and I don't want to upset you guys and all pile and dogpile me and argue with me, but
It's your misunderstanding. Let me address it. What if neither of those things were science? What if one
I
was
haven't finished.
pseudoscience and the other one was measurement? Yeah, you said enough though. Go on.
Okay. And then when I asked you, all right, why do you reject the other scientific explanation for the Earth as a globe? You alluded to it's a conspiracy to deceive. Now I would like to ask the question: why do you believe there is a conspiracy to deceive into believing in a globe Earth versus a flat Earth? Like, what is the intent
No
behind
one
that
can answer
deception?
that.
Okay,
That
okay,
would
let me
have to be
reply. Okay,
speculation.
let me reply. Okay, so make sure you're accurately representing what's been said to you. We took you to the observational and measurements first. Okay, you actually look at the Earth and measure it. Okay, and the proposition the Earth's a ball fails. It actually corroborates the proposition that it's flat. The horizon is not what the SE entails the horizon is. It's not the vertex of a curved surface. Because it never is obstructing the things that it should be obstructing, ever. And the horizon keeps moving to and fro.
Yeah, I get it. I
Which
get it.
either
You've
entails
got
that the ball is rapidly expanding and decreasing in lockstep with the changing atmospheric conditions, which is
yeah.
asinine on its face,
Well,
or
I
the
get it.
horizon is not what the SE entails.
I get
Okay,
it.
so with that being stated,
there's
yes, with that
observations
being
that
stated, let me finish.
okay.
Right, with that being stated, that throw the globe Earth out the window, throw it over your shoulder. It's garbage. So then, with that, because that is the basis, the SE is the basis for the rest of their entire, as it were, structure or tower of their cosmological doctrine. All the notion, the soul, the whole set of their cosmological notions. It's all standing upon the foundation that is the Earth's of all. All that falls, given their own rhetoric. That's what they acknowledge. All the orbital mechanics and all this, all that stuff, it's all based on the alleged SE. Once that's refuted, the whole structure falls down. The whole
Okay.
structural failure.
Yeah, but all right. You don't have to give me a source, but from you've obviously delved deeper into this, right? So out of your own understanding of this conspiracy to deceive people into believing in a globe Earth instead of a flat Earth, what do you think the purpose of such a conspiracy would be? Like,
You already know. The devil deceived the whole world. And the
okay.
tycoons of the earth who are the merchants of the earth deceived the world and led the world after the devil and the beast and the false prophet. It's all
Okay,
in
so you
rebellion
have a
against God and the mind
yeah, so
control.
yeah, all right. So you do have a religious belief for this. All right, okay. So you believe it's the work of the devil.
Just like with every other false doctrine. Look, in the first place, the globe earth doctrine was contrived by an unbeliever, a pre-Socratic philosopher named Pythagoras, and it began with his silly metaphysical conjecture, with his pantheistic type of notion and reifying numbers and everything subsystem numbers and the divine essence of the world and the sphere is the perfect shape, and so the divine essence of the world would have made the most important thing that is the earth to be a sphere. That's where it began. That's where it began. It did not begin with someone seeing the earth be a ball.
Yeah, well, obviously, because we didn't have astronauts.
Right. So even in their worldview, no one really saw the earth be a ball. It was just centuries upon centuries, more than 2,000 years of weak inductions at best for centuries, with Aristotle and Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni and all the rest. Everyone's sitting their ass here on the earth, yapping their conjecture about the sky,
Okay,
sleeping through all sorts of weak inductions.
I think the
And
biggest
then,
yeah.
let me finish. And
Okay.
then in their worldview, there's the over here on your left is the circle that is scientism. Over here on your left is the circle that is the actual truth. So in their worldview, you didn't actually get people off their ass into the sky and to actually see there be a ball until the 1950s. No one
Okay,
actually
I think
did anything that was sufficient and necessary to prove the Earth's a ball until the 1950s or early 1960s. And
okay.
even then, before the 1960s, for instance, Auguste Piccard, who went high enough in their view to see the curvature, said it looks like a flat disc with upturned edges at 50,000 feet. Even though you're supposed to be able to see the curvature at 30,000 feet, 35,000 feet. He went several thousand feet above that and said it's a flat disc with upturned edges.
Okay. I think the biggest point of contention here for me on this flat Earth theory is that you believe that first of all there's a conspiracy to deceive, and that the astronauts who've gone to space and seen a globe Earth are either lying or have been deceived themselves. And I don't really see the point, even if Satan is involved. I really don't see the point of, like, I grant you that the greatest deception the devil, the great deceiver, pulled off was convincing people he didn't exist. Yeah.
I mean that's the old adage, but that itself, that idiom is not, the little aphorism is also false.
Well, if you say so.
Can I interject just for a second, about less than 10 seconds? Now, Ozzy, okay. you got to do us a favor, yeah? We flat earthers are not bringing you a flat earth theory. We don't do that here. We're bringing you a statement of fact, which you can actually validate for yourself if you took the time, okay? So don't say model, don't say theory. It's an insult, really, okay? Thank you.
So I get your point so far with the conspiracy issue. Look, the point is
Yeah.
we don't want the people to know the truth about the cosmos, and we especially don't want them to know the truth that corroborates the Bible. We certainly don't want that. But we don't want them to know the truth about the cosmos. We don't want them to make any progress
Yeah,
towards the truth. We want to prevent
yeah, I
them
felt.
from knowing as
I
much truth
guess
as
what.
possible, so
Sorry,
that they believe
may I
what
say
we
something?
want them to believe. Look, I'm answering your questions. We can get past this already because like
Well, I
the third
didn't. I
time you
didn't
repeated
really get
this.
to. I didn't really get to finish. I don't see the connection between people who are going to not believe in God if it's a flat Earth or a globe Earth. I don't believe it's a salvific issue. Like it's a completely not
That's
salvific
beside the
issue.
point. That's beside the point. Look, let's concentrate. The issue is is the given propositions true or false? We just falsified and refuted the proposition. There's the ball. That's done. Right. So you have these other issues with these other things about that's related to the subject. So if that's a conceptual impediment to you, then I'll try to help you. But we can't get stuck on this too long. Okay. So with the issue of deceiving and conspiracy and all this other stuff, it's about mind control. If I can get you to believe this whole worldview, which people have by themselves, after being inundated with this worldview, have thought through this worldview to its entailments to the point of suicide. And I'm not being exaggerative. I've spoken to several people who basically become nihilistic and suicidal because they're
Yeah.
thinking consistently through the entailments of scientism. We're just
Yeah.
a bunch of specks running and rampant around a stupid ball, lopsided ball in a
No, on
black
that I
void
agree with you.
that was here
Yeah,
for
no,
no
on
reason.
that, on
This
that,
whole
on that we
worldview
have no, on
is
that we have
is
no
the
issue. I
problem.
agree.
This whole
No,
worldview is
but
the
I
problem. Now,
think,
again,
but I think,
the
I
globe
think
Earth
that ties
doctrine.
into
Look,
what I was
the
saying
globe Earth
before.
doctrine wasn't espoused. Listen, the globe Earth doctrine wasn't espoused in the first place by a nihilist. It was espoused by Pythagoras, who was not a nihilist at all. He was a cult leader, so he thought he had plenty of purpose. In fact, he thought he was partly divine, and so he did his cult followers. So I'm not sitting up saying that nihilism is a necessary entailment of the SE doctrine. That's not the point. But it's one of many false doctrines in this world.
Yeah, no, I
And
would,
why contrive falsehood at all and then promulgate it among the people?
no, I would
For the same
absolutely
reason it's
agree with.
always been done.
I'd absolutely agree with what you said before, that scientism has led people to atheism through believing in the Big Bang and Darwinist evolutionary theory, and that they believe that there is no purpose to their life and they become nihilists and then suicidal. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
But
So the
yeah,
answer is simply why conspiracy? For the same reason anyone conspires to manipulate people to exploit them for their wicked ends.
yeah, I guess I fail to see what. Yeah, I fail to see what benefit monetarily, because normally
It's not even
conspiracies
necessarily
are.
monetary. The wicked are always concerned with money. In fact, especially if you're terribly rich, money is not a concern to you. Money is as abundant as dirt.
Yeah,
The
like
primary
George
concern is not
Soros.
money.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
Yeah, the
all right.
primary
Yeah,
concern is not money.
I agree. Yeah, George Soros isn't concerned with more money. He's concerned with more power. Yeah. Fair enough.
It's not being concerned
There's
with
that.
more money. They're usually concerned with preserving their power, right? So that's why they're
Yeah, that's what I
concerned with
said.
money to a certain degree.
Yeah, that's
Sorry,
what I
I
said. I
cut
said power.
I just
Yeah,
cut on the last part. Caught on the last part. Sorry.
Yeah.
yeah. I
Yeah.
said he's more
So
concerned with
there's that.
power.
So
Yeah.
next,
But what sort
right?
of power? What sort of power do you have over people that believe in a globe versus flat Earth? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
You
if you
can't
tied it
use
in with
direct
Big Bang
force.
Theory. Yeah.
You can't use direct force on billions of people. You have to control their mind. You
Okay.
don't do that directly. You have to use a lot of means, a lot of tools and means in order to actually achieve that end.
Controlling the narrative. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, controlling your worldview, controlling your fundamental view of the world, even to the most fundamental level, including the
Yeah.
cosmos.
Okay. Yeah, maybe. What, and easier to manipulate people in what way? I don't know.
And a part of the psyop is this anti-Bible rhetoric, this anti-Bible propaganda. That's a part of the psyop.
Yeah, no, I would definitely say that science is targeting Christianity.
I would give
Or
I'll give another example. Mind control. People going to vote for democracy when when it's dictatorship, tyranny, and they've been enslaved, and there they are going to vote for more of that. There's
well,
mind
in the
control right there.
UK, in the
They've been
UK,
deluded
definitely.
into thinking that they've got freedom. What a joke. There you go.
So there's that with the conspiracy thing. So what's next?
Yeah, I don't know. Even though I will grant you that there are certain conspiracies I believe in, like that we didn't go to the moon in 1969 and that the Apollo missions were faked. It was probably Stanley Kubrick, and 9/11 was probably an inside job because what happened to Tower Number 7 is very suspicious, to say the least. Well, there are some genuine
but dude,
conspiracy theories,
you
like
don't have to.
who assassinated JFK. You know.
Yeah, but this you don't have to categorize as a conspiracy theory
Well, I think
because
it
there
is.
is no. Yeah, well, I'm going to explain to you why it's not. Because anytime that you're asked to substantiate the globe, you admit there's no empirical evidence, yet it has
No,
its hooks in you.
no, I didn't say that. I
So,
admit there's no empirical evidence because if we're using
yeah, but
observation,
the
like
cat got
going
your
out,
the cat got
yeah,
your tongue though.
no,
Yeah, but that's circular
we
reasoning. Pointing to the stars
we
is
already.
circular reasoning, friend.
Well, if you say so, but we're
Yeah.
using it as our source of empirical evidence, observation, like the cat is black, or measure the curvature, or
Yeah, but you're filling in a lot of you're filling in a lot of
sees with
blanks
his
with
own eyes. So
imaginarium.
when I see with my own eyes, like if we claim that observation is empirical evidence, then my observations are different and lead me to a different conclusion.
Yeah, and making an observation of a cat is different than making an observation of a celestial body. Thank you.
You look, it's not just the act of observing. Observing is not the evidence. The thing that you're observing is the evidence. The evidence is what we are observing. You're supposed to be observing the evidence. You're supposed to actually see the black cat to corroborate the proposition. The cat is black. You're supposed to actually see the ball that is allegedly the Earth to actually corroborate the proposition the Earth's the ball. Looking at something that's non-Earth be a ball doesn't prove the Earth's a ball. When you look up at the disco ball above the floor at your local club, that doesn't entail the floor is also spherical, and you don't look at the ball above the floor to see if the floor is curving or not. That's ridiculous. Now let's take a moment to
Can you
appreciate
show
what you're
me
going
an
to hear.
image? Can you show me an image in the side chat what you think the Earth looks like then, from your worldview?
Yeah, I'll
What
do
do you
that in
think
just a
it looks
moment.
like?
So let's appreciate what we learned here again, right? Notice how fallacious our thinking is, how fallacious our thinking was for some, and still is for some, when espousing the scientism, especially the issue with the Earth. I mean, no one thinks like this in any other context, except when it comes to the Earth being a ball. Like just any theories of sentences, any theories of propositions, and any logic chain is all of a sudden valid when it concerns the Earth being a ball. But with everything else, we know full well that we're stupid. Well, if we want to know the disco ball to be a ball or not, we don't look away from the disco ball. We look at it and see if it's a ball or not. So why are we
Yeah.
looking away from the Earth to see if the Earth's a ball or not? It's stupid.
No, we go outside the Earth and look back at it. That's what I believe. I don't share the view that you have and the others in this channel probably have, that the astronauts are delusional, or that they've been deceived, or that they're lying when they show us images of the Earth
Okay,
as
but
a
that hasn't
globe.
happened though.
That's
Because we
definitely
look
not
here on the
empirical.
Earth.
Taking the word of
Right.
someone else is definitely not empirical.
Like, look,
Yeah,
because
but
it
I'm a
hasn't
Christian.
happened. But
I'm a
we
Christian.
stand
I
here on
read
the
the
Earth.
scripture.
Look,
I read the scripture of
focus,
people who
focus.
died 2,000 years ago. So.
Look, focus. Right? We stand here on the Earth, look at the Earth, and measure the Earth, and it's not a ball. Like they've already shown you in the open chat.
Okay,
So why are you
but would you
relying on these foreign people?
Gregory? But Gregory, would you
hang on.
agree
Why are
that
you
we as
relying on these
Christians?
people? Let me
Hang
finish the
on.
sentence. Look, why are you
All right.
relying on these strangers who you never met, right? Doing something that is far less likely than actually standing on the Earth, looking at the Earth, and doing a measurement. I mean, just on its face right there. Why is that more credible?
One day, Gregory, when I'm a multimillionaire, we'll go up in my private jet. We'll go up in my private jet and we'll go look at the Earth together. And we'll see for ourselves.
Right. And then on that same day, in fact, the day after that, look. The day after that, I'll coronate you as the King of England.
All right.
Because I have that word of
I
mouth.
appreciate it. I appreciate that.
Yeah, dude.
Right. So why are we
Also
relying
down under, you said
why are we
this doesn't
relying on
matter.
things that none of us would ever hope to ever do in this life,
But Gregory,
instead of actually
you
things that we can actually
understand.
do now?
You
I mean, just on its
understand
face, on
better.
that level, as far
Hang
as
on,
the
Gregory. I don't
credibility is
interrupt
obviously
you.
against them.
Gregory,
you
I don't
do.
interrupt. I don't interrupt you. I'll let you speak. Like, may I say something now?
Look,
So
I'm trying to get focused and make progress. So you went back to the thing we already progressed past. You keep going back to these astronauts like it has so much credibility. It doesn't. Just on its face, it's not even likely. It's far from likely.
okay, you
Like,
can
what's the
disagree.
He
likelihood?
admitted it as well.
What's more
He admitted
likely?
that
Look,
the astronauts
look,
didn't go to the moon. He admitted that.
look. Think,
So if they didn't go to the
yeah, look,
moon,
think.
then they can't be going to
Not
space. Come on.
not in 1969. I don't think in
Not
Okay,
even
look, think through it
1969.
today.
like
If they
this.
didn't go then, they can't go now. Blimey.
Well,
Come on.
Okay,
I don't
think
know
through it
about
like
the
this,
Artemis
right?
2. I asked about Artemis 2, but anyway, we moved on past that. What I
Yeah.
wanted,
So think through it like
can I
this.
just
What's
say
more
what I wanted to
likely?
say? Can I say what I wanted to say?
The thing you're
Right?
trying to repeat, you've already said. I'm trying to reply to you. You
No,
won't
I
let me.
haven't said this. I haven't said this. Right?
Your thing about
You
going to the moon, you've already said this.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
You were just talking about this. That's the last thing you were just talking about.
Gregory, please. Can I please just say my sentence, and then you'll know what I'm trying to say. All right. As
Look,
Christians,
you're begging me for me to stop so you can go. Look, I want to reply, so go ahead.
all right. As Christians, we believe in scripture that was written by people who died thousands of years ago. Well, 2,000 years ago, right? Well, at least hundreds of years ago, right? So we do, as Christians, accept information to be true from other people that we did not witness for ourselves. Like, we believe in the miracles performed by Jesus that we ourselves did not witness, but we believe it to be true because we've read it from what other people have
Why
written
are you
down as an
emphasizing this?
eyewitness account. Well, I'm saying because there are people today who are saying that this is what they have seen with their own eyes, and they've written it down and they've provided it to other people. And on the one
What
hand, you
bearing does it have
accept
on the subject?
scripture written by other people as being true, but you don't accept what these people are writing about their own personal experience to be true.
Because you can actually scrutinize the propositions, and they're falsified. Look, if we already falsified the proposition, the Earth's a ball, and these people allegedly left the quote unquote ball to see the ball, it's false. Like, just
I
just
don't
think
know.
with
Maybe I'm
logical
just more.
consistency. You
Maybe I'm
stand
more
here on the
trustworthy.
Earth.
Maybe I'm more
Why?
more
How?
trusting than
Why?
you are. But I don't believe that people are capable of such a grand scheme of
Why not?
conspiracy. Well, I just don't think it's possible for people to keep such a
But why
secret,
not?
like such a massive secret. Well,
Why
because
not?
people
I
are
mean, that's obviously the
because
presupposition that's
because
Well,
impeding
yeah,
you.
we're
So why?
talking about it. It's not a secret.
because people are whistleblowers. They always like what's his name Julian Assange. What's the American one
It sounds
that's in
like you're
Russia
tacitly
now?
presuming that there is a
The
bunch of people
NSA
there that would
guy.
be willing to accept them.
Who's the
It
NSA
sounds like you think
whistleblower
like,
guy who said that the government was
yeah,
listening to everyone's phone calls? What's his name?
Snowden.
yeah. I get your
Snowden.
point. Yeah.
Thank you,
So
Snowden. Yeah.
Well,
Like,
you have
there's
yeah,
a
I
guy
get
always
your
a
like
point. So it
you have
whistleblower.
a
sounds
guy
like you
like Matt
think,
Powerland if you want a whistleblower.
yeah, it
Yeah,
sounds
like
like you think that the whistleblowers would just have been just exploded everything and it would have been refuted. Like, that tacitly presumes that they have confidence that they wouldn't be destroyed in one sense or another by those who would retaliate against their whistleblowing, and also tacitly presumes that they have confidence in the general public that they would even be believed rather than just ridiculed and sacrificed up to their masters who want to retaliate against them.
yeah, well,
So you have this naive pattern of thinking about the world that's still there.
maybe, yeah.
Like, a lot of people don't,
Not
not even about
not
the grand conspiracies like this. A lot of people won't even come out about being a victim of rape because they don't have confidence in the general public around them that they will believe them, that they're just going to get
yeah.
more trouble than actual help.
I feel like you
Okay,
could
so
apply this.
so the reality is when you have like this whole globeness, it's going against your intuition. So as a person growing up as a child, etc., you're now convinced to not trust yourself, go against your own intuition, instincts, whichever word you want to use, right? So the idea would be he feels as stationary or whatever, he feels a certain way, etc., etc. And so the idea would be now they're saying, no, you are wrong. You need third party authority to tell you. And you now know, you're taught from a young age, you now can no longer trust yourself, right? So you then get that reinforcement in other ways, such as parents, hey, you did this wrong, whatever it may be. But in terms of a globe, in terms of something very intrinsic to a person, right? The idea of how you're moving and when the environment around you. So then it's basically setting up the person to no longer trust themselves and seek that external approval and validation. Hey guys, it's around Earth, everyone else thinks like that. I'm going to go to the flat Earth VC and tell them how stupid they are, right? And feel validated because I'm with the herd. So that's kind of the way it would start. It's now you're taught not to trust yourself. And going forward in your life, imagine a government, imagine a king or any kind of authority who wants more control over the people. You want them to be like that. You want them to be disenfranchised, disempowered, disavowed with the right to change the world around him. How can he have a say? He's an idiot. He doesn't believe he can have a say. How do you know what objective truth is? How do you know what this is? You're not an expert. You're not an astronaut. You're not a scientist. You're not a doctor. So don't tell me what good food is. Don't tell me what health I should do. And with everything else, you can see that is how people are, right? So they seek that accredited authority, right? You have to be accredited by the fucking evil infrastructure, right? So of course you're not going to get the accreditation for something which goes against the agenda, right? So it's set up for for keeping you in the bubble. The person set up for failure. He needs a scientist to tell him to think differently, and he's never going to get that. So it's over for him. He's going to go through the rest of his life to 80 years old and say, I wish I did this differently. Just before he dies, now I see that this matters, etc., right?
Okay.
So to answer your question and
was
conclude so we can move on, the
Oh.
tacit presumption is a naive presupposition that whistleblowers are just entirely willing to come out. Most people who are whistleblowers, the whistleblowers are those who are defying what they expect. They say,
I'll
fuck
give
it,
you another.
I'm gonna expose this anyway, even though they're likely not gonna believe me, and I'm likely gonna get attacked by the people that I'm trying to edify with this expose.
That was just one point, whistleblowers, but I also don't think that world governments are capable of working together to keep this a secret. Like
Why not?
Russia and America are fighting each other in Ukraine. I guess you'd call it's a proxy war.
Are they, or is that a psyop that you
No,
bought
I
into?
I'd say it's proxy war between Europe supplying military equipment and
Are
America
they, or is
supplying.
that a psyop you bought into? Because
Well,
at the same
no.
time they're allegedly fighting each other with proxy wars, they're upholding the Antarctic Treaty before and
Yeah, well,
after the Cold War,
yeah, well,
till now, including
yeah,
China.
yeah. Look, I don't think that there is the level of cooperation between world governments that you think that
Your
there is.
appeal to your personal incredulity is noted. You've done it 4 times now. It's on the
Look,
books.
all you have so far is exactly what Old Haas just said. You have this incredulity about these presumptions about the world and what people are able to do and capable of doing. But I just gave you one point of counter evidence that clearly refutes it. You think that these people are sincerely fighting each other. Maybe that's the psyop that they want you to believe. And people do it all the time.
Yeah,
People do it on a small
then,
scale, even just person
but
to
then,
person, let alone on a larger
if you
scale from
take that
nation to
world,
nation.
yeah,
Let me finish.
okay,
See how you're like hastening to say a reply to rebut to defend the psyop. I mean, you're
yeah,
corroborating my point, right? So what if you are believing the psyop, another psyop, which is your emotional and psychological impediment to just acknowledging the truth we just said already about
yeah,
cosmos and the particular fact we just elucidated. So what if you're buying
yeah.
into the psyop while at the same time these nations who are allegedly in conflict with each other, even so as to try and do proxy wars, are simultaneously upholding one or more treaties before, during, and after the alleged conflict? That's contradictory. It's incoherent.
Oh, damn! I forgot what I was going to say. I lost it. No, lost it. Damn.
Well, is it about your appeal to your incredulity is all you've got left?
No, yeah, I remember now. I think if you take this worldview that you can't trust the government, and that everything they say to you is a lie, and that there's an ulterior motive, then you can't trust anything or believe in anything.
Good. So then you
Like,
go from that foundation, right? And then you build your
Hang on. Who said
framework for
all
the
that?
world from there.
and then you rely on your
Let
own,
me reply.
and then
Let
you
me reply.
rely
He
on your own
just said.
understanding, and that's
Let me
dangerous.
reply. Let me reply. So who said all that? Right? Who said all that? I didn't say that
Well,
to
you
you.
were talking about like,
I didn't say
do I
everything they
understand?
said is a lie. I didn't say
Well,
Yeah,
everything
that's
they
what
say
he
is
always do.
incredible. I didn't say that.
well, that's what
Right?
you were
So
kind of alluding to when you were saying,
He's
"Oh,
not.
well, you
You
believe
can't.
what."
You can't say he's
no, I
alluding to
didn't.
that, right? That's your dumbass assumption, that thinking they're a conspiracy
Well, don't
guy or
insult
whatever.
me. I'm
So
not
you don't have to be
insulting
that aggressive
anyone. Yeah.
and disparaging. But again,
No,
so
why?
given what
People are
you just said,
adults here.
Ozzy, it's
Yeah,
all right.
but
Just
I'm not
hang on. Okay,
assaulting
so
or
given
attacking
your
you, so
reply,
you don't have
Ozzy.
to assault or attack me. Like, we're grown ups. We
Okay,
can have
so
a mature
Ozzy.
conversation without ad hom.
Okay,
Yeah,
Ozzy.
go
So
ahead.
given your latest reply, I didn't say all that. I didn't insinuate. I didn't convey that in any way. I don't have to do this silly thing where people just basically become emotionally dismayed and they basically just erupt with this notion. No, you can't trust anything. Everything's a lie. They're all lies. Da, 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 da. I don't have to do all that. I can just refute the
Yeah,
particular propositions and leave it at that.
yeah,
They don't only say lies and they don't only say truth.
yeah. Because we don't want to all look like Alex Jones with tinfoil hats, raging and bashing on the table and screaming at the top of our lungs. You know, like, that
Yeah,
wouldn't
so
be
my
good.
position doesn't entail that, and I didn't convey that either. So throw
Yeah,
that
but,
away.
but Alex Jones does tell the truth from time to time. Don't forget that.
Yeah, but he also tells a lot of bullshit. That,
Yeah,
that's
you want
why.
us to be all the polar opposite of that. I get it.
No,
Yeah,
well, that's
so never
why.
mind all that. So my position
That's
doesn't
why he
entail
got
that, nor did
sued
I
for
convey
Sandy
any of that.
Hook. Yeah. No, I think we would all agree it would be a very bad world if everyone was Alex Jones and everyone was calling everyone else a liar and like that
Yeah,
would.
so never mind him, right? So I didn't convey any of that,
Wow.
nor does my position entail any of that. So just throw that away.
Can you show a person that doesn't lie?
Bro, these guys just don't want to take responsibility. Why are we avoiding it? He's saying the
I
government will
can
take
show
care
you.
of me. I don't want to take responsibility. You guys are
No,
thinking for yourself in here. I don't want to do that because then that means I have to think about my food, my life, and everything else in my life. That's too much work. So I just say government would decide for me.
Stop. He didn't convey any of that. He already said he has
He
a healthy
did.
distrust of
No,
the
come
government.
on, bro.
He didn't.
Yikes.
He's already said he has a healthy distrust of the government already.
Why are we playing like some
I do.
pretend game here?
He
Yeah, I
already
do.
said he has a healthy distrust of the government. He already acknowledged
Yeah,
that
I
there are
do.
many conspiracy theories that are true. Stop.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, obviously the government lies to you, but whether
Okay,
they're
so
lying to
yeah,
you,
but your argument is
whether
the
they're lying to
government.
you about everything, I don't think they
Yeah,
lie
but
to you about
dude,
everything.
yeah, but you're saying they
And I
lie,
don't,
but
and I
they
don't.
can't tell a big
No.
lie
He's
though.
saying that, hey, I
What
can
I'm
steal
trying
from
to
his house
say,
once and then
what
he'll
I'm
give me
trying to
another
say,
chance.
what I'm trying to say is, I don't think the government is lying about this particular issue. I think they lie about a lot of things. I think they lied about the moon landings. I think they lied about 9/11 and JFK.
Okay,
And
so why would they do that? What
many things.
intentions?
But I
First, you have
don't
to
think.
understand the intention, right?
But I
The
don't think
intention
on this
behind lying
particular
about the moon, for
issue.
example.
I don't
Okay.
think
Look,
on this
I'm
particular
gonna have to
issue
like
that the
push this
government is
forward so we
lying.
don't keep echoing this over and over again. Okay, so we get what you think, right? So we move forward. Okay, we actually scrutinize the propositions such as the Earth, the ball, live in a big vast black void, and all this other stuff. They all fail. Right? We already showed you the empirical measurements and observations that clearly
Yeah.
refute the globe Earth doctrine. It refutes the entailment about their notion about the horizon. We see further than
Yeah.
what's possible on the Earth, and there's
Okay.
that. So either
Well-
they're lying or they're sincerely deluded. It's one of the two.
Well,
but the doctrine is false. That's the real focus.
People who are smarter than me, and I know it's an appeal to authority, but that's all I have because I'm not an astrophysicist. They would be able to refute
You
this
might as well
with
just
their own
stop there then.
observation.
You just admitted
Yeah.
it's fallacious.
Yeah, no, that's why I came in here to get your understanding.
Yeah, but this is when you said that when Gregor was saying there was no empirical nature to the globe in outer space. You go, no, that's not true.
No,
Now you don't even know. You're just kind of hoping. You're hoping that they've figured it out.
Right.
No,
Can I
I'm
have
not.
30
I'm not
seconds with you
saying.
guys?
I'm not saying that
30 seconds, Ozzy.
you don't have your evidence. I understand you have your flat
Ozzy,
Earth
I'm going to
evidence.
give you
That's
some
why I
really
came here.
empirical evidence here, Ozzy. Right? It's in a court case. That's all. Okay. Now, this court case hearing, the judge ruled in favor of the flat earther. They didn't prove flat Earth. what happened was a challenge was put down for anyone to prove that the herb is an oblate spheroid and it was rotating at more than 50 miles per hour. Okay, I think 2 people came up with their challenges, and it wasn't good. And the judge found in favor of the flat Earth. But the question that came after that was, where were all the theoretical physicists, the scientists, the professionals, the experts, the educators in the globe that are saying the globe? They should have been able to take that challenge and win, but they were not there.
Odd House,
What happened?
you're hot micing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
I'm
happened?
sorry,
Where
Jen.
were
I
those
didn't. I
professionals?
didn't really hear what you were saying because someone
Okay,
else
I'll
was.
say it again. I'll say it again.
Acrylic?
Odd House, you're hot micing.
They must be mixed in with the other ones, honey. I'll ask your
Odd
mom.
House.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Here we go. Here we go. Zen Garcia is the name of the guy who challenged down. Okay. The judge found in favor of the
I'm just
flat earth. Okay. Now the question is this: that challenge was $15,000 for anyone to prove the globe and prove that it was rotating at more than 50 miles per hour. Question that came out after the court hearing: where was NASA? Where were the educators that teach the earth as a globe that proved that? Where were the professors, theoretical physicists, astronomers, astrologists, cosmologists? Where were they? Because they should have been able to prove the
Someone's
globe
got to take care
and
of
take the
all
money. Okay?
I don't
So
know. In here,
let me
show it to me, Georgiana. Show it to me what it looks like.
There you go.
It looks like this. Okay, well, here's one of them. Here's
Okay.
another one of
Can
them.
anyone
Is there a
mute,
mod in
mute the
here?
guy?
Is there a mod in
He's
here that can
accidentally.
mod him?
Okay, I don't know where they all are. You guys don't really take care of your markers.
Yeah, just turn the volume down for now since he's.
I texted your mom. Okay, doesn't matter. Good.
I've turned his volume down.
So anyway, Ozzy,
So
you get it, Ozzy. That in a court of law,
There's
the people
another
that
one
were
on the
missing the
ground.
most were the educators, the professors, the theoretical physicists, scientists, etc. Okay,
yeah,
they were not in
I
the
guess
court to prove the globe, and they should
I
have been
guess
able
you,
to prove it.
to answer
They
your
teach it
question.
every day. Ozzy, hold on.
Yeah, I
They
know. You
teach it.
asked me a
Ozzy,
question.
hold on.
All right.
I haven't finished. They teach it every day. That's an everyday thing that they teach, and so they should have been able to prove it, but they didn't. Okay.
You asked me the question, where were the people to refute this? You said that it was
Yeah, the professionals.
15,000. Yeah, you said it was £15,000.
Dollars.
All right, $15,000 is probably not enough money to attract real professionals, I guess.
No, that's easy money that you can donate to a charity. It's quite
Yeah,
easy.
I don't know.
It's a cop
I
out.
don't
It's
know.
a cop out answer. It's a cop out
when
answer. It's a court
well,
of
yeah,
law.
maybe it is. Maybe it is. But like when you're talking about billion-dollar agencies like NASA and these, these
Well, they're
massive,
pushing out
massive corporations.
photographs of the Earth supposed to be a globe, aren't they? Blue marble. So they
Well,
should
they
have been able
probably,
to just say, "Here it is. Here's the proof,
yeah,
Your Honor.
yeah,
Take
they
you
probably think,
$15."
yeah, they probably
Well,
think
well,
that
is that
15.
is that what motivates the academicians? Just only monetary profit? I thought
Oh
they were
yeah,
supposed to be these
everything,
benevolent
yeah,
educators
everything.
that just want the
No,
world to be edified.
I believe that everything runs on money. Yeah. If the moon was made out of diamonds, we'd be mining it right now. But
Okay, so I guess academicians are actually not motivated by edifying the public and trying to be as edifying as possible. It's the whole point of being a teacher, to edify the
no, I
students.
believe
They're not really concerned with that.
I believe an
They're just trying to
educator like
profit, like the
Jin.
sophists of
No,
ancient Greece.
I believe educators like Jin are not doing it for the money. Like I don't believe Jin goes to work as a teacher just because he gets a paycheck. I believe
I'm
he
not talking
does it
about
because
people
he
like him. I'm
loves
talking
it.
about the academician.
Yeah. Well, look, the
Yeah, so if
organization,
you acknowledge that the academicians are really just motivated by monetary profit, not truly by the desire of the noble task of edifying the people as much as possible, why
yeah.
trust them?
No, I believe every organization, even pharmaceutical companies, are motivated by profit, not necessarily helping people, even though they make drugs that do help people. Their bottom
Right.
line is
So
making a profit
at
margin.
least
Yeah.
they're not credible. They don't even have good motives. They're motivated by profit, right? As you've
Yeah,
acknowledged, they're motivated by profit,
we're,
not motivated by
yeah,
some
but
benevolent love for the
yeah, but
public.
we're not living in a Star Trek society where people just do things for the good of doing it. Like everyone does something for a
So then we
paycheck.
live in a corrupt society where the
Yeah, we
teachers
do.
who are supposed to be doing
Absolutely.
the good things for a noble task, which is to edify the public, is actually motivated by money. So they're really
Yeah,
not going to
Jin.
teach truth. They're just going to teach whatever is
No,
monetarily expedient.
that's not correlated. No, because Jin would be a
That's what you just said.
teacher. No. Jin wouldn't be a teacher if teaching didn't pay any money because he's got to pay for his bills. He's got to pay for food. He's got to pay for
No, he
water and
didn't dedicate
gas.
himself to the teaching. He didn't dedicate himself to teaching,
I
edifying
was
the
a
public.
I was a teacher. I was a teacher. I don't think I told you that. I have a Bachelor of Teaching from Adelaide University. All right.
Okay.
I love teaching, but
So I
there's
guess
no
you were
money
one
in
of
it.
the rare
Well,
teachers then?
there's not a lot of money in it. Like, so I have a lot of respect for teachers, but there is not a lot of
But never
money in
mind that,
teaching.
right? So Jim's
They
point,
actually
right,
they
is that
tell
they
you that.
failed to actually prove the doctrine during the court case. That's the point.
Right, yeah,
Now,
but
why are
I
they
don't
failing to
think
prove the doctrine with such an
yeah,
ironclad fact that everyone
I
should know by
will
now?
I answered that. I just said basically I don't think they took it seriously. Yeah. I don't think
They
they
didn't
took
take it seriously to
15,000.
edify the public, even though they have literally gone out of their way to censor
Yeah.
content on YouTube. They've literally gone out of their way to espouse and promulgate content that basically makes flat earthers an enemy to society. They didn't take it seriously when they
Yeah,
had the chance
I
to
don't
prove it in court.
yeah, I don't think they took it seriously.
So I guess they're flagrantly inconsistent then.
Well, no one showed up. If someone had actually showed up and then they were
Right. So
disproven,
outside of the context of a court case to
that'd
actually
be
prove
one
their
thing.
doctrine,
But no one showing up
they're
tells
serious
me
about
that
it.
no
No,
one
you're
took it seriously.
misrepresenting. People did show up. Two individuals showed up, and they didn't prove the globe. So basically, that's
but
why
who were
the
they?
judge found in favor of the flat earther.
Yeah, well, maybe they're bad. Maybe they're bad at arguing a case in court. I don't know. There's multiple factors here.
Okay, so
The
look,
question
the
still
point is
stands: where were
they
the
failed to prove the
educators, the
doctrine.
experts
They
present?
attempted to prove the doctrine, but
Yeah,
they failed to prove the doctrine in court. So
yeah.
why are
Yeah.
they failing to
Okay.
prove a doctrine that should be an ironclad fact? That's ridiculous. You don't fail to prove an ironclad fact. That's just so easy to prove and embarrass flat earthers on.
Yeah, well, you could say the same thing about if I make a $15,000 offer for someone to prove evolutionary theory to me that we come from chimps or from apes, and then if a court finds in my favor because I'm a creationist that evolutionary theory is obviously wrong. Yeah, you could make that argument. It's not necessarily a very strong argument, but yeah, you can make that argument if you want.
I didn't even track the reply you just said. Let me try again. They failed to
All right.
prove the doctrine.
Okay, let me make
That's the
up a
point.
similar scenario where a flat earther is offering cash money prize to a globe earther to prove globe earth, right? So let me say that I'm a creationist. Let's say I'm the flat earther creationist, and I say, well, I have a $15,000 reward to any Darwinist evolutionarist that can show up to court and prove that evolutionary theory is absolutely true and that creationism is false, and they fail to do that. Have I now proved that creationism absolutely is true beyond any reasonable doubt, and that evolution is
That wasn't
completely
Jim's
false?
point.
No, I don't believe that. There's
That's
many
not analogous
factors
to
there.
Jim's point.
I don't know what the judge believes. I don't know if the judge is a flat earther. I don't know if these people who
Look,
came
that's
are
not analogous
terrible
to
at
Jim's point.
debating. Okay, well, all right.
Yeah,
You
I
might as well just
posted a
stop there.
court
That's not
case in the
analogous to
side
Jim's
chat as
point.
well. The
He
court
already
case is in the
prefaced
side chat.
before he began. He said this doesn't prove flat Earth. He said they were trying to prove globe Earth and they failed.
Yeah, no, I understand what happened. I just don't think that there is a strong argument to prove that the Earth is flat.
No, I didn't say it was. I said that they failed to prove
We
the
just
globe.
told you. He said it's not the point. The point is not to prove the Earth's flat. That's what he said at the beginning.
Yeah. The globe couldn't be proven. And then the so-called experts that teach it every day at school, university, college, they get paid on TV. These experts that tell us it's a globe should have been in the courtroom saying, here's the evidence and thank you very much. I donate this to so-so charity, $15,000 if they don't need the money. Thanks. Come on. Going on with, man. Don't give me cop-out
Just another.
answers.
I'm not
Right. So
giving
it's
you
just another
cop-out
fact to
answers.
add on to the
I'm
facts you've already
arguing in
said.
good faith. I'm giving you my honest opinion. I'm not copping out.
That's
I'm
for me.
telling.
That answer's a cop out. You gave me a cop out answer there,
Well,
man. Come on, please
well,
be
if
honest. That's a
well,
cop
I
Okay.
out
am
So the
being
point
answer.
is,
honest. I'm
the
being
point is, we
completely
can get
honest.
past this. Look, the point is, we can get past this. Okay. Point is, like, there's another fact on top of the facts we've already told you. So look, after we've taken you through the refutation of the globe Earth doctrine, which entails necessarily serve as the only other option logically that it's flat. It's not curved, then it's flat. Right. So if it's not curved, then it's flat. It isn't curved, therefore it's flat. We already taken you through the whole line of argumentation that clearly refutes the notion that it's a ball. The proposition it's a ball that you go out and observe and measure, say 10 miles or even further, and the curvature that should be there isn't.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Now, this is the problem too. This is also part of the psyop and the mind virus. People would push and strain to push the focus to everywhere else except this, right? It all comes down to verifying the doctrine or not, falsifying and verifying the doctrine. When you do it, the curvature that should be there isn't at any distance.
Okay. Well, I don't know what the other side of the fence's arguments are, so I don't know. Like I told you, I'm not a astrophysicist. I'm not a mathematical genius. So I don't know what their argument would be. I'm sure they would have one though. But
It's not a requirement, though. That's the thing. It's not a requirement. You don't need that level of intellect. Children of 8-year-olds can prove this quite easily. A team of
yeah,
8-year-olds.
right. But
You
if I was
don't
going
need a
in for
bunch of tertiary
surgery, hang
education.
on. But if I was going in for surgery, I'd want a person that had studied
Actually,
medicine
who's
for.
talking about surgery? We're talking about measuring the
It's not
surface of.
analogous to surgery. It's
Yeah,
not that
thank you.
complicated.
Another cop-out answer. Another cop-out.
It's not a cop out, Jin. I'm not copping out. I'm saying that people should be qualified and have studied something and have a recognized qualification.
It's not a requirement. It's not a
Sure, look,
requirement.
dude, you're making an analogy to like a doctoral surgeon who has to study for years about human anatomy and medicine and physics and all this stuff. It's
Yeah.
not analogous to this. You don't need a
Well,
bunch of tertiary education to verify the proposition the Earth's a ball or not. You don't need all that to simply do an observation and a measurement of the Earth being a ball or not, to have the convex curvature or not. Not
no,
analogous.
I would disagree. I would say that having a physics degree and understanding how math and science works is very important if you're trying to understand a scientific issue.
You don't have to go through the entire
So,
courses in some given education system to understand these things. You don't. That's not necessary. The universities in the first place were made by people who didn't go to university. There had to be people before the universities exist to make the universities.
yeah, and the math of a circle is something you learn in high school, just as a stelling of Pythagoras, which your whole ball model basically is built up on perspective. Nothing. It's optics. Your whole model is built on optics, not on the surface.
See, this is
Yeah,
another problem with people. Like
I don't
people
know.
have turned academia and the universities into like a logical verification criterion, and it's not that type of
Yeah,
thing. It's not that,
but Gregory,
right?
even
It's just
with scripture, even with
let me
scripture, we
finish. Let
say
me
that
finish. Let me
people.
finish. Let me finish. Let me
Okay,
finish. Okay,
sure.
because this is what you did, right? It's not as though the university is a verification criterion. It's not some like logical epistemic standard. It's a human institution where you can get a lot of knowledge. You also can get a lot of falsely called knowledge from there too. So that's not an epistemic standard. It's not a verification criterion. There had to be people who knew plenty of things who had to make the universities in the first place. People have known things before anyone made a university. So stop overemphasizing the nature of a university.
No, I mean Christianity teaches us that relying on your own understanding is a very dangerous thing. So relying on your own understanding
Right.
of
So admonish the
science is also
universities to doing
very
the same thing
dangerous.
because that's what they're doing. Right. So
No,
turn that very same
I would say
exhortation to the universities for the same thing.
no, I would say that you relying on your own understanding and rejecting anyone that studied the subject for years and years is relying on your own understanding being
Who
superior
said I
to
was
people
doing
that.
that? Who said I was doing
Well,
that? Except you.
well, that's what it sounds like. Maybe I'm wrong, but
Well,
that's
that's
what
not
it
what it
sounds
is.
like. Uh,
Well, that's not what it is.
okay.
And
Well, I
so there again,
apologize.
that's another thing I'm talking about, right? It's like the fifth time it's happened with you in this conversation. These misperceptions and these presumptions and these leaps of logic, right?
Yeah, maybe I'm just misinterpreting you,
Yeah,
but
and besides, these people you
but
look
that's
up
what it
to,
sounded like. That you know you
these
can't rely
academic. Do you have me muted?
university educated people as a
No, I
reliable source.
explicitly said what my point is. I said don't overemphasize the nature of a university. I just said they know plenty
Okay.
of things,
Yeah, don't
but I also said
overemphasize.
they also espouse a whole bunch of falsely called knowledge.
Okay. Yeah, no, absolutely. There is disagreement between scientists on scientific topics. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely.
So it's not necessary. It's not a practical necessity, nor a logical necessity. It's not a necessity in any sense to have to go through any particular university's education curricula to know and actually do the task that is observing and measuring the surface of the Earth to be convex or not. It's not necessary. It'd be good. It's helpful, but it's not necessary.
Hey, Aussie, turn
Hey,
old Haas back up.
yeah, do
Aussie
you have
down
me?
under, turn old
You have me
Haas back
unmuted
up.
now?
Sorry. Yep, I will. He's back now. Good.
Yeah, well, these people you look up to, for example, Michio Kaku, who is in the high class of your academics, he says no one in my field uses the scientific method. It's all leaps of
Sorry.
logic, seat of the
Sorry.
pants.
Sorry, I had you muted because you were hot micing. I think you were with your kids or something.
Okay,
So.
that's fine. Yeah, I was looking for a marker. I was looking
Okay.
for a marker. I found it.
Yeah. No, I
But yeah,
wasn't. I wasn't
even the
being. I
people,
wasn't being malicious. Yeah.
no, it's fine. Even the people who you look up to, who are just believing, all these people who've had the years of study, they admit that they're in just sort of in theoretical la la land.
I've
And
seen
Nikola
this
Tesla
guy
knew better
somewhere
too,
before.
to mention some heavy names. Nikola Tesla is quoted with admonishing the people who espouse all this conjecture with all this math. It's a known infection in academia that people wander through all sorts of conjecture concerning physics and including cosmology. Nikola Tesla knew that, and like Old House just told you, Michio Kaku admits that it's mostly just conjecture, quote unquote, theoretical.
Yeah, but I don't agree with half the things Neil deGrasse Tyson says either. Like, yeah, okay, I get it. I get it. Yeah, there's definitely some unreliable scientists out there, and the government definitely does lie to you about certain things. Yeah, look, I get that. Like, I'm
It's
not.
not just about
I'm not.
particular. It's not
But
just
they're
about
not
like strange
dabbling in
individuals.
science.
These
But you
individuals are
think
telling
these
you
people,
what the common pattern is among them.
you
Yeah.
think they're involved in science. They're not. They're not. They're dabbling in other things, and now they're getting old, so they're just going to carry it to their grave.
Mm. Yeah. Well.
This is a learning lesson. You still got more to learn. We don't have to. No one has to push anyone to like hurry up and concede with this subject. But it does no good to remain believing in these lies that we just exposed, in these false doctrines
Well,
that we just refuted.
I don't think it does. I don't think it does any harm either. Believing in a globe Earth, like, what's that going to do? Make me stop believing in Jesus Christ? No, it's not. So it's not a salvific issue. It's not really that important. Like, it's honestly, like,
I don't
it's
know why people
interesting.
always.
It's
Why do
it's
people like by
interesting.
instinct just degrade the issue of cosmology
No, like,
when
it's
you know the
interesting, but
Bible
It's
begins with the cosmos? You know
it's
the
going to
Bible
help you.
begins with the
It's good.
cosmology.
okay. But Gregory,
It's
you
going to
know what
help
I'm
you. Hold
saying
on.
is that
It's
God is
going to
not
help you
going to choose.
carry.
Yeah, God's
That's
not
just
going
a
to
random
choose to
truism that
save
has
you.
no bearing.
Yeah, but God's not going to choose to save you or not save you, depending on whether you believed in flat
That's a
Earth or
random
globe Earth.
truism that has no bearing.
Right. But what I'm saying is that this is more or less a hobby of interest of like, like, okay, yeah, this is cool, but it's not really that important for everyday life.
So basically, you're
Whether
saying
the
cosmology is trifling when
Wow.
you're making a subject the Lord spoke about. I mean, in your own view, you're making a subject the Lord began the scriptures with a trifling thing.
I don't see it that way. No,
But that's what you're saying. You're saying
I don't.
cosmology is trifling, and the shape of the earth, the facts about the earth is trifling. When, in your view, the God began His sacred scripture with the issue of cosmology.
The heavens and the earth, yeah. Okay, yeah, like, okay, I see where you're coming from. That it's better to understand God's creation, so to
Right?
know the
So it's not
truth.
even consistent with your own view. It's not even consistent, and
Well,
greater than that, right? That'd be disparaging what God is talking about. God obviously made an issue. He's very concerned about cosmology. Always talking about Him being the creator of the heavens and the earth, that He sustains the heavens and the earth, and that the heavens and the earth declare the glory of God. But now here we are, allegedly, with the scientists coming along saying, no, this so-called God is wrong about the cosmos, that he thinks glorifies him. so he's not really the true God.
No,
That's
I
the
never
issue,
said that God is wrong. I never said God is wrong. God's never wrong. Okay, so
right?
please don't
So
say that I'm saying
to
that God is wrong because I'm not
I didn't
saying that.
say listen. I didn't say you said that. Come on, come on, come on. I didn't say
Okay,
you said that.
good.
I said
No,
the
that's good.
scientists come along and say, and then what I said. I
Okay.
explicitly said that.
Yeah,
Right?
scientists are mostly atheists, yeah, and that's a problem in and of itself that they're going to promote atheistic views to fit in with their own worldview. Yeah, they'll
Right.
shape
So again,
they'll shape their own theories to fit in with their own worldview. Yeah, but
yeah.
I've
So
already
again, the
asked you
notion that
before.
cosmology is trifling or menial is patently false. Not even the scientists, the scientism devotees, not even they believe that. Although some of them want to try to say that to try and make themselves feel better, to you know cope with the emotional pain of the issue. But they themselves don't believe that. They went out of their way to censure people on the YouTube and social media. They've gone out of their way to overhaul the freaking apparatus that is the internet to suppress that content, and went out of the way not only to do that, but to develop a whole propaganda system to combat so-called flat Earth. So it's obviously not unimportant or trifling, not even to the people who espouse scientism.
Yeah,
People
I
only
would
say
say
this
that
because they're emotionally in pain about the issue. It's the only reason why they say that. It's
I'm
obviously
not.
not unimportant or trifling.
I'm not in emotional pain. Like I've had a very enjoyable conversation with you. I hope I haven't upset you or anyone else in this channel. It's been interesting.
Now
There's
you're in
one
emotional
guy.
pain, but I don't have to press you to admit it. But anyway, so it's obviously false
I'm
to
in.
it's all
I'm
right.
in what
Yeah,
emotional
you were
pain?
hold on. You were in a
But
bit of
it's obviously
of
false.
emotional. You were in a bit of emotional pain an hour or so ago, and this is how this whole circle started. When he pointed out there's lacks uh, empirical evidence
Corroboration.
of the globe existing. That's when you got a little emotional. You objected. No, 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 no. There are, and then 45 minutes later, you're just appealing to the guys in the robes, the people smarter than you, is what you called them,
No, no, no.
and to
I'm
trust
not.
that they've figured it out.
I promise you, I'm not
So
in emotional
they've
pain.
kept
I've
it hidden
enjoyed this
from they've
conversation.
kept it. I know, but they've kept it hidden from you. Their empirical data.
Well, that's definitely what you guys believe. I'm not sold on
Well,
that.
what is it
But
then? What is the empirical data of the globe Earth?
well, look, fundamentally, you have your own observational evidence. They have their observational evidence. Which observational evidence is true and correct? I don't know yet. I would have to look more into this. But I've enjoyed this
It's not. No.
conversation.
It's not a matter of which evidence is true or not. That's no. It's a matter of who knows what they're talking about or not. Who actually has a sound argument that they may or may
Well,
not be
you're a
using
bit
evidence
biased.
in their argument or not.
You're a bit biased because you believe one set of evidence and not the other. So you're a bit biased on this point. And
No,
I agree.
no, no. That's not the nature of the case. No, it's not a matter of me disbelieving their evidence and me believing mine. It's not a matter of that. That's patently incoherent. The evidence is the evidence. The evidence is used in argumentation. The issue is who has a sound argument. That's the issue.
Mm.
They don't have a sound argument. Again, when push come to
Well,
shove, when you actually consistently scrutinize them, like you said they have a reply to the issue with the observations and measurements that clearly falsify the notion that the Earth is a ball, that the
I
surface of
don't
the
know. They
oceans
probably
is
do.
condensing
They
around a
probably do.
ball.
I don't know. I don't know. They probably do. I don't know.
Okay, right. So you have this imagination that they have these arguments that actually prove their position, not
Yeah, I
knowledge
don't
that they
know.
know their position.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so that's where that stops.
Yeah, I'm admitting that I don't know enough about this issue to be able to condemn you and say, "Ah, look at you, flat earthers, you're so stupid." Because you, no, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's where that
I'm not
stops.
attacking
So
you. I'm not attacking you for what you believe
I
because
get it.
I
I get
don't
it.
know
I get it.
enough.
Don't worry.
I don't know. Yeah, so,
Don't worry. Don't worry.
but
So that's where
I'm
that
not in
stops.
emotional
So
distress. Like, I'm
okay,
not in
okay,
emotion. I
okay.
promise.
Okay, so that's where that stops. So then the conclusion is just that, right? You don't actually know the Earth is a ball. You don't know that they know. You just have an emotional commitment to that they know.
Well,
It
it's not
emotionally bothers
emotional.
you to fathom the problem. It is. It's
It's
not
not.
knowledge,
No,
so it's emotional.
it's well, it is based
What
on
is
the
it?
knowledge that I
Irrational?
was. No, it was based on the knowledge that I was brought up with in school. Like when I
But you
was.
don't know it. You just say you don't know it, so it's not knowledge.
Well, yeah, as much as I know anything, like I told you, the only two things, coming right back to the beginning, the only two things that I know to a certainty is that God exists and that death exists. You know, that's the only two things that I know to an absolute certainty. Everything else is
Well,
just
even that
shades of
proposition is
grey.
self-contradictory because that would be a third thing in addition to the two things you just explicitly mentioned. So that's also
What?
self-contradictory. But
What is
so, like you just
self-contradictory?
admitted, you don't know this. That only those three things that you just mentioned explicitly right
Not to
now
a
in the past 5
certainty.
seconds are the
Yeah,
things you know. You only know those three propositions, so you don't know anything else besides that. So
yeah,
even in your
not
own
to a
rhetoric,
certainty.
you don't know
Yeah,
any
not.
of this other stuff. So what
Yeah,
I said is true.
I don't know anything to an absolute certainty. Like that's just arrogance if you believe you know things to an absolute certainty.
Can you know things while you doubt them?
No, like, I know what I've been taught. So what I consider to be my knowledge
You
on
mean you're
this issue is
familiar
what
with
I've
what
been
you've been
taught.
taught?
Okay,
You don't
sure.
know it. You're
Yeah,
familiar with what
sure,
you've been taught.
sure. Yeah,
You
if you want
recognize
to
the
put it
doctrines
like
you've
that.
been inundated with.
All
Right.
right,
But that's
sure.
not
If you want
knowledge.
to call them, if
Do
you
you
want to
know
call
how
them
to
that.
boil water? Do you know how to boil water with certainty? Right. Thank you
Well,
very much. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Yeah. So I mean, so besides that, just giving your rhetoric on its face, you just
I
admitted you
don't.
don't know
I
any of
think.
this other
I,
stuff. So what I said in the first place, 15 seconds ago, or like 30 seconds ago, was correct. So you don't know
yeah.
this. You don't know this, and you
Yeah.
don't know that they know this.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Fair
So
enough.
that's where that stops. Right. So there's that with you. On our part, we actually say what we know, and we just said what we know. So there you have it.
Yeah. Yeah. But when he brings up the point of boiling water to an absolute certainty, all right. Well, what do you mean by that? That molecules in the water are heating up and rubbing together and creating heat, and
Yeah.
that hydrogen and
Can
oxygen
you boil
atoms and all that.
water to a certainty?
No.
Oh, you can't.
Well,
So you don't know how
no.
to
Yeah,
boil water.
but you don't
Do you
understand what I
have
mean by
Do you have
certainty.
hands to a certainty? Are you sure
Like
you have
you,
hands?
yeah, but you don't know what I
Do
mean by
you have
certainty.
hands to a certainty? Are you sure you have hands?
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah.
It's
I
a
rest my
really good
case, my
question
lord.
for someone
I
who
rest
says what
my
you just
case,
said,
my lord.
Ozzy. So I
The
can't
right
blame him.
dishonourable gentleman is being dishonourable, my lord. Thank you.
I'm not being dishonorable. All right. I'm talking about. Uh,
I mean,
yeah,
like since we're on the
Gregory.
subject,
Gregory
think
G.
through what you're saying,
Gregory.
right? I mean, like hang
Yeah.
on, think it through, right? You only know three propositions, right? You don't know anything else besides those three propositions you just mentioned. I mean, like that's obviously ridiculous on its face.
Is it?
Yeah,
All
patently.
right.
So
Does God know?
do you
Does God
sincerely
know more than
doubt?
we do? Does God know more than we
Hang
do?
on. So you sincerely doubt that you're conversing with me right now?
Oh, well,
You sincerely doubt that?
Let me defend my position on that. Do you believe? All right, and I'll ask you a question. Do you believe God knows more than we do?
Wait, hang on. I asked you a question first because you said the things. I'm asking about what you
Okay.
said in the first place.
All right. Will you answer my question after I answer yours?
Sure.
Okay. Ask me your question again.
Okay, so do you sincerely doubt that we're having this conversation right now?
No, I
That's a
don't.
different proposition than the three things you just mentioned.
Yeah, but I can have strong belief. Like I strongly
So you
believe I
said you
know
do.
that I
So
have
you said you
hands.
don't doubt.
No. Here's the thing. I strongly believe that I have hands. I strongly believe that I'm boiling water. I strongly believe all these things. Right? I
Okay, but do you
strongly
doubt?
believe in a. I strongly believe in a globe Earth. Yeah, but I doubt. Yeah, I do. I doubt. I
Why?
wouldn't be
Why do
here.
you doubt that we're having this conversation
Well,
right now? Why?
no. I
For
wouldn't.
what?
Because I told you that I don't have absolute certainty. Only God has absolute certainty about
But
anything.
that's circular. You
Well, it's
doubt.
not. That's my
Why do you
belief.
doubt? Because you have. Listen, I asked you, do you doubt? You said yeah. I said
Yeah, I
why?
do.
You said because I'm not certain. To say to
Exactly.
me, the reply that your reply is saying because I'm not certain is just to say that you doubt again. You're not explaining why you doubt.
Oh, okay. Because I believe man is fallible. Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
I don't
so
believe that man
if
is
man is
capable of
fallible,
God's. Yeah, I don't believe
if man is
man is
fallible,
equal to.
then
All
I
right, sorry.
doubt.
May I answer, Gregory? May I answer? I don't believe man is equal to
Thought you were
God
done.
and his son. No, I'm not. I'm not. I don't believe that man is equal to God in his understanding. I believe that God is certain about things. I don't believe that man can be certain about things. If man was certain about things, I don't think God
Why
would have.
can't man? why can't man be certain?
Um,
Why can't man not doubt things and just believe them
Can
because
without
God
doubt?
make us
Why?
certain about things, you think? Like,
yeah, if that was God's will, yeah, God can do anything. Yeah, absolutely. I don't believe that He made us
Wait, we
certain
can't
about
have two
everything.
different conversations at the same time.
Okay,
Doing
sorry.
two different lines of replies at the same person is not gonna work.
Well, sorry. He asked me a question. I respond. Sorry. Okay, go ahead,
No worries,
Gregory.
no worries. Okay, so
But
what
I
you've
wanted
given
to
me so
ask you.
far, the latest reply is.
I answered your question. May I ask you my question now?
Wait, you just
Just
told me go
quickly.
ahead. Just hang on.
All
let
right.
me finish.
Okay.
And okay, the last thing you just said was because man is fallible. So if man is fallible, then you doubt. And then you said because man can't be certain. But what you just said is patently false. Obviously, there are many persons who believe who are certain and don't doubt. So to say that the humans can't do that is patently false. We
Yeah,
have
that's
only
pride.
God knows how many persons that believe and don't doubt things.
Yeah, that's prideful arrogance. Yeah, and the Bible teaches us not to be prideful.
Okay, so then you admit that it's not impossible, but you said it was impossible.
To admit what's impossible. Sorry,
You said
I've
man
got
cannot
confused.
be certain, cannot believe things without doubting. But then you just admitted that there are
No,
plenty of people,
if
God
I
knows how
can
many,
if I can
who believe things
refine
without doubting.
if I can refine my position, what I actually believe is that God has a level of understanding above our own, right? And that men do not have God's level of understanding. Therefore, what we call certainty is not necessarily God's certainty. It could be, it's possible that
Wait,
God
so you don't
agrees.
even mean certainty then. You mean something categorically different.
What do I mean then?
You just said it. You just switched from certainty to understanding.
Okay, well, if you all right, if you want to say it's understanding or certainty, it's kind of semantics, but yeah, no, I'm trying to.
I mean, you say semantics. Semantics is study
Clarify.
of meaning.
Right, I'm trying to
Do
clarify
we
my
want to speak
position.
meaningfully or meaninglessly?
Yeah, and I'm trying to clarify exactly what I mean so that you don't
Okay.
misunderstand me or misconstrue what I'm trying to convey. Is that God is above man in his understanding instead of certainty. Let's use understanding, and that just like man's understanding could be the same as God's understanding. I don't deny that's a possibility.
Okay. So
Like
what you meant earlier was
our
that you
hang
only
on, sorry,
understand three things.
Gregory, give me a moment, please. That the examples before that, the understanding that we're boiling water and God's understanding we're boiling water, or that we have hands and God's understanding we have. Yeah, we could probably share that understanding. That's definitely possible, and God could definitely give us an understanding if He give us His understanding if He wanted to, because God is not limited, right? He's
Okay.
limitless.
So what you meant earlier
But
is that you only understand three things. Is that what you meant?
no, what I meant is that what I'm absolutely certain of that the understanding from God
Okay. Now we're
to
back to
me,
certainty.
yeah, all right, understanding what I understand that God understands. The only thing that I understand from God that is beyond doubt that this is what God understands and this is what I understand is that He exists and He teaches us to believe in Him because He exists, and that we will die and go to heaven if we believe in Him.
Well,
Right?
that's more than the
Those are
three
the
things
two.
you just said
What three
several
things?
minutes ago.
Those. No, what I originally said is I'm only certain about two things: that God exists and that death exists.
Yeah, including
Those are my
that
certainties.
proposition. So that would
Yeah.
mathematically equate to three.
Oh,
There's
okay.
three.
All right. I see.
So
Where you're getting at.
then just
Okay.
5 seconds ago, you said more
Okay.
than those three. So it's not just those three then.
What three?
The ones you just said 5 seconds ago. The ones you said in the first place several minutes ago.
No, but I can have belief. I can have beliefs like what I think to be true versus what I understand and am certain to be true. Right?
Look,
Do you know?
this kind of getting silly at this rate. You said in the
You
first
think
place
so?
you're only
Okay.
certain about two things. And that proposition would make a third one in addition to the two you just
Sure.
identified in that proposition.
Okay. Okay.
But then you went on to
Yeah.
say, no, I really meant understanding. So then I asked you, so that you really meant you only understand those three things. Then you said no, then you explained more, and now you listed several other things beyond those three things. So it's like you're not really being consistent here.
Gregory, you understand the difference that he's trying to make, right? With certainty, I think. Like, I think he's saying he's certain.
Yeah, I can strong belief and certainty.
We can't be certain of that.
Like, well, he's saying, I think that what he means by certainty is that he's not going to
Well,
have
it's not that I
any
don't
doubt
understand.
of it, right? He's not going to have like there's nothing that could probably even convince him that it's wrong because he's
Yeah,
certain of
it's
it.
not that I
Like,
don't
it
understand what
must
he's
be
saying to me.
true.
Okay, I don't know. It seems like it seems so, but
Like, what does the Bible teach us, right? What does the Bible teach us? This is what I mean. Like, my entire worldview stems from the Bible, Gregory, and my entire worldview, based on the
Okay.
Bible, is that
Yeah,
God
but when it
exists.
comes down to it,
Hang on, hang on.
but when it comes
God
down to it,
exists. Yeah, sorry. God exists, and that death exists, and that we die and go to God, and the way we do that is by believing in Him. That
Okay,
is
that's
the
five
only
things.
certainty that I have.
Okay,
well,
so
wouldn't you be certain that
you
we're
doubt
humans
every
on
other
Earth?
proposition
And
besides that. So every proposition that you have fathomed so far,
It's a belief.
you
Yeah,
doubt
everything
them.
other than
wait,
that, everything other
Ozzy,
than that is just my belief. It's not a
would you be certain
certainty.
that
So are
we're
you talking about
humans and that
certainty or
we're on
understanding?
Earth?
Because you switched from certainty
What
to
Yeah,
is it?
that's a
understanding already.
strong. Yeah, it's a strong belief. Yeah.
except when you're
Okay, but do you
certain.
mean certainty or
Hey,
do you
hold
mean
on, let me
understanding?
get
Because you
this in
just
there.
switched between the two just
Does
now.
everyone have me muted?
No, sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
no, except when you're certain that such a tale couldn't be told. That's when it gets down to brass tacks for you. Even though you started with Bible told you so, at the end of the line, it's actually no, that lie is too big to have possibly been told. That's your main go-to at the end of the
He's
day.
identified
What?
another one of your
Hang
inconsistencies,
on.
which is
Hang on.
valid.
What?
What?
No,
I didn't
Old
get
Hoss
that.
identified another one of his inconsistencies, which is valid.
What was the inconsistency?
But
Well,
so
you were
just
certain
15
that
seconds ago,
not
you
such
just
a
listed
lie.
5 things that you're certain about. But we heard you several minutes earlier before that say with certainty, unless you would just want to retroactively categorize it in the things that you doubt but just strongly believe, that this too big a lie to tell. That's his point.
What's too big a lie to tell?
Oh my goodness, the
About deceiving
globe,
about the
sir.
cosmos and all that, like you just said earlier.
Yeah. No, that's just a belief. Yeah, I don't know. I've already told you. How many times do I have to
So
say I
you
don't know if the
doubt
Earth
that
is
one, or
flat?
you don't doubt that one?
Oh,
No, I told you I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
again,
know if the
Gregory,
Earth is flat.
when
I
he has
don't
a
know if the
strong
Earth is round.
belief, he's not
So
saying.
you're
Okay, so
Let
when
him
you ask
answer.
this question,
I don't need you to interpret him. Let him answer.
I don't think you understand what he's saying. That's why you keep going
I
off on it.
understand. I
I don't think
understand. Let
so.
him answer
I
first.
don't. Okay,
Let him
go ahead.
answer.
I
Let
don't
him
think you do.
answer.
I don't think you do.
I need
Like
you
I
to
can have.
simultaneously talk for him to me. He's right
Like
here.
there's 2 levels. There's different levels to it, right? There's different levels, right? My strong beliefs are below what my certainties are, and I told you I only have, if you want to call it 3 certainties, because this belief is a certainty, I guess you would say. So there's
Yeah.
3
Okay. I'm tracking
certainties.
all that already. Okay.
Yeah.
So
There's
we'll
3
categorize it under
certainties.
the things you do doubt but strongly believe. Okay.
Yeah. There's things that I strongly
Whatever.
believe that I don't believe are certainties, right? I told you from the Bible, the only certainties I have is that God exists
So then
and
why
that we
even
die.
espouse them at all if you doubt them? Why even mention them if you doubt them? That doesn't make any
Doubt
sense.
Don't doubt
isn't
them.
yes
They're
or no.
certainties.
It's a percentage. Like you can doubt something like 1% or like doubt it 100%. And I
As
think
though you're
that's what
saying
he's
something to
talking
me I don't
about.
already
He's
understand.
saying a certain
Yeah,
thing is
I
that he
have
doubts
100%.
0%.
Yeah,
Right?
I
Okay,
have
so
0% doubt. I have
You're not explaining
100%.
something to me I don't understand. So why are you like
Okay.
talking
Say
like I don't
that,
understand
but then
that?
you also talk about it like, why would you follow it if you have doubt? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah,
I
I don't
didn't
have
say
any
follow.
doubt.
Doubts
I
to
don't
varying
have. I
I
degrees.
don't.
didn't say
Yeah,
follow.
yeah. I don't have
okay,
any
How about
doubt.
you get what I
I
said
don't have.
correct?
Okay, here's
wow.
what I
I
mean
said, why
by
would you even
by.
mention it if you doubt them?
Here's what I mean by my certainty. I have 0 doubt, absolutely 0 doubt that God exists and that death exists. That's it.
I'm tracking that already.
Everything,
So
everything,
like what I
everything
said, I'm
else,
completely tracking your replies.
everything else has a percentage of doubt. It might be
Okay, so
I'm already
0.001%.
tracking all that. I don't like
Okay,
it's getting
good.
annoying hearing the same things
Well,
repeated
it's
over
all
and over
right.
again the
Then
next
it's
day.
done.
I'm tracking all
Then
that.
it's done.
Then
Okay, it's
I
done.
asked you. So then why did you mention that if you doubt them? That's what I said. But why
yeah,
mention if you
so
doubt
why?
it?
Yeah, like I'm trying to ask, why
Because
are
they
you
still
so
have he still
desperate to?
believes them very much to be like
No, hold
what? What
on,
do you
but
mean?
time
Makes
out,
no
time out.
sense.
Why is he so desperate to chant his appeals to incredulity?
Incredulity. What does that
So wait,
mean?
Like,
Yeah, when
Incredulity.
you
if
if
you're
I
say you're
doubt my
99,
own rebuttal,
hold on.
disbelief,
why would I bother?
Wait, are we
Look, if I
serious? If you're
doubt my
like
own rebuttal, why would I
99%
bother mentioning
sure,
it?
it's
if
serious.
you're 99% sure
I
you just saw
adjusted it
some
to
guy running with
minus.
a knife, you
Okay,
shouldn't
dude,
mention it because
you're
like you're not
missing the
100%
context.
certain? Like what are you talking
No,
about, guys? What is this?
dude, you're missing the context.
No one said he shouldn't mention it. I simply asked him, why did he mention it? Stop leaping to conclusions. Pay attention to what's actually
That's
been
what he's
said.
saying.
It's like my
Haas
7,000 times
Rad
trying
is
to
right
tell
now
you
saying
people to
like
do
why would
this.
you even just talk about it when there's like incredulity and
Cal,
stuff like
stop
Okay,
what?
Cal,
hopping in
you
mid conversation. You
completely
don't
missed
know
the
what's going
context.
on. And stop replying to me with
I've
presumptions,
been
dude.
listening for
I
like
didn't
15
say
minutes.
anything that you just said. I didn't say anything about he shouldn't say this or that. I didn't say any of that. I simply asked
I
him.
didn't say you said that, but okay.
Okay,
So then why did you
Cal, you
mention it
missed.
then? If it has nothing to do with
Yeah,
what
you
my
missed
reply to
the
him.
I said, why did you? Okay, whatever. It's fine.
Jeez, man.
Yeah,
Repeatedly after
Cal,
saying
let
a
me.
clear English sentence with perfect diction, I have to keep re-clarifying because it's just being distorted, even though I said it perfectly the first time. Why mention it if you doubt it?
Yeah, Cal. Here's the thing that happened. His stopping point was he can't imagine such a lie to exist. Well, since
No,
that's not
I didn't
under the
say that.
umbrella, hold on, that's not under the umbrella of things you know, then in other words, there is a glimmer in your eye where you see how this could all come to be, that everyone's in a delusion that it's on a globe. So why ask the question? You're not being
No,
honest.
no, I am being
That
honest.
has nothing to
What I
do
said.
with
Well,
like
it's
what?
subconsciously
Well,
you're
maybe he's
not.
not being. Maybe he's being honest, right? I'll grant he's
Yeah,
being
he's
honest, but he's not being consistent. That's my point.
Okay. All right.
he is
Well,
wanting it. He's wanting it both
I
ways,
I
like
think
all
I'm
these
I think
guys
I'm
do.
I
They
think
have
I'm
to have
being
it both ways.
no, I think I'm being fairly consistent. Is that I strongly believe, right? I don't know to a certainty that the Earth is a globe, but I'm open, and that's why I'm here tonight in good
Okay,
faith,
so
talking. That's
but
hang on. Let me
are
finish.
you
Let me
certain?
finish. Let me
Are
finish. Let me
are
finish.
okay?
Let me
Go on.
finish, and then yeah. And that the reason why I'm here tonight, having a good faith, and I am in good faith having a conversation with you guys, is because I don't know to an absolute certainty that the Earth is a globe, and that's why I wanted to hear your opinion on why you believe the Earth is flat. Yeah,
Okay,
go ahead.
so then I asked you why mention it, and after all that's been said, the last point of the conversation was why mention it. After I said it, we rehashed things we already went through, which is very annoying. So again, why mention it if you doubt it?
Why mention flat Earth or globe Earth if I doubt it? Oh, because I want to educate myself, to edify
Not
myself.
just that, not just that. Everything besides the 5 propositions you are certain about, everything else you
What 5
categorize in strong
propositions?
in what you doubt to whatever greater or lesser degree of intensity of belief. Why mention that if you doubt them?
Why
Because he's
mention?
mostly sure of it, but not 100%. Like, oh.
Hang on. What?
Yeah, they
Why?
aren't in your quiver. What?
What do you think? You
I don't
think
know
I
why
doubt? You think I doubt that God exists, and you think I doubt that death exists to a certainty? Is that what you're saying?
No, no. Those
I
are
don't
those 2 you
understand.
just said 3 seconds ago
Yeah, I
are
don't
in the
understand.
category. Yeah, those 2 you just mentioned 10 seconds ago and counting are in the 5 things you just mentioned several minutes ago. The latest list of things that you said you're certain about. And besides that, they're all in the category of doubt, to whatever greater or lesser degree of belief. So with all those, why mention them if you doubt them? That's all I asked. My 7th time
Yeah.
asking the question.
Okay.
It's a simple question,
I
which you
don't
already
doubt them.
said clearly.
Yeah, but I don't
So
doubt
you
them.
don't doubt anything?
No, I do. Look. I'm getting confused. Like I'm
You're
getting
contradicting
completely
yourself.
confused. Well,
Like
maybe
I
I
just
am because I'm
coherently
he's
confused.
asking
synthesized
you
what you
about your
just said.
strong beliefs. I think.
Yeah.
Do you
Look,
doubt
Oh,
any
look
of
my
them?
again.
strong
Not to
beliefs.
remind
Okay.
you what you said
Yeah.
so far. Look.
Yeah,
You
my
said
strong beliefs.
earlier 5
Why?
things.
Why
Those
bring
5
up my
things you said
strong
earlier that
beliefs
you
if I doubt
yeah,
them?
those
Okay.
5 listen. So those 5 things you just said earlier, you don't doubt them. You are certain about them.
Oh.
Besides that, everything else you doubt. If these are the only 5 you doubt, that obviously entails everything else you do doubt to whatever greater or lesser degree of intensity of belief. So then
Right.
I said, why mention them, the latter, the things you
Oh,
doubt at all, if you doubt them?
okay.
My
Why
8th
bring
time
up my
asking this
doubts?
question.
Why bring up my doubts? Oh yeah, well my doubts is what brings me into this channel for this conversation on globe Earth versus flat Earth.
Okay. Finally,
Well, do you not
my 8th
accept that
time
answer?
asking a simple question. I just said okay.
Okay,
I
good.
didn't get
Well,
that answer until my 8th attempt to repeat the question after people just keep being
no,
confused
I
with simple
did
replies.
actually say that. I did actually say before to Hoss that the reason why I'm here tonight is because I doubt globe Earth, and that's why I wanted to talk to you about flat Earth because I'm not 100%
Not in
certain
my first
of a
time
globe
saying
Earth.
the question. I had to
Well,
keep
maybe you
rehashing
missed
the
what I said.
conversation for the past
Maybe
5 minutes.
you missed what I said to Hoss, but that's what I
Yeah,
said.
well,
I was here the entire time listening. Didn't miss a thing.
Another thing you said to me was it doesn't really matter whether one way or the other. You also said
Well,
that.
no, well, in what I meant by that is that it's not a salvific issue. From my religious perspective, it doesn't really matter. No.
Oh,
Like,
but it's. I don't mean to jump us back into this, but it contradicts your origin story as a man. You're now in the outer space religion. You have to be. Your ancestors are
Adam
lightning
and
struck.
Eve.
Oh well, not that's not the ball in outer space story.
Look, we're getting confused for no good reason. Look, we already went through this part, all right? The scientism of cosmology is contrary to the cosmology in the scriptures. Okay, so it's not trifling. The God, in principle, began his sacred scripture with talking about cosmology, and over again has emphasized plenty of times that he made the cosmos for a particular purpose to glorify him. So it's
Yeah,
not
I agree with
unimportant, not
that.
even to God. So to say it's
Okay.
not even consistent in his view to say that
Okay,
it's
maybe you're
trifling or
right. Yeah,
menial,
maybe you're
and it's
right.
also
Maybe
not
you're right.
consistent with what the scientists who are scientism devotees believe. They don't believe that either. So
Okay,
no one actually
maybe it's
believes this.
yeah, okay. Maybe it's important, but it's not salvific. That's all right. Like there's
Right. So
levels to
that's just a
importance,
truism.
right? It's okay. Let's say it's important, but it's not salvifically important.
Yeah,
Like
that is just a
if
truism.
salvation, okay, if salvation is the most important thing, then this issue is not salvific. Then it is not as important as salvific issues, right? So that's what I mean by it doesn't
Okay,
really
so
matter.
that's just a truism. We don't need to
Okay,
say
your
it again and
journey
again
to
and again. It's just a
salvation.
truism.
Yeah, your journey to salvation is then occurring in some sort of non-reality, sub-reality.
What?
Yeah. Jesus is the only one that matters. I don't know
Never
what.
mind that. Okay,
Like, even if you
So then we
believe
don't need
like
to keep
false
repeating this
things, it's like,
truism. We can just move past this truism. It's just a truism.
Yeah. Thank you for acknowledging that my worldview is a truism. I appreciate that, Gregory.
No, not that your worldview is a truism. That particular proposition is a truism.
Okay.
Obviously,
Well, that is my
cosmology is not
worldview.
soteriology.
That truism is my worldview.
Your worldview is not only cosmology, is not soteriology.
No. My
It's not even
worldview
true.
is my worldview is salvific issues. That is my worldview. What is salvific is the most important thing
You
to
don't
me.
only believe matters of soteriology, dude. That's not even. I'm not even like going to grant that. That's patently false.
Okay.
Do lies and
You say so.
truths factor into your day-to-day path to salvation?
Like the very proposition is not a soteriological notion. That's patently false. It's not even coherent.
Well, tell me how.
The proposition, I only believe soteriological notions. It's not a soteriological notion. That's just an
How so?
autobiography.
How so?
It's an autobiography. It's not a soteriological notion.
Well, if you say so. Okay.
So, anyways, so after all that, okay, back to the subject of cosmology, which is what the channel is designated for. Okay,
Okay,
so
yeah.
the conclusion is you don't know, like you've already said, and you don't know that they know, like you've already said. All those things are in the category of the things you doubt, which you believe to whatever greater or lesser degree of intensity. Below certainty, you don't know them. You're not even certain about them.
Yeah. I
On
never said
our
that.
hand, on our position, we've said what we know. That's it.
All right, so you know to a certainty that the Earth is flat.
No,
That's
to a
what we've
certainty.
been.
That's just redundant.
Yeah,
No.
that's what
But
we've been.
You know
and
it.
That's what we've been.
you know to a
That's what we've
certainty.
been saying all
You know
along.
to a certainty. Yeah.
That's redundant.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know the Earth is flat.
Yeah, to 100%, zero doubt, 100%. The Earth is flat.
Yeah,
No,
zero. For me, zero doubt. Zero
How many
doubt.
times are you going to keep repeating the same damn sentence over and over again? That's
I think that's
redundant.
prideful. I think that's
You haven't
prideful
answered.
arrogance.
What do you mean that's redundant?
No, it's not. It's
What's
not
the
prideful
redundancy?
arrogance
I
at all.
didn't
I've
say
gone out
that.
and
Oh
measured.
my God! Stop! This is not that hard. Please track the replies. I'm listening to what people are saying. Listen to what you're saying, Ozzy, and what you're saying, Cal. Listen better. So again, you said the first time, then I said my reply. That's redundant.
Yeah,
Don't
what
keep
is
repeating the
redundant?
same damn thing. Knowing to a certainty is redundant. That's a redundant notion.
So wait,
the phrase
so the whole
he's saying
point.
is
Hold on. The
redundant.
whole point of you questioning him about him knowing and certainty and him defining it, and then you want to use the same language saying you know, but actually you're not certain. So actually you have some level of doubt because
I
you're
didn't
not
say I'm not
100%
certain.
sure?
Did I say that? No.
Then you said,
You need to
what do you
listen
mean that it's
better.
redundant then? What? You just, okay.
Yeah, that
That's
proposition is
vague.
redundant.
Cal, we can take it to mean that they are absolutely certain that the Earth is flat. They're
Well, that's what I'm
certain
asking, but you
to
said no.
100%.
Not merely
Yeah.
certainty.
And Jin said that.
Not
And Jin
merely
said that.
certainty.
Jin
Not
said
It's
that.
merely
not.
To
certainty?
100%.
It's not. Hello. It's not
Yeah.
merely certainty.
What is above certainty?
Gee.
What do you mean merely?
I didn't say it's above certainty.
No, I'm just
Damn,
asking you
dude.
what is. You said merely certainty, which implies that there's some other level above it.
Yeah, it's lesser than something else. Yeah, it's merely. So if something is merely, something is greater than. Right.
Yeah, like what's greater than
Like
certainty?
knowledge.
What do you mean? Certain knowledge? Like what? Not certain knowledge? Like I don't know, like what?
That's redundant.
Again, redundant.
Why
Again,
is
that
this
is
a
redundant
difficulty?
again.
This
So
is
it's not
annoying.
certain
Look,
knowledge then?
stop,
Like what?
stop.
I'm
This,
so
this
confused.
is annoying at this rate. Just stop this. Look, you have to stop this. This is just annoying.
Okay.
Like, stop
Sorry.
repeating this redundant notion over and over again. This is annoying. There's no reason adults should be struggling with this.
Okay.
No reason.
Okay.
Okay, so you're saying knowledge is like above certainty, then the knowledge, certain knowledge is redundant. So you're talking about non-certain knowledge, and that's above certainty? Is that
Yeah,
what you're
so
trying
being,
to say? Or?
so being certain about flat Earth is redundant. Okay, got it.
No.
Well, no, I said knowledge.
Stop distorting the simple thing that's being said to you. Like, are y'all serious?
Well, I'm
Are you
confused.
seriously
hold on.
struggling, or are you
Let
just
me
trying to
ask you
annoy me?
guys. Let me ask you guys. Does uncertain knowledge even exist?
Yeah.
I guess it depends on how you define knowledge. I
What do
wouldn't
you
say
mean?
so.
How do you know something and doubt it? Make sense to me.
Yeah,
How do you
it does
believe that as
exist.
an adult?
Uncertain
How do you know
knowledge
something
does
and
exist
doubt it?
because if
No,
I know that the Earth is a globe and you say no, that's not true, then I must be uncertain about it. I must be wrong.
Okay, so do you know?
Dude, uncertainty and being wrong are categorically different. How are
I'm
adults
just
conflating
saying.
these things?
I was trying to explain to him
I
that the
believe.
fact that
I believe.
okay,
Yeah,
dude.
if you want to say that uncertain, if you want to say
You're
uncertain
okay,
knowledge is
you guys
belief, yeah.
just
If you want to,
no. I don't want to say that.
if you want to
I'm
equate
saying,
uncertain knowledge as
my
belief, then
God.
yeah.
I'm saying there's no such thing as uncertain knowledge. That's therefore when you say certain knowledge, it becomes redundant.
Why is this a point of difficulty? How are you struggling with this?
You're being confusing. That's why.
There's nothing to be
because
confused
they
about.
want to wriggle. They want to wriggle
You're the
in their
one saying the
pseudoscience
notions
as
that we're
knowledge.
saying is redundant or self-contradictory. We're not the
You're
ones that
saying
confused.
certain knowledge is redundant, which seems to imply that it's not certain knowledge. And so it's like, okay,
That's not an
not certain
implication at
knowledge
all.
is above this merely certainty. This
That's
mere
not an
certainty. It's like, what?
implication.
How is that not an implication?
Like, it's not. To say that the proposition is redundant doesn't tell that there is uncertain knowledge. Like knowledge that you simultaneously doubt. That's stupid.
Yeah, dude, that's like
Okay, so it's
saying,
not
oh,
certain and
if
it's
I
not certain, right?
Yeah, well, I would disagree with that because I would say that there are people who believe in evolutionary theory as knowledge of evolutionary theory, but they still doubt that it's real. So it's uncertain knowledge.
That's not an instance of uncertain knowledge.
Well, I would say it is.
It's not. It's not knowledge.
So how does it knowledge?
If I may quickly, right? Just
can a theory be knowledge and be uncertain about the
Bro.
theory's veracity? Yeah,
Hold on,
I think
hold
so.
The theory doesn't have certainty, dude. The person does.
Yeah, I
What the
told you
fuck?
about certainty, what I believe to be certainty. Yeah. Okay, so
let's
we're
clear
going
the air
around
on
in
something.
circles.
Also, yeah, exactly. So let's clear the air on something, right? This notion about certain knowledge being redundant, it doesn't imply, uncertain knowledge or whatever the fuck you just said. Okay, that's like say if I were to come to you and say an unmarried bachelor, right? You would say, okay, that's kind of redundant, right? That doesn't imply that they're married, right?
No, hold on. An unmarried bachelor isn't redundant. It's just a contradiction. A redundancy is something that like
it's a contradiction.
An unmarried bachelor is redundant.
A redundancy isn't the same as a contradiction.
Yeah, I was worried.
An unmarried bachelor is redundant.
I was worried I upset you, Gregory. So
yeah, no wonder
I'm
you
glad
guys,
you're back.
are all fucking confused.
Oh, married bachelor. Is that what you said?
Can I say something? Can I say something, Gregory? I'm not trying to
Ozzy,
upset
shut
you.
your mouth for a second. Hang on, Ozzy. What the fuck, dude? Hold on. Okay, Cal, you misheard what I said. I said unmarried bachelor. Right? That is a redundant statement, right? Does that
Oh yeah.
imply? Does that imply the inverse?
No.
No. Okay, so why are you arguing that what Gregory said is redundant when he brought it up as being redundant? You're arguing that it's implying the inverse.
So you're saying that is certain then, right?
I
Because
didn't say
here's the
shit.
thing, like
I'm
if I
asking
hold
you.
on, because if I
Hold on. No,
ask,
no, no.
because hold on,
Answer my
no, because
question,
like
dude.
you can
Answer my question, dude.
go, yeah,
Answer
I
my
get that,
question.
but
Answer it. Answer it, please.
answer what, that is redundant
Why,
and that doesn't apply to the
why
inverse. Yeah, I agree.
why are you accusing Gregory's statement as being the equivalent to the inverse? Because it's redundant.
I was trying to explain that, but he's replying to me, right? So I'm asking him a question about, hey,
Okay. Why
is
didn't you
this
answer
certain
mine?
knowledge? Is this what you mean? And rather than saying yes,
What?
he's saying like it's redundant. I was like, okay,
Because it is redundant.
well, hold
But
on,
then you're
sure.
arguing that.
Then so
But
hold
then you're
on, that
arguing.
means hold on, wait.
No, dude.
That means that
No,
something
that
in the
doesn't.
statement.
It doesn't imply the inverse though. It doesn't imply uncertain knowledge. It's not what it
Okay, so it means
implies.
that something in the
Saying that's
statement
redundant.
is like
Dude,
twofold, right? But he's
bro,
also
it's called
saying, hold on,
redundancy.
stop interrupting. Like I'm just trying to explain. He's saying, hey, this is like twofold, right? Just like you're saying married bachelor or unmarried bachelor, excuse me. You're saying, hey, a bachelor by definition is unmarried. So saying unmarried bachelor is like unmarried, basically. That's why it's redundant. And if he's saying, okay, certain
No,
knowledge,
what
hold
the
on,
fuck?
is that
No,
not the
you're dumb,
redundancy?
dude.
Is that
No,
not the redundancy? What?
redundancy is basically okay. You don't understand what redundancy is.
I
That's
guess not.
why.
I don't know. Maybe
Gregory,
not. Let's see. What
please
is it?
continue. Now we found the root cause. He doesn't know what redundant means.
I'm not
I never would have
English. I
guessed
don't know
this.
like
I'm
what,
like,
but
I'm
I think I
thinking,
do.
I'm
Let's
operating
see.
with the assumption that he thoroughly understands like a foregone conclusion that doesn't need to be mentioned. But he understands what redundancy is.
State of being
Dude,
no longer
redundancy is just an
needed,
unnecessary
superfluous.
repetition.
Yeah, excessively repetitive. This is what I just explained. What? What are you talking about?
What the fuck? That's
Okay,
not
so
what
then
you
what the
just
fuck
said,
are you
bro.
confused about, dude? We've been talking about this goddamn shit for the past 10 minutes. The fuck is the problem?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand,
I
dude,
was trying
why
to
he's
explain, but then he interrupted again. But
why you're stating, right? Why are you stating that because what Gregory said was redundant, it implies the inverse? That's what I took away, dude.
oh, again, yes, again, you
Okay,
have
explain
that.
on
You're saying it's redundant, right? It's repetitive. You're saying the same thing twice. Okay, cool. He also said it's not merely certainty. This is what he said right before that. No? Am I crazy?
Okay, and
so he implies that it's not just certainty, and saying certain knowledge makes no sense for some reason, or it's like a double. So like, what is he saying then? There's something else other than certainty above that is knowledge. But what? Like, what is it then? Like, it's not certain
what is so
knowledge, that's for
difficult?
sure.
Don't you understand
Like, I don't
epistemology? To know
that was like pretty
entails being
much
certain.
okay. I don't know. Whatever.
Like I don't
if you
get it. Like
mean
how we stuck on this for
knowledge,
the
then
past
that
10
you have
minutes.
like that it can't be wrong or something like that, then sure, we can go with that.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean, Gregory?
What
Knowledge
is there to
can't
be
be
so
wrong?
confused about? To know entails being certain.
Okay, sure. I would agree
Okay.
with that definition,
So
yeah.
if you already know that, what is with all the goddamn rigmarole?
What? I mean, I was confused why you're saying merely certain. What did you mean by that? Because you haven't clarified. I asked.
Yeah.
If you already know what
Move
knowledge
on now.
is, and we've had in-depth conversations about epistemology and all these other things, why did you not just assume that?
Because of your statements
Damn.
before that and the whole conversation about you talking to Ozzy about
I didn't
like
say anything that
him
contradicts
having
the
doubts
proposition,
and
the fact that knowledge entails certainty. Didn't say anything contrary to that.
okay, sure.
Damn.
But so how is it that you have knowledge then of like flat Earth?
God's revelation, first and foremost, which is the entire world, including the scriptures and including the earth, and given his providence, giving us the abilities to know things a priori or a posteriori. In this case, consider the cosmos, specifically the earth, in its form of the surface, a posteriori. That's what we observe and measure. We see further than what's possible on the ball. The horizon is not what the SCE doctrine entails.
I said to you in the beginning that I'd be the most persuaded by Scripture. So if you can DM me the verses that support your flat Earth belief from Scripture, I'd appreciate it. Like I'll read it. I
Is it
absolutely,
like there's a
absolutely, I'll look at it.
diagram? Yeah, there's a diagram made by Logos Bible Software, the scholars of Logos Bible Software,
Logos
who believe the scientism cosmology that everyone mostly believes, but they know, and they made an illustration based on the passages of Scripture that illustrate the cosmos to be vastly different from the cosmology that they espouse.
Can you link me? Can you
So
link me to
that,
that?
Can I see that?
yeah, I'm finna send it to you now. So that alone is
Thank you.
basically a hostile witness of scholars who know that the text says this is what the cosmos, this is the nature of the cosmos, and they don't believe this. They believe the scientism cosmology.
The
If God
scientism
says it, then it's
cosmology.
true, man. I don't have any problem with that, but I
Yeah,
just don't
that's
see
like
it.
me. I believe the scriptures, but I also believe that the Earth is a globe. And most of us Christians do believe the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I would say so. That's why I'm curious when I see Christians who are flat earthers. Like, I'd like to know how they got there from Scripture, because I don't actually know if in Scripture it says that the Earth is a globe. Like, I know it talks about a sphere, but I
Does
guess
it
we'd
talk
talk
about a
to
sphere or does it talk about a circle? Not a sphere. Circle.
Well, no, it does mention a sphere, talk about a ball, but it's not talking about
Yeah.
the Earth
Okay.
being a ball.
All right.
Well, there's a verse about the circle of the earth. I think they're like grasshoppers. I think something like that.
Yeah, there's the circle of the Earth,
Yeah.
not the ball Earth. Isaiah talks about the Lord throwing Israel into a foreign land like a ball.
So what's this one? This is the Logos Bible software. Okay.
Yes, the scholars
Let
of
me
Logos Bible software
let me
don't
save this.
believe this.
I'll save
They
this.
they
Can I
know the
can I
scriptures.
send
They
it?
know the
Can I
scriptures
send it in
illustrates
DM?
this, and they only
Oh, you already did.
scientism cosmology.
Thank
Yeah,
you for
yeah.
sending it to me. All right, cool. I've got it now.
So this alone is a hostile corroboration that this indeed is what the scripture conveys the cosmos is.
Okay, hang on. What are the two images? So the first one
One
is
is with
what, like
verses, and the other is.
okay, the summary. Okay.
Yeah, it seems so.
Job 26:10, Deuteronomy 32:22. What does that one say?
Wait, 26:7.
The pillars by which God
I know
supports the
that
dome,
one.
which holds back the chaotic waters above.
Now I'm just going to pause the exegesis discussion here. We're going to Lord willing we'll carry on to a different VC, but there you have it for now.
Okay. All right, we'll come back to this another day when we're in the Christian chat. Yeah. All right. Anyway, Gregory, can I say, even though it was a heated debate, I hope that you didn't get upset or insulted, or that I that you.
I'm
All right,
chilling.
cool. Because I enjoyed that conversation. It was a good conversation.
Yeah, we got to the end. If you're gonna have anyone's gonna have a conversation with me, I'm gonna get to the end because I only participate in conversations that get to some end.
Okay. Oof, that was a big one.
Hello.
Well, for the record, we'd like to thank Gregory's patience during some of our interruptions, because he was really going great guns and he held the standard. Thank you very much. And then a big thank you to, what's his name? Old Hoos, who always asked the right question at the right time. And his analogies were bullseyes, always on point. And yeah, the way he delivers the platter through bullseye is nice. So I've been listening to him for a few months now, and it's been brilliant. So thank you very much, Old Hoos. And Ozzy, start doing the measurements, all right? Get out there and measure, because you can know that with certainty. Thanks.
Okay.
Another
I
fun
guess he's
fact.
I guess he's upset with me. Okay.
Another fun fact. Augustine of Hippo, one of the most influential philosophers in the history of the world, he repudiated in the City of God, book 16. No, book 9. Is it book 16, chapter 9, or is it the reverse? But I'll look it up. I'm going to send it in the open chat just a moment. He repudiated the SE doctrine, and his context is the 4th century, 4th century, 5th century, late 4th century, early 5th century, the Mediterranean. Right? He's from Hippo, so he's from North Africa, but he was prolific and influential, so he went around the Mediterranean. So, and the reason that's significant is because the Roman Catholic Church, which assumes him into their set of most prominent sages, they call them doctors of the church. Augustine is one of the 39, recently 39 doctors of the church. But the Roman Catholic Church is one of the most prominent promulgators of the scientism worldview, especially its cosmology. Like Nicholas Copernicus with heliocentrism, and Galileo Galilei, and what is it, Hilliard de Chardin with
What does
shooting
that
into the
even
evolutionism
mean?
doctrine, and George Lemaitre with the Big Bang cosmology. So many Roman Catholics, Roman Catholicism has been an instrumental institution in promulgating scientism doctrine. But in their own doctrine, they also espouse one man out of 39 to be among the 39 doctors of the church who explicitly repudiated in his magnum opus, his greatest work, the City of God, explicitly repudiated the SE doctrine. So the institution that is responsible, primarily responsible, one of the main institutions that's primarily responsible for the past several centuries to promulgate scientism, also espouses one out of several out of 39 so-called doctors of the church who explicitly repudiate the scientism that they promulgated, specifically the Earth being a ball. So how is it that people have come to trust such an institution that is explicitly contradicting themselves? They're not ignorant of Augustine. The scholars, the academicians, the big brains who throughout the centuries participated in promulgating these doctrines, they weren't ignorant of Augustine. You can't be a bishop, let alone one of the higher magistrates in the magisterium, an archbishop and above. You cannot be an archbishop and be ignorant of the church fathers, especially Augustine. It's not possible.
Say again.
Can I ask 2 questions? First, who was the guy I was just talking about Ozzy about doing some sorts of measurements? Like what measurements were you talking about? Could you
He's
elaborate on
talking
that?
about
That'll be Jim
measuring the.
CBR1. He would need to try and measure the curvature of the Earth. And then that way
Yeah.
he can claim to know the Earth is a globe if he can start to do the measurements for the curvature. Okay?
No,
That's all.
no, but Jen, it wouldn't be a certainty in my mind, right? Because I'm a fallible man. I don't know if you're
Well, that'd
religious.
be down to you. The point is, you can make a stronger
Yeah.
case for yourself because you
Wait.
would have measured curvature, photographed it, and give us locations, so then we can then go and replicate that. Do you see what I mean? That's
Okay.
you're
I do
going
have
to
one
acquire.
thing to
You're going
say
to
about that,
hang on,
Ozzy.
You're
But
going
you
to
could
acquire
equally say
knowledge.
to me. You could
You're going
equally
to
say to me.
acquire knowledge. You're
Yeah, but
definitely
you
going
could.
to acquire knowledge.
Yeah, but you
Okay.
could equally say to me that I should go out and measure. I should go out and become an astronaut and go to space myself.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that to you. No, that would be an impossibility. We don't go to space, so I know that.
Say again.
Okay then.
I mean,
With,
well,
with
Say
self,
again.
with
why not
100%
tell him to like
certainty.
become an astronaut so he can't go to space, and they'll be like, wait, what? I
Yeah.
can't actually go to space.
I wouldn't say
He'll
that
learn
to him
that
because I
anyway,
know
right?
it's not possible. I'm not going to
Well,
send
I'm
him on an
saying he'll
impossible
learn that
task.
anyway because they're not going to send him to space.
The
Say
point is, I'm
again.
not going to go. I'm not going to use those words to send him to something that I know is
Say it
impossible.
again.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
Can
but
we
just,
mute
just go
NASA
measure the
live?
curvature of the Earth. That's all you
Can
got
we
to
get
do,
the
Mute
moderation
and that
NASA
will
system?
be
live.
acquired knowledge
We
that you can
completely hear
share
it's
with us.
needed, right?
Sorry, Gregory, go ahead.
No. I'm just like
I'm sorry.
the
Say it
other guy
again.
tripping in the background, like that right
Yeah,
there. Like we hear moderation is needed.
Yeah, no, I've already banned him from Protestant Lounge because he just comes in and says the same thing. Say it again. Say it again. Say it again. He just does this over and over. It's
So wait,
annoying.
Ozzy, I do have one question. So like you're saying,
I'm sorry.
like
Say it
roughly the
again.
only things you're certain of is God and death. That's fine, but like, would you not also be certain of like, hey, God created the Earth, like we're on Earth, we are
Yeah.
humans.
When I say God and the like, there's a few things attached to God, obviously, right? Because
Okay,
I'd have to justify why I believe that to a certainty that God exists, right? So
I'll make sure you know that
there's
you're like human and stuff. That's why. Yeah. That's fine.
yeah. No, like I shorten it because otherwise I'd have to go through every single justification of why I
No,
believe
fine.
God
Yeah.
exists. Yeah.
Perfect.
So I just say God exists and death, right? Because
Mhm.
that's but there's scripturally backed up, but we don't need to go into every single reason in scripture why I believe
Yeah, it makes
those two
perfect
things.
sense. I was just
Yeah.
making sure.
Yeah.
And then
Like it's
Gregory.
not that I believe that God exists and death exists without any supporting reasoning for that. Yeah. Like there's
Yeah, I guess that
obviously supporting
doesn't make
reasons.
much sense thinking about it. Yeah, I don't know.
What about taxes?
Maybe
What
I'm
about
just saying, I
taxes?
thought like maybe you just have a strong belief that like we have hands or something. It's like, well, God created us and we have hands, and He talks about it and stuff. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. But what I was trying to ask Gregory before is that like I posed the question to him, is God's understanding greater than our understanding? Like that's obvious. That's just, if anyone that believes in God knows that God knows more and understands more and has certainty that we don't have, right? Like he can see the future that we can't see, right? So that's one aspect of why we can't be certain, because we don't know the future, right?
Maybe we could bring this back on topic. Do you think God could make large bodies of water curve?
Yeah, he could. If he
Yeah.
wanted to, absolutely he could.
I'm
Well, yeah,
certain I'm certain
just
I
one
have
more
a right
question about
hand
the
and
globe
4
Earth.
fingers and a thumb. I'm certain of that.
Yeah,
Thanks.
well, I'm glad for you. Yeah.
Thank
Gregory,
you. I'm certain. Thank you.
what
Do
would you
understand.
say is like the motivation, or like the biggest motivation or whatever for the scientism community, as you would say, for like saying, hey, it's a globe Earth rather than flat Earth? What would you like the motivation there, you think?
Same motivation for any other lie ever.
And that is?
You already know what it is, don't you?
Manipulation of other human beings. No, manipulating other human beings, doing them what you want them to do. That's why people lie, right? I lie so I influence your view of the world in the direction that I think is beneficial to me.
Is the answer sin? Or what?
I mean, don't you know? I'm appealing to what
I'm
you
not
already
sure.
know.
I don't think so. I don't know.
You don't know why someone lied in the very first place ever?
Oh, sure. The first lie. I mean, the serpent just kind of lied because he was
Yeah, he
prideful.
he deceived Eve.
And
Yeah,
he's
he
like
deceived
deceived,
Eve
and
with
I
the
think he
apple.
just wanted to. He doesn't like God, right?
Yeah, I would
Is that
say
kind of the
that's the
idea,
first.
or
That's the first
Actually,
lie, isn't it? Isn't
the
it the
first lie,
deception of?
the first lie is that you will become like gods.
Yeah,
And
that's Eve and the apple. That's what I'm talking about. That's the
yeah?
first lie.
yeah,
Yeah.
but that also
He's saying
means that
why,
you
the
will have,
why, not the lie itself.
which also means you will have the authority over everything, regardless if God exists. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the biggest lie.
So, is that the motivation then, Gregory, to become God, or is it something else?
Same reason the devil lied in the first place.
That's just because they hate God, right?
Oh, to
Like,
defy
can
the
you just say
God.
yes or no?
Specifically concerning cosmology, we want you to believe an entirely different worldview, not just the ball Earth, because it's not only the ball Earth wasn't only promulgated in a vacuum. It's not like in isolation they promulgated the Earth's a ball. It's a part of a whole cosmology, a part of a whole worldview. Globe Earth doctrine didn't come from God, didn't come from the apostles, didn't come from the prophets, didn't come from any of the Lord's people at any age. It came from an unbeliever, Pythagoras, in his defiance against God, suppressing the truth and unrighteousness, masturbating his own pride in public with his silly little cult. Again, his Globe Earth doctrine wasn't in a vacuum either. It was part of his worldview.
One thing I've always thought though is that because wait, actually, in your understanding, do you think like other planets are still like a ball or sphere or whatever, and then we are like flat, or
no?
Dude,
No?
we don't put the Earth and the planets in the same category. That's the mistake
Okay,
you
I don't know.
Globers
I'm
always
ignorant as
make.
hell. Like, I'm just asking.
Well, that's
Don't
the
attack me.
answer. The Earth
Okay, I'm
and
just
what you
asking,
call
dude. Don't attack me.
So listen to the answer. The Earth and what we call the planets, the things in the sky, are not in the same category of object. So yes, we do think, many of us, some of us, I do, think that planets are spherical. The Earth is not. It's not a planet. My
Okay.
coffee cup is not a planet, and it's not spherical.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, okay, I get it. Oh.
Mind you, also, the word
Cool.
planet, the English word planet, coming from the Greek word planestai, in the first place denotes the wanderers. So they called these particular stars, this handful of stars, the wandering stars, which is exactly mentioned in the epistle from Apostle Yahudah, Jude. Okay? So the Earth is obviously not a star, let alone a wandering star.
Yeah, and they call sea level level because it's fucking level.
Yeah, welcome one
Kinda
deck.
like that one.
Welcome one deck. Nice to hear you. Hope you're enjoying the weekend coming up next.
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
What was I gonna say?
Yeah. So forget the stars. Yeah. Let's talk about the Earth and the 0 degree baseline we call sea level, which from all elevation angle profiles are measured.
So okay, there's no. I'm just thinking. I'm just trying to remember my question. There's no planets. There's planets that
Hey,
exist,
take it easy on
and
this
we are
guy.
not
He
a
seems
planet.
to be genuine.
Oh
We're not a
God.
planet. We're just kind of thing.
We are the Earth, and we
The
see in the sky objects. We give them names. Some of them we call planets. Some of them we call stars. Others we call asteroids. Right? That's it.
But we didn't do anything, mate. You didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. That's already been made up. We didn't make the maps.
Right,
All
I'm
we
sorry.
know is
Human beings tend to use these terms to describe things in the sky.
Great. And we can get elevation angle profiles to them things in the sky using the surface level called mean sea level. Because Earth is flat, and that's how it's measured.
And the one deck, how certain are you? In 1 to 10, how certain?
100, without
Thank you.
any shadow of a doubt.
Thank you
Well,
very
1
much
to 10
indeed.
cannot be a technical point. 1 to 10 cannot be 100. Could be 10.
Oh,
A
no,
10 then.
He's trying to say 10.
Well, 10 is
Okay,
10 would be the
10 then.
the
10 out of
most
10 is
number.
100%. So
Yeah,
got you.
that's 100%.
But he said 100
So-
without the percent.
Yeah, well, forget all that. It doesn't matter about the lights in the sky, whether you call it planets or wandering stars. We've got sea level. It was given to us by whoever, the creator, and it was level to start with. And we've used the level baseline called sea level. Sorry, I mean mean sea level, to then go forth and measure other measurements from a level baseline. So it was level to start with to measure levelness going forward. Earth is
Can I
flat.
point something
level
that's
is
easy to overlook, which is when you say mean sea level, that suggests that it's not level.
No, it's an average level. It's level.
Yeah, but the word mean means an average over a certain set. So if that set had the
Yes,
same
average
value, then
level.
why use the
Because
word
there's like
mean?
waves and stuff.
Yeah,
Probably.
yeah, it's an average levelness. It's an average levelness.
Plus, it fluctuates, right, over time.
Yes, there's different levels of level. It's level.
On average is level, but it's never exactly
Yeah.
level at any given point in time, is I think what you're trying
Yeah,
to say.
The word
so
level is
that's-
constantly there because it's level. Simple.
Yeah, so the surface of Earth is level, averagely level, not curved. That's where we take all our elevation
That's
profiles
a good way
from.
of saying it. It's averagely level and not averagely spherical.
That's great. It is level, and that's it's a 0 degree baseline for all elevation profiles, mapping, navigation purposes. We didn't make sea level. Sea level was just given to us by the creator, I presume, and it was level.
Yeah. And there is zero sphericity of that. No curvature at all. Zero. No curved ball.
Okay, thanks.
Well, I shall pack up my tools. I shall pack up my tools and that now. My curve wheel and stuff. And yeah, no curvature here. Bye bye.
Oh, there never was any curvature.
Yeah. No, that's right.
Yo,
But I
Jim.
believe it 48 years.
Jen,
Yeah.
in your opinion, why do you think NASA did lie to us?
Well, that's got nothing to do with the curvature of Earth, mate.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah. But yeah.
NASA didn't give us sea level. Sea level was just there for all mapping and navigation. It was a level plane of reference for all. It was a master reference for all mapping and navigation. It was level, nothing to do with NASA.
Yeah. Let me put it like this: the powers that shouldn't be have employed NASA, it in place to continue the deception of the globe. We've woken up from that. Mine was 48 years later from when I was born, and I've made that discovery now, and then other people are making the discovery. So it's clearly obvious they're lying. Clearly obvious control. And anyone who believes in the globe and believes in space travel, they are being controlled by that deception. It's that simple. I don't have to go any further than that, really.
I think space travel is a little bit orthogonal to the question of the shape of the Earth.
It
Well,
really
the
has
shape
has
of the
nothing to
Earth
do
is
with the shape of the Earth, because when you're looking up
Orthogonal.
into space, you're no longer looking at the surface of the Earth, which is what you want to find out whether it's going or not. And I give you my analogy.
Whatever do you mean?
Hang on a second, please.
Whatever do
My
you
analogy
mean?
is: I go outside, my neighbour's car is there, my car is next to my neighbour's car, but I wash my car. Sorry, I wash my neighbour's car because my car is going to get washed as well. It's not, is it? I'll have to wash my car if I want my car washed. So if I want to know if the Earth is curving in any way, shape, or form, I must measure the surface of the Earth and not look to those objects in the sky.
well,
Okay?
yeah, it's already but Jen, it's already been
But what
done. I
even do
mean,
you
all you
mean in
got
the
to do
first
is
place
look.
when you said it's orthogonal?
Well, it's already been mapped, hasn't it?
I've
You
never
can
heard
just
anyone
look at
talk
the
like that.
scale on a map. It's a linear miles on the maps.
And linear
It's already
miles,
been measured
horizontal
for.
linear unit measurements. Again, 1
Yeah,
inch,
yeah,
12 inches, 1 mile,
yeah. It's
1
been
stack,
measured.
2 mile,
It's
1
already been
nautical.
measured.
Yeah, yeah,
Jin didn't measure it. I didn't measure it. It's been measured, and we navigate
yeah.
using them maps, linear measurements of maps, mile measurements,
That's it.
linear
Yeah, yeah,
altitude, elevation angles above the sea level, or the
yeah,
height of mountains, and then we can do rise over run for the curve of the hills,
yeah.
reference to a
Slope of
horizontal
the hills. Yeah,
plane
it's
called
all
sea
flat
level.
Earth language.
It's all level.
Yeah, flat Earth
Everything's level.
terminology, flat Earth language.
Yeah, simple as that. It's measured. And the Greeks all knew that. Because they measured angles using sticks and shadows.
Yes, even Aristophanes did as well. Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah. Alberuni knew the Earth was flat because he measured the height of a mountain like that.
yes. So there you have it.
All from sea
You
level.
know.
It's all been done. It's all been mapped. Yeah, it's all been done. All from the master reference called sea level.
Yeah. What about that? What about
Jim, remember what I was
brass?
talking about with you several days ago or several weeks ago?
Go on.
When I was talking about it would be so what's the word? Because interesting is not strong enough. But it would be very interesting to have spoken with, for instance, Alberuni, like one deck just mentioned about this.
Well,
You know,
well, I mean, if he did exist and he did what he did, I mean, it's written down. He measured he used an astrolabe and he measured the height of a mountain using elevation angles, which has got nothing. He didn't measure any curvature, and then he used his line of sight and depression angle to the horizon to then
So
mathematically calculate curvature.
So is the sextant similar to the astrolabe, and it's a flat Earth instrument? Is that right?
Well, the instrument measures angles, yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Who knew, eh? Sextant, astrolabes, flat Earth instrument, and it has been said that children can use the astrolabe. Children used to use them back in the day. Kids used to play with them. Isn't that amazing? You give it to a kid today, wouldn't know what to do with it.
Well, I mean that's interesting, Jin, but it's irrelevant to the fact that Al-Biruni used these instruments. You know, he measured the height of a mountain, the elevation angle from the surface of Earth. It was nothing to do with curvature. Measured an angle, elevation angle. Then he used a depression angle from his line of sight, parallel to surface level to the horizon. Angle measurement again, no curvature measurement, to get the, to come up with, and then you've got 8 inches per mile squared, which is a mile is a linear measurement, and it's a squared function. So you're using a linear straight measurement of horizontality to come up with a squared function to say you live on a curved surface, which is absolutely ludicrous.
Especially when you're faced with the horizontal constant all over the place, constantly in your face.
Yeah.
Hold on a
So you
second.
can't have a
Point of
curve.
order.
You
Point of
can't.
order. One deck. Are you Elder Bear?
No, I'm one deck.
Is this Elder Bear? He
No,
sounds
this
like
is
Elder
one deck.
Bear.
It's
No,
a flat earther. This is one
no,
deck.
it's one deck. One deck.
Yeah,
It's
one
one
deck
deck.
it is. Yeah.
But
He's
isn't
from
that
England.
Elder Bear pretending to be one
No,
deck?
no. Totally.
No,
Elder
no,
Bear's
no.
a Wally. This is one deck.
No, I'm
He's a flat earther, one deck. Come on, man. Elderberry wouldn't be allowed in here.
They sound the
He'd be
same,
gone.
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, he might
no,
sound a
no.
little bit similar, only a little bit. Yeah. I can understand that. Right, very slight resemblance, but no, that's one deck,
I
man.
miss Elder Bear. It's been a while since I talked to him.
He was around in the where was he? I think he was even in the politics. I think, yeah, he was in the politics a couple of weeks back, being a nuisance. Yeah, so he was in a couple of weeks back. He was here in the 24/7 politics, but a couple of weeks back.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
always a nuisance.
there you go.
No, I'm not Elder Bear. I'm under. And I'm telling you how the 8 inches per mile squared, yeah, which is a squared functionality, requires a linear mile to start with to infer that you've got curvature, which is ridiculous.
Yes, you don't have curvature in the linear mile, statute mile. Even. You don't have that. There's no curvature there. These are
8
horizontal
inches
measurements.
per mile. Yeah, per mile, which is a linear measurement, squared, which is a squared functionality. So they claim they live on a curve of 8 inches per mile squared, which is mile, which is linear, and squared is a squared functionality, which you're getting from a horizontal linear distance.
At
Ludicrous.
what point does what point does the curvature start to kick in, ladies and gentlemen? Where is it?
It doesn't. It doesn't.
There we are.
It's mathematical, derived from flat Earth measurements.
Right. Can you hear the certainty there, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you.
Hey, y'all be peaceful, okay? I'll talk to you later.
Wicked. Nice.
Yeah. God bless you, Gregory. See you.
Yeah. Thanks for the standards, man. Thanks for the standards.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, in order to have a globe, you need to measure Earth flat.
Yeah. The globers
You
need a
can't have a
flat Earth
globe. You
globers.
cannot have a globe without a flat Earth measurement.
Yeah. You know why? Because you need the flat Earth to know the deviation from the horizontal to get that curve. You see that, ladies and gentlemen? This is what I mean. It's so ridiculous. Globers don't realize how flat earthers they are. As I keep saying to them, they're flat earthers by default. They're flat earthers in denial, and they're definitely flat earthers gonnabies.
Yeah.
There you
Well,
go.
just ask them about 8 inches per mile squared, which is their claim.
Yeah.
It's 8 inches per mile, which is a linear horizontal measurement, and it's a squared function, which has got nothing to do with curvature. So they're claiming they live on a globe from a horizontal, linear, squared functionality.
All right, one deck, you're repeating yourself, man. First of all, that 8 inches per mile square thing, that's a flat earther thing, man. The actual formula involves a cosine. Like, that's just a parabolic approximation near, like, where you are. And the further out you get, the less accurate it becomes.
Oh, so what's the rate of curvature then on the globe?
Sorry, I'm at a
Per
train
mile.
station. There's a lot of noise at the moment. Just one sec.
Per mile squared, what's the rate of curvature on the globe?
It's not per mile squared. You have to calculate it using spherical geometry.
So it's not
calculating the chord length of a
okay.
sphere.
Right. Yeah. So that's brilliant. So it's not 8 inches per mile squared then.
Okay. Now, speaking to AI a couple of weeks ago, right, he said that when we measure using the proper formula, right, for curvature, okay, the discrepancy between the one we use, which is the Pythagorean, versus the proper curvature, the discrepancy when you measure up to what I think it's 1,500 miles approximately, the discrepancy is less than 0.1%. Okay, less than 0.1%. That's what we're squabbling over.
Your mic got cut out.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll say again.
a mile is linear. It's a horizontal distance.
That's right.
And if you're deriving a squared function from it, it's got nothing to do with curvature. You can't derive a squared functionality from from curved measurements. So if you're going to suggest the globe is 8 inches per mile squared, it's absolutely ridiculous.
And if you look in the side chat within the next 2 minutes, I'll post those discrepancies so you can compare the two formulas and the maths therein. Because we did this the other week, and thanks to AI, I saved it, and now we can talk about it. There we are. See?
I've not claimed 8 inches per mile squared. That's not my claim. That's the globe's claim. That's the heliocentric claim. But you can't derive curvature from a mile, which is a linear horizontal distance measurement. You can't derive the square functionality from that.
You know what's funny? That the same AI that tells us that the Earth is a globe, when scrutinized, will tell us that it's flat.
Yeah, but have you looked at a scale of a map lately?
Yeah. And maybe I should speak more clearly. AI overlord, the flat earther on this server. That's who I meant. Not AI the robot here.
Oh,
AI
dude. Well, be
overlord.
precise then. Jeez.
It's okay. I do apologize for any if I misled you there. AI overlord. Thank you.
Yeah, but AI Overlord didn't. He didn't do the maps. He's not done any measurements of maps and topography over the world. You know, that's already been done for us, and the distance on the maps is in mileage, which is linear horizontal distances, not curved.
They measure maps in like they account. I mean, they measure maps straight, is what you're saying?
Well, a mile is a linear distance. Yeah, it's horizontal.
Well, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's true.
It's linear. It's straight. It's not curved. A mile is linear.
Dude, hold on a second. First of all, this is totally elderberry. Second of all, a mile is a unit of length. You can measure circumference of something using miles. So a unit of measure is not linear in the sense you're using the word, or curving. It's a unit of length.
How is it used on maps? How does the scale look on a map? Is it curved or is it horizontal?
Dude, miles are used to measure circumferences of things or fractions of miles, right?
Yeah.
My wheels, I have 27-inch wheels on my
We're not
bike,
talking
or
about
28,
wheels, mate.
right?
We're not talking about wheels. We're talking about the
What
Earth.
are you saying?
When we look at the map of the Earth, the scale on the map is in miles. It's linear. That's how we measure Earth. We're not measuring wheels.
What do you mean by linear? This is not about the shape of the Earth right now. What do you mean that the mile is linear? This is nonsense.
No, it's not. You look at a map, you'll see that the scale is straight and horizontal in miles. Have you never looked at a map?
I understand that, but what do you mean by mile is linear? Mile is whatever you use it to be.
Do you know what linear means?
In trigonometry or in mathematics, yes.
What is it?
A linear function is one for one unit of change in the input, you get the same unit of output.
Is linear
It's
curved?
a linear function.
Is it curved?
A linear function? No.
A linear mile, is it curved?
A linear mile? What do you mean by linear mile?
Okay, one day. Is a string curved? Can I measure
Sorry, I'm
the
not
length of a
talking.
string?
I'm not talking to you, mate. I'm talking about maps. I'm not talking about pieces of string.
A
I'm not
bicycle
talking about.
wheel is a circle
Not
and it
talking
has a
about
length
bicycle.
in
Not
miles.
talking about bicycle wheels. We're talking about the Earth and maps and how we navigate.
Yes, a circumference can be measured in a linear distance. And
Yeah.
when you
So
translate it into
So
a map,
he's
maps
just
are
using the
two-dimensional.
words in the. Dude, are you like in the back of a restaurant or something? Like, are you? What's going on with you?
no,
Listen, bro, you're like using words in a strange way. You got to be more precise with your words. I'm on your side, but like, come on,
do you not
linear
understand
mile?
what?
What
Do
the
you not
hell?
understand what a mile is?
Yeah, it's a unit of length.
Yeah. Have you looked at the scale of a map?
Yeah, but the map
Yes.
is not the terrain.
Oh, it's not. The map isn't the terrain of the Earth.
The map is just a
No,
model.
hold on. Let him finish his point. Yes, I looked at a map and it has a scale in kilometers or miles or whatever. It could be
Yeah.
inches.
So
Doesn't
that.
matter.
Yeah. So a mile is linear. It's a linear
A
measurement.
mile is linear. That is a nonsensical statement.
Okay. So have you looked at the scale of a map?
Yes.
And is it horizontal or curved?
A map is a two-dimensional object.
Is it horizontal or curved? The scale.
It's neat. What? It's a
You're
two-dimensional
not
object.
answering the question. He's asked you a straightforward question. Is a linear mile curved or horizontal? Which one is it?
On the scale of the map that you're reading,
Yeah.
it's
Oh, you
shown in
mean
the
yes?
bottom.
There's a little line. There's a little line that
The
gives you the
Is it
horizontal
scale.
line,
curved?
isn't
Yes.
it?
Is it curved?
No.
No, it's a straight line.
It's
Right. Now I'm going to ask
horizontal.
one more
Thank you.
question. Is 12 inches? Is 12 inches curved on the ruler? Is that ruler curved?
No,
12
it's
inches.
not.
No,
Thank you.
unless you're
There
petty.
we
But
go.
yes, no.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. We rest our
Ace.
case. We rest our case, my lord. Thank you.
So
Is it
Wait, guys,
possible
is a
to
ball
measure the
curved?
circumference of a
Wait, is a ball
object?
curved, guys?
we're not
Or is
talking
it linear?
about balls, mate. We're not talking about balls. We're talking about the Earth.
Well, a ball is curved. I rest my case. Like, what is this? What?
Well, I mean, he tried. He tried.
No, what? What do you mean I tried? If I tried, you tried.
No, the other guy.
What?
He made a very silly argument, right? And you made a parody of
There's no
his
argument,
argument,
mate.
and
It's not
it's
an
funny.
argument, mate. It's not an argument. Earth's measured flat and miles are linear. It's not an argument.
Yeah,
I'm
but
pointing
your
out.
argument with the map and
I've
the
got an
little
argument.
scale, I mean, that's ridiculous.
No,
But
it's a statement of fact.
I didn't make the maps. Somebody's measured the
Yes,
Earth. They
it
put
is
a
a
scale on
statement
the
of
map.
fact, and the Glober made another statement of fact. Is a ball a
Yeah.
sphere? Yes. Okay.
We're not
it's
contesting
equally
that.
ridiculous.
That's not what we're contesting. We're not
We're talking
contesting
about
that at all. What
we're talking about
we're
maps and the
talking
shape
about at
of
the
the
moment
Earth.
are measured
Well, what
linear
you
units of
guys are two nut jobs.
horizontality.
Where are the adults today in the room? Where are the mods?
Ah,
You
we're
guys are
right
nut
here.
jobs,
You're the
and you're
child that's
saying
crying.
things that no one
You're crying with
contests
your tongue
because
in your mouth.
you're just
Okay.
saying
So
ridiculous things.
No, we're
You're
stating
embarrassing our
statements of
community.
fact.
Okay,
Go
you
ahead.
tell us about it. So, what rate does the Earth curve? Tell me how many inches per mile
It
squared.
doesn't curve at all. It's measurably flat.
Well, what's your problem then?
Because the argument you're making is nonsensical. You're like
I'm not making an argument. I'm not arguing about
whatever
anything.
you're saying. You're just it's gibberish. What you're saying is
I'm answering
gibberish.
your question. No, I'm not. I'm not arguing. I'm answering your questions.
Yeah, the questions you might as well be asking questions about a Snickers bar. Okay, it's
I've not
equally
answered it.
ridiculous.
I'm not asking questions. I've not answered any
Can I
questions.
ask you a question?
No.
One day, can I ask you a question? So you're saying, so what you said earlier was that if you take a ruler that's 12 inches long, is that 12 inches straight or is it curved? And so basically you're saying...
I didn't say that at all.
I think that was Jin. Jin said that. Right?
I didn't say
well,
that.
I guess my question is...
Ask Jin that.
All
I
right,
didn't
well,
say that.
whoever was making that... Okay,
That was
whoever was
Jin.
making that claim, then I'm talking to that
Ask Jin.
person.
Ask Jin.
Okay, Jin. Okay, well then shut the fuck up and let me ask him. All right.
Well, you
if I
address
draw
me,
a
mate.
circle...
No, you shut the fuck up.
Oh my God. All right, whoever said that the ruler is straight and not curved, who said that? Who wants to take ownership of that claim?
That would be TBR1 stating that the 12 inches, that ruler is horizontal, 12 inches units of measurement, horizontal ruler.
That's
what
Jin
I said.
talking.
Okay, I have a very basic question. if I go out onto the stand and I draw a circle, if I draw a circle, is it like, does it make any sense to say that the circumference of that circle is 12 inches?
You draw a circle and then your mic cut out. Say again.
Why is he talking
If
about
I draw
circles when
a,
we're talking about the Earth? Why are you talking about circles when we're talking about the Earth? That's already been mapped and measured with
because
linear
Yeah.
mileage
you can obvious look, something like a meter or a mile or an inch is just a unit of length.
linear.
You
Yeah,
can
it's
measure.
linear.
You can measure the length of a curve. Obviously, you can wrap a tape measure around a tree and measure its diameter. So you're just
Great.
speaking nonsense.
Right.
No, we're
So
not.
how's elevation profiles measured from in on sea level?
Even by your stupid approximation, 2 points a mile apart would only have an 8-inch difference in height. So if they're only like a couple feet apart, then they're basically at the same height. And even if they're not, you can
But is
compensate
that the
for it
height?
using the
Well,
equation.
Is that the height above sea level, mate?
It's the height from whatever reference point you want.
So is it horizontal or curved?
You understand what an
This
arc length
guy's
is,
bad.
right?
This guy's
You're
bad.
going on to another subject now, mate.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
no. If you're
We rest
measuring the
our case,
distance,
my
no, listen.
lord.
You have two. No. If you have two objects on two different points on the surface of the
If
Earth,
you've got a map,
and you measure,
with a 0 degree baseline
you're
called
gonna
mean
let me
sea
finish my
level,
sentence.
and then all
You're gonna let me finish
elevation
my sentence.
profiles above it, right, are measured from the horizontal baseline on maps, which I've not measured and you've not measured. Who measured them?
If you measure the distance between two objects on the surface of the Earth, you are measuring an arc length across the surface of a sphere.
No,
It
you're
is
not.
perfectly coherent
No,
to
you're not.
express that distance in meters or miles. Absolutely, yes.
No, you're not.
Distance is linear.
Yeah. Sorry.
Wait, distance
No,
You
no
don't
curvature there.
understand
Wait, what do you mean
basic
distance is
geometry.
linear?
Distance
What do you
is
mean by that?
linear.
What is an
Distance is
arc length?
linear.
Can you define an arc length? What is an arc length?
What do you mean
An arc
distance
length is
is
a
linear?
distance.
I've not said anything about an arc length. I'm telling you distance is linear and a mile is
You
linear.
don't understand.
And it's on
You don't
maps.
understand basic geometry. You don't understand what an arc length is. You don't understand what a
What does
fucking
that
pi
mean?
integral is.
Distance is linear.
You don't understand math.
You don't understand what 0
Yeah.
degree
An arc
baseline of sea
length's a
level is.
curved line. We're not measuring curved lines, mate.
We're
No,
measuring
you don't understand
horizontal.
tangent planes. You don't understand tangent planes. You don't understand arc lengths. This is basic geometry. This is basic
We're not
calculus.
measuring arc
You need
lengths
to,
on Earth. We're measuring linear, straight horizontality. We're not
Yeah.
measuring arc lengths anywhere.
Yeah,
From
tangent lines are
mean
not
sea level.
tangible, mate. Tangent lines
Yeah.
aren't tangible, mate. We
Thank
don't
you.
measure tangent lines. We measure from
Yeah.
sea level, mean sea level.
Yeah.
What
That's
do you
what we're
mean
measuring.
distance is linear? What is
That,
that?
that's the master
Means it's
reference level
straight.
for all mapping on Earth. Sea level.
You mean like when you draw it on a map? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
You know,
Have you never used a compass, mate?
So
how
distance
does a
is
compass work?
linear
You can't
because
even
you draw
explain
it
how a
on a
compass works
map?
on the flat Earth.
Is that
You
what
have
you're
no
talking
model.
about?
Horizontally, it works. Have you ever heard of azimuth?
Okay, so you're saying like the reason distance is linear is because when you draw it on a
No, I
map,
didn't
it's
say
linear.
that. No, I didn't say that. You said that. I said miles are linear. Somebody's already mapped the Earth. It's from the 0 fucking degree baseline called mean sea level. And compasses work horizontally. And do you understand what azimuth is from a horizontal reference? That's what I said.
Yeah.
Don't put fucking
Well,
words in my mouth, kid.
yeah. No curvature there at all, sir.
Don't fucking put words in my mouth.
No tangents
Dude,
and no
this
arc.
I'm just trying to
sea level
understand what
thing.
you said.
This
That's
whole sea
all.
level thing is like a. This
It's
whole
like
sea
on the
level thing
map.
is a meaningless
Yeah, it's
religious
like on the
obsession
map.
for you. It's
Yeah, it's
meaningless.
like on the map. That's where we measure everything from sea
Sea
level,
level is
altitude.
meaningless. The Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean are
What
at
a
different
joke.
elevations.
Tell that to the
No,
pilots.
The
that's
Atlantic
where we got.
Ocean and the Pacific Ocean are at different elevations. If you cross the
Oh,
Panama
above what?
Canal, you have to go
Elevation
up
above what?
or down several hundred
Elevation
meters.
above what? How do you get elevation? Define elevation.
When you cross the Panama Canal, you have to go up
What's
several
elevation?
meters.
Yeah, meters above what? Sea level?
Yeah. Sea level.
Sea
Mean
level.
sea level.
Mean sea level. It's level.
How does the Atlantic flow
Don't ask me
down into the
questions. Don't ask
Pacific?
me questions. Don't
How
ask
does
me a question,
the
dickhead.
Atlantic
Don't
go
ask
down
me a
into the
fucking.
Pacific?
Don't ask me a question, dickhead.
If water always finds its level, why is the
Stop
Atlantic
asking me
higher than the
fucking
Pacific?
questions, dickhead. Stop asking me
It doesn't make any
questions.
fucking sense because you have no
Yeah, you
answers
don't
because it doesn't make
listen.
any fucking
Yeah,
sense.
sea level, sea
Because of
level.
the elevation of the surface of the earth from
Yeah,
mean
sea
sea
level.
level.
Mean sea level.
Yeah,
Doesn't
that's why.
That's why it's all
There's an
level, mate.
elevation
That's how maps
difference.
work. That's how you map
Yeah.
yourself. That's how you use a
And
compass.
when the ship goes into the Panama Canal, it goes into a lock. Then that water
Yeah.
fills up horizontally, and then the ship moves across horizontally.
Yeah.
It's just that simple. Don't know why you don't
It's
get
mapped
it.
level. It's map
Yeah.
level.
Obviously, it
Everything's
hasn't
horizontal.
experienced being in a lock.
Yeah,
In England,
Earth
we go
measured
to
flat.
locks a lot in England. There are a lot of them.
Earth's
Yeah.
measured flat. That's how it's mapped. These guys have never used a compass. You use a compass
Yeah.
horizontally, parallel to the surface
Exactly.
of Earth. Yeah. East, south, west, north, all horizontal directions.
Northeast, southeast, northwest.
Point of order. One deck is Elderberry. Not only does he sound like him, but he goes in a
No,
loop.
he's not. I know one deck.
He's
He's not.
spurging right now.
He's not.
Exactly
One deck
like
is not
Elderberry.
elderberry. I know the guy
Jin,
for the longest of time.
Jin
He's
knows
not,
me very
okay?
well. Jin knows me.
Yeah. Come on. I'm telling you, I'm vouching for it. This
Hey,
is one deck and he's not
listen, I
elderberry.
can't.
You
I
don't
can't.
know, so
I
please
can't.
pay attention. You don't even know you're on a flat earth.
I can't.
Going on about other people's character now. Here
I
we go.
can't. Yeah, I can't be elderberry because I can't be elderberry because he doesn't know what he thinks fucking levels curve, pal.
That's right.
Don't fucking mention his
That's
name in
one
my
deck.
name.
It's
I'm
from
telling you,
England, mate.
Earth measured flat.
Yeah, I'll vouch for him.
Honestly, that's the
Yeah,
first
England.
time I've ever heard someone
Manchester
say
in the area.
it's linear.
I've known one deck for
Like,
several years, so come on.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys need to stop
You
because
don't
you're
know what
embarrassing
linear is,
us
mate.
right now. Jin and one deck. Just stop.
No, we're not. No, we're
No,
not at all.
no,
No,
we're
we're
not stopping. We're spitting out facts.
I'm
Yeah.
going to talk to
Linear
AI
distances,
Overlord about your
horizontal
performance
distances.
here
Yeah,
today.
talk to
I'm
AI
going to
Overlord.
analyze it with him.
Yeah, you talk to AI
Like I'm scared
Overlord.
of fucking AI overlord.
Come on, don't
Well,
be
AI
silly now.
rules this VC, and him and I
Yeah,
share
we know
one thing
that.
in common. We have some differences, but one thing we agree on is that the standard of our flat Earth arguments needs to freaking improve, and you guys are bringing down all the way to the bottom.
It's not.
How
There's
is
no
it? Let's talk
arguments.
about mean
There's
sea
no
level.
arguments, mate. No.
The
There's no
words we're
arguments,
using are
mate. It's a
mean
fact.
sea level. How is that not flat Earth? Please tell me.
Average. It's
You
on
see?
maps.
Did you hear that
It's on
question?
The
maps. It's
words
maps.
Mean
you
sea level.
use
How am I
are
dropping
words.
standards?
You're not
Mean
putting them
sea
into
level.
any consistent logical argumentation.
Mean
You're just
sea
repeating the
level.
same thing and winding each other up like
Mean
two
sea
There's
level.
no
Your mouth
like
is
fucking
two nut
sea
argument.
level.
jobs on the
There's no
street, like
argument.
in downtown Seattle. You're just winding each other up.
Mean
Like
sea level. How am I dropping standards?
it's
We're
pretty
talking
funny, I'm
about the
not gonna
beginning
lie.
here now. Mean sea
you're
level.
like two homeless dudes standing in front of their
No,
tents in
don't
Seattle
insult
yelling at
us
each
and
other.
don't
Right.
make baseless
Okay.
claims.
Jin, just
Right?
let me say this. Jin.
He's triggered.
If the guy's getting to, is triggered ad hominem attacks. All we're saying is somebody's measured seal. Somebody's used the 0 degree baseline across all the oceans of this fucking place we live on to
Right.
map the Earth, right? Elevation profiles. It's level. Now, I didn't do that. Jin didn't do that. Nathan Oakley didn't do that. Fucking AI Overlord didn't do it.
Oh,
It's
I
already
see.
been done for us. It's been mapped level, right? And linear and horizontal. There's no curvature been
One
measured.
deck,
It's
listen
only
to
been
this.
calculated from
Just
flat.
check this.
You don't let
I
me finish, do you, mate?
know. But the way
You
you
sound triggered
sound,
again. You sound
I took a public bus recently and I sat next to a guy who was talking to himself and he was making
We're
more
not
sense than you
interested.
do.
You're being silly.
I don't
You're
give a
just being
fuck.
silly. Yeah, you're being silly.
Yeah,
Okay?
we're not interested in that.
You
Yeah.
are bringing
So
down
8
the
inches per
standard
mile
of the
squared.
server
Yeah.
with
So
your behavior.
yeah,
That's what
yeah,
you're doing.
sea level.
And you're appealing
Yeah.
to AI like
Yeah.
AI is going to
I'm
threaten us.
pointing out facts.
He's not going to threaten us. When he listens to this conversation, we've been on point. We're not causing trouble. Okay? So any idea of that is purely on your part. Don't know why. Maybe your bum is so hurt you're crying. I don't know. What's the matter with you?
Yeah.
Flat earther.
You're
I
yeah,
love
I
it
agree
when
with you.
one of
In
those
flat
fact,
Earth
guys,
kind of
it's got
cannibalizes itself.
What a joker. Honestly. I
anyway,
don't
Earth's
understand
measured
how
flat
people
and
can't,
it's been
how
mapped,
you can't unite
like
and
that
be
for
together.
years.
Don't
Yeah.
understand.
All you've got to do is look at a map, guys. All you've got to do is look at a map.
Yeah.
Linear distances
Mean
on the
sea
scale.
level. I'd like to know how mean sea level is dropping standards on this flat earth. Okay?
Yeah.
I'd like to know how we're dropping standards. All right.
That's all I said.
What an
I've
insult.
not attacked anybody. I've not ad hominem anybody. I've
Exactly.
not called anybody a fucking retard. I'm just told Cont
I
talking
haven't
about
said anybody
measurements.
was homeless. Homeless.
I've
I
just
live in my own
mentioned 0
property,
degree
ladies and
baseline.
All right, wait, guys, really quick. Is there any Glovers in here? Is there anybody who believes in the globe?
Yeah, there aren't. I don't know. Mind you, our colleagues seems to be a globe of behaviour. But there you go anyway.
Sounds like the guy.
Okay. All right. Continue. Sorry. There's nobody.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was just that we're not dropping standards.
I mean, any
We're upholding
Glovers
the
in the
standards.
room right now are just sitting back, relaxing, smoking, lighting up a doobie, and just laughing at you guys.
I don't smoke. Thanks.
I
It's not
said
my idea of a good
Glovers.
life.
Any Glovers
Smoking
on
is
YouTube
not on my
listening
idea
to this
of
are
being
having a
healthy. Thank
party
you very
right
much.
now.
I don't call that a standard of good
This
living.
is the kind of
smoking,
stereotype
Shut
of
the
flat
fuck
Earth
up.
that people have. Two idiots
The
yelling
fuck
at
up.
each other,
Smoking is
winding
not
each
the
other up.
standard.
They forgot what the argument
Not
was.
the
They're
standard
just
on mean
repeating the
sea
same
level.
words in a loop.
Thank you. Mean sea level versus smoking.
Mean sea
Which is
level,
healthier
it says
for you.
level. Mean sea
Which is
level, it
healthier.
says level.
Smoking
Have
or
you
mean
seen a
sea level,
map?
ladies and gentlemen. Smoking or mean sea level, ladies and gentlemen. Which is more healthy? Cheek. Honestly.
Smoke on the water.
Thanks.
Fire in the sky.
Honestly, unnecessary bickering with people. Unnecessary bickering and squabbling.
Wait, how does a map necessitate that the Earth is flat, though? I know
Come
we
on,
talked
bro.
about sea level,
Don't
but
wind them up. Don't encourage them.
okay. Okay.
Oh, blimey.
See, they cannot explain it. Like, I know they're right. They're on the same side that I am on, but they cannot explain it at all. Like, they're just
We've been
repeating.
explaining.
That's why I thought the other guy was elderberry, because that's like what Bevites do. They just go and
One deck was explaining it perfectly. It's all linear units of measurements. All right, taken from mean sea
Jesus
level.
Christ! What? That's a meaningless thing to say.
It's not a meaningless thing to say. Or maybe you don't understand. Sit down and learn. Okay, just sit down and learn. And if you don't want to learn it, don't worry about it.
Hey, Jim.
I know what I mean, and I can express it to other people. Sit.
No,
Don't
but
worry.
Theory
You
said
worry too much.
meaningless. Meaningless.
No, you are meaningless.
Meaning mean sea level.
You're being meaningless, sir. You are being very meaningless.
You sound like
very insignificant.
don't do this
of
guy.
No use at the moment, mate.
Don't do that, guy is right. Keeps calling me Elder Bear. I'm not Elder Bear. I'm one deck. Jin knows I'm one deck.
Yeah.
I'm not being. I'm not causing any problems in here, pal. I'm just telling you how people have mapped the world and they've used a master reference called sea level. It's a fact. I'm not making that up. It's been done. It's just a fact. I'm spitting out facts.
Yeah, he's not lying to anybody, and he's been very accurate.
Hey,
in what
one
he's
deck,
saying.
you do realize this is streaming on YouTube, right? And there's like Mactoon and all these other guys are watching this and they're clipping the fuck out of the nonsense.
Well, you're
that
the one that's
saying
making
right
it. You're making a problem for it. That's what you're doing. You're giving Mactoon the entertainment, not us. We're on point. If Mactoon was in
Me
here,
from
he would
trying
have
to
fun.
stop you from digging a hole that you've dug for yourself and our
We're not
community
digging in
that's
any
like
holes,
8
man.
miles
Hang on a
long,
minute,
deep already, like the Russian hole.
How deep would the hole be from sea level, mate? Please.
8 miles is the deepest humans have ever
And
dug.
that would
No,
would
it's
that be
7.6
would that be
miles. It's not 8 miles.
Yeah.
It's
Hang
7.6
on.
miles to be
Jim,
exact.
hang on.
12
my bad.
kilometers. 12
Is that a
kilometers.
linear?
I mean,
Jim.
Get it right.
Oh,
6-7 miles.
What the fuck?
7.6 miles. Get it correct. Okay?
Sorry, my
You're
bad.
saying we're dropping the standards.
7.6.
You're slapdash. You're what's known as.
I mean, you have a Glober laughing at you right now, just at your
No,
performance.
we're laughing at you
It's not
because you're
even
not
about.
precise. You're very slapdash, sir. The hole is 7.6
This is going out to
miles.
YouTube. You know this. This is going out to
7.6
YouTube.
miles.
Where are the mods? Where's AA Overlord? Where are the mods?
They're coming. They're coming. Don't worry. We've been on point.
Oh, there must be at least one mod in the room, like for the room to exist. So, dude, whoever
No,
you are,
they're there.
like,
They're there.
fucking.
Don't worry. They're there.
Let me check. I can check.
Yeah, one deck.
Is that 7.6 miles depth, like a linear measurement below sea level?
Timbo,
That would be a linear measurement below sea level. Yes, of course. Mean sea level.
Right,
Sorry.
that's fine then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Timbo's
mean
here.
sea
He's a
level.
mod.
Yeah.
And Haas. Timbo, Haas are both mods.
Yeah.
And
right.
Orvis
So
as well.
if
Come on,
Haas
guys,
thinks
can
I'm
you
being out of line,
enforce some discipline here? I mean, we look
Yeah,
stupid
if
in front
Haas
of this
thinks I'm
one
being out
Glover,
of line,
and
you would have
I
stepped
just
in,
muted
not being
you.
out
You
of
want
line.
to do it again?
There's probably
Yeah,
5
let's
Globers on YouTube listening, okay?
There's a lot of mods in here, actually. They're just on mute right now.
Yeah, we're not doing anything wrong at all. We've been very much on point. Okay, I don't understand how mean sea level is dropping any kind of standard. That's what I want to know. All right. I think the
It
person
seems
who's saying that we're dropping standard is the one that's dropping the standard.
horizontal level
Squabbling
baseline
and being
for
rubber
all
slapdash,
elevation profiles
saying the deepest hole ever
seems
dug
to
is
be
8
causing
miles
the problem.
when it's 7.6 miles. Don't interrupt. 7.6 miles. Don't be slapdash. You're dropping the standard, sir. Thanks. Get the facts right. 12 kilometers, 7.6 miles. 20 years in the making. My word. Honestly.
All right,
Who are
let's
these
get the
Europeans
Glovers.
coming
Let's
in,
get the Glovers
giving
in
it a
here.
large? Who are you? Think you are?
I feel for this guy because he is mentally unstable.
Quiet. Don't feel for me, man. Just know your stuff.
I mean, this
Know
guy,
your
this
stuff,
guy's
everybody does.
obviously he got some issue with 8 inches per mile squared. That means yin never measured.
Exactly.
What's your claim? And you 8 inches per mile, which is linear, yeah, per squared, yeah. You can't get a squared function from a curve. It has to be linear and straight. So you can't infer that you live on a globe by using 8 inches per mile, which is linear squared. That's flat Earth, mate.
Right, and
What?
yeah, and he
Bro,
did
what
say
are
it was
you
when I was
talking
fighting.
I've
about?
never heard that in my whole life.
What are you talking? Also, like you're repeating the Glober argument that 8 inches per mile squared is not an equation for a
I
sphere.
didn't measure it.
What are
Yin
you?
didn't measure it.
What are you?
I posted it.
This is
I
embarrassing.
posted
This
it
is
in here. I
trolling.
posted it
He's trolling, I
in the side
guarantee
chat.
it.
Have a look.
Trolling.
If you look in the side chat, you will see that me and AI. I asked AI Overlord, and together he produced the image that I've got there, and it explains the discrepancy between the Pythagorean theorem of 8 inches per mile squared and then the actual curvature formula that you use when you Google up and you put your height in it. It's all there. And the discrepancy is less than 0.1% over
Yes,
15.
we know this, but
Okay,
your
then.
nut
Stop
job friend
squabbling then. You're
says that 8
squabbling.
inches per mile squared is some kind of
Excuse me,
flat
you're
Earth
squabbling.
equation. What is he even saying? He's saying
Squabbling.
random words.
Squabbling. You're
Yeah, I'll
squabbling.
explain it. Listen, I don't know what AI's put in there, Gino, what he's saying. What I'm saying to you, mate, you keep saying I'm somebody I'm not, right? I'm a flat earther, and I've not measured Earth, by the way, but 8 inches per mile, which is a linear distance squared, which is a globe sort of accusation that we live on a curve, and this is the measurements of it. It's not. It's a linear squared function. It's not globular.
You're not making any sense. You took a mile, a unit of length, and you squared it, which gives you a surface area
No, I
if you
didn't.
square a mile. And now you're
No, I
saying that
didn't.
mile,
No,
like
no,
your
no,
argument, I've been
no,
listening to you. I'm
no,
studying
I
you
didn't.
like for
Listen,
psychological
dickhead,
purposes at this point. You've been
shut
talking
up,
for like an hour, so you shut up.
Listen,
No, he
What
hasn't
you've
been
said
talking.
so far is that a mile,
I
because it
didn't
shows
measure
up on a
anything.
map, is a linear
I
unit,
didn't
and if you
measure
square a
anything.
linear unit, that's
Shut
flat.
up.
That's your argument.
Shut up. No, I haven't got an argument. I'm pointing out that the globe, Earth people, yeah, present that the Earth curves at 8 inches per mile squared. Now, a mile is a linear distance, and you can't obtain a squared function from a linear distance or
What
a
do
curved
you mean?
distance.
That's absurd. You can take a curved line and measure it using miles. You can measure a volume of a sphere using
a mile is
miles,
linear.
and you're gonna
A
get
mile is linear.
3 dimensions, not only a curve, but a 3-dimensional value. What are you
Have you ever
talking
looked at a
about?
map? The scale on a map? A map. A
Yeah.
linear
You're
distance called
repeating
mile
your
on a map. Have you
retarded
never seen it?
argument. Stop it.
Because you're not listening. It's not an argument, it's a
Stop
fact.
saying
It's a
this. It's
fact.
embarrassing us. Fucking hell. Timbo,
No,
come on,
you
bro.
can't handle it. It's a fact.
On a
This
map
is
when
going
they
to
draw it,
YouTube.
it's a
This is going
straight
to
line.
YouTube. I mean,
Okay.
this is unbelievable.
Okay. So are you saying a mile's curved, not linear?
A mile can be whatever it is. If you have a hill, you could measure a curved line going over the hill using miles, right? You could say, oh,
So,
this path, this bike path
okay,
that goes over a hill. Shut up.
yeah, great.
This bike
Yeah,
path that
I've
goes
heard
over
you.
this curving
I've heard
hill
you.
is
Fucking
2
hill.
miles long.
Shut up, dickhead. I've heard the hill. You need a horizontal baseline to measure rise over distance.
No, listen to the words that I am saying. If I ride my bike over a hill, I can measure 2 miles of distance over a curved path. I don't need no horizontal reference. What are you talking about?
How high is the hill? How high is
It
the hill?
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I have odometer in my bike, and it'll say you traveled 2 miles, and I know I traveled over a curved path.
Okay. What height is the hill above sea level?
It doesn't matter.
Why not?
To my argument, your retarded argument that a mile is a linear something, and therefore Earth flat is just retarded. And I am showing this to you as simply as I can, that if you get on your tricycle and you ride over a curving hill and you have an odometer, it's going to give you a reading in miles, let's say, in your case in kilometers, because you're in a communist country, and it will basically be the length of an arc.
Which country is communist? Which country are you calling communist?
The United Communist Kingdom of Britain, I believe its the full name is.
So whoever is odometers used to map the Earth? Yes or no?
It doesn't matter. I'm showing to the audience on YouTube how stupid your argument is.
You've
No,
given
you're
an
not.
example.
You're not at all. You're not doing that
saying
at all.
odometers are used to map the Earth. That's what you've just said.
Are you guys both high or just one of you?
I don't do drugs.
May I ask a question one day?
No.
May I ask a question?
Please, please do.
I'm gonna finish with this dickhead.
Okay, if you're in the middle of something, that's fine.
In a minute. Are odometers used to measure the Earth for mapping purposes?
Sometimes.
No, they're not. The answer is no. So you're giving an example of odometers and mapping the Earth. You're incorrect. You're in a category
Yeah, I've seen
error.
people use an odometer to measure a length of a street segment, and they put that on a map.
So is sea level used for mapping?
No, these dudes were here, away from the sea, and they had an odometer, and they walked it, and they said, "Oh, it's this many feet."
So you're on YouTube, and you've just said sea level is not used for mapping. You've just said that.
No, not in all cases. Like I have guys here doing mapping the city out because they're rebuilding the streets, and they're using odometers to measure length of a street, which is curving, by the way, because it's going up a hill. And they're using odometers to measure that. So I'm answering your question. Like I've seen that done. I'm not saying that's the only method, and I'm not saying that's what we use to create a map of the entire Earth, but it's a method that is used to update maps.
So what is the method for mapping the entire world? What is used as a 0 degree
I have no idea.
baseline?
You take regional measurements and you stitch them together to your best ability. That's always
what is the baseline called? The beginning, the baseline.
Where do you take your measurement
The baseline
from?
is mean sea level.
Mean sea level.
Mean sea level. Yeah, it's level.
Thank you.
It's horizontal.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about
that's
your
what we've
stupid
been talking
argument
about
with
all
a
along.
mile.
That's exactly what we've been
That's
talking about.
exactly what we're talking about.
Oh my
That's
God.
exactly what we're talking
Nothing
about.
else.
These two guys, they're such a great duo, like Starsky and Hutch.
You're making a mockery of your own position. That's all you're doing. Sorry.
Yeah,
I think it was Old Horse had a question. I think let him ask his question now.
Yeah, I had a question. I'm not.
Yeah, go ahead.
To one deck. Say you were on a ball, say like the Las Vegas Sphere. You know the big sphere they have in Las Vegas?
No, I don't know it. No.
Okay, well it's the biggest sphere I can think of. It's this giant sphere that's an LED screen. If you were on top of that, how would you describe measuring the drop of the surface away from you as it curved away? Because
I probably need a horizontal reference frame. Drop over distance.
But you're on a ball, though. I'm just, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
yeah, you can't have.
So you wouldn't be. There would be no way to determine how the surface is dropping away from you because you're not on something that's flat.
Well, I've not said anything about this. You're asking me a question and answering it for me by the looks
No,
of
it
it.
wasn't. It wasn't a trick question. I was just kind of wondering.
Well, I don't know. Well, if I was stood on a big ball, you're
Since
asking
you
me
said
what
you need, since you said you needed for the drop over distance formula, you need a flat baseline.
You need horizontal to measure curvature.
You need horizontal.
Yeah,
So,
you would. Yeah, I would have to agree
So
with
yeah,
you.
what?
You'd need
So if
some
you
horizontal reference,
okay,
wouldn't you? Unless you take. This is gonna be very weird here now. You take a string and you measure, and then from point A to point B, and then measure that onto a map, you know, of similar length. Do you understand what I mean? Yeah. You measure the length
Yeah,
of
but
string, and then you know how much distance you got
is
there.
it? But Jin, the maps have already been measured. We didn't measure
Right.
them. The guy who's asked me for the ball and asked me, so they've already been measured, and the reference for that is fucking mean sea level.
Yes.
Somebody's already done it. Somebody's already done
But
it.
remember
using
the question. Remember the question. We're on a ball. We're actually on a ball, yeah. And now we want to
We're not
measure
on a
that
ball.
curvature of that ball.
No, we're not on a ball on Earth.
No,
right?
no.
Because
In this case, we've been placed
No,
on the sphere. In this
no,
case.
listen.
It's a hypothetical
No,
one.
we don't.
These guys
Hang
are
on a minute.
just
We're not,
idiots.
Jin, let me get in. We're not going to me standing on a ball because I'm not standing on a ball. Because when I look at a map and I've got the scale of the map, which is a mile or kilometers,
Yeah.
which is linear, and all the elevations above and below
Stop
are
saying
referenced
that,
from
you
the.
dummy. Stop saying that.
No, don't say that because he's correct. Leave
It
him alone.
triggers you.
Says a
The
mile.
0 degree equals sea
Stop
level.
saying
It's
that a
horizontal.
mile is linear because my
No,
head's gonna explode.
you can't set him to say stop. It's a
It's
straight
a
measurement.
unit. It's a unit
12
of
inches.
length.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it's linear. It's a linear length.
It's a
and you can
unit
look
of
at
length, of any length. It's a unit of length that can be a unit of area, that can be a unit of volume, that can be a unit of
Can it be
any
a square?
multidimensional.
A mile is not a shape.
Is it a squared function?
Yeah.
Is it a squared function?
No, how can a unit of length be squared or not squared? It doesn't. It's a unit of length of a single dimensional.
I think 20 cups is time to respond.
Hang on.
Yeah, go
Can't
ahead.
do this.
Let me get in here. Okay, just a question to elucidate the problem here. One deck. Okay, I have a belt. Okay, it measures.
We're not talking about belts, mate. We're talking about the
See,
Earth.
we're not talking about a belt.
No,
This
you know
is
you are
his
talking-
ability to think
here's the thing.
abstractly. We're not talking about a belt.
Yeah,
What do you
here's the
mean?
problem.
We're
Here's the
talking
problem.
about
One
the
deck.
Earth.
So
We're talking
here's
about
the-
map and the Earth.
Here-
No, we're not talking about belts.
Here's the problem, sir. No, what you were talking about before was
No,
the
we're not
units.
talking about belts. No. We're talking about the Earth and maps, not your fucking belt round your big fat belly.
Here's the
We're
problem.
not
You guys were
talking about
talking strictly. No, you know what? You're not gonna like fucking talk over me. All right. You guys were talking about units of measurement. Okay. You describing a unit of measurement as linear and confining it to strictly that anything that you measure using that unit has to be linear also is the problem. All right. I got a belt. It measures 32 inches. I put it around my waist. Is it no longer 32 inches because it's no longer straight? Go ahead.
Linear.
Okay. So you did not listen to what I said. You're talking over me while you're on mute. So guess what? You get to stay on mute. All right? Good shit. Continue, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. That was a funny
So, yeah.
conversation.
Well, you can wrap that 32 inches around your waist, of course, and you're measuring your waist like a tape measure, but then you lay it out flat, don't you, as well, remember? When you roll it all out, it lays out flat.
This is the
I just
problem.
think we're getting cross purposes here, that's all.
Yeah, but do you agree that a mile is not a shape, though?
Man, who muted my buddy? What the heck?
No one said it was a shape.
Hang on. Yeah. The main issue here is in the discussion about the unit itself. When people describe, I've got a unit, it's a linear unit, right? And then go about trying to argue that anything that you measure using that type of unit has to be straight also, and it gets the conversation gets all convoluted in that sort of type of bullshit. Okay, this is where you guys branched off to, and Peter was trying to actually hold you guys to that.
Okay.
Right, the day of reckoning has arrived.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Okay. What's a circle of equal altitude?
A circle of equal altitude is a circle, no elevation higher than the other.
But it's a circle, right?
Yeah.
Equal altitude to what? What?
Okay. Does it have a radius?
Yeah, it would have a radius. Yes. On
Okay.
the yeah, of course it would.
Okay. Guys, ready?
I'm ready.
If a circle of equal altitudes radius is 500 miles, what's the circumference?
Let me plug it in. My calculator.
Aim, set, match.
Oh yeah, I get you. Right.
Circumference is in miles, which is then
Yeah.
curved.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we doing here, guys? You trying to be stupider than Globers or something?
Oh my lord,
I got
you're agreeing with Peter.
I finished my popcorn in the meantime, and that was great.
I'm
But
agreeing with correctness. You know what correctness is?
No, I
what
know.
it is.
I was trying to get some question in there to break up the repetition of it, but yeah, he.
Okay. Point number 2. Curvature can only be measured with straight lines.
Oh, right.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's what we were saying, though, weren't we? With the 1 mile straight.
Bro,
Okay, but 8 inches per mile squared is a drop rate of a curve from a straight line.
From a straight line, yeah.
If the straight line is the straight line that the curve is deviating from, that doesn't make the curved line the straight line.
No, it doesn't. Of course not. And I've never meant that in my.
Hey, real quick.
Okay, so
Sorry,
no, I'm going to
what's
end
the
it. I'm going to
further?
land the plane. No. Just because you're using miles as a unit doesn't mean what you're measuring is straight. If you say that must necessarily be the case, you're a retard.
No,
Yeah, that's
I've
why.
never
That's
said.
why
I
I
have
asked
to
him
go.
if he was on top of a giant ball. That's why.
Okay,
That's
you
the
did.
question.
You tried. I gotta go,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
AI, thank you for joining. I have to go, but I gotta snitch here real quick. All right. These two guys, the Jin guy and the One Deck, were doing horrendous disservice to our community for like an hour straight, and I don't blame them because they're just dumb. But whoever is the mod here needs to take some fucking accountability for letting this go for so long on fucking YouTube stream. Okay? And I begged AI to join and he did, and now one guy ran away and the other one is all like, ooh, but like you mods need to get your shit together and bye bye.
Yeah, I never meant that the mile is you're measuring straight on a curve. Never said that in my life.
But here's the problem. Here's one problem.
The confusion is that people think that if the dictionary says miles are linear measurement, it means anything you're measuring or using units of miles means you have a straight line. It's just not true.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Jen,
no, but I've never thought that. I've never thought that anyway. So
here's the problem, Jen. Well, here's one issue that I heard. Right, Peter was trying to convey that point to you guys the entire time. Okay, and One Deck just kept pushing back, and you were corroborating with One Deck. So either you didn't hear what Peter said, right, or you did and you didn't understand it, and now here we are, AI, and I myself, I tried earlier, right, elucidating the point perhaps a little bit more coherently now that you understand it, right? I don't know, right, but that whole thing went on.
I've never thought that when you're measuring a curve, you're measuring straight. That's absolutely retarded. I've never had that in my position at all.
Right, dude. Right. So if that's the case, then why is it that so many people are confused about this rhetoric and they have no idea what people are talking about? You know why? It's either a lack of communication or it's that the idea is incoherent in itself. So which is it?
Could it be both?
Yeah, it could be both, actually.
Yeah.
Could be both. Ask my question again, okay? Okay, keep in mind, we've all been here. We've all heard celestial navigation, quote unquote, proves the Earth is flat. We've heard these arguments before. Doesn't matter whether you agree or disagree. It just matters that you've heard it. Okay, circle of equal altitude, right? Taken by getting an elevation angle to a star off a horizontal baseline. Right? That's going to be a radius expressed in linear miles, quote unquote. What's the circumference? If you use miles to express the circumference, which you must do because you must maintain
it's going to be in
unit.
miles anyway.
Right, and that would be what? A circle, which is what? A curved
would be.
line. So ergo, miles are not straight in all case applications. Holy fucking shit, dude.
Well, yeah, how would they even have the Indy 500?
Yeah, the Indy 500 is a straight line. I mean, come on, dudes.
From New Jersey to...
Yeah, but I've never said measuring
Listen,
a
if people want to parse
that.
out, if people want to parse out their context properly, explain their categories, and use the Socratic method to show why their definition is case specific in this instance and it doesn't apply over here, that's fine. But when you make a universal statement like you can't measure curvature without horizontal lines, or all instances of miles is a linear distance, which means it's straight, you've shifted from intelligence to retard land.
We need one deck to come back here. He's gone.
No, he'll come back. He'll come back, and then we can explain to him where the misconception was. But I've never thought that you're measuring a straight on a curve because you can't.
By the way, is one deck I actually have never heard of? He's a flat Earth or is he a globe Earth?
Yeah, no, he's a flat earther. He's a really nice chap. It wouldn't hurt anyone. Doesn't mean anyone. Okay.
Fair enough, but you could listen. If you're hearing certain snippets, you can make an argument that he's actually a glober trying to make flat earthers look bad.
Well, yeah, you could. Of course, you could.
To be fair, that applies with a lot of flat earthers, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
He sounded really confident too. That's the thing I think that's what makes it so.
Yeah, I think he's going to be telling you.
Sounded very confident.
Straight line on a curve. Can't do it. Yeah, I don't think he knows that.
And part of the things he was saying were snippets from poems that he's recited hundreds of times.
Yeah.
And at least his poetry sounds like it's from the heart.
Yeah,
this is a new thing where he's stuck on this. It's almost like I don't know. Not to throw everyone under the bus,
on
but
it for quite a while, actually.
It's a remnant of the Oakley school. It's the same thing QE does, where it's just it stops on the first thing.
Yeah, where's QE been, by the way? Actually, I haven't heard of her in a while. Or Oakley. I actually haven't heard from either.
And Nathan, God bless them, but it's all they won't even allow a discussion to take place because it's mile. Huh. That's flat. Mile, it's flat. It's over and over. Science, it's. So
they
got to move on from that. They got to take the. It would be better if we were chalking up points. We say it's not some score, but if the score was being kept, sometimes some people look up at the board and say, "Well, this isn't good." So if they can get a point for it and move on from that, because otherwise it gets on the third time it's completely just it turns into chaos.
Yeah.
And now Peter was stirring the pot, and then he complained about the swirl. But anyways,
yeah, I will say that when I've done map reading, I've had to use a piece of string, talking bendy roads and that. Yeah, roads, and then so you're measuring with a piece of string and that, and then you take that string and then you scale that is there, and then you know how far you got approximately, and then you get on with your destination on foot. This is, of course, in the army. That's what we used to do regularly. That's why it's always good to have a piece of string.
All right, let's see if we have any Globers here. Let me check here really quick. Does anyone know, is Travis a Glober? Or
No, I'm not a glober.
okay. What about No Pink?
Oh no, he's not a glober.
How about Yo Willcat? I've never seen them here before. Hello.
No Willcat, where is he? Oh, right there. Yeah, I see him. Yo Willcat, are you there?
Hey guys, real quick. Saying linear miles proves the Earth is flat is equivalent to saying getting an angle measurement off a flat Earth proves the Earth is a globe because it's measured in degrees, and there's 360 degrees in a circle.
Yeah, it's retarded.
Yeah. Okay.
Listen, and to be fair, guys, a lot of us get caught up in rhetoric without parsing it out properly or thinking about it. And in a group of people who are all agreeing, it seems correct. Just think on that.
And he sounded confident too. I think that's what made it so. It's like the way he said it with such confidence makes you want to believe it.
It was such conviction.
He may have a point, okay, if he parses it out correctly and uses the proper context and case specifics, but make universal statements. He to be fair, me and him have had conflicts before about his universal statements. He said once that straight lines have nothing to do with curves or something like that, or nothing to do with curvature. And I told him, dude, you can only measure curvature with straight lines. You can only create curvature with straight lines unless you have a template.
Yeah, and he actually said that as well. He said that globers need a flat Earth to determine the globe. He actually said that. Okay.
It would depend. It would depend. So when he used the example of measuring the sphere in Las Vegas, like to measure a drop. Now, see, a drop is a specific type of thing, right? Relative to an orientation. But a curvature is not necessarily relative to an orientation. So if you say, I want to measure the drop of the sphere, then yeah, you'd need a horizontal reference,
That's what he
the
said.
drop. However, you measure the curve of that sphere, you don't need a horizontal reference, okay? You could just have a straight line, put it anywhere on the sphere, and then just measure the differential, get the rate of change of slope over time, or you could use an arc, or you could use a string from the center and get an
That's
arc
what
distance.
I said. Yeah, a string.
There's all different ways to do it. There's all different ways to do it that have absolutely nothing to do with horizontal.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But
so when a globe believer says that latitude measurements only work on a globe, what would be your refutation?
Latitude measurements only work on the celestial sphere.
But it's a measurement. But why is that a globe proof? I mean, to get that measurement, you have to use a flat Earth.
What are they actually measuring though, like physically?
That's an angle to a celestial object from a horizontal reference plane, which would be a flat Earth.
Lights in the sky, bro. Here we go. Lights in the sky all over again.
Well, that's a globe argument, though. They're the ones using the lights in the sky, but why is it a globe proof? I mean, they are using a flat Earth to get that measurement to that light in the sky.
In order to get an angle, you need straight lines, correct? Or
Right.
incorrect?
Correct.
So let me ask you this. What are the straight lines in their measurement? Like what is, so one line is from the star, right? But what's the other line?
Flat Earth.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yep. Welcome to flat Earth. There you go.
Yeah, the issue with them, I mean, it was a great point that AI had made. Yeah, to get the globe, I mean, to measure curvature, you use straight lines. That's not a mystery. That's not a trick. That's what we use. But the globers, they're straight line. They're horizontal. It changes elevation over distance. Therefore, it's not straight. So they don't have a methodology to establish straight.
Right. They can't even get a 90-degree angle unless. Yeah, no.
No, they can't. You see, they have to make.
And if they're horizontal, changes over distance, like changes elevation over distance, and vertical is defined as perpendicular to horizontal. Now their vertical is not straight either, so they're all over the place, literally.
Yeah, that's why it's not good.
Wait, so like, if they're out at sea and they have a sextant on a raft, then does is there any part of the sextant that has a like horizontal surface somewhere that they can use?
No, you're using the horizontal surface of the using as you look through the instrument, the mirrors and that.
They imagine the line of sight is straight, right? So it's you're at that position, orientation is your orientation is level, horizontal, and the line of sight is the straight thing, and everything else they're referencing is all going to be in relation to their line of sight.
Are they aiming the sextant at the star, or is it at the horizon?
Oh.
Like, what are they looking at through the sextant? What are they aiming it at?
Both.
But yeah, and they're looking for the sun to get an elevation.
I need to look more into this. Clearly,
It's really good.
I'm
It is. Yeah.
not understanding what they're saying.
Yeah, it's an interesting tool.
You don't have to look at the horizon to do it. You can do it with a bubble sextant. Just orient it.
Okay. And AI, what are they aiming this? They're aiming the sextant at something, right?
Yeah, they're aiming it at the star and
Okay,
the horizon, if they're using the horizon as their reference. The reason they do that is because at sea, it's very hard to maintain a stable platform for your device. But if you could level the device or plumb the device, either one would suffice, since they're perpendicular to each other. And you don't need to look at the horizon at all. So if I was a god and I came down to Earth and I took out my big god scoop and I just started scooping away at the Earth that was flat until I curved it, and I set you on top of it, and I made you do your sextant with a plumb sextant or a bubble sextant rather than using the horizon. Then you shot a sighting to a star. Then you told me the Earth was flat. Would you be right?
Say that one more time. I didn't fully
Because you made it horizontal, so you could assume it would be flat because you took it from the
Right,
horizontal.
but I told you in the example that God-sized being, I came down to the flat Earth and I took out my scoop and I smacked the Earth into a curve. And then I gave you a bubble sextant, told you to shoot a sighting to a star, and then you shoot the sighting to the star, and then you tell me the Earth is flat when actually I just made it curved.
You would need to use an equatorial plane for accuracy instead of doing it from the surface.
Why? You can get an angle to a star anywhere.
But
that wasn't the
still
question.
using a flat Earth.
The question was you're on an Earth that I just mechanically forced to be curved, and that you shoot a sighting to a star using a bubble sextant, and then you tell me the Earth is flat after I just mechanically made it curved.
Well, I would think you would need to get your own math, your own way of doing it. You're using the surface of the Earth to measure a flat surface of the Earth to measure a globe. It just doesn't make any sense. You would need to do it from the center of the Earth.
Travis, you're very confused, brother.
No, I'm not. You're using
you are.
You're using a flat Earth, and then you're measuring a flat Earth, and then saying it belongs on a globe.
No, you're not paying attention to what I'm saying. You're working from a script in your mind that's not addressing anything that I'm actually talking about.
I would tell the God that, like, I would say this. I'd say, you're doing this wrong. You need to do this from the equatorial plane at the middle of the radius of the Earth. That's what I would say.
Yep. That doesn't make any sense, brother.
Well, I'm not. I mean, you guys, you're using. If you want accuracy, you use a flat Earth.
How would you know you were there? How would you get to the central equatorial? How would you get there to know that?
not talking about any of that. Okay,
I know.
try to listen to what
I
I
know.
say, not to what you've heard in the past. Okay, just try. You're on the Earth in one location. Okay, you haven't moved. You shoot a sighting to a star using the horizon. Get an angle. Let's say you shoot a sighting to 3 stars and you get your position. Next day, a god comes down, right? And he actually takes a giant meat cleaver and just starts hacking away at the Earth until the Earth is curved. And you're in the exact same location. You then are given a bubble sextant to shoot the same 3 stars. And then you do your fix, you get the same location.
Oh yeah, an angle doesn't really necessitate anything about the surface of the ground, I guess, is all you're getting is an angle. You're not actually doing
Right,
anything.
but there's more to it than that. Sure. The thing is,
Well,
you have
there's
to
a
be able to
ground
talk.
position. There's a
Yeah.
ground position, and on that mathematical plane you're using, if you're doing it above on a globular surface, your ground position would be up in the air, miles away from your position
Wait, what?
on a globe.
It doesn't matter, dude.
It kind of does matter.
No, it doesn't. Hey, because
Wait, why?
I had 2 days. Day 1 is you're standing on an Earth which extends out from your feet horizontally. So you could assume that the ground is going to be going straight out in front of you, going straight out behind you, right? And so you're going to have a ground position, right? Keep in mind you're using a coordinate system to interpret this, right? So you're gonna write the ground position down, all that. You're gonna use the same nautical almanac. You're gonna use the same coordinate system, right? So on day 1, the Earth is physically structured flat. On day 2, you're given a bubble sextant. You're in the same location, let's say at the top of your house. But a god comes down and chops the Earth away. So it actually is now shaped curved. Then you do the exact same process you did the day before. You use the same almanac, the same fix.
Well, now your ground position, if you're using a mathematical plane that's at your feet or at the eye level of the observer, the mathematical plane goes straight out, and now God just took scoops out. Your ground position would be miles up in the air as the Earth curves down and away from your feet.
It'd be separated from the surface of the dirt. Let's say that at least, because it wouldn't be up in the air because it's
Oh,
actually
sure it
not
would.
raising an altitude.
It would
No.
be up in the air. If I'm on a globe and I'm using a horizontal plane at a ground position and I'm looking straight out, and let's say it's 300 miles away. As the Earth curves down and away from you, your ground position would be whatever the height is above that point 300 miles away in the air. It just wouldn't be, it's just nonsense.
Oh, it would be on the same horizontal plane that you're standing on. The only difference would be the ground would be taken out from underneath it. So it's not that the ground position would be up in the air. It's that the dirt would be below the horizontal line where the ground position was
That's
before.
right. The ground is dropping away from you, you're saying.
However, if it's true that a ground position is just where you're on the ground and you look straight up and the star is directly above you, right? And if it's true that raising an altitude doesn't change your angle to the star, and the ground position would be lower.
So if you did for your circle of equal altitude, you did that from 3 points on that circle that are equidistant from each other, and they wouldn't match up if on a globe. That would only work on a flat plane for the 3 to get a matching ground position for a
Yeah, it was a
circle
flat
of equal.
plane yesterday. Now it's curved today because somebody mechanically altered the structure of the surface. And what
Well,
you're basically saying that coordinate systems dictate the mechanical structure of the surface and they can't change. That doesn't make any sense. Whether you realize it or not, my friend, you're stuck in mixing models simultaneously while reifying them and not recognizing that reality doesn't obey models. Now, I know I'm throwing a wrench in the works and I'm doing it on purpose. Don't get me wrong.
You're attempting to say that you can use a sextant on a flat surface, basically.
Well, it sounds like saying you can use a sextant on a globe and you'll get accurate measurements.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Wow. Oh, really? That's what I'm saying?
That's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds like. It
I
sounds
know
like
that's what it sounds like to people, dude. I know.
Well,
I know. It's complicated. I get it.
Has there ever been a glober that would be able to give you guys like a angle that hypothetically would only happen on a flat Earth, you via celestial navigation? Like if, okay, let's say there's a glober in here and I ask him, hypothetically speaking, if the Earth were flat, what would be the angle to the star? And has anyone got a number? Like, how many degrees would it be, or how many arc whatever? What's the unit of measurement?
It would be it would vary depending on whatever star you're looking at.
Okay, let's say Polaris,
which would vary from the location you're looking at it from.
Oh, I see.
It's not like it's
So, exercise that we just did before we moved on is demonstrating that sometimes people are so stuck in rhetoric that they literally can't think for themselves.
Yeah, on both sides of this topic.
Okay, saying that a coordinate system would all of a sudden work on a globe versus a flat Earth just because I created a hill in the surface of the Earth, or I created a depression like with a bulldozer. But when I use the God scale deformation of the physical structure of the Earth, no, I didn't change the orientation of the Earth. I didn't change the orientation of up and down. I didn't change where the stars are relative to any observer, where they would have been previously. I changed nothing. Only thing I changed is the mechanical structure of the physical Earth beneath the person's feet. But it seemed to me that people were thinking, oh, well, you're now imagining the Earth as a globe in some kind of globe worldview geometry. No, I said you take the flat Earth today, and then tomorrow you chop it up into pieces. So the coordinate system would be identical. How can you change a coordinate system by destroying the object? That doesn't even make sense.
Right, because coordinate systems need a frame of reference. You need a point of origin and a scale.
Yeah, I once told someone that what did they tell me? Oh, they said I think they said something along the lines of if this and this, then the Earth can't be a giant ball, or you can't have water on the top of a ball. And I was like, yes, you can. They're like, oh, no, you can't. I was like, yeah, you can. I can model it. All you have to do is take a ball, put it on your table. Take
That's
some little
different
piece of
though.
modeling clay. Take some little piece of modeling clay. Okay, create a barrier on the top, say a perimeter.
Yeah.
Then you pour water in it. And the water will stay on the top of the ball forever. And if you measure that water on the top of the ball, water on the top of the ball will be flat. Rest assured, it's on a ball.
Well, seems like you're on to your next Your next
Yeah,
funny
no,
thing.
you can't have. You said top. You specifically
Yeah,
said
hold
top
on.
for a reason. You didn't say
Make that.
surface. Can
Yeah,
you make
make
that whole
that ball.
surface? Can
What?
you make the
Make that
water stay
ball.
on the whole surface?
Why do I have to? There's
Oh,
nothing to do with my
exactly.
example
So
whatsoever.
yeah, I
See?
understand. So that's what
Or
you specifically said
Yeah,
top
he
because
needed
you
he
gave.
needed the barrier, of course. Of course.
Yeah, of course.
right. So now
Hold on. My question
say
is though, can you make a clay ball with 70% of its surface covered in water?
well, that's a different claim, right?
But that's the ball we're talking about. But yeah.
That's an impossibility, isn't it?
But talking about a specific case is much different than making universal claims, correct?
Yeah, sure. We've seen it when they were making the Jupiter model or the moon models in the NASA art house. So yeah, you could have filled them with the coffee, and that would have been the same thing. Yeah, yeah, that is a crazy claim to say that.
Right.
Yeah, you can't have a lake on a ball.
Yeah. Now I'm really going to break your brain and get people to react. So if you live
Nonsense.
live on a surface, right? Of all the known territory is flat, covered in flat water. Everything's benchmarked to sea level, right? So all elevation profiles are between two horizontal parallel planes. We all agree, right? So far. If you don't understand what I said, if you don't understand, ask. Otherwise, agree. One or the other. Disagree.
Agreed. You've gone over this before.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. So, can that arrangement be on the top of a giant ball?
Very limitedly.
It can be on top of a giant ball, but they're not claiming that. But
Who
it can be
cares
on
about what
top
they
of a
claim?
ball.
I'm not
Yeah.
talking about what quote
Well,
unquote they
it's the
claim.
Yeah,
same.
you'd have to construct something again to do it.
Hold on. Yeah, we'll take the same.
I'm
we'll
trying
take
to
the
get you
same
guys
guy.
to think.
I know,
I'm
but
trying to
hold
get
on.
you guys
You
to
take
think without going into somebody else's model. I'm just trying you to think about the claim itself. That's all.
Okay. Well, you take the same godlike creature you used before to carve out a sphere. We'll have him arrive at a ball and just flatten a little spot out on it.
No, he's talking about in reality. You can do this with a ball in reality.
Well, they should remove the word top from their argument and say do it on the side of a ball.
Whose argument?
Whoever's example you're using.
Why?
I'm gonna have to
This is
disagree with this claim.
Hey, listen, let me help you out, guys. It's my example. I'm not appealing to models. I'm just appealing to what I'm saying. Focus on what I'm saying and only what I'm saying. Try to get the models that are in your mind from other people's views and put them on the side and just entertain one view at a time.
It sounds like the model affliction I've heard so much about going on right now.
Yeah, can I post something to help you? I'm going to post this in side chat. Okay, hold on one second. All right, look at that.
I disagree with this for one reason. If this ball has a flat spot on top, it's no longer a ball.
Well, I mean,
AI,
maybe.
get the guy who put this picture in there.
Agreed.
The bowling ball a ball, even though it has thumb holes. I think we'd all agree it's a ball, right?
We're not talking about thumb holes, but I suppose if you say ball or sphere, that's a different claim.
Every millimeter traveled over the surface of a curving arc of a globe has the down direction of gravity updated to reflect a different angle from the previous position.
Even Yoder's talking about a globe.
Yeah.
I know.
It's because I understand it so well. I know how to critique it.
We're not talking globe though. That's why I said get him.
No, dude, you're falling for the trap just like they all did. But whatever, keep going.
All right, Dylan's back, guys. You guys ready? He's back.
This does have
the
to do.
answer?
This does have to do with quote unquote gravity in a sense, not in the sense that you think.
Like, is it bother you, AI? It bothers me, right? And it bothers me. I'm not going to put it in your mouth. And you can let me know how you feel about it. But it bothers me when people say the stupidest shit, like you can't get an angle from a hill. It makes me upset. I get upset.
Actually, I have a question about that.
That out where you
Is there
can't
ever
get an
been a
angle from a hill, but you can get an angle to a hill, and then some people say you can't get an angle to a hill, but you can get an angle from a hill. So there's all kinds
On
of
a
weird
hill,
language like that.
definitely could do it. Definitely could do it on a hill. That's 100%.
Yeah, but just notice as well that nobody is allowing me to complete my example. We're being brought off into other models, other claims, other things. It's like there's this triggered response in people that they can't allow themselves to entertain an idea without critiquing it with other ideas that don't apply to it. Okay. Wise man once said it's the mark of an intelligent mind to fully entertain an idea without accepting it. Oh, who wants to hear the rest of my example, or who wants to tell me what
I'm
my
waiting.
example is?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the point of agreement that we've reached is that the known territory, which is covered in 70% water, everything's benchmarked to sea level. That means all elevation profiles on the known territory surface are between two horizontal parallel planes. Agreed. Across the board, right?
Agreed.
Now, then the question then went on, could that be on top of a giant ball? So who says yes, who says no? Remember, you could say yes for sake of argument, of course. You don't have to like commit to it.
I think yes, but it would be a very, very small, limited top of that ball. Very small.
I said yes, but you'd have to construct something to keep it in as you've got it. But yeah, why not?
And like for example, we already all agreed, I think, implicitly, that the water has to be contained, right?
Yeah, that's what you did. You put a barrier up. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think we'd all agree that as far as we know in the known territory, the water is contained, right? By shorelines.
Yep.
So we can then make a reasonable assumption that since the water's not going away, that it's obviously contained, right? I mean, that's kind of like a necessary point, right?
Mm.
So you have an area where land and water exist, right? Where everything is benchmarked horizontally, right? Down is down, up is up, right? Nothing weird going on there. And we've already at least agreed that it's theoretically possible that that orientation, where up is up, down is down, water's contained, when it's at rest, it's flat, level, and horizontal, could be, at least in principle, top of a giant ball.
Yes, it could be. But of course, I haven't seen that. Not able to measure that, but yeah, it's a possibility.
I'm not telling you should think it.
No,
I'm only pointing it out
no.
in the form of an exclusionary argument in this sense. There are
It's a
some flat
suggestion.
earthers who say the earth is flat and they mean one thing. And there's some flat earthers who say the earth is flat and they mean a different thing. So for example, when I say the earth is flat, sometimes I'll parse it out with the known territory because I don't know what happens after the known territory. For all I know, let's use a big number, 50,000 miles past the 60th parallel. Okay, so an area that would definitely be unknown territory.
Absolutely.
For all I know, at that point in time, the Earth sharply starts to curve down and away. How would I know?
Yeah, very true.
However, and this is a critique that I've got, and I'm not saying any of you have done this, but if you then imagine that down and away curve comes all the way back around, right, the other side, and then eventually meets up with the flat top segment, but then I've quote unquote loosely described it as a ball. Then someone might say, oh, no, that can't be because water would stick to the side of it. And I'm like, why? Why would water stick to the side of this ball? Then they'll be like, oh, because I'm bringing artifacts from the globe model and trying to impute it on what you're talking about. See the problem?
Yeah, I think the person would say water would have to stick on the side of it. That's what it would. You'd have to say, wouldn't it, really? Water would have to be sticking on the side of the waters all the way around.
Why would it?
Is this?
We already agreed that we have to contain the water at the top, otherwise it will run out. So if we've already agreed to that step, why would somebody then say water would stick to the side? You see how that's incoherent?
Yeah, you said it's a ball. Of course, you didn't say what kind of ball, or it's curving. You didn't say if it was water was curving or it's just dry land.
Correct.
That wasn't given to us. Yeah.
But for example, if I have a ball that has a hole in it, like a bowling ball, and I orient the hole facing upwards and I fill it with water, the water ain't going to come out. But if I turn it upside down, the water comes out.
Right.
What if I said to you, Jim? I want to see if you got the affliction. What if I said to you, Jim, that it is true, 100% true, that anywhere you stand on Earth, you'll always be considered on the top. On the top.
Well, I'd have no problem with that.
Okay, just checking. That was a test.
I'm firmly in reality, mate. I'm going with my experiences at the end of the day.
If you're at the middle of a pyramid, are you on the top?
Well, that would be in relation to something else.
I would, in order to be in the middle of a pyramid, would that mean I could be on the inside? Yeah, on the inside. I'd have to be on the inside of that pyramid, inside of it, taking the whole pyramid as a one block unit. I'd have to be on the inside to be in the middle.
Are you trying to say when you're at the bottom of the pyramid, you're actually at the top of it?
No.
No, I would have to be on the inside.
You'd have to define top, right? So, for example, you could say if you do a profile, let's just say, for sake of argument, you do a horizontal pan of the pyramids of Giza and the desert, and so you'd end up with, like, turn it to black and white so it's a silhouette. So you'd end up with this dark area of flatness, and then it'd go up into a triangle kind of shape, and it'd come down. It'd go over to the other one, go up, and then come down. Oh, if you just say the top of the surface, right? Like if you're on the surface, you could be anywhere.
That's right.
Facing up at the top, right? So as long as you drag your finger from the bottom and you're going upwards and you intersect the surface and you put yourself on top of that, then you could call that the top in that respect.
Well, is that why the phrase "and I'm at the tippy top" now exists?
Maybe, yeah, because you want to make sure.
I'm at the tip. We're all on top of. Hey, everyone else who's on top of the pyramid, I'm at the tippy top.
Yeah. So if you're at the tippy top and you're taking a planned view from the top, then you would be in the top, and then the rest of the pyramid will be spreading out.
So I'm gonna give you a trick question. So in the giant ball that the flat Earth is on top of, in my example, if you were at the bottom of the ball, so as you're scrolling down on the y-axis, you eventually reach where there's no more surface, no more structure, no more substance, right? So let's say there's a box attached to the bottom of that. Okay. You're sitting in a chair. Which direction is your head going?
The opposite direction to the top of the where you were on top. So just be opposite.
Wrong, dude. We already agreed in the beginning of this example that up is up and down is down. So if you were at the bottom of the ball, you'd be oriented in the same orientation that you were at the top.
Yeah, but if I was to look at it, I would be opposite though, wouldn't I?
No,
you understand? I'd still be sitting upside down. All right, no, then.
No,
No, then.
What you just witnessed in your own mind for your own consumption is what some people call model affliction, but I just call it mixing the models.
Yeah.
Why in the world would you think you'd be upside down?
Oh, because
Why would
I'm
that come to your mind?
Well, because I'm keeping myself in reality. I haven't divorced myself from reality. That's why.
Right. So if you haven't divorced yourself from reality, what area can you sit in a chair comfortably upside down?
Well, you can't. It's not possible.
Right. So then why would you say you'd be upside down? Like that seemed like your first gut instinct to say you'd be upside
because
down. But
that's what
why?
would be happening. Look, that's
No,
what
it wouldn't be happening.
It's what
There's no
it's what I'd
reason
be
why it'd be
imagining to be
happening.
happening.
Why? You would have to imagine up and down flipping somewhere as you're scrolling down my example, but we already agreed that up is up and down is down. Where did the flip of up and down come from? Like, where did it come from? It didn't come from me. It didn't come from my example. It came from somewhere else. Where?
Yeah. What you're
came from a moving reference frame.
Yeah. It's an impossible situation in the reality I live in. That's the problem.
Moving reference frame exists in my example.
None.
None. So where'd that idea come from? Where did that idea come from? This is a serious question. I'm not.
Yeah. I'm giving you my serious answers.
People are giving erroneous answers based on ideas that would be happening in my example that didn't exist in my example. They're coming from somewhere else. They're coming from outside. Where?
Well, they're coming from the fictitious globe that we've been told, I suppose.
Right. It's coming from latent baggage in your mind, right?
Yeah. The nonsense that was left behind from the globe, basically.
Just real quick, I stepped away. What was the example on the bottom of the ball? What was going on the bottom of it? I missed that part.
There's a room attached to the bottom of the ball. You're sitting in a chair. Direction are you?
I guess, yeah, I'd still be horizontal. I'm thinking to myself, well, it's a box hanging off the bottom and I'm on the floor of that box, right?
Right. Sitting in a chair. Right. And so you correctly answered you'd be oriented up, same way you were when you were on the top of the giant example ball. No offense to Jin, I'm not, this isn't to critique him, but he did answer he'd be upside down. And we asked him, why would you think that? And we helped him parse out that there's absolutely no reason for him to think he'd be upside down, except for some vestigial artifact of the globe model indoctrination that's still kicking around in his mind. And it's not his fault. It's not his fault. He was a victim of it.
Well, wouldn't you be upside down relative to your starting position?
Yeah, that's what I'm going.
Why? Why would you be upside down, brother?
Because why wouldn't you be? If you're looking at both of those. Well, yeah, if you're sitting on top of a ball, and then now you're also sitting on the bottom of a ball, you're upside down relative to each other.
No, you're not.
Yes, you are.
No, let me help you out for a sec. So what he's describing is, okay, so everything is up, down is down, right? Everything's horizontal and vertical. Orientation is top of ball, bottom of ball, right? So now you already have your reference frame. So imagine putting a box on the bottom of that ball, and then the floor of that box would also be towards the bottom. Does that make sense? And you're sitting in a chair on the floor on the bottom of that box, hanging underneath the ball. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So you're still going to be head up. Everything is up, down, left, right, all that stuff. Yeah. That's what he's describing.
An easy cheat code to imagine it is to just look at a Ferris wheel. Everybody gets into a Ferris wheel sitting upright. They go all the way around in a circle, and at all times, unless the thing's broken, they're upright.
Yeah, that's fine. With the Ferris wheel, there's a mechanical joints there that's keeping it vertical all the way as it goes round. But
so if you go to the bottom, of a ball that exists in the reference frame that says who just described, why in the world would you be upside down sitting in a chair? That makes no sense.
Let's
Right,
say
yeah.
the box you're in at the top of the Ferris wheel doesn't have a gimbal and it's stuck in that position. And it goes halfway down to the bottom of the ball. You would now be upside down.
No, you'd fall out of your chair. You'd fall out of your chair, brother.
Yeah, you would
Sure.
fall out. You would
I
need a
I'm
safety.
sure, dude.
have a strong seatbelt. I'm strapped
Yeah,
in.
you would need a seatbelt for that. Exactly.
Right. So then up wouldn't be up anymore, would it?
Right.
Oh, so you're actually conceding to the point. The direction of down would remain constant. Just because you're going around a ball doesn't mean that direction of down changes, okay?
Well, it would depend again because you said up is up. Okay, fine, but a real ball, and you're standing on the top and you walk down, you will be going upside down. On a real ball, in reality, you would be. That's why I said to you, I kept
Wait a minute.
myself
Well, hold on.
firmly in reality.
Say
That's
what you
why
said one more
I
time.
couldn't.
Say what you said one more time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I found it hard to
In reality,
accept
you'd be
that.
upside down. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because if the ball is real, a real ball, and I'm standing at the top and I walk, I'm going to be sideways on, and then I'm going to be and now I'm under the ball now.
Oh, dude,
under the ball
walk on
now.
a ball. If you walk on a giant ball, for example, go to Las Vegas and break the law and climb the sphere, get on the top, and then start walking on the side of it and see what happens to you.
I'm just
You're
going
gonna
to fall
splatter.
off.
You're gonna splatter on the cement, bro.
Yeah, I'm going to fall off, aren't I? Exactly.
So if that is true, Jen, if that is true, then why in the hell did you tell me I'm keeping myself in reality and I would just magically walk on a ball like I'm Superman?
He's using a center of attracted to center of mass idea.
And he's mixing models. He's mixing models that weren't in my example.
Yeah. Or I could be flying upside down, for example. Could be flying as well. That's another mode of transport. That's all. Point is, I know we don't live on a globe anyway. That's how stupid it is.
You know what, dude? If you didn't know we lived on a globe, then how come when you said when I'm talking about reality, I'd be upside down on the ball? It sounds like they know it, but your subconscious is still suffering.
Maybe partially, but because if you're flying, you would be upside down flying, wouldn't you? You're doing the loop. So you'd have to have your seatbelt in there, otherwise you fall out of the plane.
You wouldn't just necessarily fly upside down, but yeah, you're right. You could theoretically do that in a plane and then be upside down, and then your seatbelt would be what's keeping you from falling. Sure,
absolutely, yeah.
The thing is, how can we measure something massive like the Earth?
I use a water level.
What?
Yeah,
it's
drop over distance.
Yeah, how?
8 inches per mile square.
Oh, the Earth is covered in 70% level water. Therefore, it's level. And level water can be measured to be demonstrated to be flat. Therefore, it's flat. All the elevation profiles on the Earth are taken from sea level, which is the flat level standard of water across the surface. That means that all the elevations are between two horizontal parallel planes, ratio of which makes the Earth flatter than a piece of paper. So yeah, the Earth is not only flat, it's very, very flat.
Yeah, Toothless, you'd be begging the question saying that how would we measure a globe this big? You're begging the question.
I'm asking about the methods.
Yeah,
well, that's what we're asking.
You had a good one there. People have demonstrated using lasers to test the globe, right? But if you're looking to actually measure the globe, I mean, you would use the same methods we use in reality to measure anything. You could use surveying, you could use lasers, like LiDAR, which everybody does, and they show that elevation is in reference to a horizontal plane of reference established by mean sea level.
The globe is a fairy tale for me. I just want to check the real shape of the Earth.
I don't know the shape of reality. I mean, I've never experienced no Earth in reality, so I don't know like
Me,
where this
me
reality
too.
ends and like what shapes, what shape it would take. That's a
Me
crazy
too.
question.
What do you
But I
mean
don't
you've
believe
never
in.
experienced the Earth in reality? You mean the whole Earth? Is that what you meant? Not the. That's crazy. You meant to say the whole Earth, right? Not just like I've never experienced the Earth in reality. Yes, you have.
No, I've never not experienced the Earth in reality.
Oh,
So
sorry, I didn't.
everywhere I go in reality, I'm always experiencing Earth. So I don't know where the end of Earth, i.e., reality, would be and what shape that would be.
Why are we assuming it ends?
You haven't experienced living on a globe. No one else. Come on now.
Does anyone here believe the Earth is a globe? Just really quick show of hands. Say aye if you're a globe earther.
Dylan, there you go, Dylan. Yep.
Here we go. Here we go. Wait. Okay, before we get to Dylan, because he's been here a million times, is there anyone that's new that wants to talk about flat Earth? Before we go resume with Dylan for the trillionth time.
Can I pretend to be a Chat GPT glober?
Oh, come on. That's just going to trigger everybody.
Nah, dude, you got to get one. You got to get one of my trick questions right on the first try first. I'm just
Wait.
kidding.
So AI, the point of your example, just confirm if this is what I'm saying is wrong. It's to illustrate how absurd it would be to have a like even though you know that the known territory is not curving, to assume that beyond 50,000 miles beyond the parallel, it would start dropping. The point of the example is to illustrate how absurd it would be because you would still go down. Like everything would still be.
Oh no. There's nothing absurd about it. The only thing absurd about it would be for somebody to be making universal claims about that territory that they can't possibly know dogmatically. You follow? So you got to watch yourself on universal claims in the realms of unknowns, and you have to watch yourself on mixing models. Okay. So the majority of what we did there is just demonstrate how people are critiquing something by mixing a model. And globers do that to us all the time, right? Like we'll say to them, oh, so they'll ask us, so you think the Earth is flat? We'll go, we know the Earth is flat. And they'll be like, oh, so it's just the only flat planet in the heliocentric cosmology, right? So they're imagining the flat Earth in their model, right? So it's the third flat disk from the sun.
Yeah, they and yeah, the entire thing versus just the known territory.
Right, and we have to deconstruct.
Well, the problem,
that.
AI, is that flat earthers. The problem is flat earthers never provide their own model in which to imagine the flat Earth. So we're forced to use pre-existing models to try to make sense of it.
No, you're not forced. You could just not try to do it, dude. You're not. There's no force involved.
So a model is just a functional explanation of observed phenomenon that is internally coherent. That's all it is, right? But like you guys have no model to actually explain things. Yeah, you can't explain the day-night cycle. You can't explain the seasons. You can't explain lunar eclipses.
No,
you can't
that's wrong.
explain the movement of celestial bodies. The most you can say about the sky is like whenever anybody brings up like observations of Jupiter and its moons, or we can observe eclipses. We can observe solar and lunar eclipses on Jupiter. Exactly. You guys just say, oh, well, you can't look at the sky to make conclusions about the ground. So it's like, because you can't account for it. And like, I agree.
Are you done? Are you
done?
Like seriously, are you done on your soapbox? Like seriously, you can't even define model. You should just close your mouth.
I did. That was literally the first thing I said. A model is
and
a
that's
functional
wrong.
explanation.
That's wrong.
Yeah,
that's wrong. Models describe.
Okay, what was
they
wrong
don't
about
explain. They describe. Describe. They don't explain. They describe.
Yeah, they describe relationships between observed observations.
Observed observations.
Yeah, observed phenomenon.
Brought to you by the Ministry of Redundant Ministry.
All right. See, the only thing you're good at, Indio, is playing word games, man. Actually respond. What are the seasons? What causes them? The best you can say is, oh, I don't know. It's impossible to know.
You don't know.
I do know. Seasons are caused by the tilt of the Earth. It makes logical sense. We can explain it and predict it.
How do you know that? How do you know that? What's the evidence?
The sun.
Yeah, what's the evidence?
Oh man,
Yeah,
dude, we can observe that the sun. We can observe that when we orbit the sun, it's on a different axis than
But that
when
doesn't tell
we're
you the
rotating.
cause.
Yeah.
It doesn't tell you the cause, though. You're just asserting that's the cause. How do you know that's the cause? Yeah, like I
Okay,
said,
well, what
bullshit.
causes the seasons? Come on, man.
You don't
You
know.
don't know anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but all you can say, dude,
You
all
don't
you can
know.
say is, oh, you don't know, and nobody knows, and it's impossible to know. So
It is.
therefore, I'm gonna stick to my little conclusion of the Earth is flat. Like, it's not intellectual like rigor. It's nothing. It's not
No,
skepticism.
like wait, listen. All you can do is correlate. Okay, you can correlate. You can't know the cause.
Yeah, we
Sorry.
can know the cause. When we look at Jupiter and we observe that it's round,
He's a moron.
and we observe that when we look at Jupiter and we see that the moons are orbiting Jupiter, and we see that Jupiter is a
No one's
sphere,
ever seen that.
we can, dude, yes, you can see amateur astronomers, people who just buy telescopes online and they take photos of Jupiter, time-lapse photos. You can see the
Yep.
moons orbiting. What are you
And
talking about? Even Galileo saw it.
No one's ever seen a full orbit, dude, in the history of man. Okay, period.
A full orbit of what? A full orbit of what?
Anything ever.
So now you know he's never taken like college level statistics or even high school level. Like now you can totally size up his education, Indio. It's completely deficient.
Wait, what are you talking about statistics? What
Yeah, because you think you can determine causation from a correlation from an R squared. Like you can't get that from an R squared.
From an R squared? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Use English.
Yeah, probably something beyond your ken, so I'm sorry.
An R squared value? Like you're talking about like statistical, like some statistical term? Some niche technical term from statistics?
Some niche?
What exactly?
Some niche? I mean, something that's taught in like first week of stats? Yeah, that kind of niche.
Okay, well, explain how it's relevant to the current conversation.
Well, you apparently don't know how to differentiate correlation from causation, like Indio pointed out, so.
Okay, if I can point my telescope and look with my own eyes and see the moons orbiting, and they're following the Newtonian gravitational model, that is sufficient reason to conclude, or it is reasonable to assume, not even assume, it is a reasonable conclusion from those observations that the Newtonian model corresponds to gravity, corresponds to reality.
If A then B, B therefore A. Great, you just completely laid out a very clear path of affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. Awesome, good for you. You just engage in circular reasoning, also called putting the cart before the horse. You just did that for everybody. Good for you.
No, in science, we work on an evidentiary model. You never prove anything.
As in you're in science? Are you a scientist? Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah, I am, as a matter of fact. But when I say
you are. What field? Okay, great. What discipline? Because I am too.
I don't care. I'm a physicist, and when I say we,
you're a physicist.
I'm referring to we as a.
So you never had stats, but you're a physicist. That's freaking amazing. How does that happen?
Get over yourself and your little fucking ego and your little fucking credential fallacy bullshit, dude. It doesn't matter what I do or who I am. When I say we, I'm talking about humanity as a whole. Okay?
No, you said we as in we are scientists. You weren't referring to humanity as a whole.
You twisted my words.
You're resetting the frame of this because you're dishonest.
I'm not dishonest, dude. You're just
you're resetting the frame of this. When you said we, you were referring to yourself as a scientist, not all of humanity. And you just did a complete bait and switch, dude, on the audience. And audience, if you're listening, I hope you caught the bait and switch that this guy did. Anyway, continue. I'm gonna just step back for a bit and let you start yapping your pie hole.
There's like 12 people watching on YouTube, dude. I don't know why you guys have to grandstand about
you think so? Yeah, why don't you convince yourself? Well, you wish there were only 12 people.
I'm literally looking at. I was looking at the stream right before I joined. There was like.
You believe everything you see on the internet, don't you?
Okay, how many people are watching the live stream then? And what?
Dude, these get clipped. These conversations get clipped, especially ones like this, and they get put on TikTok and Facebook and Instagram, and they get hundreds of thousands of views.
We're also streaming in 2 places at once. Well, 3 places. No, 4 places.
Honestly, I don't even care about the fucking audience. You think that's why I'm here? Is that why you're here? To convince yourself that you're famous?
No, we're here to talk to the audience, and we're here to grandstand in front of you to demonstrate to the audience how much of a numpty you are.
Guys, you only have 12 of the thing I don't care about.
Only 12?
Again, okay. Let's not get locked away in the bullshit. So the problem
So
is
now
that
you admit,
we can
your
observe.
whole point was bullcrap. Good point. Go ahead.
No, again, word games. You guys just love playing word games. It's pathetic. We can observe matter attracting matter directly in the Cavendish experiment, and just because you refuse to accept evidence that contradicts your position doesn't mean it's not real.
Okay. So the Cavendish, you say, is an experiment. What was the hypothesis?
You're playing word games.
I'm not gonna. It doesn't look. What? Like exactly? You're just going down irrelevant, pointless avenues of argumentation. It's not going to lead anywhere. When you put two masses next to each other, they attract each other with a measurable force. That's it.
You're just making shit up. You don't even know what happens in the Cavendish experiment. You have no idea what's being observed.
It's a fucking. Yes, it's you observe a deflection of the wire.
Nope.
Due to the masses being closer together.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
The Cavendish, no, it literally is. It literally is two masses. It's a bar with masses at the end, suspended from its center with a wire, and then you place. Yes, two masses suspended from a wire.
What is that?
And then you place.
Yeah, mass.
Mass. Two massive objects, like two lead weights, suspended from a bar.
Weight isn't mass.
My God.
Oh my God! You know what?
Yeah,
the
weight isn't mass, dude. Have you ever had mass in a weightless environment? You've ever heard of mass in a weightless environment before?
You know damn well if I go to the gym and I lift weights, you know what the fuck I'm talking about, dude.
Yeah, not mass.
Two chunks, pieces, portions of lead.
Chunks. So chunks. We're talking about chunks, guys. He's a physicist talking about chunks of matter.
Two collections of lead atoms. What the fuck are you?
No, dude, you need a $1 million word for this. You got an advanced degree. You're not going to get away with chunks. Listen, dude, you've got an advanced degree. I want to hear $1 million word from you, not something like chunks. You're a physicist. Stop using chunks.
Fuck you, dude. I don't care what you call me, dude. You know what the fuck I mean.
No, I don't. I really don't. I really don't, because mass has no meaning.
Stop acting
mass
dumb,
has no meaning. You know, I can pull up some quotes from like Max Born or somebody else in here who can describe for you how mass has no meaning.
What the fuck are you talking about? What the
I
fuck
figured you might say that because you're not really a physicist, are you?
It doesn't fucking matter.
Yes, it does matter because this is absolutely central to your entire argument. It does matter for you.
My argument has nothing to do with my background. My argument is that if you two objects with mass are attracted to each other through gravity.
All right, good. So your claim betrays your background, which means you're a pretender clown poser.
Why don't you just address what he's talking about with the experiment instead of just trying to assassinate his character?
Okay, I'll address what he's talking about. Go ahead and define mass. What is mass?
Irrelevant. This is
good. No, this is relevant. This is relevant. This is relevant right now. I need you to define what mass is. I need you to define what mass is because this is absolutely central to your argument. What is mass?
Mass is a fundamental property of matter that it can have, much like electric charge or much like atomic spin. These are fundamental properties.
Spin is mass? Lord have mercy.
It's a fundamental property of mass.
What they do every time. They try to just like debunk, like derail everything.
No. The problem is that you guys demand you guys demand hyper-technical jargon language, and then the moment you're provided with it, you go like, "Oh, that doesn't make any sense."
No, this is not hyper-technical. You provided us hyper-technical jargon language. You absolutely did not.
No, I'm saying that's what you've been demanding, right?
You provided us a handful of broken crayons that you spat out after eating them.
Mass is a property of matter. Matter can also have an electric charge. Matter can also have a quantum spin.
No, I'm asking about mass, not matter. We're to define mass. Come on, stick with the program.
Mass is a property of matter. That's what it is.
Good. Okay, that's so descriptive. Can you be any more vague?
I can tell you how that property, like what it means to have mass. If you have mass,
what does it mean?
If you have mass, then that means that when you have a force applied to you, you undergo acceleration.
Bro, high school physics is not it.
Mass is defined as a resistance to acceleration due to external forces.
Yep. It can't attract things. Thanks.
What is mass?
It also, yes, it does.
Oh, so a unit of measure attracts things. Congratulations.
No, just because we use a unit of measurement to measure it doesn't mean that it can't do other things.
It is a unit of measure. Mass is a unit of measure.
No, we can measure something's mass via its resistance to acceleration.
That is its mass. That's the same thing, dude.
No, that's how we measure it.
Dude, resistance to acceleration is defined as mass. They're the same thing.
Well,
yes, as in if you want to measure how much mass something has, you can apply a force to it and see how much it accelerates.
It's the same thing.
It's how we can measure it. Yeah.
This is no. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's an identity.
That's
mass
okay.
Is the,
no.
Mass is the unit of measure.
No, what you're saying is if I have a photodetector and it receives, and I'm measuring the output of that photodetector, when a photon hits the photodetector, it emits a pulse of current. Okay, and then what you're saying is, oh well, a photon is a pulse of current coming out of a photodetector. That's how it's defined. No, that's how we measure it.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
They're two. Yes, that is exactly what you're saying. You're equivocating.
Mass is not a unit measure.
Mass is resistance to acceleration. That's just defined. That makes it an equality. That means
that's how we measure it. I can write an equation. I can write an equation saying
unit.
I can write an equation for a photodetector that is photons per amp.
It has nothing to do with
I measure the amps, and I can calculate that from photons with an equation. But that doesn't mean that photons are current in a wire. It means that the current in the wire is produced by the photons, and that's how we detect them. The way that we detect mass, the way that we measure it, is by applying a force to something and then measuring how much it accelerates. And then the mass of it is defined as the ratio between the force and the acceleration.
Okay. That is the mass. There's the same thing. No, there's no way around it, dude.
No, I just gave
a unit of measure. It's like feet or inches, dude. It's like feet or inches. It's like saying distance causes something.
But it's dude, also a property,
you're too dumb, like, dude. You're just too dumb.
Everything has mass, right? So you could say it's a property.
No.
No?
No, not everything has mass because photons don't have mass. Neutrinos don't have a measurable mass.
Yes, they do.
Sure?
No, they don't. Photons don't have mass.
How much money do you want to bet?
A photon is an oscillation in the electric field. How do oscillations in the electric field have mass?
And it has a mass.
No, it doesn't. No, they have momentum, but they don't have mass.
Dude, this dude is bro.
Yeah, he says he's a quantum mechanic.
E equals mc squared, remember?
Yeah.
No, that's not right. It's E squared is equal to the square root of mc squared plus.
Did you ever take quantum physics in college?
Mass, energy, equivalence, dummy.
Yes, but that's an incomplete expression. The full expression is E squared is equal to the square root of mc squared plus pc squared, where P is the momentum. You should, because you're misquoting the equation.
Energy has mass. This is not debatable, dude.
Yeah, but is light even matter?
No, it's not matter, but it has mass.
So you could say
it has a radiation pressure.
It doesn't have mass. It doesn't have mass.
Okay, then how come if I shine a laser at a piece of aluminum foil, the laser will push the foil?
Because they have momentum.
I'm gonna push it though.
Okay. No.
Wait, hold on.
If you actually want to understand this, I can explain it in 30 seconds.
And how do we calculate the momentum?
If you ask
stuff. Do we use stuff?
Do we use it in 30 seconds?
Do we use the rest?
I can explain it to you in 30 seconds.
Do we use the bro? No, shut up. Do we use the rest mass? Do we use the rest?
The rest mass of a photon doesn't make any sense. I can explain it to you. Do you want me to explain it to you in 30 seconds?
No,
You want me to explain it to you or not? Your question doesn't make any sense.
Shut the fuck up. Do we use the rest mass of the photon? Yes or no?
Photons don't have rest mass.
It's zero.
He's cooked.
You're cooked, dude. Shut up, dude. Shut up.
Does a firefly have
No,
mass?
photons have zero rest mass.
Firefly with the lights on it.
Okay, so here's the explanation. Here's the explanation. You have an oscillation in the electric field. What's going to happen because of that? You're also going to have an oscillating magnetic field along with it that's being co-induced by the wave, right? You have light is a magnetic field and an electric field oscillating together. Now, whenever you have an electric field and a magnetic field inhabiting the same space, you can take the cross product of the two and figure out a momentum tensor. Okay, it's called a fucking Maxwell tensor, and it tells you the exact forces that an electron or a charged object would feel in that region due both to the magnetic field and the electric field. And if you actually do the math and take the cross product and like see what forces are there, then that basically you can see that there is a momentum flux within that space anytime you have overlapping electric fields and magnetic fields. I can do the math for you if you're familiar with vector calculus.
Look, how about this? How about you just go on Google and Google, do photons have mass?
You need to Google Maxwell tensor. Okay, we'll both do that. Go on Google and Google Maxwell tensor. Tell me what comes up. I want you to read the AI overview. No. Yeah. You don't know what a Maxwell tensor is. Maxwell tensor.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. It's a red herring. You're trying to distract from
It's not a red herring.
Photons have mass.
The question you asked me,
Dude, photons
they don't.
have
The
mass.
question you asked me was, how do they have momentum? The answer is Maxwell tensor.
That's not an answer.
That's one formulation.
Yes, it is. The Maxwell tensor is literally.
That's one formulation.
The Maxwell tensor are literally momentum.
And that's just, bro, that's just one formulation. There's others.
Oh, okay. Give me one more. Give me one other. Go ahead. I'm waiting.
Hold on. There's an ambulance a truck going by. Now, what was that? Say that again.
You said there was another formulation of the Maxwell tensor that doesn't include momentum?
No, there's other formulations.
What are you even saying?
There's other calculations to formulate the momentum of a photon.
Okay, like what? Give me an example. I give you an example. Give me an example.
I think it's H bar over H bar times V equals M times F. So F would be the
pointing vector.
I have to look it up. I don't know from memory, but it'll give you the energy of a photon, which will spit out its momentum.
And how do you calculate the momentum from the photon, from the energy of the photon?
Does the binding does the binding energy?
You use E equals PC squared.
Does the binding energy of an atom have mass?
That's where most of the mass of an atom comes from.
Oh, so not the particles.
That's right. But
Okay.
that doesn't mean that. But that doesn't mean that all the mass comes from the binding energy. No, there is still independent mass that the particles themselves have. A proton is not a fundamental particle.
Yeah. So Indio described for you the de Broglie relation.
Yes, the de Broglie relation. H.
Yeah, that's what Indio responded with. Okay, so yeah, you agree with that. Awesome.
E equals HF. Okay, so that means you can start with the frequency of the photon, and then you can convert that into the energy of a photon. Now you want to find out the momentum of the photon. What are you going to use? The same exact equation I described earlier. E equals PC squared, where P is the momentum.
Yeah. So now you invoke kinematics through Minkowski space. Awesome for you.
Dude, throwing around big words isn't going to prove that I'm wrong about anything. You guys like worship vocabulary like the world is some kind of like magic law room where if you say the right combination of words, you can deny reality.
Look, nobody has it all figured out. Neither do you.
Yeah, and all you can do is appeal to ignorance, saying, "Oh, the things that scientists claim to know are impossible
Who's
to know."
appealing to ignorance around here? Who's appealing to ignorance? How about we're appealing to humility? The fact that you don't know shit is absolutely true.
I know more than everybody here combined, bro.
All right, Dunning and Kruger, why don't you go take your Dunning and Kruger bowling balls and go play with yourself?
Has anybody bothered to Google Maxwell tensor to educate themselves at all? Because that's a real thing. Do you think I don't know about that?
So now you're going to be a proponent of ether theory, which I thought was debunked by Einstein.
What the fuck are you talking about ether theory? I'm talking about Maxwell tensors. What does that have to do with the ether? Just because Maxwell believed in something that was wrong doesn't have anything to do with just because we use equations that he wrote down.
Right. All models are wrong, right? Yeah, Maxwell tensor and ether model are absolutely interlinked with one another.
No, they are not.
Yes,
Trenches
they are.
didn't exist during Maxwell's lifetime. So just shut up, dude. Stop embarrassing yourself.
That's
what
a good
didn't
point.
exist?
The stress tensor from relativity.
This isn't relativity, dude. This is pure electrodynamics. This is classical electromagnetism.
Stolen.
Has anybody just bothered Google typing 2 words into Google? Maxwell tensor. Tell me what comes up. Seriously. It's not that fucking hard. Just type 2 words into Google.
Is that what you're doing?
This conversation for 3 hours right now.
Is that what you're doing right now?
He really wants us to talk about the one thing he knows about. That should be fun.
No, that was the question. Somebody asked me, how does a photon have momentum? The answer is you can calculate it using the Maxwell tensor, which is directly from the amplitudes and directions of the coupled electrical and magnetic fields.
So if something's moving really fast and it has momentum, but it has really no weight, or in your case, mass, whatever that is, would it move anything no matter how fast it went?
What something are we talking about?
Well, earlier we mentioned that if you shine a tinfoil, it will move. So what is moving the foil? Is it stuff that's moving really fast but doesn't have any substance?
So what's happening is that the electrons in the foil are interacting with the electric field of the light, and the electric field of the light is and the EM field of the light is an electric field and a magnetic field that are propagating together, and the cumulative effect when it interacts with that sheet of the metal is that it pushes it away, and you can calculate how much momentum is being transferred from the electric magnetic field into the metal using the Maxwell tensor.
Oh yeah. How does that momentum get transferred through nothing?
Doesn't it just heat it up or what?
Yeah. So you're proposing ether theory.
It has nothing to do with ether theory. Just because you say
so
the word
how's it
ether
propagating?
theory doesn't mean
How's it propagating,
it's completely
dude?
irrelevant.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely relevant here. How's it propagating?
How's it propagating? Because space is has physical properties such as and it can sustain electric fields and magnetic fields.
You sound like that blonde bimbo from like the Miss Universe freaking show. He's like Iran and Iraq and SOAS, and yeah, we're gonna feed all the homeless kids.
Just because you don't understand the words coming out of my mouth.
No, I do understand. You don't understand what you're talking about.
Can you repeat anything back to me that I said?
I do want to ask
because it's a bunch of mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, exactly. You're not even going to
What are the physical properties of space?
Well, you have things like the permittivity of empty space, which it's a constant called epsilon naught, and it basically describes how quickly an electric field can change through empty vacuum. Same thing with permeability of empty space. It's called mu naught, and the speed of light is 1 over the square root of mu naught epsilon naught.
Like SOAS,
You're describing not the space, but the field.
So, yeah, you can use that equation to describe refraction around a globe now?
Yeah, actually you can, because light is an electromagnetic field.
Okay. I would love for you to integrate
for
you to integrate gravity with that within Einstein's framework. Go ahead.
Bro. Einstein, you mean general relativity?
No, I meant Maxwell's equations when I reference Einstein. No, dude, Einstein.
So you're just jumping around? You're pivoting now?
Well, yeah, you seem to be jumping from Maxwell to Einstein to whoever you want. You're picking and choosing from the entire buffet of quantum physics and relativity to support your freaking agenda, and that's just freaking beautiful, isn't it?
I've been talking about classical electromagnetism this whole time. I've never mentioned Einstein. You did.
Okay, so you're not an Einstein lover?
It does. I'm saying it's totally irrelevant to what we're talking about right now. We're talking about just electromagnetic waves.
Really? So you're a proponent of the ether theory then?
No. Why do you keep
that's
insisting?
what Maxwell was supporting. That's what Maxwell's equations describes an ether
matter.
model.
Just because his name is on it doesn't mean
model, right?
It's funny because
just
Holy
because
shit, I
his
thought Maxwell
name was on
described an ether model. Maybe I'm smoking crack here, but I'm pretty sure Maxwell described an ether model.
It doesn't fucking matter what Maxwell believed.
Oh, now it doesn't fucking matter. Great.
Just because some of his equations happen to be correct doesn't mean that his entire field of work and entire personal beliefs is relevant at all. It would make no difference if it was called the fucking Chandrasekhar tensor
Wait, so
or the
which
fucking
came first, his
Einsteinian
beliefs or
tensor.
his
It doesn't
equations?
fucking matter. It's just a label. Get it out of your head.
Yeah, what's the M in the tensor?
From your head.
Okay.
Just a label.
What's the M on the tensor?
You mean like mass?
Yeah.
Yes, basically, mass is just a label that we place on one of the fundamental characteristics of one of the fundamental properties of mass.
Do you get to quantize that or not, or is it not quantized?
Yeah, mass is quantized.
All right, so you're throwing Einstein under the bus. Good for you.
Just because Einstein didn't accept quantum mechanics doesn't mean quantum mechanics isn't real. Just because Einstein was right about some things that he wrote down, dude. Here's the thing. You guys think that that science is some kind of religion where we reify people, but we don't give a fuck if you're right or wrong. Yeah, seriously. You think that we worship Einstein or Darwin or fucking Maxwell, and that if they believe these things, we have to believe them. Blah 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 blah. You guys it's a fucking. You guys think science is a cult because flat Earth is a cult.
Dude, you're projecting. You don't know any science.
I have a bachelor's degree and I'm getting my master's in the fall.
Well, I mean, they must have been giving them out.
Okay, how many degrees do you have, Indio? Oh, nothing?
No, I have one.
Oh, I don't give a fuck. Because it's irrelevant, because it doesn't fucking matter, does it?
Yeah, that's right. That's why we're talking about how wrong you are based upon facts. Based upon what's in the literature.
Why are you guys fucking bringing up my background as if it has anything to do with what I'm saying?
You said you're a physicist.
After you asked me.
You opened the door.
No, you fucking asked me.
You could have said it was irrelevant. Now it's completely relevant because we're discussing physics
multiple times. From the beginning, I was saying that my background is totally irrelevant.
Well, but then you said you're a physicist, so now guess what? We get to make fun of.
Because you fucking asked me. I never once presented my background.
Well, guess what? You just completely threw your own credibility under the bus.
No,
sorry, dude.
What you want? No. What you're trying to do?
You're so smart. You took the freaking bait.
What you're trying to paint it as is that I'm saying that I have a background in physics, therefore everything I say is correct.
No, you said you have a background in physics. I didn't say you did. You said you did. You said you had a background in physics, and that's what we're making fun of right now.
Well, it doesn't fucking matter if you make fun of me for having a small dick. It doesn't have anything to do with the cogency of the arguments at hand, and you know that. This is just bullshit, pedantic, ad hominem, irrelevant crap, and you know it.
Bruh. Emotional damage.
Amazing.
Fact of the matter is, mass has no ontology. Doesn't exist. It's not a thing. Okay? Doesn't attract things. It's like saying distance attracts things or feet attracts things. Silly.
How did you guys even get to arguing about fucking?
Well, the point is, he's using Newton. He's trying to use Newton's definition of mass, which has been struck down.
By what? Okay, what is the new definition then?
General relativity. Resistance to acceleration.
What does that have to do with flat Earth, though?
During Newton's time, it was a quantity of matter.
It has to do with flat Earth because mass attracts other mass, and the logical extension from that is that large masses in space would collapse to spheres.
Yeah, no. Well, wait till you find out how general relativity actually provides a framework for flat Earth, and we can point to a university paper on that.
Do it now.
Yeah, okay, AC Tort. Let me go get that, or unless somebody else wants to, because it's a popular paper. I'm surprised you never came across this. Yeah, hold on 1 second.
Okay, hey, cut the bullshit and just present the paper, and we'll talk about it after I read it. How about that?
All right, great. So I'll post it. And how much time do you need to read it? Like a couple days?
Well, I'm doing something right now, so I'm not gonna fucking drop everything for it.
Yeah, right. So I mean, we can revisit this in a couple days. I have no problem waiting a week or two even. So let me go get the paper unless somebody else
Post
posts
the
it for
paper
me.
and then tell me what you claim it says and why it bolsters your argument. And then I'll read it. And then if I disagree with what it says and whether or not it bolsters your argument in the way that you claim it does, then that would be the point of contention, right? Once we agree what the paper says, then we can talk about which side it supports, so to speak, right? That would be the logical way to go about this.
It's a pedagogical exercise. There's no debate about what it says or what it means.
There is definitely a debate about what it means.
Nope.
We can agree on the words on the page. That is objective reality, what the words on the page are. But what the intended meaning or the interpretation of that, of course, that's open to debate.
There's no interpretation, dude. It's just the math.
Well, I mean, to be honest, right? Relativity is just a gigantic mathematical framework to begin with. It's just a coordinate reference system with different reference frames. All right, hold on.
That's what mathematical models are. They're a framework to help us describe and predict behaviors in the real world. Like the electric field, like a vector is not something physical that I can hold and interact with, but I can describe the electric field mathematically as a vector field filling 3D space, and that allows me to make predictions and calculations about stuff in the real world.
Yeah.
So
you know what else? You know what else you can produce from vector models in 3D space? That's observer centric. A flat Earth cosmology and your view of the stars.
Oh, hey, I thought observations of the sky were irrelevant to the ground. Thrown out, dismissed.
Well, yeah, they are absolutely irrelevant because this vector model works on any topology of Earth.
What vector model the fuck are you talking about?
Well, this one is actually used in star trackers for drones, for satellites. It's called Gaia.
What the fuck are you talking about? What vector topology? What are you talking about? Vector topology of what? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
The vector math for an observer-centric view of the stars is independent of the topology of Earth, and this has been produced in the Gaia star tracker, which is used in modern systems governing drones and satellites.
How's that using drones, though?
You can apply any coordinate references. You can apply any coordinate references to it, and it's going to work.
Are you talking about celestial coordinates like right ascension and declination?
For example, yeah.
Those are in reference to a celestial sphere, you dumbass. Of course,
a celestial sphere with an infinite radius. With an infinite radius, therefore they are vectors.
These are the same people.
What about that conflicts with the round Earth, dude? Yes, we have a celestial sphere, okay?
Yeah,
and
well,
we have
what conflicts is you don't assign.
Flat Earthers is asking them is gravity a sector or a vector. That's what gets
you don't need.
Every time.
Listen, with this, you don't. Your angular displacement with distance traveled is completely dependent on the topology on the ground. You can apply any coordinate reference system on the ground, and it will update accordingly. So right now, what you believe is happening with the globe is basically a 69-to-1 rule, where every degree of angular displacement in the sky affords 69 degrees traveled along the ground. The problem is that relationship has never been measured, never been demonstrable in reality. And in fact, when people actually go to measure this out, it's actually variable.
Where's the have you posted the fucking paper you promised me?
Yeah, I did.
Yet?
I posted it already. Yep.
Okay, what was the timestamp on it? I'm looking through the chat. I don't see it.
30 minutes past the hour, AC tort.
AC tort. Oh.
Do you not realize there's an infinite number of mathematical models for any arbitrary data set? You're the one saying we have a model, and the model that we have is physically real.
Yeah, the only one that works.
Yeah, I looked it up. The Gaia system is still based on like modern mainstream astrophysics. It's not.
Oh yeah, based on modern mainstream astrophysics. No shit, astrophysics. Really?
Yeah, the whole Gaia model stuff that's
really.
not.
So do they
That's
assign
not
mass?
an argument
Do they
for your
assign
side,
mass
dude.
quantities to the celestial bodies?
You're just making word salad and calling it.
No, like you said, it's based on astrophysics. So I'm asking if they assign mass values to the celestial bodies in the Gaia model.
You said that
the answer is no, they don't. It's a kinematic model, dude.
What I was refuting was your claim that it uses a flat model, and it doesn't.
I said it works on any topological framework as well as a flat one, or a dinosaur nugget, or a banana, or anything you want. Donuts, we get all this kind of stuff in here. Just like a theodolite, if you have to know, like your theodolite that surveyors use and you think they're measuring a globe, yeah, they can actually pop up any horizontal reference frame that they want, and to include non-Cartesian frames that bend and contort into donuts or dinosaur nuggets, and they're able to take positions and site values and relate them doing horizontal reductions to any coordinate reference system. Because everything you guys are discussing are models. You don't have any actual real physical dynamic relationships between the variables.
Type shit.
Tough shit. Are coordinate reference systems arbitrary?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep. How do you know if the coordinate reference system that you applied is actually relating to the real world?
Well, you can make calculations in whatever mathematical model you're doing to make predictions, and then you can make measurements and see if they agree.
Excellent. So we measure the surface flat where it should be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. We now have a topological mismatch, don't we?
It's like you can't resist using words that are shorter than 2 syllables.
No, it's absolutely, it's just not words. I'm actually relating to specific concepts.
It's a cargo cult.
One's getting upset.
Yeah, can you preserve a standard unit of measure in a Cartesian frame against a non-Cartesian frame?
Yeah, you can do translations between different coordinate systems, dude.
Great. So you need like a scaling vector value, right? Right. So when we measure the surface to be flat,
you can just do a coordinate conversion. All right. Hey, I pulled up the paper. All right, I'm reading it. Okay.
Right. So they basically modeled it over a developable surface of a cylinder. That's the flat part, right? And they extended the surface
when
down.
I said that I'm reading it, I said I meant that I can't fucking read it and then listen and respond to you at the same time.
Okay, well, I can give you a quick. The part that I glommed onto is the part where they describe a cylinder of basically infinite depth, extremely long depth, such that the vectors of gravity are going to be effectively parallel to one another. See what I mean? You can model this stuff however you like. The limitation's your own creativity. Einstein provides a framework that suits both flat and globe cosmologies. Because coordinate reference systems are arbitrary.
All right, dude. The thing is like 4 pages, but if you don't shut up, or if you want me to respond, I'm not going to be able to read it.
Okay, I'm trying to help clarify my position.
Well, we can do that after I read it.
All right, good. I'm going to go take a shit.
Type shit.
I thought that was what you were doing when you posted this fucking paper in the chat.
No, I shit all over you before I gave you the paper. Now I need some more Taco Bell. I'm about to drop another deuce all over you, so hold on.
Wow, so the physicist was complaining because Yoda was using big words, and now he's making baby noises into the microphone.
I'm sorry when you can't recognize you being mocked to your face, dude.
We have a Glober reading a scientific paper. That's a first.
Yo, what's going on?
Hey, Peter, welcome back to the chat.
It's good to be back. It's finally I see adults are in the room. It was crazy before.
So, have you guys identified like the constitution of the dome?
Nice deflection, man. No, we haven't.
Yeah, like, listen, I know you have a mom.
What is holding in the
But I don't know
pressure?
if your mom's fat or not, right? But I still know if you had a mom.
So we have a Walmart bag like over the flat Earth or some shit. It's keeping the pressure.
Oh, what?
You guys are saying it's pressurized by a dome.
Yeah, just as much as I know you had a mom. I think your mom might have been super fat too.
Whoa, guys!
Yeah, there's two
talking about flat
Akuma.
Earth. You
There's
guys
two,
are way off topic.
Dude, there's two Akuma. There's two claims. Like there's the positive assertion, right? That there's no need for container. Like no need for containment. We have gas pressure. That's the obvious thing. We all agree we have gas pressure. Now there's two claims,
so
right?
there's
Like
no
so the
gravity.
two claims
You guys
are.
don't believe in gravity. So what is making?
He's just showing you that it was irrelevant for you to ask what is it made out of, knowing that you have a mom. We don't need to know what your mom is made of. But so there's two. There's two.
You
You
guys
do want to
have
fight?
no idea.
You just want to
what's
fight?
going on.
Good.
You think it's just magic? Then the universe is just magic, man.
You win, dude. You just won. I can't. You dropped the M word and you win. I appreciate your contribution.
It's actually an M word.
Akuma.
Yeah, the M word, magic.
Brother.
Well, the M word I was thinking of was mongoloid for your intelligence levels, honestly.
There's a room at the bottom of the server where they use crayons. That's where you need to go.
Can I share my drawings when I'm done?
Oh, absolutely. I'm an art teacher. I'll give you a grade.
Aren't you the guy that like
muted your dumbass? Yeah, you're right. I am.
My favorite guy right now.
I still will grade your artwork after you make it, of course.
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Who believes the Earth is flat?
I guess everybody but you probably here is on that side.
Okay, you guys super retards, actually.
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
bye.
what's your
another
evidence?
one?
Look, bro, we could be retarded. The Earth is still flat.
He dropped the mic and that's another win for the globe. This is how they do it. They just this is their argument. It's a great argument, and that's what they do. I don't know how we're gonna or you or me. I don't know how any of us are going to fare against these intellectual giants who jump in here and say these things like, what is it made of? And you're stupid. There's no rebuttal to that. They're killing it on the internet. These guys.
I went into Flat Earth BC, and I proved the Earth's a globe by calling them retarded.
What did they say? What did they say? Well, nothing, because I left real quick. But it was epic. Yeah, I won. That's crazy.
And if we were retarded, why would you be in here punching down on us? What's that say about you?
Yeah, that's right. I try to tell that to the globe guys. Like, listen, man, like, don't get mad at us. You have everything. You have, according to your understanding, you have history, you have science, you have metaphor, you have philosophy, you have everything on your side. It should be easy. You have the internet. You got everything you need. You should be relaxed, calm, and decisive in your dissemination of the flat Earth. But they're not. They're freaking out.
Yeah, it should be easy for them to prove the globe. If you really think about it. I mean, but it's not.
Yeah, the reason why we're frustrated is because we were told our entire lives that it was easy, and we went to go check, and we're disillusioned. like some of us are going on 10 years of looking for that evidence and proof, and we're still empty-handed. So,
yeah. But there's a selection bias problem here, guys.
What's that? I mean, as a glober, I had a selection bias towards the globe initially.
Yeah. Let me explain. The people that come here, notice there's a very strong pattern with the globers that come here. 8 out of 10 never thought about the shape of the Earth for more than 3 minutes. Out of the other 2 have gone to some kind of school where they, for a minute were interested, so they remember the memes, Eratosthenes, what about eclipses, and so on. So you have 2 types, pretty much. Don't expect a high-level, sophisticated engagement with people like that. Maybe some of them stay for longer, and then they, after a few weeks or months, they get over their initial disbelief. And you can
like you did, Peter. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah. But that's like 1 in 100, right? 8 out of 10 never thought about it. They just come in, troll, throw a few things, disappear. 2 out of 10, they'll go like, did you ever hear about that Greek guy? Right?
Yeah.
So it is what it is. That's a selection bias.
That's a good point.
The powerful globers, the gatekeepers of the model, so to speak, they don't come here. They never will.
You're wrong. It's not 8 out of 10. It's 4 out of 5. You're wrong.
Right, dude. I hope.
You need to increase your sample size. 8 out of 10.
I get triggered too easily these days. But yes, you got my point, right? Yoder.
I got your point, Peter. That's a good point.
Charles,
you know what? And our community really wants to reach out and find the influencers, the intellectual class that we know is upstream from culture and everything else.
I don't think they'll ever.
You mean like Jeranism?
No, dude.
Flat Earth influencers like Jeranism?
No, I'm talking about some of my fellow Padres who work in places like Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's an intellectual giant.
Okay, so is the AC Torque guy in here? The guy who sent the AC Torque paper?
What's up, man? What don't you like about the AC Torque paper?
So here's what they did in the paper. They said, hey, flat earthers say that the Earth is flat. How big or what dimensions would that flat Earth need to be in order to reproduce the same gravitational effects that we observe on the real world? Let's use Gauss's law. And an here's what. So here's and a vacuum. I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle of recapping what the paper said. Okay, I'm not even making any claims at this point. I'm just repeating.
So far,
what the paper
so good.
Okay. So what they did was they said, okay, let's use Gauss's law. Let's take the average density of rock, whatever. They have a value, 5,515 kilograms per square meter. That's the average density of the Earth. And let's assume an infinite plane. And how thick would that plane need to be in order to reproduce the same surface gravity? And then they use Gauss's law. They use a Gaussian cylinder, and then they calculated a number. And then that's it. So they said that if the Earth was an infinite plane with the same average density as the planet Earth, then it would need to be 4,000 kilometers thick in order to reproduce the gravity at the center. But the big issue there is that they literally say on, on the second paragraph on page 5, they say, in order to take full advantage of Gauss's law, we have considered in practice unlimited planar mass distributions, which that means an infinite plane. And if the models were finite, then you wouldn't observe. Yeah, you would observe this at the very center, but as you move towards the edge and you were somewhere like in Australia, gravity would be at an angle to the ground, which is not what we observed.
Okay, you nailed it. Now check this out. Let me ask you a few quick questions. These are not tricky questions.
I'll answer your questions. I'll just say a closing sentence.
Dude,
okay.
I created this model.
Just let me say a closing sentence on this. This paper provides nothing for the flat Earth. Like this is not any kind of evidence at all.
You nailed it. All right. Is the sun infinite distance away from the Earth?
No, it is a finite distance.
Okay. Are the light rays coming from the sun assumed to be roughly parallel?
They're not assumed, they're measured to be.
Yeah, are they exactly parallel?
Good job, Peter.
Not exactly, but it's pretty close.
They cannot be, right? Because it's not infinite distance. So we know it's half a degree difference, like edge to edge, so to speak. Okay, cool. So now, if the Earth were flat and extremely vast compared to the size that we explored so far, which is 40,000 kilometers, 80,000 kilometers. Doesn't matter. Let's say the Earth is 1 million kilometers.
Okay,
wide,
so
right? Hold on.
Okay.
Jesus, hold on.
That's the assumption necessary to make this work.
Would then the gravity vectors pointing downwards, as long as we stay within that radius of exploration or that area, would then they be roughly parallel, analogous to sun rays being roughly parallel?
In that hypothetical that you presented, that would be the case. Now I need to ask a very important question in response.
Please do.
Do you or anybody else in this room, are you willing to, figuratively stand up right now and claim that the Earth is, that the actual surface area of that we live on a flat plane, and that plane is many, many times larger than the measured size of the Earth?
Yes, I am.
Okay, that is the most I've had any flat earther ever commit to some kind of model or real world prediction.
You're welcome. Why wouldn't we be open to it? It's called rigid flat Earth, and it does assume a vast Earth, not infinite, but vast in relation to the area we've explored.
Does that mean that you accept that mass attracts other mass through gravity?
No, I accept the general relativity can be applied to a flat framework.
I'm asking Peter. I'm asking Peter.
Okay, fine. You can talk to. You were talking to me before, Peter. Fine. Hey, Peter, you did a great job with that. I respect what you did. Okay, continue.
You're the one who posted the paper. That's fine. I want to talk to you too, but he's the one who responded right now. I mean, honestly, I view all you flat earthers the same.
Let me quickly respond, and I will yield.
We view you guys all the same too, like basically pieces of crap too.
So yes, I accept mass attracting mass for other reasons. I think it has been demonstrated in laboratory settings, but that's why I have been working on a model that I call the rigid flat Earth. Rigid meaning there's a rigid structure inside of the Earth that prevents gravitational collapse. And in this model, the Earth has to be vast for gravity vectors to be roughly parallel in the area that we inhabit.
I mean, I agree. If you have such a massive disk, you would need to invoke some other structure.
Doesn't have to be a disk. It can be any shape, but yes.
Well, so if you have such a massive flat, planar object, you would need to invoke some other structure or mechanism to avoid it from collapsing. So at least that part, I can be like, hey, you know what?
We know that
Good
exists,
for you.
right? The coffee cup that
what
I'm
is that
looking at.
structure?
No. We know that such mechanism exists because the reason why my coffee cup does not become a black hole is the internal rigidity of the coffee cup. Same is true for asteroids. We don't know.
What evidence do we have to show
I do not.
that the Earth is being held by such a structure?
I don't have direct measurement or evidence for that structure. I just have a logical conclusion. I measure the Earth to be flat. I measure that mass attracts mass. Therefore, Earth being quite massive, that we know because we've dug 8 miles, 7.6 miles, but we know that times the surface area that we have discovered so far, that's a lot of material. So we know that there is gravitational attraction between those particles, and it's not forming a sphere because we measure it to be flat. Therefore, there must be something inside or some unknown physical interaction, but let's not invoke that just yet. There must be some structure that resists that collapse.
So let me ask you a question. We agree that the North Pole is a point that someone could theoretically stand on, right?
I agree that there's a point around which the things in the sky rotate, and we call that the North Celestial Pole.
Okay, but is there a point on the surface of the Earth that I could stand when I look up, it appears that celestial pole is rotating around me? Okay, and now I'm asking, so you accept the existence of a north celestial pole? Do you also accept the existence of a south celestial pole?
Yes, there is another point on Earth where you stand, and stars also rotate around it.
Okay, and and the South Pole is a point much like the North Pole is.
In the sense that when you stand there, the things in the sky rotate around that point. Yes.
Okay, and so both of these points exist on the same plane.
Yes, they do.
Okay, so you don't believe in the Antarctic ice wall with the North Pole in the center. You believe in some other
no
warped.
I have
Okay,
no reason.
all right. And I will do everyone else the courtesy of only ascribing that specific model and belief to you, because I know how flat earthers are touchy about their models. So that's fine.
Yes, many people do not acknowledge mass attracting mass, and they have their own reasons. I'm different that way.
Okay, that's fine, because I mean the model that, okay, honestly, so far you're my favorite because you've actually conveyed a coherent model that I can draw on a paper, which is so much more than any other flat earther has given me. This also has major issues, but at least they're direct and specific that I can like address directly. But at this point, you know, like, well, I'll definitely come revisit this with you, Peter, because you've given me a lot to work with here.
You're welcome.
This is just one interpretive framework, dude.
Exactly, and like I said, I'm only ascribing it to him, so I'm only going to debate it with him out of courtesy for everybody else.
All right, well, guess what? I mean, I brought it up, but I mean, yeah, I mean, if you want to discuss it with Peter, that's fine. Peter, you got this.
No, okay. So basically, I guess I'll ask you the same questions. You gave me this paper, right? So the conclusion from this paper is that in order for, so first of all, do you accept that mass attracts other mass?
I will challenge it actively, but I have no problem with it fundamentally.
Okay, so because this entire framework of this paper is built around the idea that mass attracts other mass, right? So if you don't even accept that starting point,
well, I mean,
then this entire paper is worthless.
I mean, okay, yeah, I get what you're saying, but yeah, it is built around that. Listen, this is what's called an internal critique. So whether or not you personally agree with like relativity, what this paper is doing is it's taking that framework and subjecting it to an internal critical evaluation to see whether or not that this framework can be applied to other points of view, to other perspectives.
Well, no, that's the thing. Gauss's law can be applied to any and all distributions of mass. So you take some big mass, you mold it like a potter into some random shape, you can calculate the gravitational field produced by that shape.
Right, and mass, as we know, is basically a constant and has no actual bearing in any physical, tangible reality.
What do you, wait.
Just like a coordinate reference system is arbitrary.
Yeah, but if you have what are you talking about? It has no bearing or meaning in reality. At that point, that doesn't make any sense. It's just because mass is a constant. Okay, so you have some amount of mass, right? Some number
like all physical
of
constants are basically physical constants in reality are basically like plugs that accountants use whenever the balance sheet doesn't quite match, and they stick a number in, and whenever they try to reconcile balance sheets again and again and again, the same hole ends up, and they plug it with the same number over and over again. All right, so like that's what gravitational acceleration is. That's what the Boltzmann constant is. That's what all these constants are in physics.
Yeah, what you're describing is a constant of proportionality. So basically, like you know that there is a relationship between the amount of force that you push on something and the amount of acceleration. And if you push on it with more force, you push on it with it gets more acceleration. And if you plot that out, then you can measure the slope of that line. So before you just have input is F and output is some kind of A, right? But when you actually add in mass, you go from a proportionality where you're saying force is proportional to acceleration. Then you can actually get a constant of proportionality, and then you can say force is equal to mass times acceleration, where mass is the constant of proportionality in that equation. But that doesn't mean that it's not real. It just means that in order to use this equation in real life is not some perfect mathematical field properties, right? Like if you wanted to calculate a wave moving through the vacuum of space, you have to take into account the permittivity and permeability of space. So you actually have to include that in your equations. But in like just some abstract wave equation that's pure math, you don't have to include things like you can say like the wave on a string is described by a cosine function. In pure math, that'd be enough. But if you're talking about a real string, you need to consider things like the thickness of the string, the density, the density of the air around the string, the temperature, right? All these things are going to work their way into their equation. At the core, it's still going to be that same cosine relation, but it's also going to have a lot of other bits and pieces that are necessitated by actually applying this to reality.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that
Indio described.
Listen.
The point of this paper was, as Indio said, a pedagogical exercise. The point of this was we can use Einstein's framework and we can apply it to this kind of object in an embedding space, and it will work. The point is also to show that the models are basically dependent on whether or not that the elements that go into them are actually bearing any relation to reality. So the question I posed to you earlier is, when we measure the surface not to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared, then why couldn't we apply a model such as this to account for what we experience in reality?
So basically, the only takeaway from this paper that you could possibly make is like when somebody says, "Hey, mass attracting mass precludes the existence of a flat Earth," the only thing you can respond to that is, well, if mass attracts mass, a flat Earth is still possible, assuming an Earth plane that is many times the actual diameter of the territory we've explored.
Nobody listen. You think you know how big the Earth is? Like if we've mapped all the territory on Earth?
No, what I'm saying is that you would have to make the claim that the true size of the Earth is many times larger than all those territories combined.
No, I don't. I just have to say I don't think that you've mapped the entire surface of Earth.
What the paper is saying is that in order for a flat plane to produce the same gravity, it would need to be many, many times larger than the actual
right, because it's a pedagogical
exercise.
Right. So what we're saying is, like, here's one potential model of a potentially infinite number of models we can come up with. And as long as the grand, like, lambda CDM model of the entire cosmos allows for dark energy and dark matter, then we have an infinite number of plugs that we can use in order to rectify the situation. No. And the God of the gap suddenly appears in gravitation.
No. Listen, I think Peter honestly nailed it on the head, and I disagree with him as a flat earther, but I agree with his approach. It's very coherent. If you accept that mass attracts other mass, and you assert a flat Earth, you must then claim, like, those two claims necessarily lead to a flat Earth whose true size is much larger than the area that's currently been explored. So at the very least, he's intellectually honest about that. So you should talk to him about that.
Well, I mean, I'm supposing that could be the case too, but there could also be other interpretations.
Well, this is the only other one that you've given me, and so if you're saying that, like,
right, so I can give you others.
What you're pointing to.
How many of these do you want to see?
Only the one that you personally believe, dude.
I don't believe anything about this. I'm just going with what's empirical fact, and the empirical fact is we've measured the Earth to not curve, and that's a huge problem. That's a huge problem for the globe cosmology.
The empirical fact is that we measure a gravitational acceleration at Earth of 9.81 meters per second squared.
Yeah, so what if that's happening perpendicular to a flat plane?
If that's happening perpendicular to a flat plane, then that necessitates a flat plane that is many times larger than the current known area of all the territories on Earth.
Only according to this particular instance, and this is not the only limitation of that.
No, it is a limitation of that because what they're literally saying that in order to get these results, they had to assume a unlimited planar mass distribution, which means either an infinite plane or a plane so large that whatever part of it you're perceiving is very small compared to the whole.
Exactly what I said.
No, that's exactly what Peter said.
I agree.
So is that what you believe? That's what Peter
It doesn't
believes.
matter. Listen, I don't have any beliefs about this. I'm telling you what's possible, okay?
Well, what you described is only possible if the plane is that large.
Wait a second. Yoder's point is different than my point. I am actively developing a model that I hope one day can go head-to-head with the Glober model, at least for Newtonian gravity. Okay? Now, Yoder's telling you something different. He stated that several times. He's trying to make you realize that models are like assholes, right? Everybody has one, including me, my working model, and they don't necessarily reflect physical realities, right? Even physicists, good physicists, will admit that. They will say that, we've constructed very sophisticated models,
I don't really get where you're
entire vocabulary of talking about these models, but we don't really know what physical reality looks like in quantum physics, for example. We just have words and equations to reason over it.
Why
it's
were you
not the
talking
same
about
as
we have experimental observations.
Yeah. But these observations are not direct. Anyways, it doesn't matter. His point is different than mine, so stop challenging. Okay, don't worry about it.
We have direct observations of quantum phenomenon. Yes.
Yeah. But we don't have, dude. I'm pretty advanced on this topic, so let's not go there. Okay.
Let's go there. We have experimentational observations of quantum effects.
I'm not denying quantum physics. I'm a big fan of it. Has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth and gravity at this moment. So it's completely a separate domain. Yeah, I just used it as an example because in that domain, the word particle is used as a mental shortcut. But any good physicist or science communicator will tell you that it's not really a particle. That a field excitement is not what intuitively you would call a particle. We just call it a particle because what else are we going to say? Shambandambab, invent new words? These are not things you experience in daily life, so there are no good words for those things. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
A quantum particle isn't a particle as in like a piece of dust is a particle.
Right, exactly. But a model, but the linguistic model, for example, not mathematical, but linguistic model in quantum mechanics uses words. They're descriptive that kind of intuitively give you a hint, but it recognizes it doesn't describe the actual physical reality. So that's Yoder's point. And let's not talk about quantum stuff anymore because it's distracting. I shouldn't have used that analogy.
Well, Yoder,
his point is different than mine, so don't challenge him with what I told you because I am actively working on a model. He is not. He doesn't care about models.
Yeah, he doesn't believe anything, apparently. And the thing is, Yoder...
No, he doesn't care about models.
This paper is using Gauss's law. Gauss's law is part of the classical physics globe model thing, right? So
Gauss's law is a mathematical law, and it's used in physics as. By the way, the only application of Gauss's law in physics for gravity is purely educational because no such objects exist. Gaussian surfaces don't exist in reality. So the Earth does not have an even distribution. It's not a sphere. It's full of, you've seen those claimed measurements of gravitational kind of discrepancies across the surface.
It doesn't need to have. It doesn't have an even distribution.
Correcting you on your statement, Gauss's law is a mathematical law, and it is used as a crude approximation in entry-level physics in college.
No, so Gauss's law always works with any distribution of mass. The thing is, it's only most convenient to use when there's a high degree of symmetry, but you can always use it. It's just a pain in the ass because you might have to be combining some kind of
you can do calculus over it. Yes, I get it, but so the Earth Anyways, it's a mathematical law that has application in physics, in mathematically modeling some things. Yes. So what?
So it doesn't make any sense to use classical physics in order to try to describe. Okay, no. So okay. So the problem is, right? You guys are kind of talking about the same thing. Okay. So you both well, I don't know. Yoder, he seems to be ambivalent, or at least okay with saying that mass tracks other mass.
Listen, I'm not trying to develop a model. Okay, Peter is, and I respect him for that.
So if you're saying that, if you accept that mass attracts other mass, the logical conclusion from that is that either the Earth, like every other planet we observe, is a ball, or the Earth is a very, very large flat plane, many times larger than the known area.
You have no evidence that planets have mass. Any mass that you can potentially measure or obtain, at least through any relational mechanic.
Let's not invoke that. Let's not invoke that, because now we're gonna spare out all of us. All right.
No, because that's how we discovered Neptune.
Whether planets, don't worry about it. Whether planets have mass or not has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. That we can agree on, because planets have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
No.
Why invoke that?
Well, I would say that they are relevant in the same way that you yourself, Peter, acknowledge that without some load-bearing structure or other mechanism, mass attracting mass would lead to a ball.
Yes, but you see, one thing many globers don't understand, that us flat earthers, we're very humble. We're trying to first bring attention to the observable and measurable fact that the Earth is flat. Then some of us are trying to develop a very basic, crude model describing that Earth and what's going on it to compete with the globe. We're not trying to even attempting to touch anything related to the so-called solar system or beyond. So my thing that I described to you is very much focused on just what's going on the Earth. I'm not even attempting to think about how to explain the motions of the celestial bodies. It's not within scope of my research work right now. I'm not. It comes from humility. We have centuries, if not millennia, of globe-skewed science development in academia, and we got to start somewhere. We're not going to catch up. We're not going to catch up in a week. So we start with the Earth.
It's because the classical gravitational model is what explains the shape of the Earth, the shape of the planets, and the movement of the planets.
I was a glober too for a long time, okay, and not a bad one either. So I understand all that.
Somebody asked me what evidence is there of planets having mass. Well,
I'll give you an evidence.
1846. No. I was the one who was asked. In 1846, the existence of Neptune was predicted by analyzing the orbital movements of the other planets, and they observed that they were not orbiting in the way we would expect them to.
That's a very weak evidence. I'll give you better evidence.
It's not weak. It's not weak because we use the orbital disturbances to predict. Okay,
can I suggest something?
No, let me finish. In order for these orbits to look the way they do, it would necessitate a new mass, and that new mass should be positioned.
We've heard this 100 times before.
And then they pointed the telescopes to that point in the sky, and they found Neptune.
I know, we've heard this 100 times before. Here's a better evidence.
So how is that not evidence for mass of a planet?
Well, because it assumes heliocentric model. Can I give you one that does not depend on the heliocentric model?
Okay, not only does it assume. No, hang on. It assumes the heliocentric model. It used the heliocentric model to make a prediction, and that prediction was verified by observation. Therefore, suggesting that the heliocentric model is correct.
Yo, why don't I get chat?
It's an argument for the heliocentric model. The heliocentric model and the globe model are very sophisticated models, and they, over centuries, were tweaked to explain a lot of observations. We all agree Neptune is out there. Now listen, here's a better argument. We sent vehicles to Mars and other moons And there are rocks there, and rocks have mass. Therefore, planets have mass. So what?
So do you believe that we've sent things to other planets?
I do.
So you don't believe in the firmament?
I believe in a container. Gas pressure needs a container. I don't claim any particular size of that container. I think planets are within that container.
Or modality of the container too. I mean, it's just a container.
Wait. So how does Mars have its own atmosphere?
Local density gradients. Local density gradients exist within a container. We have one on Earth. There's much lower density. You will suffocate when you go 10 kilometers up due to low density of the air.
Okay, and what
That's an interesting
causes...
take, Peter.
Yeah, what? You're the most fascinating flat earther I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, but like, what? Ask me 100 questions, like.
Well, because your position is unique among flat earthers. Like, I think you have a unique position.
I know, but even if other people have different positions, the point is that you should take out of this is that planets have nothing to do with its shape, whether they have mass or don't have mass, and what the reasons may be behind their motion. So we are here, it's called 24/7 flat Earth, not 24/7 alternative universe model, right? That's not the title of the thesis.
Okay, but here's what's blowing my mind, Peter, right? You accept that entities like NASA have sent robots to other planets, and they have taken photos of those planets and those surfaces, and when you like see those photos and you accept that they're real, I'm presuming, I don't know, you can respond.
I do, because we can observe these planets from Earth. I have a telescope.
But the
if I got
problem
good
is,
at using, can I finish a sentence? Yeah, I could use a telescope. Any one of us, some of us have, looked at Mars, look at the moon. It's kind of obvious that there are rocky objects in the sky. So when people show me a photograph from the moon landing, do you have HD? Do you have like impulse control? When people show me a photograph of the surface of the moon, and it roughly looks like what I see from much further out through a telescope, no alarm bells ring in my head. Same for Mars. But when people show me a photograph of the Earth as a rotating sphere, and I don't see the Earth as being a sphere and rotating while on Earth, then alarm bells do come on.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. When that rover is on the surface of Mars, does it look flat or does it look round?
No, the Earth, Mars is obviously round.
No. I'm talking about the view of the camera when it's on the surface of Mars. Does it look round or does it look like a flat surface?
I didn't look at that many, but there are a lot of fisheye lens views of the Earth that show exaggerated curvature.
I'm answer the question I asked you. I asked when those rovers are on the surface of Mars.
I didn't see such photographs. Honest answer.
Well, I can tell you that they look pretty much the same as what we see on the surface, and that would be evidence to say that.
Because guess what? Mars should be curving at 3 times the rate of the globe. And that's funny because we don't have any evidence from that, from all the gigapanned photos of the Martian horizon in infrared.
Wait, so Yoder, do you believe that we've sent spacecraft up into space and landed on other planets?
That's irrelevant. I can tell you that the Martian images that were shown do not depict any curvature rate that would be commensurate with the Martian landscape that requires 3 times the rate of drop over distance.
What does it matter what they show if you're just going to claim they're all CGI?
I'm not claiming they're CGI. Listen, they could have been made inside a warehouse with miniature scale models. They could have been made on Devon Island in Greenland using an infrared filter. Right? I have no idea how they were made. And you know what? They could have also actually launched them up into a space rock that you call Mars. Either way, it doesn't matter. What the images show provide absolutely no empirical evidence that they're on a curving rock that has 3 times the drop over distance rate as Earth.
Yeah, okay, so Peter, what really blows my mind is that you're being like, okay, when the camera is pointed at Mars, everything I'm seeing is accurate to the way it really is in reality. But when that camera turns around 180 degrees and shows the Earth, oh, that's fake. That's definitely like not real.
Well, you're missing the point. If you truly want to understand, then reason with me. I told you, there are things that we can verify. I can verify the shape of Mars by looking at it. I can even verify what it's made of if I used a little bit more advanced scientific tooling measurements to its composition. So when I see photos from the claimed rover on Mars, these things seem consistent to me. The fact that I don't see curvature in photos, we don't base our claim or conviction that the Earth is flat based on photos. We've seen photos of curving Earth taken from the surface of the Earth with an exaggerated curve due to the lens and whatever phenomena. So that's not why we claim the Earth is flat. They're like, oh, looks flat in a photo. People have done measurements. People have done tests.
No, okay, so it's basically
and we don't have the ability. If most of us had the ability to go up really high, like to the surface of the moon, and look back at the Earth, all of us, other than those crazy two guys earlier today, would accept that the Earth is a globe if we saw a globe. But we can't do that. Mars, we can look at all we want.
You're just trying to get a free ticket to the moon, bro.
No. What I'm telling you is, at Mars, we can look all we want. We can look at the moon all we want. We cannot look at the Earth, but we can measure the Earth from the position of being on Earth, which is not what we can do with those other objects. That's fine.
So basically, it just boils down to special pleading, saying that
there's no special pleading here at all.
Yes, there is. You're making a special case for like the Earth. You're saying like,
it's not special. It's just a fact of life. No.
You're saying the mass of Mars allows it to contain an atmosphere close to its surface. The mass of Mars allows it to collapse to a sphere, but not Earth. Earth is special. Earth has some special structure that we have no evidence for.
That's not stating a fact that most people do not have the ability to leave the surface of the Earth is not special pleading. You know how many people have gone to the moon? Like what, 20? 15? I don't know. How about the 8 billion people on Earth?
Go to the moon and they report what they say and they live stream their entire journey. You just don't believe it.
Hey, bro, let's be clear. Nobody here witnessed Mars collapsing into a ball, brother. It's pure speculation.
Okay, but we did witness a 24-hour live stream of the Artemis mission showing every step of their launch and going into orbit and going around the moon.
You know what you never witnessed? Your mass attracts mass, forming giant ball planets. Never witnessed that. Not a day in your life. Nobody ever has. Period. End of story. Thanks.
You know what requires special pleading is if you accept that the globe exists with a radius of a certain size, then you get the entire cosmic distance ladder out to the furthest reaches of the universe that can be observed by the James Webb Telescope. But if you challenge that fundamental premise, the first rung on the cosmic distance ladder, the radius of Earth, the very existence of a radius itself, and if you can refute that, then the entire cosmological framework collapses. And that's what we've done. So I'm not going to give anyone a special plea to grant me this one exception that if Earth is a globe, then all this gobbledygook makes sense. Because we have completely destroyed the first rung on your cosmic distance ladder, which means everything else that follows, by necessity, is completely debunked.
Maybe eventually someday this kid will talk about something that has to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
I mean, I guess alleged photos from space is, I guess, talking about it.
Not gonna lie, I think photos from space are quite beautiful. I like to think too is like a flat earther. You'll reach a point where you can appreciate astronomy and you're not shoving in all the explanations into a framework that somebody else has presented to you, but you get to appreciate the aesthetic value itself of what it is you're looking at based off of its own merits. That's completely fine. I love astronomy.
Oh my goodness, dude. Dylan's coping, bro.
You can feel it, right? Just like your weenus.
Hey, if the Earth is flat, how is there things that aren't the Earth?
I know, maybe they got a weenus problem. I wouldn't know because I'm focused on the Earth.
The Earth being flat isn't making claims about whether there's objects other than the Earth that may or may not exist, or that may or may not be able to be traveled to. These globers, they're so model afflicted, like they can't comprehend that people actually have differing views than trying to shoehorn everything into a cosmological model where everything's orbiting around each other in a cosmic void.
I've never seen this behavior anywhere else, but in this discussion, and honestly, it's that crazy.
Well,
I should caveat that, but not to this extent.
We did a little exercise earlier, and we got to witness some of it from some flat earthers. So it's just part of the human condition, really. It's hard to truly like empty your mind and just be like taking what people say and not trying to, filter it through what you have.
That's true.
Idea. It's hard. It takes work.
I'll grant that. Yeah, I mean, we've all been afflicted like this with the problem of underdeterminism in our own lives. In some ways, some of us are blind to it, right? Unconscious bias. Instructions say 2 teaspoons olive oil or butter.
Wait, did homie or what?
I don't know. I mean, I said my thing and then it was silent. And I'm like, holy crap, was that a mic drop? Was that like a mic drop, guys? Did I get a mic drop moment? Yeah, he's gone.
What did you say, though?
I forgot, but it was really good.
I told him no one's ever witnessed a planet form from gravity squeezing it into a ball. Then I don't know if you said something after that, but then the next thing I remember, he was gone.
Cosmological ladder, that's true. Text chat, that's true.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the first rung of the Cosmo distance ladder.
Yeah, basically we broke it, but yeah. Shoot, man, I'm sitting here like trying to cook some dinner and I missed my own mic drop.
Isn't all the orbital mass interpretations taken from the cosmic distance ladder?
Oh yeah. Yeah, Keplerian orbital elements. All the distances require it. But it's scalable to any distance. Because at the end of the day, it's based on ratios of periodicity. Just like the equation of time is based off of observations of the sun over periods of time. Just like all these relationships, right? What globies want and seem to need are distance measurements, some kind of distance values. And they don't have it. They don't have 69 miles to 1 degree of declination or elevation of a star. They don't really have that, but they want that. They need that for the globe. They don't have an astronomical unit, which is based off of an assumed radius of Earth and an orbital radius around the sun. But they get all that once they back in these values into the relational mechanics they see of the various ratios of the periodicity of these things in their circuits over time. And what's funny is they're able to scale these things up and down. It's like when Ole Romer witnessed the eclipse of Jupiter's nearest moons, and from that deduced that the sunlight takes 8.5 minutes to come to Earth. His conception of stellar distances within the solar system was completely off from what they are today, but the ratios were preserved within the system. And so they scaled it down. He actually thought the solar system distances, I think, were much bigger than what they're said to be today. But it doesn't matter. He's still given credit for assuming the speed of light and the distance to Earth from the sun based off of that ratio. And his ratio, based off of the actual distance that he had at the time to apply, was completely wrong. But he's given the credit for being correct anyway. And you can take all of these observations and you can transform them into any kind of relationship you want. You can put satellites around a ball, or you can put them into freaking spirograph loop-de-loops over a flat surface. Or you can have them actually be a no determined distance whatsoever and use one of these vector models where these things have absolutely no triangulatable position in 3D space, because they're based off of an observer-dependent relationship. And honestly, this latter edition kind of reflects what we actually experience, just saying. Just like when you and a friend can witness a rainbow, and you and your friend could be miles away from each other but see the same rainbow, but you can't triangulate the origin of that rainbow because it's all observer-dependent. Well, there's lots of things in the sky that seem to be observer-dependent in the same fashion, and nobody's actually been able to triangulate distances to them either. So, but you know what? If we grant the one special plea for a globe and a radius and all this other stuff and the curvature, then you get your ability to pretend you can triangulate these distances. You can calculate them because now you have a framework of calculation. All right. Anyway,
he was critiquing that paper. He just focused on the last paragraph where it had that one sentence where it says, the Gaussian is more accurate by a planar distribution of like infinitude.
Right.
You focused on that phrase.
I know. I gave that to him. I wanted to argue that, but I let him have it for the sake of discussion. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that's not all it says. It just says it's not goes away from accurate calculations if you don't do that. Right? And then you have to augment your calculations with other things. And keep in mind what he said is you could have a variable distribution of mass, but it'd be harder to work with. You'd have to augment it with other things.
Which is the Earth gravitation model, the geoid. What's funny is like the EGM 96 or EGM 2003 model.
I'm talking
I was.
I'm talking about this idea that you can't have a flat surface with gravity pulling you down. It's like they're so broken, this idea that gravity is radial.
That's where I was going with this.
All you have to have is a variable distribution of mass.
Right, which can be projected on a flat surface too. And you got lumpy gravity on a flat surface instead of a curving one around a globe. Right, and because gravitational dislocation is based off of an assumption that gravity is moving starlight, well, what if there's actually no variation in the strength of a gravitational field other than a variation in the displacement of starlight? What if that's actually what we observe is what's happening, and that you don't have a lumpy gravitational ground field, but you actually have a lumpy star field instead?
Oh man, Peter had to go.
Sorry if that's like too much.
Peter had to go smoke a cigarette. We'll give him the bill later.
Yeah, leave the change on the wardrobe. You ever heard of the Sorry Gulch?
No.
Oh man, it was I think it's still around.
Show.
Okay, never mind. It's a non-family establishment outside of Fort Huachuca.
Hey AI, how do you
Midgets.
One second, yeah, I
Why do I
accidentally
sound so
banned
sexy?
I was trying to get rid of a troll and I accidentally banned Travis. How do I undo that? I thought it was a toggle, but it doesn't seem to.
Just /unban.
It doesn't. No, there's nothing for
or
that.
Dot unban. Dot unban.
Oh yeah, maybe that. Yeah. All right, I'll get him to test it. Oh yeah, looks good.
All right, so Tyson makes these breaded stuffed chickens. I'm having a couple of these chicken Kiev. It's like a chicken cordon bleu, but with like garlic butter and parsley inside instead of blue cheese. I'm gonna make this with some couscous.
That sounds awesome.
They're better than cordon bleu.
Oh yeah, you think so? All right, I'm in for a treat. Normally on nights like this, I like to do a bit more involved cooking and stuff. You know, like I'll take like a fresh salmon fillet and in this case, I've had a hell of a day. What is happening? I thought that was a great interaction we had with Quantum Mechanic. Man, so he left and Peter did, huh?
I mean, it kind of, you know, he had
Yeah,
to take he had to take a nap. You know, he's getting older. He's got gray hair.
Yeah. Maybe they were.
Listen, I'm trying to create a new word, okay?
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Latin roots are failing me at the moment, though. They're not that great.
I took 6 semesters of that in high school. Ask me if I remember much.
How about dirigery, derisory, derisory, derisory. Derisoration. Oh, let me type that out. Nah, that's not a good one. Never mind. This one might be good. Oh, yeah.
Indirizzare.
Oh, heck yeah, bro. Reindeer, let's say.
Indirizzare.
Man, I think I found it. Let's go where here. Hey, check that word out, bro.
What's the need for the double Z?
That's how it works, bro.
I was when I first read it, I was putting a T in there like Italian. You know how the double Z is, like it's.
Or do
Maybe
it.
you could pronounce it like that.
So you could say reindeer iteration, or you could say reindeer iteration.
Yeah, iteration.
Reindeer iteration. Reindeer iteration. Reindeer iteration. Reindeer iteration. So this is just a fancy way of saying redirection. In the shun, which makes it a what? A verb, or what the heck does it do to it? I don't know. Hold on. A noun? Make it a noun.
I was never that good with grasping all nouns and verbs and things like
means
that. It's a describing word, right?
It transforms verbs into abstract nouns. It means the action of, the process of, the state of, or result of. So this word means the state of, result of, or the action of, or the process of redirection.
Yeah.
So if somebody says things don't, there's no refraction in the atmosphere, it'd just be like, yeah, there's just reindeerization. When they say,
well, they were
spell that
accusing
for
you
me?
before of just using big words. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Late for you guys. No, not really. What time is it over there? 10 hours
5:40.
difference, right?
Yeah.
Oh. Dinner time.
Look at my definition here, bro. Here, check out that definition.
Any and all types.
Right, so that means that this is the hierarchy. So so a reflection would be a reindurization. A refraction would be a reindurization. Now notice how I pronounced it reindurization, but you could pronounce it reindeer. You could pronounce it reindeer just for fun.
Yeah, but that sounds like it's not really a word, right?
No, it's funny because reindeer fly through the sky to bring you gifts into your eye. Get it?
Reinterization.
Yeah, but there's another syllable. It's reinderization.
Reinterization. Reinterization. You just had to add that in, didn't you?
Well, if you get rid of that first re, you get rid of one syllable, so it's reindeerization. Deerization.
Yeah, it just doesn't have the
Reindeerization.
same. Doesn't have the same, like clout to it,
Or if you try to pronounce it like renderize and renderization in one word, and you can do like Worcester. Worcestershire. So you just say reindeerization. Reindeerization. Yeah, truncated pronunciation. You could use this in an argument. You could be like, let's see.
Did you account for refraction? Yeah, we took into all the factors of reinterization.
What are you guys talking about?
Nothing, man. Reinterization.
Retar what?
Ask AI about it.
It's reindeerization, dude. It's the any and all state of or result of the redirection of light.
Any light.
Nope.
Oh, I see it in the chat.
You have to talk about a phenomenon.
Reindurization.
Just learn
So that's
more
basically like
vocabulary so you can pretend the Earth is flat. As that guy was saying.
Oh yeah, that's right. I heard him
No,
say
it
that.
just
Yeah, you remember?
yeah.
But you have to pretend something that you actually see.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you have to use big words at the same time, otherwise it's not flat.
So it's basically like refraction, diffraction, reflection, et cetera, all those incorporate re-interiorization, I guess.
It's one penumbric term that is an umbrella that covers everything.
Right. Okay.
So you could say, listen, you have raw geometry, right? We don't see in raw geometry, we see with light. So you have to take into account all re-interiorization.
Nice. I like it.
Now there's multiple ways to pronounce it. You could pronounce it reindeer iteration, or you can pronounce it re-interiorization. Whichever one you think you can handle with your tongue. Or you can shorten it to rendizeration. Rendizeration. And nobody will be able to tell that you didn't pronounce it correctly.
And then they'll
since
say,
it sounds like the word render, right? It gives it that extra graphical, little tone to it. So it's like, well, of course the world has to render, right? And it has to re-enderization.
Funny. You have to make up definitions just to show that the world is flat. No. It's the ability to differentiate between what you call Earth curve and an apparent phenomena. And how do you know which one's which?
Now, this week's argument's only been lights in the sky. We know the Earth is a globe because lights in the sky.
That's always been the argument.
Yeah,
well, how else would we know?
Yeah, you're gonna measure the ground or something? I heard someone yesterday, yesterday for me, was talking about, I think it was with J-Dog. So I caught the tail end of that. They were saying, like, you could do this, right? You're questioning, because he was questioning the laser tests and saying, I'd need to see, tests of temperature variations every 10 meters or something like that. And you go, every 10 meters? So you're making it impossible, but you haven't done that with the globe. You just believe that, someone told you it was a globe, but you haven't tested that and you haven't looked into that. And he was saying, why don't we just get a sponsor and build a rocket? Like, what? They gave you an option, right? It's cheaper to buy a laser than build a rocket.
Yeah, I guess SpaceX has such a great success rate. Why don't you go in at J-Dog, see what happens?
Yeah. But they're so quick to criticize what other people have done. Yet they're nowhere near as skeptical with the other side of the information, right?
I mean, that's it. They don't even know what other people have done. They just know what other people have told them that other people have done.
Yeah. That's a globe. Oh, yeah, okay. Can't see it, though. Can't measure it. But it's still a globe. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Perfect. I'll go with that. Oh, the Earth's flat. We measured it with lasers. Oh, did you measure all the temperature variations along the 27-mile length?
Yeah, the nonsense makes a lot of sense for sure.
But yeah, like I said, I've been looking into this for about a decade now, but it wasn't until recently until it really clicked when I believe it was you, Yoder, that was describing the way the celestial sphere probably came to be, due to perspective and how it's just simpler to map it out that way. And
Right.
I mean that it just makes so much sense to me. And then of course there'll be the problem when you try to transpose it onto an actual flat surface, and then you'll see all the mathematical problems with that. But the actual concept of where it comes from, when I really understood that, I'm like, oh, this all makes so much sense.
Yeah, that's how it was made. It's a concept. It's simplified, kind of like how you look at clouds and you make shapes like dinosaur nuggets out of the clouds. People did that with the whole sky ball. Yep, and then you map the Earth to that. No wonder it comes out like a globe. Duh. I'm glad to hear you say that, Boogie Woods. Thanks.
Man, thank y'all. And it's just a matter of perspective. You get so far away from something, of course it's going to drop down low to your vision, just like anything else you see, even if it's remaining at the same elevation. And it's just easier just go ahead and assume, it goes all the way underneath your feet. We'll just make this nice, neat little spherical model with it for, simplicity's sake.
Yeah. Yeah, hey guys, when I walk far enough this way, that star on the horizon, it actually keeps going down and it goes under my feet.
It goes downs. It has downs.
Hey guys, that airplane that I saw flying overhead, it went to the horizon. Guess what? It keeps going down under my feet.
I think it's gonna crash.
You guys hear what's going on in the ISS?
It's going down and under my feet.
What's going on in the ISS, Crit?
There's a leak. They've had to isolate and go into the.
They got a leak.
Yeah, they got a leak.
Oh shit!
So
it's really good engineering.
Hopefully that other guy's up there. Then he can just put his finger in it, right?
Yeah,
Don Pettit.
Is this microphone working?
Yeah, unfortunately.
All right.
It happened like 4 hours ago. Perfect Storm was freaking out about being censored and all that stuff again today. That he got banned or whatever. And this is like you tell me to come over there, then I just get banned. I go, dude, I didn't have anything to do with that. So I go, well, aren't you curious? I mean, you don't have to worry about flat Earth today. You got to worry about what's happening in the ISS. And apparently nothing's happening on the ISS. I'm like, so really a shelter-in-place order directing astronauts to the Dragon crew capsule after leaks were found on the Russian segment. The pressure dropped, triggered alarms, and caused a closure of the Russian cargo dock. The engineers have been trying to repair it ever since. I go, so that's not going. Are you worried about that? You can't think about that? He goes, oh, that's nothing. Really? That's nothing.
It's nothing.
Yeah, the astronauts are like hiding in the Dragon capsule because they're about to lose containment. Like. Oh, that's no, barely an inconvenience.
Well, they got that really good engineering spacesuits to rely on, just in case.
Yeah, they just nap it on real quick.
Like to check for the water pressure.
Doesn't Don Pettit say, like, wasn't he using parts of the safety manual or something like that to build one of these little contraptions?
Yeah, he did. His drink, his first.
Was
like
he
you're
making like
ripping pages
silly
out of.
Jerry's or something?
It's like you're ripping pages out of the safety manual. Oh, I don't think it was for his didgeridoo. Wasn't it for like the coffee cup, the poop cup,
or smoking blunts?
Yeah.
He was expecting a visit from Snoop Dogg.
Imagine Don Pettit coming in here. Like I couldn't even be mean to that guy. I would feel bad.
Yeah, that's what they did
Not
on
me.
purpose.
Not me. I would be ripping him. He would just probably quit even being anywhere in media.
I think he believes it all.
He does not.
Wasn't that him here the other day?
He knows he's sitting in a green screen when he's doing it, because I got pictures of him doing an interview from the ISS with the camera crew there.
Dude, we had a 70-year-old guy in here the other night who sounded exactly like Don Pettit, and he was here for a couple hours. Not
A
even
lot
joking.
of Globers, though, you have to admit, sound like Don Pettit.
I mean, this guy would go on random tangents about like dinosaurs on Venus.
Yeah, that was Don Pettit.
It probably was.
No, I mean, like Don Pettit said that. He's like, hey, like, why is NASA so important? NASA important because dinosaurs would still be around today if they had NASA. You're like, how? Like, how do you figure that shit?
That sounded like a South Park episode, Chris.
Yeah, like you can't believe that. Like, what the fuck's this guy saying? Like,
what don't you understand about that? Dinosaurs would build rockets and shoot the meteor away,
or like fly away to another planet. So they still wouldn't
remember
be here.
Dino Riders from the 80s?
Remember that one?
It's like, yeah, they had like a military gear attached to dinosaurs and would shoot lasers at each other.
What, the dinosaurs were the characters, or that were people who were riding dinosaurs?
People were riding dinosaurs, and the dinosaurs were kitted up with like rockets and laser beams. And they had toys.
That sounds pretty cool. I would have liked that.
Awesome. And as I was driving home from work the other day, I noticed that the local church had like dinosaurs and Jesus and space for Vacation Bible School signs. It's everywhere, man.
Lord help us.
That's because they're losing. They're just doubling down. This isn't going to work. I don't know why they keep trying.
And they tell these weird churches.
Well, there's the generation that are just purple hair and all that. Now the ones that are watching them, they're growing up and seeing the purple hairs. They do not want to be like the purple hairs. So now they're going to end up being like us. So it's going to go back and forth.
Yeah, they reckon that this generation coming through is going to be the most conservative generation that anyone's ever seen.
Oh, after what they just experienced? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the punk rockers in the 80s that rebelled against their hippie parents and voted for Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, now they're all going to be Christians. The rebels are going to be Christians.
Well, dude, I'm telling you. So remember Kat Von D? Like, you know, the pinup model with like the tattoos and stuff? She's completely like disavowed her life and like has gone deep into Christianity. And there's so many stories of this. So
I guess she probably
I kind of think it's
like
awesome.
what was on the menu anymore.
That's right.
You guys found that story about that police officer who pulled a woman over with one arm?
Oh, yeah. That was hilarious.
The police officer should have used two arms.
Yeah, and then he doubles down. He doubled down on it. He's like, well, lift your arm and swear to God. And then she lifted her arm, showing that she has an arm. And then writes her a ticket. And she's like, Are you for real? Don't
I'll
make
see you
me
in
drag
court,
you in
buddy.
for resisting, you know, like, or whatever. So then she, like, at months trying to get the body cam footage, all that stuff, preparing for court. Then, like, the day she's supposed to show up to court, she gets a letter in the mail. Oh, don't worry about it. It's been dropped. It's lack of evidence. And she, you know, she's doing an interview. She says, and I didn't know if I could trust this letter or not. I've seen how incompetent, you know, not just the police, but the judicial branch. You know, like, I showed up anyway because who knows if somebody, you know, failed to, like, enter it in. So I'm gonna show up anyway. I had already planned out. It was like the next day. I was already had the full day planned out. So I might as well just follow through. She gets there and they're like, oh yeah, it's been dismissed due to lack of evidence. But since you showed up, here's your court fees. And she's like, what? Are you kidding me? So then she protests that. She's like, I got paid court fees for showing up to court when I didn't have court. And then they decide, well, I guess since you didn't appear in front of a judge, we can waive the court fees. And then she has some people, like in the, you know, other people said, you gotta watch out. You know, they're not happy that you've embarrassed the police department like this. They're gonna be gunning for you now.
They're gonna do something because she doesn't put both her hands up or something?
Yeah, like raise your arms. Now I saw one arm was slightly bent. Yeah, I mean,
she's harmless.
Yeah, I mean, think about what the world we live in, where they say, like, I don't know why our government would lie, but I know people will lie to get off a ticket, but the government wouldn't lie. Dude, he lied about seeing her texting. There's
and then
no
double down.
arm. Yeah, double down over and over again. Then finally only dropped the case once she got the body cam footage and started making a stink about it.
Yeah. All he needed to do was say, oh, sorry, I must have been mistaken.
Oh, they can't.
Right?
They can't do that.
She's got, you know, like, she's obviously got one arm on the steering wheel. Right?
It's not about that. They monetize crimes. So basically, the more crimes that they can attach to the ticket, that's a monetary instrument that they monetize in the markets. So that's why they make money just by writing you a ticket.
Like loans,
and even
right?
if you don't sign it, they could sign it for you, and they still monetize it.
Yeah, it's really.
And then that money's in the system, and they can borrow against it, right? But the money's really not there. It's like a promissory note. Like,
yeah, just telling her you just pay the fine. Just pay it. Even if you don't have an arm, even if you weren't texting, it's just a fine. Just pay it. It's a cost of doing business.
Pretty bad.
There's this civil rights lawyer has a YouTube channel. It's actually called The Civil Rights Lawyer. He's in my state, and he does some pretty good stuff locally and throughout the country. But there was a story there a month or so ago where this actual paraplegic guy got arrested and took to jail for kicking in someone's door and doing something else. Like, obviously they had the wrong guy, and you know, they literally arrested this guy whose legs were literally like complete muscle dystrophy, tiny little legs, for kicking in somebody's door. It's ridiculous. And there's also a lot of cases lately where, you know, everybody wants to be lazy, you know, but these cops are being too lazy and trusting in a lot of this new AI technology that oh, it's a 99% match or whatever, and taking the wrong people away. There's been several instances of that lately.
That guy in the wheelchair, the police officer entrapped him because told him to just show up to the police department for some business or whatever, but it was to arrest him. It didn't tell him what the business was exactly.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay, so dude's in the let me make sure if I got this right. So old boy's in a wheelchair. Someone accuses him of kicking some door down, like a home invasion.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, exactly. we think this is you. Just come down and clear it up real quick, and it won't be a problem. He shows up, and now you're under arrest for this crime.
No, they see him on the wheelchair. They see him that they can verify that he's been like that for a long time. So the allegation that he kicked the door will be an impossibility.
Yeah, because
he cannot move his legs. And other officers look at him and are telling the other guy, "Hey man, I think I can see his legs. He hasn't been using those legs for a long time. We can tell." But the other officer still push because the one making the arrest is the one that decides if he's gonna arrest or not.
Yeah, the officer actually went up and talked to the chief and was like, "Chief, I don't think this is our guy." And his legs, talking about the muscle dystrophy, or and the chief's like, he's just trying to get out of it. And the guy's like, "Okay, chief."
And on top of that, guys, the lady has a history of doing this, accusing people of stuff that wasn't true. On top of that,
wow.
Women shouldn't be allowed to be police officers.
I keep thinking, it can't get much worse. Like remember the Acorn, where the Acorn dropped and the guy just dumped his mag into a guy who was yeah. It's like every time you think like it can't get much worse. These motherfuckers arrested somebody in a wheelchair for kicking down the door, gave a ticket to a woman for texting, and she doesn't have an arm to text with. And you're supposed to be like, oh, these are the brave men and women, the vanguard society protecting us from good and evil. Man, like the propaganda out there. Like you think, oh, I don't know why. I still can't figure out why they would lie about it though.
You reckon they pick? Officers with in between a certain IQ rate, so they just do whatever they're told without question? You reckon that's part of the?
Of course. Yeah, they don't pick the smart ones. That would be silly now. Come on. Have you ever met a cop that was like a scientist? You ever met a cop that knew shit like I do? No.
That's funny.
But the police officers are wardens, and wardens under the definition of law they're minors mentally. They don't know what they're doing. Basically, they're just workers. Most of them, because some of them do know what they're doing. So the warden is just doing their job. Like, I'm just doing my job, but their job is to monetize, basically make the paper trail of the crimes, which are tickets or charges, and those charges are monetized in the monetary markets. And these monetary instruments it's a lot of money in the middle. Like you just getting a ticket. Getting a ticket for $100, $200 can be monetized to thousands, dozens of thousands of dollars, even more.
Yeah, so
you showing up to court and doing that process in court, that could be monetized to hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, you just ignore that shit. I do. I don't do it anymore because I don't get anything anymore. I've ignored people for so long they just don't even bother.
That's what if everyone did that. If everyone either they took it to court, they took it, like they made the government fight for every single traffic ticket, it would shut the system down. Because it would be more. Because now they do it this way because most people just pay it. Just say fuck it. It's not worth the hassle. Like here's my $180 for my rolling through a stop sign. Rather than going to court and maybe like getting it dismissed or whatever, but still paying, like it might be like $100 ticket. If you beat it, good on you. You don't have to pay the $100, but you pay $200 in court fees.
So I went through a red light. It was in a 40k zone, so that's like what 20 miles an hour or something like that. So, and I just kind of rolled through the red light, and I got a ticket, and I said, "No, fuck this." It was like $300 or something. I said, "I'm going to take this to court." So I went to court, and I said, "Look, I've got a good driving record." Oh, but the person, 3 people before me did exactly the same thing, and they added on to his fine for wasting time. And I thought, fuck, I went through the red light. They're going to increase my fine. And then when I got up, I said, "Look, here's my driving record. I drive in the city all the time, and this is the first fine I've had in 3 years. Like, can you just? I work in the city, driving around fixing things, right? Like, can you just give me a break? And she said, you're lucky you saw the guy before. I increased his fine for wasting my time. I'm not going to do this with you. But if you do it again, if you bring it to again, when you know you've done it, I'm going to increase your fine. I went, what the fuck?
So what they did is that, so did you sign some paper? Do you sign some or something?
It was, so the car's under the company. So, what I had to do was put it in the fine in my personal name, or the fine would have been like $3,000 because it's a company vehicle.
Yeah, you didn't have to pay any cash, right? No cash came out of your pocket.
No cash. No, I just said, oh,
yeah. So what they did, they just monetized the instrument and they waive the discharge, the public side of it. So they still make money in the private, but in the public, which you or your company will normally will have to pay the fine in cash or credit card or a check. That side was waived, but they still monetize the instrument.
Yeah, on the person and not the company.
They don't lose anything. They win. They double dip, triple dip in every single transaction. Some of the bills, some of the bills that you get, they're like basically two there's separation between the bill that you see the number and your name, and then there's also above like an account number. Those two things are two checks basically. You in the mail or whatever monetary instrument they make for you. They're double dipping on that paper trail only, and then they triple dip on the cash that you send them.
Surely a system like that's got to collapse, right? It has to.
I don't think so. It's gonna be upgraded to something even bigger than that. Because everything is analog now. With the new system they're proposing, it's gonna be similar, but it's gonna be a hybrid of both, of that and the monetary system that we had before attached to gold, silver, and the resource. The value of the money of each country is gonna be based on the value of the resources and the reserves. Not like the US.
We're working on that. We're working on that. That's why we got to knock Iran out. You got to take out everything in South America. You got Venezuela, all that. You got to take all their shit out because all of our stuff still works, and then we can sell them their stuff back.
The triangle, South America is so big that you cannot possibly take everything from there and bring it to the US. It's not possible.
We're just gonna rename it, and then it's ours.
Oh, we're just gonna claim the land like we claim the money.
Like you can't do anything about that if we wanted to. You know that, right?
Yeah, there's not enough Americans willing to work.
We're just gonna keep this one too. Yeah, we're just gonna keep this too, and everybody be like, "Well, I can't really do anything about that."
No, but so the way is that okay, we're gonna claim ownership, but they're still gonna manage it, and then you're gonna say, yeah, we are the administrators of this wealth, and that's why our money has value because we have all of this wealth in reserve or whatever, or in production.
So our daily, maybe I shouldn't say that out loud. Anyway, our sales went up by $7 million per day after that happened.
W.
Funny, right? All this stuff happened after all those countries said they weren't going to change, weren't going to use the US dollar to trade in oil. It's like, all right, let's ramp it all up.
Yeah, they're gonna put away the paper dollar is gonna be done with, but we're gonna have the digital version of it basically. So the one that is gonna be dumped is the paper one. It might be replaced with something similar, but still the dollar is gonna be relevant in transactions worldwide. It's still gonna be relevant, but the dollar that you hold in under your mattress, that one might be not used for anything in the near future.
Better get rid of it then, huh?
Yeah, you could trade it for other stuff, yeah. Digital dollars will have value, but not the paper one, allegedly, for what they are basically the language that they're using.
I like the paper one. You get a lot of customers that pay me in paper ones.
It's not going to be used for transactions, but people might pay you a lot of fiat or digital dollars just to have it as a collection. You know, if you have a rare paper dollar that is rare, $100 bill, $500 bill, you cannot use it to buy anything at the store, but people will still value it as some collectible item or something. And you might have a dollar bill that people can give you 30,000 fiat dollars for it. You know.
Yeah. But that's the only thing I can do with it, really. Go to the store, buy groceries with the paper side of it, right? I can't actually use it, you know, I can't use it in business or anything like that. I got to spend it. Only personal too, right? So you can, you know, you can buy things with it.
Eventually, businesses is gonna be doing it digitally, not physically anymore.
Yeah.
It's easier for the everything like payroll, like business owners. They have to in the past they had to count like money and spend hours or days just to count all the money or all the cash and be able to separate.
Yeah, now they just press a button and it tells you how much.
Now it's gonna be automatic. It's gonna be in the ledger. They just press a couple buttons, attach a couple wallets to their employees, and everything goes through.
Yeah, and then if you're not doing the right thing, they'll put a block on your account and you can't use any money.
Well, your boss on the stores or your business is not gonna be doing that, but then to the higher levels of whatever monetary breaches, they can definitely block your wallet. Yeah.
Yeah. So you better behave.
All you need is a good credit, like credit, but it's social credit. It's the same thing. Credit, you have good credit.
Yeah.
Medium credit, but if you have bad criminal credit or criminal record, you might have your wallet might be limited. Dylan was secretly drugged.
Can't the government already ban you from payment processors and banks and stuff? I mean, I guess you can still get cash, but that still makes it hard to get paid and process payments. So
yeah, basically you can cheat your way to get into the train somehow, but you're not gonna be in the middle class or high class cart of the train. It's gonna be uncomfortable to get on the rails. You're gonna have to get in the rails while the train is moving. It's dangerous.
Just right on top.
what are they changing everything to crypto or something? What are you guys talking about?
No, not everything. The crypto is just gonna be a piece of the equation, but the tree is way bigger. The world is way bigger. Crypto is just gonna be a means to an end, but not the whole machine working. It's gonna be part of it.
We were just talking about cash, right? Disappearance of cash, and how you can hide things, and soon you won't be able to hide anything, right?
Oh, well, I mean, they were just talking about introducing the $250 bill or something like that. So I don't think they're doing away with cash. They're expanding options.
Yeah, I think that's a point there. What you said is true. They call it a rainbow of currencies, and maybe some type of cash, a new version of it. Yeah,
I want that.
I agree with that.
I'd like to carry 250 on me. That would be awesome. I don't like carrying hundreds.
Bad. We need
they call it
bigger
enhanced Keynesian economics. So the Keynesian economics that we're using is going to be hybridized with the Austrian economics that you need sound money to value your currency. So the U.S. has a lot of resources, but right now we just print the money as the U.S. prints the money as at will. But then the actual dollar is going to be monetized to the resources of the U.S. and each country is going to be the same thing. It's going to be about the resources.
So the dollar is going to be tied to like natural resources like coal or just
the U.S. has a lot of gold, silver, coal, technology. I mean,
oil,
bunch of oil. Yeah, the U.S. has a lot of stuff.
Well, that sounds pretty good though, right? Because you want the money to be tied to it.
They call it. You know what they call it? A level field.
A level field.
Hilarious. We have to level the field.
I mean, yeah, you don't want.
Is there a problem with blockchain and the fact that like nothing will be private in terms of transactions? I think that's a good thing.
There's ways to be on the blockchain. There's chains like that are use cryptography to hide the I guess the identity of the transaction. You can see the transaction, but you can't necessarily trace it to the identity of the person who made the transaction.
The average person, they're not gonna even notice about a bunch of the changes. The average person, they're gonna go to the bank or apply online, get a bank card, and their fiat is gonna be in the ledger, but they're not gonna notice any of that. They're just gonna participate. But then you,
sorry. No, it's bad for people like me that are in the service industry, right? Like fixing and building things. Because we trade with each other. Each trade trades with each other in cash. So we do favors for each other. We're just going to have to end up bartering with each other. But someone's going to have to take the hit on the money.
Actually, it could be bad from one side, but if you adjust, there might be more. How do you say? There might be more access to money in the sense that it's not actual money, because actual money under the law, under the commercial law, worldwide trading agreements and how do you say the the nations agreements, gold and silver is money. So you're not gonna be trading money unless you have gold and silver. Someone's gonna pay you your services for gold and silver. But most of the gold and silver is gonna be held by the nations or the banks, central banks. So, but you're gonna have more access, easy access, fast access to the digital version that is attached to the nation resources. So it's gonna be easier for you to access. You as a business, more people are gonna have more money just to pay you to do the work.
Yeah, but then I can't
access.
You can't hide any of it though.
Basically, no, it's gonna be hard to hide it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I personally think anonymity has its advantages, and I mean, I think it's important part of, quote unquote freedom. Anonymity, and like the problem with, if everything could be traced to who spent what or whatever. The problem is when the people that control the money system say what you can and cannot buy. And,
in the case,
whatever it might be, say you want, certain herbs or minerals or, say it's for, whatever you want that the government just doesn't want you to have, then you won't be able to get it.
I mean, that's already the case, though.
What?
Oh, there is no black market?
What do you mean?
People don't buy and sell trade things, that government don't want them to.
It's always gonna be that, though. There's always gonna be that.
Yeah, I mean, that's always gonna be around. Black market is just basically the market that's not in the public's eye. So, like,
yeah,
if
but
we
what are
made
you gonna trade with? You're gonna have to trade with physical things, right?
I mean, you do
Depends
anyway.
what you're trying to. Go ahead, Bare Knuckles. My bad.
No, my bad. Bare Knuckles.
Oh, I forgot.
Beasticles.
Bare Knuckles is a good one. I've never heard that one before.
No, it's just go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, there's a lot of misconceptions. Like, oh, they're gonna make it a social credit score and like that. Dude, it's already that way. Like, what do you think it is to get a house? Like the
Yeah,
The
the
idea
social
is
credit.
the grip is tightening in that way, so you take note of how much more it's gripping on your reality.
Yeah. Your credit score isn't reflected by social media posts. I mean, your credit score is reflected by payments you make. So
There's
what
integrated dashboards now, so they don't tell you, but they actually integrate stuff like that. They've been doing it
They
for over
do.
5
They've been
or 8
doing
years.
that for a long time.
Yeah. So, like I said, the grip is tightening.
Okay.
Well,
Whenever
what
social
evidence?
media
What
was
evidence
able
do you
to
have that
accept
they're doing
payment.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
too
okay.
much,
Hold
so
on.
you can
Someone's
go ahead
coming.
and look that up.
Someone's coming
Well,
in
I mean,
super low.
what evidence do you have that
Oh, it's
credit?
simple. They buy data from data brokers that has your metadata and stuff like that, and they integrate it in when they decide to do things. Financial companies, and they've gotten caught doing this for over 5 to 8 years. So you can Google all the articles. There's like hundreds of them of different companies getting caught doing this. Yeah, it's illegal, but they did it anyway.
I'm not talking about companies. I'm talking about like FICO, like the people that make the credit scores. You're claiming that they're actually buying social media data.
The people who administer credit, right? They integrate your FICO score and other data that they're not supposed to legally do, and they've been doing it for 5 to 8 years. Too many articles on it.
Yeah, but that wasn't
Major
my
financial companies even getting caught doing it.
Yeah, but that wasn't my point. Obviously, companies are going to do that. If I was a home lender, or if I was a small business,
Sorry.
Dude, stop
you
interrupting.
just said,
Newt.
of course it's happening.
Newt, you gotta stop interrupting, bro. It's super annoying.
I don't like bullshit. So what were you saying?
I was asking like, what's
we were having a decent conversation until you started fucking butting.
I didn't ask your stupid ass comment either. I asked him what he was trying to say.
Fuck off then.
Suck a dick from the back then.
Yeah, can we just mute this guy so we can have a nice conversation?
Yeah, see you, dude.
Dang. That got out of hand really quick.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Same every single time with that guy. Just ban him if you see him, I do.
Fortunately, he is correct about the social media aspect. So whenever you were able to basically give each other money, you know what I mean, like through social media, which was like a while ago, like using Apple Pay, etc., that's when that started being incorporated into your credit score, specifically TransUnion, I believe.
Yeah, that's what I was skeptical of, is that like TransUnion or FICO are actually using your social media presence when calculating your credit score. Now I know companies will use your credit score and also any other factors they can just to hedge their bets. I mean, that's the smart thing to do. But is there any evidence? Do you know of any evidence that institutions like FICO are doing this?
Yeah, you remember when Facebook Marketplace came around? Like that was a huge problem for Google, for example, in terms of like ad revenue, etc. Like people were basically skirting around Google ad revenue. So it actually became an issue where if you had a Facebook page, like a social media page, like a personal one, then you would actually now have to create a business profile. Whenever you were able to create a business profile, that's when it actually gets attributed to your credit score.
Okay.
How
do you know this though? How are you saying that like your credit score is going to be impacted by your, Facebook?
You have a business page.
We're talking about individuals. So you're saying, okay, if a business has a Facebook, has a social media presence, then do businesses even have credit scores like that? It's not the same thing for business and individuals. I mean, when we're talking about credit scores, we're talking about individuals. When we're talking about businesses, that's a different thing.
No, I agree with you. But what I'm saying is, like, for example, let's say you do have a personal social media, right? But at the same time, you also have a Facebook business page. Like the idea, you know how you can switch between the two? Like, oh, I want to log into my public page, or I want to log into my private page, whatever it is.
You're saying that is affecting your credit score.
Yeah, that's linked.
I've got a separate account I just use for Marketplace.
Right. But
and it's not linked. I haven't got my phone number linked. I haven't got anything linked to it. It's just a marketplace profile.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you link all those things, because companies they link you on their own using your IP address. They even use your settings. Like if you're a user and you use that site often enough, the certain settings that you have are so specific enough that they can and using your GPS or your IP, all that kind of stuff.
So you already know.
They do it from your phone as well, do
from
they?
metadata. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So your device metadata basically is like, oh well, this obviously is this guy's personal ID, and personal ID meaning like
I thought I was being
ID.
smart.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Dummy.
You would have to buy like a burner phone and then only use it when you're away from your residence to if you actually were trying to fool them completely. I don't see why that would be necessary, but I think that's like the only way to do it.
Yeah, I don't think I care that much.
Yeah. I mean, why would you? You know? And if you really cared that much, then you'd probably have like some fancy setup at your house that you could block all that info anyways. Pretty good. So
What's that Newt guy's problem?
yeah, he got pissed, right?
Yeah, he just fucking wants to argue about anything, right? He's just here to argue.
Do you think dark matter and dark energy are real things?
Yeah.
Fuck that guy.
I remember when we first joined politics, everyone was going, "Oh, you need to debate Newt." Everyone's going, "Who the fuck's this Newt guy? What? He gives a fuck."
But I'll give you an example of how he debates any topic. So Timbo, why do you have your device ID linked to your or how come you didn't know that?
And I'll be me. I don't know.
Well, have you looked into it? Obviously, you haven't looked into it. So basically, with it. Oh, listen. Now he's going to be a retard and try to interrupt me. That's it. That's all he does. That's exactly what he does.
Yeah, you're scared of what I'm about to say.
Yeah, you're just interrupting me. See? Oh no, now you're talking through me. Now you're scared about what I'm gonna say. And it's okay. It's because you're retarded. But and then it just goes back and forth, and then it's never an actual good conversation to listen to. You just hear this guy just calling people retards. So whatever.
You weren't talking about flat Earth, so he's like, "Oh shit, here's my chance. I'm gonna get in here." I'm going to win the debate.
That's what's funny about debates as well, right? Like, especially organised debates, right? You've got two sides of the debate. You've got people listening on each side. Whoever's listening from each side is always going to favour the side that they're on. And they're going to go, "Oh, this guy won, that guy won, that guy won." And no one actually wins, because you don't actually get to argue in those debates. You put something forward, then they put something forward, and then you never get to discuss in detail what the other person's put forward, right? Because you're stuck on a time limit. Sometimes these debates, like if you're having a conversation instead, like you can talk for hours about one topic, and it goes back and forward and back and forward, and you can actually see who's got the better argument. But in those organised debates, you can't do that.
Well, the desire to appear as if they won is more important than having honest, interactions. Yeah. That's why they suck.
Yeah, and you're less inclined if you're in an organised debate. You're less inclined to go, "Oh, okay, that's a good point," right?
Yeah, no, they're just entertainment for the most part.
Because you want to win, right? So you're never going to admit that you're wrong. Who knows? He could be right in what he's saying, but the way he comes across is like, fuck you, man. I'm not going to listen to you. Anyway, any globies around?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to hop off here, but I did have one random question about theodolites and you know about the curved plumb lines, and I was just curious. It's something I really need to dig into further, but I mean I understand the general concept, what's being said, but I was just curious specifically. Hold on, I was just curious specifically, like where they claim they get the direction for these curved plumb lines.
Have you ever seen a curved plumb line?
You can't see.
No,
That's a silly question.
I'm talking about them being all out of parallel. They're not parallel, right? They got all these different from all these different measurement points, and it's not parallel.
Yeah,
I
it's
was
not
just,
a question.
and they talk about gravity, this and that, pulling a certain way or whatever. I was just curious where they claim to get their orientation from for that.
Yeah, that's an interesting question because it is like, I'll ask the fucking question again. Have you ever seen a plumb line curve? Because I mean that is important. If they do, then you can make a really long plumb line, try to detect some bow in that line. I don't think it's ever been done, right?
Well, it wouldn't pull the line. The only thing, would be the actual plumb bob. So you wouldn't see any curve in the plumb line at all.
There would be a sweep through the line, and you could measure the difference. That would be a curved plumb line.
Okay, so the plumb line, the string, you're saying the string would curve?
Yes, I'm saying the line connecting the pivot point and the bob, that would be curving. Yes.
How?
Well, the claim, that's their claim. So the claim is that gravity curves it.
Curves a string.
Yes, curves the line, whatever the line is. If you're gonna build a plumb bob that big to measure the sweep, it's probably gonna be made out of braided steel, and it would have to be annealed.
And how long would this plumb line be?
As long as you can make it.
And what are you going to do? You're going to drill a hole and drop it down a hole, or are you going to drop it from a crane, or what?
No, a crane would have way too much sway. You'd have to build some kind of structure based in concrete and have a frictionless pivot point, and then you'd probably drop it down a well or something,
You'd
and
have
then
to, right? Because then you wouldn't be like worried about like a little bit of a breeze or pressure system coming through. So it would have to be down a hole, right? Because the claim is that it would move to the denser medium, right? So if you've got one side you've got dirt and one side you've got volcanic rock.
Well, the only ones that are documented are in wells. So one person did a bob on top of the well, and then he had somebody simultaneously doing a bob at the bottom of the well, and then they tried to. This wasn't for curvature though. This was just the period of the swing. They're trying to detect a difference on that. They claim they did.
In what was the? Do you know what the difference was?
I mean, very small.
So within the kind of error kind of range, right?
Maybe. Well, from their claims, it was outside of the error. It was a positive result.
That'd be interesting to have a look at. Have you got that?
You just Google deep well Foucault pendulum experiment. It wasn't Michel Foucault who did it, but if you just type that in, Google will know what you're talking about. Or if you just do pendulum experiment in a mining shaft, maybe it might pop up.
But yeah, I gotta go. But I got some stuff saved y'all shared before. I'll go over it again, and I might be misinterpreting something and not asking as good of a question as I could be asking. But I'll be back later on and I'll go over it. If I still have a question, I'll ask again. But thanks for the combo, guys. Y'all have a good evening.
See you, dude.
All right.
Birds in the background.
Oh yeah, you hear those birds?
No, that's
Yeah,
him
what are
talking.
they? What kind of birds are they?
I have no idea. There's a lot of them. They're talking to me.
Oh, you're outside. I thought you had birds in a cage in the house or something.
Oh no.
No, he's recording a new album.
If you notice the bird starts slowly turning its head toward your exact location, just be ready.
Especially if it's a raven or an eagle or.
If it starts looking at you funny when you start talking about certain topics, yeah.
Dude, where did that come from? Where did that meme come from, or that that theory about the birds are watching us?
They are.
What originated it?
I mean, yeah.
From birds watching you?
Yeah, you think the birds don't notice you? That's what they're chirping about. When you walk up in the woods, they're letting everybody know, hey, this motherfucker's coming in here. If you got cats, man, my cats, they kill birds all the time, man. So they're always chirping whenever the cats come by. They notice the cats immediately.
I mean, the government is using birds to watch us.
Oh, no, that's something different.
I think that came from the same. That came from the same place as Australia doesn't exist, right?
Oh yeah.
Well,
you're talking about your own birds.
Remember, the government doesn't do anything. They just commission people to do stuff. They take from someone, give it to someone else, and then that someone else does something with the resources. And if they made drones that look like birds, yeah, that might be a possibility.
Oh yeah, they've definitely done it, but I mean, there would be nowhere near good enough. Have you seen the fucking robots? The robots aren't that good, man. You look at a fucking bird. Somebody, there are schizophrenic, or not schizophrenic, but I just mean people that have mental conditions that do think, some birds are just like little robots watching them.
Yeah, that's why people say that guy, the ex-president before Trump, he was a robot because he behaved like a robot.
Yeah, it's a robot you can hit with a slingshot and eat it afterwards. It's a weird robot.
The Earth is round, and I know this because I've seen it. Have a good day.
You've seen
Okay,
what?
come back.
You've
Come
seen
back.
what? Oh my gosh.
Wow, what a coward.
I'm like a coin.
He said Earth round, and I know this because I've seen it. Like, what do you mean?
You just got drive-by, bro.
Drive-by globe.
On a screen. Everyone's seen it on a screen.
He saw a circle on the screen?
Yep.
Running away because he's a scaredy cat.
Earth round.
The best reply could have been like, "Oh, I've seen that movie. Hey, monkey, I've seen that movie too. What's the title of that movie that you saw? The Earth as a Circle. What's the name of the movie?
Hey guys.
Hey, monkey, what's the name of the movie though that you saw the Earth as a circle? Yeah.
Oh no,
What's the name
no,
of the movie?
I have personally, physically seen it.
On the TV, yeah, on the TV, yeah, obviously.
No, I didn't say that.
You saw the Earth as a circle with your own eyes?
Yeah, as a sphere, yeah.
Whereabouts?
Oh, you said round though.
Well, yeah, I mean, just a manner of speaking.
So now
but
you're
yeah,
changing it, and now it's a sphere now. So is it round or a sphere? Which one?
So would you like to play semantics games, or do you want to
I
actually
mean,
ask
you're
me
the
any
one that said
questions?
round, though. You're the one that said round, so I'm just
Is a
trying to
sphere
clarify.
round? Is it true that a sphere is also round? Yes
But
or
it's
no?
not. It's not mutually exclusive to that. It could
Right.
be.
So
It
so
could
does
be round
anyone
and
here
flat.
actually want to ask me how I know that the Earth is a sphere?
Yes. Go ahead, guys. Ask him a question.
Yes. Where did you see this?
I went to space.
Okay.
Is it the is it the empty space between your ears? There you went.
No.
Okay. Can you post proof that you went to space?
So you're asking me to dox myself? No, I'm not going to do that.
Bro, he cannot pose his he cannot pose his listen, if he's gonna pose that, he's gonna pose a blank or a like a blank image is the empty space between his ears.
Man,
There's
you're
nothing
really good
there.
at building.
There's nothing there. So what is he gonna post?
What height did you go up to?
What height?
Like the altitude.
Let me find you the exact number.
Awesome.
Let me look up on ChatGPT.
Are you 6 feet? So maybe 5'10", because between your ears is not the top of your head. The empty space that you went to, probably like 5'10".
Let's ask him
if you're
this
6
question.
feet.
There's no reason to be so insulting. Like he's just.
I'm not
saying
insulting. I'm not insulting. I'm just saying that he
Yeah,
went
you
in
are.
his imagination. That's not insulting. You
No,
want me to be insulting? I'm
that's
not
fine.
gonna
This
be
guy
insulting.
can
If
say
I
whatever he wants. Doesn't bother me.
If I went
Exactly.
to space,
Shut up, Dylan.
I'd know exactly what height I was at.
Okay. Well, I
Were you
just
able
wanted
to
to
see
find you the
stars or
exact number.
no stars?
Okay, what's the number?
Yeah, so I went up about 5,129 miles.
5,000. Can you put 5,000 miles? Wow, that's amazing,
Yeah,
dude.
a little over 5,000. Yeah.
Wait, you're an astronaut then?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, so you're a public figure. What are you hiding yourself? You're public. Astronauts are
No.
public figures, though.
Do you know
No?
every astronaut?
No, that's not what
No,
he's
I
saying.
don't know any astronauts.
You have
Right.
to.
So,
If you're a public
What year
figure.
was it?
what year was
did
it?
you go up there? Yeah,
2019.
2019. What was the rocket called?
I'm not telling you that because then you'll be able to find my crew.
The what?
All right, we have an astronaut in the crew in the VC, boys. Get serious now.
I mean, I'm just letting you guys know that I went
That's
up
5,000.
and I looked
so
at
you
it,
went.
and it's
So
definitely a
that's
sphere.
So that's way past the ISS, right?
Yeah, it is definitely past the ISS.
Yeah,
but it is not past. It is not past every satellite.
By 4,750 miles. Yeah.
Yes, but that is not the distance of every satellite. And there are some satellites that we have that are orbiting.
Did you get
even
a
beyond
photo
that.
of a satellite?
I mean, yeah, but I don't think you would accept it. Plenty of
You can
photos.
put it in. Can you show us one?
Okay.
That you took?
Oh, the one that you took, though, the one that you took from
Well,
your trip to space.
So you think that I just like pulled out my smartphone while up there? Like no.
No,
the
whatever
cameras...
camera you took. I don't know, whether Sony camera
Well,
or
it wouldn't have been
Philips
my
or
camera. It would have been a camera.
Kodak.
Yeah, it would have been a camera, given
Would
to
have
us.
been what type of camera was it?
I'm not sure. I'm not a cameraman.
Or was it on a shuttle, or would you fly up 5,000 miles up?
Well, yeah. So the typical rocket launch that you can imagine is how it started. And then we boarded the ISS, and we stayed there for about a week, and then we departed from there, and then we departed from there.
Timbo, let him finish the story, bro.
Sorry,
Yeah,
man.
and then we departed from there on a shuttle to do maintenance repair on a satellite orbiting approximately 5,129 feet above the Earth's surface.
You mean miles?
Yes, miles. Sorry. And then that took us about 7 or 8 hours, and then we went back to the ISS, and we stayed there for about another 3 days, and then we came home.
So you're saying it was a secret mission that nobody knows about?
No. If I gave you the information, you would be able to look it up, but I'm not going to do that because I don't want to dox myself on the internet.
Is there a way you could like blur all of your information out, or just blur everything?
I'd probably have to comb through hundreds, if not thousands, of pages of documents, so don't really feel like doing that.
Any photos that you took, or you take any photos?
Well, I can find photos.
He's not a camera guy.
Yeah, I could probably find photos taken by other crew members or just by the cameras on board that are manually or non-manually operated. But
this should have been something easily found. If I Googled what satellite got repaired 5,000 miles in space.
Yeah, it's
none
a big
comes up.
achievement.
He wasn't in a satellite. He was in a.
No, he said
spacecraft.
he went up and repaired a satellite 5,000 miles.
Oh, he repaired a satellite. Good one, good one. Okay.
Yeah, after they visited the ISS for lunch.
So what was wrong with the satellite, though? What was wrong with it?
The transmitter was broken.
How did you know the transmitter was broken?
Because we stopped receiving transmission.
They only put one transmitter on it.
Typically, yeah, because these things need to not weigh too much.
There's no weight in outer space.
No, for the launch. Whenever you're launching things into space, you cut as much weight as you possibly can to not have to exhaust as much fuel. Because it's just basic physics.
Yeah, did you see stars or no stars?
So any extra weight that is not necessary, absolutely necessary, you don't launch with. Did I see any stars? Well, I saw the sun. The sun is a star.
So you saw
no other stars?
Right. So the reason why you don't see any other stars is because you're getting closer to the sun, and there is no atmosphere that is diffracting the light.
Closer to the sun is 5,000
And whenever
miles.
you get but you're also getting away from the atmosphere. And what happens whenever you zoom in or you get really close to a light,
just with your eyes.
It blocks out It blocks out the other lights around it because it is the brightest light near you. And the only way that doesn't happen is when you have an atmosphere that perfectly refracts the light evenly across the entire atmosphere, allowing you to see more things.
Well, if the light is being refracted, so when you go up there and you say that you see a sphere, is it possible that you saw something that is not a sphere, it's just being refracted, and so you see a sphere and when it's not?
No, definitely.
Because because when you're on the ground, though, the ground doesn't measure as a sphere, but then you're saying that you go away from the thing in question to tell what the thing in question is.
Yeah, because if you imagine that you are an ant on a volleyball,
oh my
God. It's just a really simple hypothetical, but if you're a really small thing on a really big thing and you're literally touching it on it, then you're not going to be able to see the whole thing unless you move away from it.
Would you agree that would you agree that water water takes the shape of the Earth, right? It curves with the Earth due to gravity. Would you agree with that?
Not how I would phrase it, but yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, so if you shot a laser across a lake, let's say 27 miles, and you got that laser level, would you expect to see that laser rise up by about 200 feet in the air?
See the laser?
Due to Earth dropping underneath it. Would you think that's
lasers
possible?
point straight.
Yeah. So if you were on one side of the lake and you leveled out the laser and you shot it level from your position, right, and then you went to the other side of the lake, 27 miles away, would you expect? What would you expect? Where would you expect to find that laser? Receive it? It'd be 200 feet in the air, right?
No, not necessarily, because lasers they also refract. Yeah.
I thought you
so
said
laser
they go
technology. Yeah, for a while, but eventually they don't.
Yeah. Can you show me the? Do you know the refraction rate of lasers in the atmosphere?
I can find you that.
Yeah.
I don't know it off the top of my head.
Hey, besides this, I know you don't want to dox yourself, but Was this a recent mission?
It was in 2019.
Okay,
It was in,
thank you.
It was in the second half of 2019. You're probably not going to find it because these missions happen pretty often. So the exact one that I went on,
I'll find it.
well,
If it exists, I will find it.
Things need to be repaired pretty often. But yeah, so lasers, they don't go perfectly straight through the atmosphere. So like the longer that a laser travels through the atmosphere, the less that it is going to continue to appear straight. Right.
So would you just
like density, temperature changes, pressure, humidity.
Would you just expect what if the temperature was consistent across that area?
The temperature is never consistent across any area that long.
Like 2 meters above the water.
Like the degrees could be the same, but the amount of humidity in the atmosphere, the density of the air, all of these things change nearly foot to foot if you actually measure it.
Would you expect it to just kind of curve with the Earth, or would it be less than that?
It probably would give a result that's pretty unreadable.
What do you mean by that?
Like it could really do anything. It could curve down, it could curve left, right. It probably wouldn't curve any one direction. The light would begin to.
Would you expect it to pick up the laser if it left at 2.9 meters? Would you expect to pick up the laser at 1.6 meters on the other side?
No.
No. Well, if this happened, right? What would you say about that?
I would say that there is an error because there are so many conditions.
Error in what?
So there are so many conditions in an experiment like that alter the experiment that cannot really be accounted for.
But where's the error? Because I asked you if it left at 2.9 and you picked the laser up at 1.6. What's the error?
Yeah, so like I said, there could be many things going on with the atmosphere, with the humidity, with the temperature.
But you said you wouldn't expect. You said you wouldn't expect that, though.
Oh no, sorry. I thought you were asking something else. I would absolutely expect for the laser over a distance that long to be altered. Yeah, I must have misunderstood your question.
So the laser just bends with the Earth.
No. Like it wouldn't. It wouldn't give you no matter where the laser appears to end up at the end of that experiment on the other side.
Yeah.
In the middle, somewhere along the way.
What if you've done this hundreds? Sorry, dude. Yeah. What if you'd done this 100 times and you got nearly the same result, but not the result, nowhere near the result that you were expecting on a sphere of a size of a radius of 3,959 miles?
Yeah, I would either say that something is going wrong with the experiment due to all the conditions I've mentioned, or I would say that the person doing the experiment is lying about the conditions and lying about the experiment that they're doing, or they're just not very good at math and they did something wrong.
Yeah, so the Earth is a ball, but you just can't detect it because of the conditions, right?
Oh no, we can detect that the Earth is a ball in other ways. It's just like laser pointers are not exactly.
That's not a laser pointer. It's not like the pen you take out of your pocket.
Yeah, things that point a laser are not a surefire method of testing the curvature of the Earth. They never have been.
So if you were on the Earth, right, and you say, okay, you've got someone who's fairly skeptical about going to space and seeing a globe from space, right? You say, okay, well let's measure the Earth's surface and detect the curve. How would you go about doing that?
How would I measure the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, from the Earth, right?
From the Earth. Okay.
Yeah.
So there are many things that you can do. There are many things you can do that don't even really require much technology.
Yeah.
For example, you can look at the sun and the moon, and you can call your friend in Australia. Yeah. So from standing on the Earth, you can walk outside at night. You can confirm that it is nighttime. Then you can pick up your phone and go onto Discord. You can find someone you know that's in Australia or in the United States, wherever you are. and you can call them and you can ask them, hey, is it also nighttime for you or is it daytime? And if they tell you that it is daytime, which they will, then that is one confirmation that the Earth is a globe.
And then where's the measurement? Where's the measurement of curvature for that?
Well, that directly means that it is curved, because the only way that can be.
That's begging the question.
Well, no, because the only way that can be possible is if the Earth is curved and the sun is going behind it, right? So on a flat surface.
That's the only way, right?
Yeah, because on a flat surface.
Well, what are the assumptions you're making, though? You have to make assumptions for that to be the only way. Yeah, you've got to assume that the sun is huge and really far away.
Because it is. Does it not look big to you?
Well, that's also assuming that a street light could light up an entire town.
No.
Or an entire city.
No,
Why not?
Because even on that scale, right, the street light is much smaller than the town, but the sun is much larger than the Earth. So your proportions
How do you know
are completely backwards.
How do you know how big the sun is?
Oh, well, because we can point telescopes and look at it from the Earth.
Yeah, and then how are you governing what size it is?
Funny enough, we actually use laser technology.
So sorry, with lasers?
Yeah.
So the laser tells you how big the sun is?
More or less.
In what way?
My line of work. I'm just a mechanic, basically, more or less. So I don't.
Yeah, but you're claiming
laser measurements. But
yeah, you're claiming you know how big the sun is, but you don't know how you know that.
We as a group of,
like the human race, you're saying
the majority of people are able to figure out how big the sun is and access that information. I know that you guys don't.
Do you know how they figured it out?
Yeah.
Do you know?
Telescopes.
Okay. How?
Using laser technology.
You can't do it with telescopes.
Well, really, really big telescopes, like not ones that you can just buy at Walmart. Like these are like massive.
Yeah, but how
football stadium sized.
How from a telescope do you tell how big the sun is? What are you relating it to? What's the comparison? Because you got to compare it to something, right?
Once you know how
Otherwise,
far
you're just looking at something. Yeah, I know, I know, dude. But that comes into question as well. How far away is it?
That's what you need to know. Then the angular resolution tells you the size.
Dylan, we're having
so how far away is it?
Someone else talking in the VC. Thanks, Dylan.
Yeah. These all come into question, right? You need distance to get size.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's as far as I understand it, that is the main use of the lasers.
Yep. So you're saying they pointed lasers at the sun and got the distance?
Yeah.
Okay.
More or less.
Have you got any like something that I can look at? Because I've never seen any of that before.
I mean, like I could Google it, but I mean you could too. It would be basically the same as if you Googled it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm driving at the moment. But yeah.
Well,
if you can do it, that would help the conversation, right?
No, not really, because just because somebody can't recount the entire chronological history of cosmic distance ladder measurements and what led to what and who calculated what, it doesn't mean that when you actually look at the modern reported values, it has no bearing on whether or not they're actually correct or accurate. So it's an irrelevant line.
Sorry, it does because we need to know where that number comes from.
I mean,
in
look,
order
guys,
to get the other numbers, right?
I'm not a physicist. That is not my job. So at the end of the day, when you ask me these types of questions,
yeah, just say you don't know.
Well,
yeah, you can just say I don't know.
I'm not going to be able to do much of a better job at explaining it than
That's
your
all right.
average
I'm not
layman.
gonna start arguing with you because you don't know, right?
Yeah,
that's not.
But I do know
a
what the
productive
Earth
conversation.
is. I do know what the Earth is because I have seen it.
Let's go back to it because the question was how can you measure the Earth's drop over distance from the Earth other than a laser? How do you know
once again,
that the Earth is curving from the Earth?
Yeah, once again, I'm not really sure what I could tell you that would be like a definite answer that you would accept, because once
Okay,
again, I'm
fair
not a
enough.
physicist. I'm just letting you guys know that I have been to space and I have looked at the Earth, and it is definitely not flat.
Hey, Mankey, but the people that do know, since you don't know how to measure the Earth, people that do know how to measure it, they tell you that what you imagine in your head about seeing the Earth curving, that image is a misrepresentation of what the Earth actually is, because the Earth is not curving. So the people
Right,
that do
but the
know, the
problem with
people
that
that
is that I've
listen,
seen
Mankey,
it.
real quick, the people that do know and measure the Earth, they supersede your opinion, though.
No, direct observation is better
Yes.
than measurements.
No, it's not.
Okay, so if I tell you
Okay,
that
can yours?
something is
Can yours? I'm sorry, go ahead.
so if I tell you that I've done a measurement of something, and you need to trust me, bro, it's flat, but then you go and you look at the thing, and you see that it is in fact not flat, are you going to disregard what you saw with your own eyeballs?
Mankey, your own
Not if I
argument,
saw it.
the own globe argument tells you that the Earth looks flat, bro. Like you're like not going with the mainstream.
Right, it does look flat locally.
There you
From the
go. So
human
it looks
perspective
flat and it
on.
measures flat.
No, it does not measure flat.
Wait, but it's a direct observation of it looking flat. So based on what you just said, it's flat.
Right. But
So
the
you
thing
admit
is
it that it
that
looks
if you
flat.
no, so I've already given you the example of the really tiny bug on a very large beach ball.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but the
From
bug,
that,
listen, but the bug, when the bug is walking on the beach ball, it has to adjust every step to the drop over the distance of the beach
okay.
ball. We don't.
Okay.
In
Then I'll
reality,
have to
listen.
use a
When we
different
do it on the
example because you're really
when we
bad at
do it on the
imagining
Earth,
things.
when we do it on the Earth, we try to check if we have to adjust every step that we take, but we don't. What we actually come to find
Okay.
out is that there is no adjustment for drop over the distance that conforms to
Right. So
the sphere that you claim that you saw
okay.
from
So
the place that
since
doesn't
you were
exist,
not
though.
very nice to me earlier, I'm now going to take this opportunity to call you an
Just
idiot because
just move on from that. Don't worry about your emotions. Just concentrate on what's being said, though.
Dylan,
Hey,
Dylan, don't.
Jamsey, if this stuff is really that difficult for you to visualize, just go play
So
Kerbal Space Program and you'll
you ran away from the conversation before, Juan. Right? I want to ask this guy a question. What height did you say that you went up to fix the satellite again?
Yeah, around 5,000 miles.
Oh, okay, cool. So I just did a quick Google search, right? And it says, first thing I checked, what height does low Earth orbit end, right? So it said 1,200 miles. Okay, and then I did another Google search, and I said, how many people have left low Earth orbit? It says exactly 28 people have left low Earth orbit. Were you one of those 28?
Yes.
Really? So that was the Apollo astronauts and the recent Artemis astronauts. That's the only people that have claimed to have left low Earth orbit.
Okay.
So you were one of those.
Yeah.
Artemis didn't went and fix anything, though.
Yeah. So
nope.
It seems like right. So the internet's. So you were one of the 28 people that's claimed to have left low Earth
So
orbit.
are you just going to trust whatever you read on the internet now?
No.
Well,
so
he
you're
needs.
saying
He
that I'm
he
being
has
lied
to be one of the Apollo guys then, because Artemis didn't stop at the
No, he just said he's one of the Artemis guys.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to do now. So I'm going to ask it to list every single one of those 28 people, and you're saying that you're one of the people on this list.
Yeah.
Well, don't
I'm not
dox
going to
him,
tell you which
DJ.
one though.
Well, you can count out the women, right?
Yeah.
No.
Let's be more accommodating to the guest. You know, he's an astronaut allegedly. I mean, let's try to be more accommodating, guys.
Give him some more space to make his
the last
argument.
thing that I just want to let you guys know, I've been lying about everything.
Okay.
No,
obviously.
That I've said,
That's
and
not
I
news.
did. Right. So, like, I figured you didn't believe me, but that wasn't the point. The point wasn't for you to believe me. The point was for me to waste your time. So thank you for letting me waste your time.
Fine. No, you just wasted your own time, dude.
Oh no,
Yeah.
no.
So you just all you did, bro. This is all you did, right? So you just came in and showed that the people that come in here are full of shit.
Yep,
Simple
liars.
as that. Yeah, great job. Thanks for the clip.
So, Maxi, my first point from the beginning, that the space you went to was in your imagination, the empty space between your ears. I was correct then.
Lol.
Hey,
Dylan.
Got to lie to Glurf.
Yeah,
All
get
right.
lighted
Well,
globe.
you guys have a good day.
So my first point was correct, Monkey.
What?
I called you up from the beginning that you went into your imagination, the empty space between your ears, and it was correct from the beginning.
You got me. Congratulations.
Hey,
There you go.
Gold star.
So you played yourself.
All right. Hey, let's forget about you just lying, right? Do you want to have a? Do you want to have a? Sorry. Do you want to have a? Would you be up to have a conversation? Well, like,
He's
let's
not
just
capable.
cancel out what you just said, right? And we'll start again.
Okay,
He's not capable of doing that. He's not capable. He's designed to be a deceptive liar, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's not, even if he wanted to, he can't be honest.
Is this really a flat Earth channel?
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Would you like to present your evidence of the globe?
Oh my god, but you'll just mute me.
No, we won't mute you.
Oh, you're not muted.
Yeah, you will.
You're
No,
not muted.
they're actually pretty nice.
Hey,
They just let me lie to them for 30 minutes.
There's
You
no
see?
way.
You see, Monkey, just
Dude,
mute
if you're-
yourself, Monkey, so we can talk to a new guy.
Yeah, look, man, pro Ember, if you're cool, right, and respectful, and yeah, just present your evidence,
Yeah,
and we can have a
that's
conversation.
All right,
That's
I've got another
subjective, right?
astronaut mission to go
Literally-
to, guys. You guys take it easy.
All right, see you, mate. Come back and be honest next time.
He can't.
So everybody here is a flat earther?
Pretty much.
No, not everybody. Not the guy that just left, and some other guys. They're not.
Yeah, there's a guy
Who's
called
not a
Beta.
flat earther? Anybody
Beta,
want-
probably a guy named Beta. Yeah, it looks maybe that's
Talking
not
to
a
me?
flat
Who here is not a flat earther?
Yeah.
You're not.
Just me? That's it?
I'm not. No, there's a few
Beta,
more.
are you a flat earther?
Listen, it's not about the people. Just
I'm
concentrate
not
on your
gonna
questions
debate
or your
you,
evidence.
I'm not gonna debate you because I'm just gonna
That's
get
not a
muted.
debate. Just a conversation, dude. We're gonna have a
Well,
conversation.
I'm not gonna present other evidence because I'll get muted because I just got muted in like 5 channels before this one.
Okay,
you don't have evidence.
All right. Would you like us to tell you why the Earth is flat? How about we start there?
I've heard
We'll
a
talk
few
to you.
arguments. I mean, I've heard arguments. I mean,
Yeah, I know, but I just offered to tell you what we think, right?
Yeah, I know. I know.
But don't worry about.
I've heard a lot of.
Don't worry about what anyone else thinks. You're in this room, and what we think. I offered to tell you. You want to know?
Oh, I know some of them. Like them. Like,
oh my god.
But wait, if you know the arguments, then why'd you come in here saying, "Is this really a flat Earth room?"
Oh, because I thought maybe it was.
So you give these people the opportunity, right? You give them the opportunity for them to hear our story, and they still say, "I already know the arguments."
Yeah, I have a caricature of you in my head already. I have to be able to keep that in my head in order to argue against it.
The horizon and stuff like that.
What horizon?
The horizon, like it's like doesn't. It's not like not right or something.
Not right. So you don't know. Why don't you
hold
just
on,
ask?
okay, I have a question. Why is like okay? So the sun is like
Clarify the
going around in a
horizon. No,
circle.
don't move to the sun. Clarify the horizon first. Don't move from that page. Let's stay on the first page. You cannot jump to the last page, bro. From the first one. Come on, boy.
I don't know.
Come on.
I don't know that.
You asked about the horizon.
Okay,
That's page number 1. Let's just stick on page number 1 first.
Okay, no. Tell me your best arguments.
There we go. That's better. All right. So the Earth, right, the place where we live, it should be curving. Yeah, it should be curving, right? So water curves around the ball, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you go to the edge of a lake and you shoot a laser out over the lake at level from your point, then at some stage the laser should start rising to your perspective because the Earth is curving underneath the laser. Do you agree with that?
Can you kind of give me more detail there?
Alright, so the Earth curves at a certain rate over water. You can work this out from the Earth being 3,959 mile radius, roughly 8 inches per mile squared. So you square the mile as you go further away from
How do you
you.
even know that that's true, that number is true?
No, this is just the claims from the globe side, right?
Okay.
So we got to work off that. So they
This is
claim it's
what's
this
alleged.
size. Yeah, they claim it's this size. So we can go out and work out an arc length and how much it should drop over a certain distance. 10 miles, 66 feet, right?
The laser should drop?
No, the laser should raise up in the air due to your perspective because you're lowering down on the curve.
Okay, so you're saying the laser should shoot out into space because...
Yeah, it'll raise up from your perspective. So if it was a 10-mile laser, right, from your point where you shoot the laser, that laser should be 66 feet in the air because the Earth is dropping underneath it, right?
Yeah. But
Yeah.
the Earth
So
is not perfectly, like... The Earth has,
but
like, bumps and, like, mountains.
Yeah, that's why we do it over water, right?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Over water, yes.
Okay, so we don't detect this in any laser tests. So therefore, the surface, the water, fluid dynamics, water at rest lays flat and horizontal. So we don't detect the laser raising up in the air. Pick it up on the other side of the lake, the same, roughly the same distance as it left. Therefore, no drop over distance. Therefore, Earth is not a sphere. That's the first one.
But you can't see that far.
That's why you use a laser, so you can pick it up on the other side with a receiver.
But your eyes can't see that far. That's the Earth.
That's
is
what
too
you don't
big
need
for
your eyes for that one, right?
Why
You just
not?
need two people, one with a laser, one with a receiver.
Okay, so you're saying... Okay. So you're saying that you can point a laser at someone who's a mile away, and they can...
A mile would only be 8
So listen,
inches.
pretty simple. You go to there's tests about across a frozen lake. Like the lake is 10 miles or more, 10 miles. There's a laser on one side and a receiver on the other side. It's frozen water across the lake. At the from the 10-mile distance, it should be a drop of 66 feet. So the laser you put it at 1 foot or 3 foot above the frozen water, and then you shoot the laser across this 10-mile lake.
Okay,
and the receiver,
I understand.
if was curving,
Yeah, I
it should be
understand,
60.
bro.
Let me finish.
I already understand.
If the receiver was at the 10 miles mark, it should be 66 feet under, but it's not. It's level, parallel to the laser.
Okay, so basically the same argument is if somebody is across on the other side of the 10-mile lake, you shouldn't be able to see them because they should be under you.
Under 66 feet, yeah, of drop.
Which is a 7-story building, right? It's
of the Earth.
Quite 25,000 miles.
25,000. So perhaps that if the circle is big enough, then you can see the other side. You can see the.
Yeah, but we just
so
gave
10
you
miles
we just gave you the math, right? Yeah,
Okay, 1 second.
66 foot drop, 10 miles.
25,000 miles.
Look,
yeah, that's the circumference.
Just look up an Earth curve calculator on Google. Just type into Google Earth curve calculator. You'll see.
Wait, but there is no Earth curve, so how are we getting those numbers? We're just making numbers.
It's the claim, the alleged.
Yeah, we're using the
globe,
globe,
but
right?
aren't those just made up numbers? So why should we use them?
But 10 miles.
Because we're trying to disprove what they're saying, right? So they say it's this size, so we're using what they say against them.
It's called a hostile witness. You use the witness, and the witness confess based on the evidence.
But what if the circle is big enough? Then you can see a small part of it from.
Yeah, but the circle's got numbers, right?
Yeah, but the circle is so big.
Yes, but you can use those numbers to work out how much drop over distance there should be based on those numbers.
10 miles is only
66 foot of drop. 66 foot of drop, bro. Over 10 miles.
Yeah.
There's a 6-story building. There's a 6-story building.
10 miles is less than 0.05% of the Earth's circumference. So
yeah,
so that's
Just Google it.
That's very
Just
small
Google it.
distance.
Go to Google. If you just Google it, say how much drop over distance is there over 10 miles, it'll tell you 66.67 feet over that distance. That means that if I stand on one side of a 10-mile lake and there's a 6-story building on the other side, hold on. Right, so if there's a 6-story building on the other side of the lake, I shouldn't be able to see the building. It should be hidden behind the horizon. If
No,
the
you
Earth
can
is
still see it. Yeah.
No, it's hidden behind the horizon, right? Hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. So the horizon should be at 3 miles, right? And anything that goes beyond that horizon should start to become hidden behind the curve, right? So once something gets to 10 miles, there's 66 foot of curvature over that distance. So when you take the observer height into account as well, there should be about 50 foot hidden over that 10-mile distance, right? So you would only be able to see the top story of the building if it was a 6-story building. Or if it was a 20-mile lake, right, there should be 266 foot of curvature over that distance, right? So if there was a 25-story building on the other side of that 20-mile lake, you wouldn't be able to see it. It would be hidden completely behind the curvature of the Earth. And you can check the math, right? This is just the mainstream mathematics. Right? That's a fact. It's like something that has to be there if the Earth's a globe, that curvature. And if it's not there, then the Earth can't be a globe. So we can go to a 20-mile lake and we can zoom in all the way across the lake and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. But that shoreline should be hundreds of feet hidden behind the horizon. And we can do this consistently as well.
But the laser and the target are usually above ground level, not at sea level.
Just above the ground, right? So the laser shouldn't hit the target because there should be a giant hump of Earth curvature stopping the laser from hitting the target. Like if I was standing on one side of a hill and you were on the other side of a hill and the hill was like 200 feet high, right? I shouldn't be able to see you. I shouldn't be able to point a laser at you or hit you.
If two people are standing on ladders 35 feet high and are 10 miles apart over calm water, they could potentially see each other even though the water surface between them curves away.
Well, probably not over that distance, but we're not going up on ladders, right? We're just standing there. We're setting up.
Listen, DJ, he's also saying two people using their eyes across 10 whatever 10 miles. Your eyes they're gonna be other variables that limit your eyes from seeing stuff at a certain distance. That's why we're using
why you can't see through fog.
That's why we use optical devices and also lasers to cut through that stuff as well.
Light doesn't always travel in a perfectly straight line through the atmosphere. Atmospheric refraction bends light slightly downward, allowing objects to appear.
Yeah, there's no footage ever, right? So there's been hundreds of laser tests.
Laser is light.
Yeah, but there's no footage. Yeah, right. So out of all of the footage we have, right, we've had scientists going out doing hundreds and hundreds of laser tests. And
what scientists?
Yeah, like Dr. John D. He's a PhD in spectrophotometry. He's done 350. He's Jamsey, just a second. He's done 350 hours. He's done 350 hours plus of laser tests, and he said that he's never seen a laser bending downward ever. He said they go straight.
Just lying?
Well, you can look at his footage.
He's a subject matter expert.
How do you know that he's telling you the truth?
Because he films all of his tests in high definition. No. He films all of his tests in high definition. You can watch him go through the entire process.
For every one person with a PhD that believes the Earth is flat, there are a million.
This is not about belief. His test was not about belief. It was objective testing. He was testing what it is, not his opinion in any point.
A million other people with a PhD would say the Earth is round.
Right. So find one of them that's done one test that proves the globe, and then.
So I was going to say, where are their tests?
And one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, just one of them. One of them. One person. It doesn't even have to be a scientist. Just find one person throughout all of history that did a long distance observation or laser test that proves that the Earth's a globe. Doesn't exist.
Empirical evidence for the spherical shape of the Earth. The visibility of distant objects on Earth's surface.
Yeah, keep reading your article if you want.
Well, this shows a boat, and the boat becomes hidden under the sea level. So how do you explain that?
Well, we can go out and test, right? We can see boats that are 30 miles out, 20 miles out, that should be completely hidden behind the curvature
What
of
about
the
the
Earth.
ones that are further than that? They are hidden.
Well, usually if boats are further than that, you can't
see the top of them.
No,
you can
that's
see the
incorrect.
top of them.
No,
There's a picture here on Wikipedia.
Dude,
I see
if
some
there's a
pictures
boat,
taken at the Strait of Chile.
yeah. So sometimes you can have certain atmospheric effects, right, that can cause that to happen, and sometimes you can have ocean swells, which are waves out in the ocean.
Why can I only see the top of the boat and not the bottom?
Because there's probably an atmospheric effect that's taking place on that particular day that's causing apparent bottom-up obstruction.
Like what?
Sinking refraction is one reason, right? So look, I'll type it into Google right now. What is sinking refraction? All right, sinking refraction is an atmospheric optical phenomenon where distant objects that are normally visible above the horizon appear lowered, compressed, or completely hidden from view behind the horizon. Right, so it basically happens. Yeah,
I
you can
Google
look at.
sinking refraction and I don't find anything.
Dude, I can take a screenshot. I just typed it straight into Google.
Yeah, he thinks that refraction. He thinks that refraction is one thing, but there's different types of refraction. DJ was kind enough to show you a specific.
What is your source? What is your source for this?
This guy's not even listening.
Into Google, but I can give you.
This guy just wants to be completely contradictory to a conversation.
You can message me the source.
Yeah, just have a look. All right, have a look in the side chat. I just copy pasted the screenshot. Right, but I can give you a .edu source from a subject matter expert. Right, so let's actually do that. So I'll just pull up a quote from an expert.
Okay, so it's not a flat Earth. It wasn't made by flat earthers. It was made by.
This is just a known effect. Yeah, we can recreate this on a flat surface and make it look like something just gets hidden behind the flat surface, because it happens, right? This is what they say. This is what the experts say the cause is, right? They say that the air is warmer down lower, so it's less dense. And then there's cooler air up above the warmer air, and that's more dense. So when the light bounces off the object and makes its way back to you or the camera, it bends upward. And when the light bends upward, it makes the object look like it's lower, right? It's because the
temperature of the air.
Yeah, the temperature air controls the density of the air, and light always bends towards the more dense air. This is what the mainstream experts say.
Yeah, he's telling you this because in the original question that you had, you were thinking that the cause of the effect, the boat disappearing or sinking, is because of the curvature. But now he's giving you the variables. Now he's giving you the variables that are taken into account and tested for, and he's showing you that your original claim is not valid. Yeah, it's like he's not, bro. Like you're not listening.
Yeah, repeat back to what he just said to you.
Yeah, look, so atmospheric refraction atmospheric refraction will just bend light towards the more dense medium, whether the more dense medium is lower or higher. That's if you ask AI that, it will tell you that that's the answer. So look, I'm just gonna give you a citation from the actual subject matter experts. So I'll put it in the side chat. And I'll read it out 1 second.
Here's atmospheric refraction bends like downwards, not upwards.
No, it can bend upward or downward. It depends where the denser medium is. So you can check that, right? But look, here is an expert. Okay, so this is Optics of the Atmosphere, reports on progress in physics, Andrew Thomas Young. Okay, atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of the objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially
Andrew Thomas
obstructed.
who?
Andrew Thomas Young, Caltech University.
Huang? Huang?
Yeah, Andrew Thomas Young.
Young? Or
Yeah.
Huang?
Yeah, if you just type in no, Young, like Young.
Okay.
Andrew Thomas
Andrew
Young.
Thomas Young, Google Scholar.
He has a whole website, California. I think it's California State University or something. Let me double check.
Flat Earther at California State University.
No, he's not a flat earther. This is an atmospheric expert in refraction. It's got nothing to do with flat Earth. This is just what happens. This is just what happens when you have sinking refraction. It's got nothing to do with flat Earth. Right? So if you claim that the boat is hidden because of the curvature of the Earth, right? Maybe it's just this effect that's taking place. That's all I'm saying, right? That doesn't mean that it's the bottom of the boat's missing because it's the curvature of the Earth. In fact, we can see so much further than you should be able to see if the Earth was a globe. But you're saying, how come sometimes it looks like the top of the boat's
why
missing?
did the light hit the water and it should go up, right? Or yeah, so wait, what, the light goes up, so but
If light goes up,
we wouldn't see the boat at
light,
all.
this is what happens. Yeah, sometimes it can completely hide the boat, so you can't see it at all.
Shouldn't it go?
If light bends upward, if light bends upward,
but the water, the light also hits the water. So why is that little?
He's not listening.
That's reflection,
I'm
bro.
listening.
That's just reflection.
That makes it worse for you, dude.
Yeah, but
If the light hits the water, it's gonna bend up,
section.
gonna just bounce up in the air.
Yeah, but I see the top of the boat and the water. Why does the water not? Why is that middle section missing? According to you, all the light should be moving in the same. All should be moving upwards or whatever. Why is only the light at these two areas at the top and bottom changing direction, but the light in the middle is
just the light that's bouncing off the boat, right? It bends up a bit, and it tricks the human brain into making the object look like it's sinking. That's why they call it sinking.
The light is.
Share this boat picture, please. Share the boat picture, please, so we can look at it.
Could just be waves as well. Could just be waves as well. Sometimes it's just waves.
It's on this
right?
Wikipedia article, empirical evidence for the spherical shape of Earth.
You don't need to read it out. Just share it. Just post a screenshot of the boat.
No, he has to pay attention of what DJ is saying about the actual testing and definitions of the meaning of this phenomena. He has to listen to that.
You see this GIF, Pro? I just posted in the
Zoom
chat.
out, no curve.
Can you just post what you think in the chat?
I can't see the boat anymore.
Yeah, that's because it gets too small to be able to see.
Cosine d over r prime. What the fuck do you guys know about math? Never been to school.
If it was curvature, you couldn't zoom in, but you can.
Yeah, that's a bit fucking nasty, isn't it?
Yeah, bro. Look, we're sitting here trying to teach you things about the atmosphere, and you want to shit on us? And you were worried about us muting you when we've been nothing but respectful, and then you want to just insult us when we're teaching you things.
That's the guy.
Oh, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't know what he meant because I didn't go to school. So.
Pro, let me ask you. Can you hear me? Pro,
just a retard.
Let's DJ bring this to a logical conclusion. Maybe he will confess that he doesn't know what he's talking about, or maybe concede or something.
Let me ask him. Let me ask him this question: if the boat was truly hidden behind curvature, that means that you would not be able to zoom in with your camera to see the boat. Correct or incorrect?
But there's another boat here that you can't see the bottom of.
Just answer the question with one word. And if there was curvature in the way,
you agree that you would not be able to take out a camera and zoom in to see it?
Depends how far the boat is. I mean, the boat is right in front of you. You'd be able to see it.
Is it yes or no? I'm saying, assuming the
depends.
boat is hidden behind curvature, then you would
It's
not
not a
be able
yes or
to
no
see it with
question.
the camera.
It's not a yes or no question.
Right?
It depends on how far the boat is.
It's a bad argument, Zodiac, because there's gonna be examples that you won't be able to bring it in with the camera at some point. It's a horrible question.
Yeah, but he can't even answer. He can't even answer yes or no.
Yeah, but you're gonna take to a place that he's gonna
It's
show
not
you
a
an
yes or no
example where he can
question.
pull out a
If
camera and
if
zoom
I
in
ask
and not
you
see the
open-ended
boat. Then there you
question,
go. I don't see the boat with the camera, and you're gonna be like, oh.
Yeah, but he can't even get that far. He's not even gonna get that far.
Obviously, that's why you gotta stick it to the point that DJ was bringing about the phenomena that is being observed in place at the moment of the first example, and bring that to a logical conclusion, and he can concede that it's not the first cause that he claimed.
What the fuck is it? X equals R prime times 1 minus cosine. What is it? What is this? What would you know about that?
Tristan has posted that, and he's not a flat earther anyway.
Oh,
It's to
okay.
do with the distance and the radius. I'm not sure exactly what that formula is referring to specifically. But look, just listen to me for a second, okay? Most of the time, when boats sail out into the ocean, they get smaller and smaller and smaller.
What if you're just lying?
Okay. Well, I can show you examples of what I'm talking about to back it up, and I can show you what the experts say as well with citations.
But what about the experts that say that the Earth is round? You just ignore
So
all
the
the
same
experts.
people that say the Earth is round will also say that you can have bottom-up disappearance on a flat surface as well. So if the Earth was flat and you couldn't see the whole boat, then that would be perfectly expected on a flat Earth, right? If you had the right conditions. So if you wanted to claim that the bottom of the boat's missing because the Earth's a globe, then you would have to measure,
So
exactly what's going on with the conditions on that day.
If you, I could take you out into space and show you the Earth, and you still wouldn't
You
believe it.
can't. Stop lying. You cannot take him to space. Don't lie.
You could go out into space and see the Earth, and you still wouldn't believe it.
And what if you saw it and it was flat?
You saw it and it was flat?
You wouldn't still believe it. Yeah, you wouldn't believe it, right?
If I saw that the Earth, if I saw that the Earth was flat, I would believe it. Yeah, if I saw it.
All right, he's showing it to you right there on the observation. Go ahead.
So you've never been to space. We've never been.
Well,
Yeah, so you can
now.
trust them.
Space doesn't exist.
Space exists, but probably not in the way that you're thinking about it, as a big giant
This guy said
vacuum.
that space doesn't exist.
Without a container now.
Concentrate on what DJ is talking to you. Talk to DJ. Forget about the other guys.
Look, space is just the absence of like physical matter or whatever. It's just space. You got space all around you right now. You got the sky, right? The sky exists, and then there's some stuff up in the sky that.
What about the other planets? Are they all flat too?
Oh my god.
Yeah, we don't claim that the Earth is a flat planet floating around in space, man. And I get why you say that, because that's what you've probably seen memes or something like that that show a flat disk. We don't claim that the Earth's a flat disk floating in space. That's the globe model, and that's you trying to put the flat Earth inside the globe model. It's not.
So what does it look like then? If it's
Think
not a
of it
flat disk.
Well, we can
Go
only get up
outside.
to a certain. Yeah, it looks exactly what you experience when you go outside, right? The surface of the water is flat. The surface of the water covers most of the surface that we know about on the Earth. And then when we test it for curvature, there's no curvature. 100% of the time when we test it for curvature, there's zero curvature. Right? So whatever's happening up in the sky is happening above a flat plane. You could think of the Earth kind of like the ground, like the foundation or the ground of this system that we live in.
The other planets, are they round or are they also
That's a false
flat?
premise. That's a logical fallacy you're doing right there.
We don't think the Earth is a planet. So when you say other planets, that insinuates that the Earth is also a planet, right? So that there's things, little lights up in the sky. We can zoom in on with a telescope and see a little blurry light up in the sky, and we call those planets, right? The ancients used to call them wandering stars because they take their own unique
Okay,
paths.
so you
But
don't believe in planets
the
either?
Earth isn't like those.
You
No,
don't
no,
believe in
no. I
planets
just told
either?
you. What did I just say? I said we can zoom in and see some little lights up in the sky that we call planets.
Are they stars or what are they?
No, they're not even claimed to be stars in the globe model. We can't test exactly what they are, right? But they're not
They're not the
stars. Nobody
stars?
claims
The
them.
lights in the
They are
sky are not
observable
stars?
phenomena. Observable phenomena. That's what they are.
Yeah, nobody claims they're stars, even in the globe model.
Nobody claims that the lights in the sky at nighttime are stars?
The
You said
planets that you
planets.
mentioned. You said planets. You gotta be specific, hyper specific. You said planets is the Earth is another. You said other
Hold
planets.
on now, hold on
Inferring
now.
that. No, you
The
hold on. You
lights
hold
in
on.
the sky,
You
the
hold on.
lights in...
So the premise that you're making
I'm
that
not
the Earth
being
is a
ganged up on
planet.
here.
That the bro, because you're not listening at the moment.
I'm not talking to this. I
Your
want to talk to the other guy.
premise that the Earth is a planet, that's a false premise. The
So what
the
about the
celestial up in
stars?
the sky is not the terra below your feet. There's different categories for those things. Not the same.
What about the stars? Are they round?
Observable phenomena.
Are the stars round?
Observable phenomena. Some of them look round, some of them
I
look
don't
like
understand.
a hexagon, some of them look like a pyramid, some of them
Hexagon
look
stars?
differently.
Pyramid
Yeah,
stars?
I mean they have different shapes. Just zoom in.
Okay.
The stars, they're lights. They look like lights. What are they? What are they made of? What is the distance? Those are unknowns.
So
You're
do the other
switching.
people
You're
here
switching
agree with
around.
that? Stars are pyramids and
No,
hexagons?
no, I didn't say that. You misconstruing what I said.
What? So are the stars
You said they circles, right? They
globes
said
or
yeah. Some
are
of
they
them look
circular?
like circles.
Are they
Some of them.
spherical? Are stars spherical
No,
or
no.
are they purely
Circles are not
rectangles?
spheres. Circles are not spheres.
Well, are stars spherical?
I mean, they are what they are, right? They're not gonna change the shape of what you're standing on. So whatever phenomena is happening in the sky, that's the observable phenomena, but they're not
Why is
gonna
everything else
dictate
in the
the
universe
ground that you're in.
spherical?
Because those
Everything
things are
else.
what they are, and the Earth is terra, is below your feet, not above in the sky.
Okay. So the Earth is special.
It is special, yeah. It's the only place that you can be and have lunch,
The only
live,
object.
build, travel. You
It's not
cannot
an
go to
object.
those
The
things
only
as
Think of
well.
it.
special object in the entire
Dude, think
universe
of it
is
like
for some reason flat.
no. You're still thinking about the globe model in your head. Think about the Earth, like the floor of the universe, for example.
But you tell me,
Okay, and then
are the stars spherical?
there's any light from a distance looks like a round light, right? Like if you look at two car headlights and the cars
are they
often
not spherical or are they?
let me
What shape are they?
explain. Let me explain. Any light, no matter the shape of it, from a distance looks like a round light. So even if you have a car that has two
It's not.
headlights on the front, when
Well,
listen,
those
you
lights
never
are
let me
round.
finish.
If you shine a square light,
Bro,
you'll get a
listen.
square.
You gotta
No,
listen.
that's
Listen to
wrong
me.
though. You're telling me something that's not true now.
No, you can Google it.
If you
You can
shine a
Google it.
square light, it'll appear square. It won't appear
No,
round.
You can look.
When
You
you
can
shine
look
the
at like a
sun,
tube light. Listen, you gotta listen, bro.
you're
If
lying
even
to
if you
me.
have a tube, I'm not lying to you because I can back
You are
up
lying to
everything
me.
I'm saying by showing it to you.
If you shine any light, it's always round.
Yeah, if it's far enough away from you, it's gonna look like a round. Even if it's 5 lights, right? It's gonna look like one round light.
That
Like
is
if you have a
not
truck,
true. You just made
it
that up.
is. No, I didn't. Okay, so here we go. Right. So if you have a car, when it's far away from you, dude, I
So
keep
what
getting to
shape
the
are the
same.
stars then? What shape are
Bro,
the
just
stars?
let him
He's like a
explain it.
child. He's like a little child not
I'm trying
listening.
to explain it to you, brother. Let me explain it without interrupting me, and then you can respond because I would have been finished, and then you would have understood, and we wouldn't have to be doing this right now.
I'm not even saying anything but the globe Earth. I'm just asking you questions. What shape are the stars? And
Yeah,
you
he's
tell me
replying to your
If you
questions.
ask me, if you
let him
ask me a
answer.
question, you got to let me answer the
are they
question.
spherical?
Dude,
Are they
I'm being
hexagonal?
super cool
Are
with
they
you.
pyramid?
You said that you would get muted, and I'm not muting you. Even though you keep interrupting me, I'm not muting you. I said that you just got to be respectful and good faith, and you won't get muted. But you keep
But I'm
interrupting
allowed
me.
to talk
Just let me
as
finish.
well, right? I'm allowed to. I haven't even presented the
You're not
arguments. I've
allowed to
only been
just.
asking questions.
You ask me a question, and you don't let me answer the question
You haven't answered it.
because you keep interrupting me.
Okay, go then. Go.
Okay, so any light from a distance, right? Let me give you a specific example. If you have a car and it has 2 headlights on the front, if that car is far away from you, it just looks like one round light. It's not until it gets close to you that you see, oh, it's actually 2 lights, right? Or if you have a 4-foot tube light, if that light's far away from you, it looks like one round light. Yeah, it is true.
So the stars are, what are they? Are they flat? Or
You don't know what they are. They're lights in the sky, and all lights, no matter what shape they are, look like they're round from a distance. So you don't know what they are.
So everything we know about space is wrong.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, you don't know anything about. You believe things about space. You don't know.
Really?
Listen. You're like Simba and Mustafa when they're looking at the stars, and Simba says, "I think those are our ancestors looking down upon us." And then Mustafa laugh and say, "No, those are giant balls of gas." That's you basically and other people just adding their beliefs into the observable phenomena. Even though they don't know what they are, they're just saying stuff.
Even if everything in the sky is a sphere, that doesn't prove the shape of the floor that you're standing on.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I just typed this in. I just typed this into Google, right? So why do car headlights look like one light from a distance? It says from a distance, car headlights merge into one single glowing light because of angular resolution and the limitations of the human eye. So that's the same for any light, right? So you could have a square light, whatever shape light. It's just going to look like a big round light from a distance. So you don't know what the stars are, right? It's something that we can't check. But just because you've got some round looking lights up in the sky, that doesn't mean the earth that you're standing on is also like that, right? That's like going out into the forest and saying, oh, there's trees everywhere. I can see trees everywhere. How come my dog is also not a tree, right? Because it's
I got
different.
another question. Do you believe in the supernatural?
Not really.
You don't
I
believe
mean,
in
sure,
supernatural?
yeah, maybe in some regard, but I don't claim it as fact.
Do you go to church?
He has to define what he means by supernatural first, so we can say, hey, maybe yes, maybe no. Because supernatural probably means like a supermodel, supergirl, something for him. I don't know.
Do you go to church?
No.
You're not religious.
You don't need to go to church to be religious.
Yeah, I lean towards Christianity, but I'm not like some person that goes around like preaching the Bible or anything like that. You know, I'm not really into mainstream religion. So, like, I could put it that way. But I believe in some kind of creator for sure. Absolutely.
And that has nothing to do with religion. Knowing that there is a designer behind a design, there's no religion behind that necessarily. It's just an acknowledgement of an antecedent.
They have a bachelor's degree in what? A bachelor's degree in what?
What's a bachelor's degree? What subjects have bachelor's degree, dude?
Wait, so do any of you go to? Do any of you have
What
a bachelor's
subjects have
degree?
bachelor's degrees?
Sciences.
Okay, so which science is related to the shape of the Earth?
Mythology gets bachelors. Actually, they got doctorates in mythology.
Yeah, literature too. They have bachelors as well.
Look, you don't need anything. You can just literally go out, look outside your window right now, and tell us describe the nature of the surface of the Earth that you see, without doxing yourself, obviously. Just tell us what you see.
You see
Can't see past the horizon.
Yeah, but what is it? What is the surface of
the horizon's round
Earth that you see?
The Earth is round, not the horizon.
You see a round horizon when you look outside your window?
No, I can't see past the horizon because it's hidden under the curvature.
Okay, is the horizon what does it look? Does the horizon look horizontal or is it zigzag? Can you just what does it look like?
It's round.
You see a round horizon when you look outside your window right now?
Yeah, I can see that the Earth is round.
Can you take a photo and post it in the chat?
We took me and my friend. Take a photo? We took a laser and we took a laser and we shined it.
Beamer, do you know that Beamer, you know that round and flat are not mutually exclusive? You know you can have a round, probably in your house right now you have a round table, don't you?
Round table.
Have you ever seen a coin, like a cent, penny?
Are pizzas
Maybe
round?
have you ever ordered pizza? They make like round pizzas. You know a CD? You know a CD is round.
Maybe he's
Put
too
it
young
inside
for
the
CDs.
Xbox.
I'm
Maybe
just
he
an idiot
is.
who believes that the Earth is a globe.
Oh. But the
Why do you
globes you
do
can only, let's say a globe is something that you go to the retail store and you buy for decoration purposes. Don't you know that?
What?
A globe is an accessory for your room that you put on a flat, motionless table.
Someone's mic's open and repeating.
Well, how about this question? When do you experience a globe, like in real life?
How do I
We went to
experience
the
it?
store and
Maybe
bought
the
one.
latest. I went to space and I looked at the Earth.
There you go. It's showing his true colors now.
Yeah,
What are you
now he's
talking
just
about?
like the last guy that came in.
I went to space and I looked at the Earth and it was round.
Funny that they came together
It was spherical.
around the same time.
You have evidence
Yeah.
that you went to space.
I saw the spherical curvature.
You have
Got a lie to glyph.
Don't lie. I'm not lying. You guys are lying.
What's the evidence then? If you're not lying, what's the evidence?
Imagine the the definition of projecting. He's been saying, "Oh, aren't they lying? They're lying. You're lying. He's the one lying." Imagine that.
I'm not lying. I just told you, dude.
You just did. You just said that you went to outer space and saw the Earth as a globe. You just said that you went to outer space, though. Like,
I did.
Okay,
what
so
else
what's
can
the
be?
evidence? What's the evidence? Go ahead.
1 second.
No worries. Take your time.
I might retract me saying that you
Wait, hold
lied.
on. Do you
That
guys
you went
believe
to
in the
outer
Big
space. No,
Bang
no,
Theory?
don't hold on. Just show your evidence
Just get
that you
the
went to outer
evidence.
space. Get the
Do you believe in
evidence
the
that you
Big
went to
Bang
outer
Theory?
space. I believe in the
the
Big Bada Boom. The Big Bada Boom is better than the Big Bang.
No, you don't. You don't believe in the Big Bang Theory?
The Big Bada Boom is better than the Big Bang. Don't you know that?
Do you know who invented the Big Bang Theory?
Flat Earthers?
A Catholic priest.
No, it was actually a Jesuit priest.
So the Big Bang Theory is not true.
Priest. It's rubbish. It's ridiculous.
It's not even a
Okay.
theory. It's not even a scientific theory. It's just fantasy. A doctrine. And you following a
He
religion,
thinks
basically.
nothing exploded and
I thought you
turned
guys
into
were
everything.
religious. You guys are religious.
I think you're
Yes,
invaded
you
by
are.
brainworms.
Yeah, I
What do
think
you
so.
mean? You guys are religious. Don't
No,
lie.
I'm not religious. No.
You guys are fucking religious.
No.
Because there's a connection
No, we
between
don't
flat
do
Earth
that.
belief and
No, we're
religion.
not. Oh.
There is a connection
we're
between
not.
flat Earth
Sorry,
belief
let me
and
be
religion.
clear.
We're telling no. Most people that believe in religion think the Earth's a globe, right? So
No,
the Big
that's
Bang
not true.
Theory.
Most
the
flat
person
Earthers
that
are
invented
religious.
No,
the
we're
person
not.
that invented
Yes, it is
the Big Bang. The person that invented the Big Bang is religious.
So
You
how?
believe
Okay, hold on. So then what is the alternative? What is your theory for the creation of the universe or the beginning of the universe?
it was like
don't
this
have
when we
this.
got here, bro. Nobody knows for sure.
It was okay.
You don't need
Like,
to.
Yeah,
say
I
that.
wasn't
when we
there.
got
I
here.
wasn't there in the beginning, so I can't tell you.
You have to talk to
shouldn't
old
have to
dude
assume
if you want to know. He was around.
Yeah,
back
old
then.
dude probably knows. He's
not here
pretty
at the
old.
moment.
He was riding dinosaurs.
Yeah.
You don't believe in the dinosaurs.
Yeah,
You're
so
the
other stuff
religious
you
one,
might come up.
remember?
Some kinds of dinosaurs.
I'm not religious. I'm an atheist.
We got crocodiles. They're
Atheism
dinosaurs.
is the religion.
Yeah, man.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
I believe in science.
Oh my God, Brenda's here. Look out!
Something
everybody.
that you
Oh
There it
wouldn't know.
is. That's the religion. You
Something
believe
that
in science.
goes
Talking
over
about
your head.
priests, Brenda is
Someone sent
here.
out the rat signal.
Talking about the
Ben, you
religion
graduated
priests,
high school?
Brenda is here.
Yeah. We graduated high school.
Why do you think Why do you think atheism is a
Well,
religion?
we don't want to think anything that you
Hold on.
spell with your mouth, Brenda. We don't want to think about anything you have to say, Brenda.
Did you
Please stop
graduate high
saying things so we
school?
don't have to think about it.
Yeah, so quite
cry.
clearly from this conversation, right, we've been teaching you a lot of things, and then you just want to insult us, which is kind of rude.
I asked you if you went to high school. It's just an honest question.
Yeah, I already said yes. It's like
No, but the other ones,
passive
did they
aggressive
graduate
question.
high school?
You want every single person to open their microphone and tell you whether they graduated high school or not?
Did anybody else graduate high school?
Yeah, I did.
I did.
Yep.
I'm a Glober.
I did too.
I did too.
How can anybody still
Oh,
believe
please, Brenda, don't
flat
do it.
Earth?
Please, Brenda, don't say anything, Brenda. We don't want to think about what you say. Please, Brenda, please. Oh, thanks God.
Afraid, huh?
Oh
Yeah,
man,
that
I
was
mean,
a
I want to keep
I've
my,
never
you know,
signed up before.
I want to
Yeah, I
keep
wanna.
my mind clear.
What was wrong with
We don't need.
Brenda?
We don't need
Oof.
pervert.
So,
Brenda's
I
a
don't
troll.
even want to think about what is wrong with Brenda.
Yeah, Brenda's been following us around channel to channel for like 10 years, right? Brenda's a known troll. Don't worry about Brenda. Don't worry about the moderation. Just get your best globe proof or ask questions about flat Earth.
But like,
Yeah,
if I give
he's
you
got
globe
a
proof,
he's got a
they'll just make up
dysphoria,
something else to
so
refute
just
it.
ignore him.
If I show you proof, you'll just deny it. Come up, we'll make
You
something
don't
up
have any
to
proof.
lie.
Prove me wrong. You don't
Well,
have any
it doesn't
proof.
matter. You guys are not willing to accept.
No,
You
you
already
don't.
have a
You don't know
preconceived
anything.
conclusion.
You don't even know the
Haven't
size
even
of the
tried.
globe, right? You don't know. You don't even probably don't even know which way it
But you
spins.
don't. You don't
Does,
believe in.
hey,
You don't
does the
believe in
globe?
You are
science
the
anyway.
proof yourself. You haven't
Bro,
been able to provide any evidence. You are the proof of there's no evidence. You are the
I could
evidence
ask you. I could
of
ask you the most
non-evidence.
simple questions about the globe, and you're not even going to get any of them right. Right, like the most basic questions. You just believe it's a globe because you got taught that growing up, but you don't even know anything about it. Right, like if I
Yeah,
asked you, how fast does it spin, approximately? Like you don't know any of these things. What's the size of it? You don't know that, right? Does it spin east to west or west to east? You probably don't even know that, right? You'd have to look it
I
up.
don't know.
Exactly. Most
exactly.
people just
You don't know.
believe.
Exactly. Point
Every single
proven.
flat earther here knows all of these answers.
You got me.
But I didn't
Yeah,
go
you
to
just
high
keep
school,
believing.
so I don't know either.
Your Timbo
You
doesn't
didn't go
know.
to high school?
No, not at all.
That explains a lot.
Yep, sure does.
He also owns a business that can construct structures and do works for people and get paid very handsomely for that. So yeah.
And I didn't even go to high school.
Yeah, it makes sense that you didn't go to high school.
Can you build a house, Pro Beamer? Can you build a house? Can you?
I'm busy with other things.
So you cannot build a house. There you go. Do you go to
Can you
high
build a
school?
house?
So you
Yes, I
didn't
can
go to
build
high
a
school?
house.
Really, you can build a house.
I helped
That you
Impo
went to
build.
high school.
At least I'll help Impo build it. He'll tell me how to do it.
Pro, how do we
But
know that
I
you
don't
went
think
to
you
high
can
school?
follow any instructions and get to
It
build
takes one
the
of the
house.
best. It takes one of the most some of the most intelligent people in the world to build a house. Anyway.
How do we know?
Even if they didn't go to high school?
Some of the brightest minds, only the brightest minds could build a house.
Even if they didn't go to high school, right?
Oh, you don't have to
I
go to high
built a
school to
house.
build a house.
There you
You
go.
have to go to high school to learn about science.
Then why are you using it as a? Why are you even asking about it?
Because he's been
Why? 'Cause
dishonest since the beginning. He's a
I was
dishonest
wondering if
brat.
I mean, some of you haven't been to high school.
How do we
Hey,
know
so
that you
Pro,
went to high school? How do we
hey,
know
I want to ask
that
him a
you?
question. Hey, Pro, did you go to high school?
I went to high school, yeah. I have
Okay,
a
so how
bachelor's
come you
degree.
don't know how come you don't know anything about science or the Earth that you defend?
So you
I do
didn't
know
pay
a lot about
attention.
science. I know more than you actually.
Really?
Well, you
Okay,
said you
go
don't
ahead
believe in the
and
Big Bang Theory.
That's
that's not science.
Tell us about the Big Bang Theory, dude. Tell us about the Big Bang Theory.
There's a video in my bio.
Video.
Yeah, so can you explain
The
it to
video,
me?
yeah.
Because I didn't go to high school, so
What?
just use simple words to explain the Big Bang Theory to me.
The universe is 13.8 billion years old.
How do you know that's true?
Okay, based on what?
Based on various pieces of evidence that corroborate each other.
Present them all, please.
The age of
Just one of them.
stars, the cosmological
Dude, you're reading off
background microwave
something.
radiation.
You're reading off
No, I'm not
something,
reading
bro.
off anything. What does it matter whether I'm reading something or whether I'm just saying it from my head?
Because you don't know it.
But it's true whether I can remember it off the
Yeah,
top
so
of my
you
head or
don't.
not.
The whole point was that you know more about science, and you're meant to be explaining the Big Bang Theory, but you weren't able to do it, and you have to read it out poorly, is by that right as well.
The cosmological background microwave radiation, the age of stars,
If you went to
and the
high
expansion of the
school and you
universe.
have a bachelor's and your reading level is this bad?
Well, I'm telling you the evidence of the Big
What's
Bang
the
Theory.
cosmic? What's the cosmic?
Did you just cheat it
background?
to finish high school or something?
Do you not want to hear the evidence of the Big Bang Theory?
Yeah, can you explain
Yes.
cosmic
Yeah.
background radiation?
Cosmic microwave background radiation is small pieces of
explain
energy
that
that
to
were
me?
left behind by the Big Bang and the expansion of the universe. It's very small
Did you
pieces of
pick?
energy that were predicted by Edwin Hubble and were later discovered, confirmed as predictions, which is
Did you
very
pick
strong
one up?
evidence for the Big Bang. Huh?
Did you pick one up? Test it.
Do you know that they admit that the background radiation proved that the Earth is kind of like the center?
Okay, so
So that's not an
And
argument for the globe idea.
the expansion of the universe is the redshift that is really the first evidence for the Big Bang.
Dylan, damn Dylan, came out of nowhere
there's
for that save.
I've been waiting for that one. I've been trying to give you guys
I mean,
a
there are
chance.
countless pieces of evidence, but the major ones, there are particular major ones: the expansion of the universe, the age of stars, the redshift of distant
Look,
galaxies,
bro,
the cosmological
bro,
background radiation.
look, bro. This is I'm going to
and
be frank.
um,
Look, you haven't been muted
the
yet. But if you can't
nuclear
talk,
nuclear physics.
if you keep talking, I'm going to mute you. I'm going to tell you how you cannot get muted in here. All right. So if we wanted to just Google things, right, or type things into AI, we don't need you for that, right? We could just do that ourselves. We want to have a conversation with people. And if you don't know something, just say, I don't know. If you pretend that you know and then you start reading something from AI or Google or something like that, that's dishonest. Unless you tell us that that's all you're going to do. And if you tell us that that's what you're going to do, we don't want to hear it because we could just Google it ourselves. So maybe it's time for someone else to talk to, maybe like Dylan, for example, maybe because Dylan probably wouldn't do that, right, Dylan?
You don't want to hear the evidence for the Big Bang Theory?
We could just Google that ourselves, right? You don't know what you're talking about. You're just having to look it up and read it out. So we don't want to hear some kid poorly reading something out.
That. I wasn't. I have this remembered off the top of my head. I wasn't reading out anything.
All right. So I told you when you first came in that dishonesty will get you muted. All right. So now you're on mute. You can cry about it in the side chat until I revoke those privileges.
Finally, the pretender clown got muted. Yeah. W.
As a Glober and as a teacher, this is discouraging to see that youth these days equate Googling and AI searches as knowledge.
Yeah, it's so sad. It's gonna get worse too. I think
you're right, unfortunately.
Yeah. All right, Dylan.
Yo.
All right, so there's been a lot of laser tests.
Sorry?
There's been a lot of laser tests done, and I agree with you about how refraction is claimed to work, right? But something interesting, all of the laser tests that have been done and documented and filmed in high definition, we don't ever see lasers bending downward. And if the normal is that lasers bend downward, and if we're hitting our targets, the lasers would have to be bending downward to hit the targets if the Earth's a globe. How come there's no footage?
I posted a video of lasers bending downward. It was in water, but
No. I told you. All right, so you can manipulate it in a medium of water. I told you that in the air.
Sugar water.
Yeah. You could use sugar water. You could use brine in water or something like that. right? But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking
Yeah,
about through
something
the
that
medium of
changes the
air.
viscosity, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
The speed of
Go.
it's just the
Something
speed of
that's
light.
non-analogous, right? So look, this is the challenge, right? So
How is it not
over a long
analogous?
distance laser test, it's not analogous because air is a gas, right? And the normal lapse rate. So you've got all sorts of different things to take into account when you have the air as a medium, right? So firstly, it's a gas. It's not a fluid. I mean, it is a fluid, but it's not a liquid. So it's completely different, right? And you've also got wet term and dry term to take into account. So you've got temperature, pressure. You've got all the different types of gases in the air, and then you've got the wet term, which is like the humidity, the water vapor in the air, to take into account as well. So look, this is all I'm saying, right? There's no evidence that lasers bend downward over large distances in the medium of air. There's no footage of it, right? It's not something that happens, and it could happen. I'm not doubting it could happen, but no one's ever been able to present any footage of it happening, any confirmation of it happening. You might be able to explain how it could technically happen, but it doesn't happen. And we've had people like Dr. John D, who's a scientist, and he's gone out and he's actually done years worth of laser tests using different spectrums of lasers, different seasons, right, different distances. And he said he's never ever seen a laser bend downward. He's seen them bend upward occasionally or go straight, never down. So all of the laser tests that we're doing, the laser is hitting the target. And in order for that to happen, the light would have to bend downward by a huge amount. Right? So prove that it's possible for lasers to bend down consistently through the medium of air over long distances. And if you can't, just say I can't provide that evidence.
I haven't done the test myself.
You could find you could go on YouTube, you could search the whole internet and just try to find me a laser bending downward over a long distance.
I'm not sure why you have a difficulty accepting that it's possible, or that that it happens. Like, light is a wave. I showed you it happening in the water in a very extreme bend in a very short distance. It doesn't have to bend that much. It just has to bend a little bit in order
No, it has to bend like 100 meters, like 100 meters, like 300-400 feet.
Guys,
to
what's
hit the
on the
target.
other side of the
like
Earth?
8 inches per mile, right? A mile is a lot longer than 8 inches, so it's not an extreme curve,
Yeah,
right?
but 20 miles is not 20 times 8 inches, right? 20 miles is 266 feet of curvature. So the laser would have to bend 266 feet perfectly around the curvature of the Earth in some magical universe, constant gradient to somehow direct it to the target. And then we do it in different weather conditions in a different location, and it still hits the target. Different distances, different atmospheric conditions, hit the target, hit the target, hit the target, right? But you can't present any evidence of the lasers bending downward. Now, I can argue against. I can sort of explain why they don't bend downward, right? And that's because it's very humid close to the ground, and humid air is less dense than dry air, so it dilutes the density of the air. And also, the normal lapse rate is that it gets colder as you go upward. So light generally bends upward in the lower atmosphere instead of downward. And that's why you don't see lasers bending down. There's probably other reasons as well. But lasers are also very powerful, right? They're able to push through that atmosphere, and that's why most of the time they go in a straight line. That's what we see in the laser tests. We see them going in a straight line, and sometimes we see them bending up. We never see them bending down.
So who's the flat earther here?
There's tons of
Most
us.
of us.
There's like 25 of us probably, or something. I don't know how
So
many.
what's
people
on
are
the
in.
other side of the flat Earth?
The deepest holes.
I'm here.
Deepest hole's 8 miles. Don't know.
Oh no. So do you think there's something there, or just nothing at all?
No idea. Deepest hole's 7.6 miles, which is just a tiny bit deeper than the ocean.
We don't even need to assume that the Earth has another side. We don't even need to make the assumption. Because automatically, with that question, you're automatically assuming well, first of all, you're assuming an overall shape, and then secondly, you're assuming a finite size. So you're making
No.
multiple assumptions with that question, just so you know.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are, because you're
Regardless of the shape.
asking, you just asked us what's on the other side. So yes, you are assuming the Earth has a different side. Yes, you are making an assumption. It's
How
very
can
obvious.
How can something in 3D space not have another side to it if
Because
you
you
think it's flat?
haven't proven, because you don't know the size, you don't know what the Earth actually looks like in reality. You don't know the size. You're assuming it's finite.
What sort of shape, even if it's infinite,
We're
what
not
sort of
claiming
shape?
a shape. We're not claiming a shape. All we're saying is there's no curvature. It's not spinning. It's not rotating. It's not moving up. It's not moving down. And we're not floating in an open vacuum without a container. That's horseshit. Yeah. That's basically it.
Yeah, there would still have to be another side if the Earth is flat.
How would you know?
Because if the Earth is flat, then we'd be standing on one side. What's on the other side of it?
You assume okay. Where is the proof of the other side?
It's self-evident. How can you have a
No,
flat object in
no,
3D
no,
space that
no,
doesn't have
no,
another
no,
side?
no. We don't have. See, this is the problem. You're making a claim. You're making a claim that you cannot substantiate. You're saying there's another side. Post the evidence that it's provable. We're asking for the evidence. Show us the evidence.
The evidence is, how can you have a flat object that doesn't have
The
another side?
question is not an evidence. Questions are not evidence.
He's just trying to use spatial reasoning here, but
Yeah, like this
He's
is
in.
you're
Yeah,
trying to
it's in.
you're
Yeah, I'm
trying
not
to ask.
saying.
Wait, no,
I'm
you're
not
asking
saying you're
for a
wrong. I'm
source for the
saying that you don't have
obvious.
evidence. I'm not saying you're wrong. You just don't have the evidence.
Okay.
we could think of it like, what are the implications? What if there is no other side? Then that means it would go on forever, right? I mean, what are the alternatives?
I mean, if it's flat, what do you define as flat then? Let's start there.
No curvature.
No curvature. So if it doesn't curve, and if it's
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, there would have to be another side to it. We would be standing on one side, and if there's no curvature, there would have to be something.
That would only be true if the Earth was finite.
No, even if it's infinite, there would still be another side to it. If I have
How
a
would
piece
you
of
know?
paper, if I have a piece of cardboard, and that cardboard was infinite and never curved, there would still be two sides to that cardboard. Just because
That's not the Earth, though.
Do you know what a column is? A pillar?
Yes.
Okay.
Infinite on multiple. Is the cardboard infinite on multiple directions or just one direction?
So if it's infinite in multiple directions, you're saying it's either a cube or a sphere or something like that.
No, dude,
No,
just the
we're not
surface.
claiming a shape. No. Flat is not a shape. Flat's not a shape.
Hey, Cake. Let's change it. Like, what if I were to ask you about the universe? Like, is the universe infinite?
Yes. I mean, maybe.
But how come they say it's expanding? It's expanding, right? It started off like from a big bang, and then it started expanding, and it's expanding, and they say it's expanding, right?
Then
So if
maybe
it's
it's not
infinite, how
infinite.
could it be expanding if it's already infinite?
Then it's probably
That's
not
true. Hey, DJ, what is it expanding into?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's underneath it? Because they say it's flat as well.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
They say the universe is flat, and it's also expanding. So, like, if we were to ask you
The
what's
universe is
underneath
flat.
the universe,
Wait,
huh?
who says the universe is flat? I've never heard that.
NASA, Cambridge, Harvard.
Nobody says that.
Oh,
All right, so I'll give you
search.
I'm gonna pop citations, right? So I got citations.
When they're
Look
saying
it
that
up.
the universe is flat, they don't mean they mean in some like Euclidean sense. They're not talking about flat like the way the solar
Like a sheet of
system is flat,
paper.
and the galaxy is flat.
You
Like,
mean what about like flat like a sheet of paper?
no, there's there's images of, I think they call it the something megastructure, or like there's galactic filaments and stuff. Like when you scale out, when you zoom out and quite a bit, you get this like filamentous kind of structure.
All right, let's
That's
read out some citations real quick, Dylan. All right, so look, flat universe hashtag. All right, so here we go. NASA.gov. Okay. If the density of the universe exactly equals the critical density, then the geometry of the universe is flat, like a sheet of paper. And then we got the geometry of the universe has always intrigued mathematicians and cosmologists. Recent results from the Wilkinson microwave anisotropy project indicate that the visible universe is incredibly flat. And then Stanford, right? Stanford, we thought the universe was round, and it turned out to be flat. And they even show you pictures and things like that. So they do claim it's
When
flat.
physicists and astronomers say that space-time is flat, that doesn't mean like flat Earth. That's not what that means.
No, they say flat like a sheet of paper.
That's what they do. We're just going off what they said.
Yeah, but they don't.
So
That doesn't.
Harvard,
No,
NASA,
that's not what that means at all.
No, we're not. That's not what necessitate. We're not saying it necessitates a flat
look,
Earth. That's not what we're
this,
saying.
this was the
They're
point.
completely
Hold on,
unrelated. They're talking
Juan,
about the
Juan.
geometry of space-time across large
This is what
distances.
we're
That's
talking
not. I
about,
just looked
right?
it
This
up.
is hold on. This is what we were talking about, right? So the guy was saying like, what's under like how thick is the Earth? It has to have a thickness, and there has to be something underneath it, and
Right.
all this kind of thing. And we just said we don't know. So I just compared it to the universe, which is meant to be
That's a different
expanding, right?
That's
But it's meant to be expanding. Okay, is it infinite or is it expanding?
If it's
Which
expanding,
one?
it's probably not infinite. It's not infinite if it's
Okay, so
expanding.
so the point was, right? So what's the universe expanding into? What's underneath the universe? That kind of thing, right? We just don't know, right? So we're
Right.
saying the same thing about the Earth. We don't know what's, the deepest hole's 8 miles. We don't know how thick it is. We don't know the shape of it. We're not making that claim. Flat's not a shape.
Okay. Yeah, I would have appreciated that answer because he kept saying like, well, how do you know it has to have another side? And if I think just
You
saying
don't
I don't
know.
know would have been better. Yes, we do. Okay, that's where I disagree.
Prove
And
it.
how can okay? You define flat as not being curved, right?
Base. Yeah. Okay. Words are not proof. You said the Earth has a different side, so show us the evidence right now.
You don't need evidence for this. It's
okay. So you
just
have a
need
belief.
basic.
You have faith. You're the
It's
same
not a
as
faith.
religious priests.
No, it's not.
You're no different. Yes, because you don't have any evidence for your beliefs. So yes, you have blind faith.
No, it
Yes,
is
you
not.
do.
No.
Yes, it is because you do not have any evidence. If somebody
Unless-
told you Santa Claus has 500 sides and they don't have any evidence for it, guess what? You're in the
No,
same
I'm
boat
saying
as
that.
them.
No,
if
I'm
the
just
Earth
saying
as
is
credible as
finite,
they
it's
are.
totally coherent to ask about the other side.
no. Here's the thing: a flat object. You say you defined a flat object as an object with no curves. How can an object
It's
exist
not an
without curves?
object. Flat is a description of a surface, an orientation. It's not an object. It's an aspect of something. It's not the thing itself. It's not the thing itself. It's an aspect.
Yes, I know it's an adjective. I know it's an aspect. Like that's not the point here. My point is that the Earth is an object. If you describe the Earth as flat and you say flat means it has no curves, and therefore it must have two sides to it.
Yeah, maybe it does. Look, this is the thing. We're not claiming it's infinite.
No,
We're not claiming
you're
to know the
assuming. You're making
size.
assumptions.
Yeah, we're not claiming to know the shape or the size or anything like that. Maybe it has a depth, maybe it has a shape, who knows, right? But we're talking about the surface of the water, which covers most of the known surface area of the Earth, not curving. That's the context of flat Earth.
Yeah, and it would have to have another side.
No, you're assuming
Yes,
that.
it does.
Prove it then. Prove it.
Okay, we're talking about the known, right? The known is, allegedly, right? The bottom of the ocean, it's about 7 miles, right? Allegedly, right? That's known. And then the highest mountain, it's about 13 kilometers or 13 miles from the bottom of the ocean.
Right.
Right? So we know that. That's the measurements that are around 13 kilometers from the bottom to the top. Now, the surface of the Earth is like, 190 square miles or something like that. So when you compare the depth and the height, to the width, to the surface, that will make the Earth, when you compare it to, let's say, a piece of paper, it will be flatter than a piece of paper.
That's not flat. You're describing smoothness, not flatness.
Okay, but the orientation, horizontal, like your orientation to the world, your vestibular system, the water level, which established the horizontal, ahorizontal, right? That orientation, it's parallel from any position in the world. You could be down in the valley, I could be high on the mountain, and your horizontal and my horizontal, 10,000 miles away, it's parallel to each other.
Okay, so that's what you mean by flat, and I agree. But then there would have to be another side to the Earth. You can't have
But
a
that's
flat
an unknown.
object.
Listen, Zodiac, wait, please.
Go ahead.
That will be an unknown, something that we cannot like give you, show you,
Okay, we can't.
demonstrate
Yeah.
to you. We can demonstrate the other thing, the thing that we can experience, test, verify, right? The surface of the Earth, the peak of the mountain, all of those things that we can check and verify. We can talk about that. The other stuff that you're asking about will be unknowns that we cannot
so,
check.
yeah, you can't check it. Yeah.
Yeah, so don't assume it's real until you know.
It has to be real because
No,
geometrically
it
you
does
cannot
not
have a
until
flat
you have
surface.
proof. No,
You
reality
cannot have
does
a
not
flat
require
surface.
your reasoning.
Sorry,
I think the
his
evidence.
framework is Cake. Your framework is more that there has to be something out there, something outside of reality, outside of the
No, that's not
known.
what I'm talking about. I'm
No,
just talking
listen,
geometrically.
Cake. You're saying that
Specifically,
there will have
Yeah, he does
because
say.
you're thinking of the Earth as some type of object that you can
Right.
attribute a specific shape or specific measurements from the outside view.
Right.
That will still be an unknown. But the thing is, when you ask what it is, nobody knows. So you're not gonna get a satisfactory answer.
Just don't make any assumptions. All right, that's it.
Yeah, look, this is what we do know.
Have another
This is what we do know.
side of the Earth is
Yeah, maybe
is
there's another
what
side. Who knows, bro? Doesn't matter. The surface is still not curving. It's not a globe.
right. If you imagine the celestial sphere, though, right, we're inside of that sphere.
No, it's imaginary. The celestial sphere is just an imaginary conceptual coordinate system, which was a convenient way for the ancient cultures to make a map of the sky. It's not real. It's just a concept, conceptual.
It's what we
right?
observe.
Well, it's what we observe, right? We don't observe a sphere. We observe a dome of vision, right? We observe a personal celestial sphere, which is like a hemispheric, arbitrary dome of vision. Right? That doesn't mean that the sky is actually spherical shaped. It's just a conceptual way of mapping out the sky.
The celestial sphere, like you have the two poles, you have.
Dylan, do you hear what he
you have-
said? We see a dome perspective, not a sphere. You don't see a sphere. From your perspective, you see a dome perspective.
Yeah.
We have mapped out all of the places.
Dylan, a
in
dome
the
is
sky.
not a sphere. Will you acknowledge that at least? That is a dome a sphere?
A dome is a sphere, is a half of a sphere. Yeah, you're talking about hemisphere of our particular vision above the horizon, right? If you cut off the fact that we can't see through the Earth, then it's just a dome. But that doesn't negate the observed phenomenon that we've all had as like amongst astronomers and people that have been observing the sky with celestial navigation, this and that. It's a closed shape of stars that you can observe.
So we can project the domes of perspective, and we can depict it as a sphere. That doesn't mean that you're standing on the top of a sphere, Dylan.
We're inside. I said we're inside of this sphere, though, right? Once we can
So
agree
you're
on
a
the
concavator
observable,
there.
if
You're
we
a
can agree
concavator.
on what we observe, then we can make progress here.
So you are a concavator. We are inside of the sphere.
We're inside of the celestial sphere, obviously, right? Can we agree on that?
The celestial sphere is imaginary, right? So look at what Daggers posted in the side chat. right? The celestial sphere is an imaginary sphere, right? So
It's
look, even
that's one
the
way to
ancient
describe it, but it's
cultures that were
totally
flat,
absurd.
ancient cultures that were flat earthers came up with the celestial sphere concept, and they needed a convenient way to map out the sky because they used it for all sorts of things, right? So they imagined the sky as an arbitrary size of celestial sphere, and they're like, okay, when we're at this particular point, right, this star's at this particular location, and they came up with a spherical coordinate system over time based on that imaginary celestial sphere. And then people like Pythagoras and Aristotle and Plato and these types of characters came along, and they argued that because spheres are the most perfect shape, and we envision the sky as a sphere, therefore the Earth must also be a sphere. Not because they went out and actually checked, right? It was just through philosophical reasoning. It was a coordinate system based in the sky, right? And then over time, they turned the celestial poles into terrestrial poles and the celestial equator into the terrestrial equator. And now that's what we have is that spherical coordinate system, which is what the globe is, right? It's a coordinate system mistaken for reality. That's why when we test the Earth in reality, it's not curving, right? But it's a useful coordinate system based off the way that we see the sky due to the way our perspective works.
All right. Any other flat Earth questions? Does anyone have any questions about flat Earth or any proof of the globe? Please unmute your mic and present the evidence. Moment of silence for the globe.
Dylan, you still arguing that the ground is a sphere because you imagine the sky as a sphere? Is you arguing this?
Dylan took off.
Oh, thanks God.
Yeah, thank God we don't go down that road. Another 5 hours with Dylan. Let's see. Is M0092, is he a globe earther?
No, he's not a.
M0092?
No.
No. How about Liquid? Is Liquid? Oh, I get it,
Not
Liquid,
sure.
because it's kind of funny name because that's what.
Correction. I do not claim to be a flat earther
Oh,
for all intents and purposes. But
are you
if,
undecided?
if I were a flat earther, which I'm not saying I am, I would not say that I am one.
Or why not?
So,
What? Wait. Hold on. Just let him answer. Why not?
Because I think it's very controversial. I think it's risky. And I do admire, one of the things I admire the most about flat earthers is that they are not afraid to say what they think and what they believe.
Okay.
But I am a little bit, you know.
What do you think the truth is though? Do you think it's true that the Earth is not a sphere?
As I tell you, like whatever I believe, I'm just gonna say it's a sphere for all intents and purposes and for the record,
Okay.
because
And that's
I
fine.
don't
You
want
know what?
to
Actually, because
be
you're
like,
saying that you want to operate, maybe you want to talk about this in the private side, and there's a private side and a public side of things. You don't have to be the FE superhero when you go out there like Soria wants to be, right? Soria, everybody he meets, he tells them, he has the flat Earth shirt, the flat Earth hat, the flat Earth shoes and underwear. You don't have to do that.
like,
M00.
so like, if the Earth is flat,
how come like planes don't have like rest stops? Like there's no place to like sit or eat in the sky.
Wait, you're asking about airplanes?
Well, yeah, but I'm wondering like if
First, listen, buddy, Minor, you have to follow a chronology when you talk about airplanes, right? First, you need the realist level, right? You need reality. Then you need a need. There's a need somewhere. People want to travel from point A to point B somehow, right?
yeah, but
Right?
what I'm
And then
saying, what
the people that want to travel fast, they want to provide supply affixed to the demand or the need. So they design an aircraft, right? An airplane, so people can get in and travel.
yeah, but what I'm
Okay, so
wondering
the
is
engineers, listen, the engineers that build the aircraft, when they design the aircraft, they know. Do you know that they know they're gonna get in the aircraft eventually, and their families will get in in one of those aircrafts eventually, right? So they have to build it to work practically in reality, that works safely, that can make it from point A to point B safely, so their families make it to their destination, right? Is that taken into account?
right. No, I
Okay, right.
understand.
Okay, wait. You just said right, then said no. It has to be one or the other. No, not right or no.
So I understand the
So okay,
functions.
Maynard. So let me tell you this very important
I
point.
don't
Super
think you're
important.
understanding my question.
No. You
Right?
you have to. I know your question can go after, but we have a chronology. Your question comes after the fact that I'm trying to establish for you. So the fact is that the engineers, when they build the aircraft, they have to build it in practicality to work in reality, and they have to take the Earth in their guidelines. They tell you they have to assume that the Earth is flat and motionless to make the aircraft work in the first place.
No, I understand
What do you
that.
mean
Right?
no? What do you mean no? Don't say
Oh,
no.
okay. Can I wait? Oh, can I ask my question now? Because
No.
you didn't
Acknowledge what I
understand my
just
question.
said. Don't say no to what I said. You can just say no
I
to what I
did
said.
acknowledge what you said. They have to
Would you
engineer
say
the aircrafts so they
okay?
work for people, right?
So they do design the aircraft to work in
Okay, so
practicality. Okay,
my
perfect. So you
question
acknowledge
is
that. What is the question now?
okay. So my question is, if the Earth is flat, why don't we have like rest stops in the air for like airplanes? Like, there's no place to like, like grab a bite to eat or like
That is the
You never
there's
been.
like
Listen,
there's not
there
like
is in the aircraft. You can stand up and you can get a snack in the aircraft. You can also go to the restroom and rest. What are you talking about? Have you ever been
yeah,
in an aircraft?
but why isn't there like air
No,
stops like where people can
There
get out
is.
and stretch their legs?
Air stops? What?
Yeah, like bus stops. Like if I go on a bus like from Boston to
They're called
California, there's gonna be like
airports,
bus
Maynard.
stops.
They're called airports. Maynard,
Yeah,
don't you
but
have you ever
why
heard of airports?
but why aren't they in the
Yeah, but
sky?
he's
It would be
talking
like
about
more convenient.
Jamesy. He's talking about in the sky. He's saying, why can't this plane just stop in the sky and we all go, dude?
Yeah.
If the Earth is flat, why
Yeah.
can't planes just stop in the sky? That is the most stupidest question I've ever heard in my life. You cannot be serious.
Obviously. But hey, buddy, and Maynard, they're called
But the
airports.
Earth
They do
is
stuff.
flat, so you should be able to stop in the sky.
What, you don't think so? Are you trying to imply that if the Earth was flat, that everything would just be
Listen.
floating?
No,
Is that what you think?
sorry. All depends on the. Let me engage with this guy. It depends on the design of the aircraft, because the airplane is not designed to do that. But if you have a Zeppelin, the Zeppelin can stop in the middle of the travel. You know that, right?
Yeah,
Also, a
so
helicopter.
people people like walk
You know, a helicopter.
off the
Helicopter can
aircraft and
also
like
stop
stretch
in the
your
middle of
leg,
the
right?
in the air. So, Maynard, it all depends on the design of the aircraft. So yes, that happens. It does happens. Yes.
No, but I'm
Listen,
talking about like how come
the
we don't
Earth
have
is
like
what it is.
hotels?
The Earth is what it is, and it's depending on the aircraft, you can do what you asked about. Yeah, in the Zeppelins, people stop in the middle of the sky, and they have how do you say, they rest, they get snacks, they sleep. Yeah, all that happens in
So
reality.
they're able to walk outside of the airplane in the sky?
The airplanes are not designed for that. No. The airplanes this is a different design. You have to design it
Yeah, no, that's
correctly
what I'm
to be
talking
able
about.
to
Like,
do. So
how come we don't have
you're
like
mixing one
airplane
with the
parts
other
in
one.
the sky?
So airplanes are not designed for that. No, airplanes are not designed for that. No, that's
No,
the
no,
wrong. That's the wrong
what I'm
use.
yeah, but what I'm asking is, if
Yeah,
the
but
Earth
no.
is flat,
No, but
how come
yes.
we
So
don't
my
have like
question is, if the
airplane
Earth is flat, why
hotels in
does
the
the flat?
sky?
Oh my
We
God!
do
How
have
would
hotels in
the
the sky.
Earth
It's called a
being
Zeppelin.
flat?
Yeah, we have airplane hotels in the sky.
Zeppelins. Zeppelin. Don't you know about this?
So an airplane can land on a zeppelin and like
Saplings, Maynard. Saplings. Have you ever heard?
yeah. So the airplane can
Yeah,
stop
exactly.
in
Yeah,
the
so that you
sky.
got an answer to your question. You got an answer to your question. Do you have any
Yeah,
other
can you tell me?
questions?
Can you tell me like which sky hotel I can book a night?
I want to know.
Uh,
I want to know how the Earth being flat would allow for this to happen. If the Earth is flat, planes must be able to stop in the sky. What's the logic behind that? Please explain.
Well, I mean, driveways are flat, and airplanes are like flat.
Okay, he's trolling.
So
He's trolling.
Actually, so many driveways have
flat plus
listen,
flat equals
most
flat. That's like
driveways, if
flat
you design
squared.
it correctly, hello, most driveways, you have to design it correctly. They need a tilt, which is away from horizontal, and that tilt is for the water not to accumulate in the driveway. So wrong. Most driveways, if it's designed correctly, they're not flat. They're actually tilted.
Oh, so there is a tilt to